If you become a landlord with numerous properties, how will your life change? You work a part-time job that only pays 12 yuan per hour, while your roommate can lounge in the dorm playing games with the air conditioning on, simply because his dad owns an entire building for rent. You sigh, I also wish to be a landlord. Having money and leisure is true enjoyment of life. Next moment, ding. Feeling the strong desire of the host, the big landlord system is successfully bound, initiating the beginner's task. Within 2 hours, choose an apartment in the university town commercial area. The system will reward you based on the comprehensive value of the apartment. You are extremely surprised, your dream has actually come true. The system limits it to the university town commercial area, which spans a full 30 square kilometers. There are nearly 200,000 college students alone. In such a vast area, there are various commercial streets, shopping centers, and residential areas scattered around. As for apartment buildings, like budget hotels, they are in high demand in the university town with a large quantity. Especially in earlier years, those who became wealthy first built larger houses privately, which have now been transformed into small apartments, earning a full pot of money through rent. Of course, this is definitely not within your selection range. Houses without even property management will surely not receive a high rating from the system. When it comes to apartments, the first thing that comes to your mind is the Junting Parent-Child Hotel-style apartment, which belongs to Tianhai Local Real Estate Company. The project developed by Junting Real Estate is located right next to Tianhai Beach, with convenient transportation and complete facilities, truly deserving the title of a sea view house. Moreover, as a hotel-style apartment, the large penthouse on the top floor of Junting Parent-Child is very famous, with an area exceeding 400 square meters, even larger than the typical presidential suite in hotels. Lu Feifei, one of the 4 little flowers of France, lived here for over 3 months while filming in Tianhai. Furthermore, the excellent property services of Junting Parent-Child are highly praised, comparable to the reputation of Kanchi and Haiti Leo. Moreover, its price is very high. Junting Parent-Child is a development that has long been sold out. Apart from some units for self-occupation, the majority are rented out, with the smallest unit being 35 square meters, renting for no less than 2,500 a month. It is even more expensive than the 2-bedroom apartments in the surrounding area. You carefully compared other apartments online, pondered over it, and ultimately chose this development. Next is choosing the unit type. The apartment building has a total of 21 floors, with the recognized prime floors being between the 12th and 16th. The units on the east and west sides have larger areas, with 75 square meters, while the middle ones have 35 and 55 square meters. Following the principle of choosing the sides over the middle, you ultimately selected Unit 1601, the 75 square meter one. This should be considered the optimal choice, right? At this moment, there are only 5 minutes left until the system's designated time limit. Just as your mother was about to confirm with her chin resting on her hand, a thought suddenly crossed her mind. System, Junting Parent-Child Top Floor 2101. Registering Unit 2101 as an apartment within the selection range, meeting the requirements. You were extremely surprised. Luckily you inquired about a set, a 432 square meter apartment. It is said that the monthly rent is 100,000 yuan. This price could rent a large villa. Since this can be chosen, what else is there to hesitate about? The system has selected Junting Parent-Child 2101. Ding's novice task is completed. The host spent 1 hour and 55 minutes, choosing Junting Parent-Child 2101, with a comprehensive rating of 8. 2. Task rating, excellent. Task rewards are now being distributed. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a set of Junting Parent-Child 2101 properties. Relevant procedures have been completed. Please collect the reward promptly. You were extremely shocked. You picked a house, and then owned a luxurious large flat. Goodness gracious. At that moment, a call came in, and you decisively answered. Hello, Mr. Huang, I'm Xiaolu from Anju Real Estate. Your property certificate has been processed. May I ask where to deliver it to? Wherever is convenient for you. You didn't hesitate. Deliver it to Junting Parent-Child. As your first property, anyone would want to see it as soon as possible. Alright, Mr. Huang, I'll set off now. It will take about 30 minutes to get there. You hung up the phone, casually greeted Jinjin, then opened the door and walked out. 20 minutes later, you arrived at the lobby of Junting Parent-Child. Looking at the magnificent surroundings, you took a deep breath. You have walked past this area many times before, without much emotion. But now, standing here, thinking about the 400 square meter penthouse on the top floor that already belongs to me, this unfamiliar place seems to have become familiar. At this moment, a slightly surprised voice sounds. You look towards the sound and see a young couple, looking at you with quite some surprise. The girl who just called you, do you know her? She is Wang Xinqi from the next class, the campus belle of the sociology department. Many people even call her the school belle, with countless admirers. Standing next to Wang Xinqi is a young man, dressed in clothes worth over 100,000. This young man is called Lu Chang. Although you don't know him, you've heard of him. He is a local rich second generation in Tianhai, driving around in a red 7 Series in the school all day. Wang Xinqi, with a sweet smile, curiously asks why you're here. Although not familiar, at least you are classmates from the next class. Of course, when you meet, you can't just ignore it. After all, Wang Xinqi doesn't follow the aloof route. She is a pure and charming girl. Paired with the sweet smile that often lingers on her lips, she will undoubtedly become the white moonlight in the eyes of many lone wolves. Back when we first entered university, I also thought she was different towards me. It wasn't until later that I realized this girl treats every man around her the same way, with just the right amount of care, maintaining a perfect distance, skillfully handling all relationships. There are rumors about her, but none of them can truly embrace this white moonlight. Of course, this doesn't mean everyone still has a chance. It just shows that they have a high status and high standards in their selection. You smile and respond to come and take a look. Flo on the side sneered, looking somewhat disdainful, probably here for a part-time job. If you want to go shopping, go to the snack street or the mall. Who would come to stroll around the apartment building for no reason? In Lu Cheng's view, you can't afford to rent this kind of apartment. You must be here for a part-time job, handing out flyers or something. You smiled without commenting, ignored Lu Chang, and instead looked at Wang Xinqi, asking why he also came over. Lu Chang bought a small apartment here for investment and asked me to come and help take a look. Lu Chang looks proud as he interns nearby, so I bought an apartment for him to have a place to stay. It's just a few $100,000, the environment is better here, and I feel reassured with relatives living here. The average price in Juntian for parent-child apartments is around 20,000, so a few $100,000 should only be a small 35 square meter unit. Your tone is calm, which is fine. There is no expected sense of oppression, no trace of envy or extreme emotions, which makes Flo very unhappy. Looking at your street vendor outfit, he feels even more disdainful. He snorted coldly, then turned to Wang Xinqi and said, "Xinqi, I made an appointment with the property manager Wu earlier. Let's go see the house." After saying that, he coldly smirked at you. You are completely indifferent to this. Money is a man's, gold is a man's waste. With 30 million in the system, you are no longer in the same league as these rich second-generation individuals. After waiting for another 2 minutes, a young girl hurried over. The girl's cheeks were slightly flushed, panting cutely with her mouth open, looking to be in her early 20s. She might not even be older than you. If she were in school, she would definitely be a top beauty. The standards for real estate agents are high nowadays. It's not like selling luxury cars. The salesperson, catching his breath, apologetically said, "Mr. Huan, I'm Lu Su from Unju Real Estate. You can call me Xiaolu. Sorry for keeping you waiting. I'm really sorry, there was some traffic on the way." He then took out a large red book. "This is your property deed. Please take it and have a look. Your name is printed on it." Confirming that this was not a dream, you couldn't contain the joy in your heart and grinned. Lu Shue's big watery eyes looked at you with anticipation, saying, "Mr. Wang, previously this apartment of yours was leased back to the property by the owner. The property management rents it out for 1 million a year, paid annually. Are you planning to rent it out or use it yourself in the future?" Before coming out, the manager had instructed him to try to persuade the new owner to continue leasing it back to the property. If successful, it would count as his own achievement. Thinking about the slightly naive boy in front of him, who actually had enough money to buy a 400 square meter penthouse in full, it was truly enviable. Are wealthy people also low-key, dressed head to toe in less than 500 renminbi? You should rent it out without hesitation. Although you also want to experience living in this large penthouse, considering the balance in your bank account is only 4 digits. You decisively gave up this idea, as you can't even afford the property fees with this amount of money. The girl is very happy. "Shall I take you to meet the property manager, Mr. Wu? He even asked me for your number before." You rotate the room card in your hand and walk towards the elevator, not in a hurry to see the house first. Standing in front of the huge floor-to-ceiling window, looking at the endless sea in front of you, you feel your perspective and vision suddenly broadened. This is what wealthy people see. Lu Shui, who is standing on the side, has also been here a few times, but every time she comes, she is still amazed by the magnificent sea view in front of her. A 432 square meter large penthouse, with the master bedroom area exceeding 110 square meters, fully equipped with all necessary amenities, especially the corner sea view spanning the southeast, with an unobstructed view from the balcony. Imagine waking up in the morning, standing in front of the huge floor-to-ceiling window, watching the sunrise from the sea level. How awe-inspiring, how romantic. I really want to stay here for a night. At this moment, Li Dan said, let's go. Lu Shui nodded quickly and said, this way, Mr. Wang. Walking out of the room, Lu Shui dutifully leads the way ahead. Over by the property manager's office, Lu Cheng greets a middle-aged man with a smile. Uncle Wu, I'm bothering you this time. The middle-aged man is Wu Siwei, the property manager of the military court, who has attended several dinners with Lu Cheng's father, Lu Tuo, and can be considered acquaintances. This time, the other party's son bought a property from him, giving face, and offering a favor of half a year or a year of property fees. He usually does this kind of thing. Anyway, it's all within his rights, and he doesn't have to spend a penny. Normally, out of respect for Lu Tao, he is willing to chat with this young man and even flatter him a bit. After all, from the looks of it, it's the typical style of young wealthy second generations trying to impress girls. But thinking about meeting a big client later, and hearing the process going on beside him endlessly, Wu Siwei started to feel a bit impatient. This large high-return investment flat was unexpectedly sold off, and he doesn't know if the new owner is easy to deal with or willing to continue renting back to the property. Wu Siwei has been worried about this for the past 2 days. Lu Cheng smiled and handed a cigarette to Uncle Wu, suggesting they have dinner together in the evening. He also mentioned that he would need his help later to explain some matters to Wang Xinqi. Wang Xinqi, smelling the smoke, felt a bit impatient, but the properties of the military court were in high demand, and any vacant unit would quickly be rented out. If it wasn't for the process, he might not have been able to rent it himself. However, are there any specific matters to note for the hotel apartment where you can just move in with your luggage? Wu Siwei was speechless at Lu Cheng's words, and just as he was thinking about how to politely decline, the sound of knocking on the door was heard, and Lu Shui brought you in. Wu Siwei quickly stood up, walked over briskly, warmly extended both hands. This must be General Manager Huang, truly promising and young. I was rude just now to General Manager Huang. Lu Cheng saw the newcomer clearly, then looked at Wu Siwei. With a completely different enthusiastic attitude from before, he was suddenly stunned. Wang Xinqi on the side was also a bit bewildered. Obviously he didn't expect you to appear here. You did not look at the two, calmly shook hands with Wu Siwei. Manager Wu, hello. Lu Shui smiled and said, Manager Wu, Mr. Huang has just inspected the house, and he intends to continue leasing the apartment back to the property management. The girl had a sweet smile on her face. This deal is done, he will receive a substantial commission. Wu Siwei was instantly delighted. Leasing back is great. Leasing back is fantastic. General Manager Huang, please rest assured, we will definitely take good care of your property with dedication. We are absolutely professional in this aspect. As Wu Siwei made solemn promises, he directed the property office staff to quickly print the contract and soon handed it to you. General Manager Huang, this is the standard leaseback contract, signed every 3 years, rent paid annually. If there are no issues, please sign and provide your bank account number. The first year's rent will be transferred to your account immediately. You carefully read through the contract, pointing out a few unclear points. Wu Siwei patiently answered each question. You looked a bit surprised at the final clause, raising an eyebrow. Annual rent of 1 million, annual property management fee. These terms were slightly better than you had imagined. Signing the contract means there will be at least 1 million in rental income annually for the next 3 years. Are you ready to sign? Seeing Wu Siwei completely relieved, thanking General Huang for his trust, let's collaborate happily. Tonight, I'll arrange a meal together. Just then, a notification pops up on your phone. You open it to read, 1 million has been credited. I must say, the financial efficiency is impressive. You then stood up, waved your hand, and said, no need to bother. I have something to attend to. I'll take my leave. Shall I walk you out? Wu Siwei escorted you and Lu Shui to the elevator, then returned to the office with a smile on his face. Lu Cheng hurriedly asked Uncle Wu, did he also buy an apartment here? What kind of apartment can generate 1 million in rent annually? He hesitated for a while before daring to ask. Wu Siwei sighed and said, yes, do you know about the top floor 400 square meter ocean view apartment? It was bought for over 20 million in full payment. TSK, I wonder which rich second generation this is, dressing so low-key. Lu Cheng was dumbfounded. He clearly remembered you as an extremely ordinary poor fellow. What's going on now? Handing out over 20 million in cash at once doesn't fall within the ordinary rich second generation category. Although Lu Cheng's family is said to have assets exceeding 100 million, most of it is fixed assets. Bringing out this much cash all at once, it's really hard to imagine. Walking out of the military court, Lu Cheng seemed to be in a daze, no longer having the intention to flatter Wang Xinqi. On the side, Wang Xinqi pursed her lips slightly, looking pensive. I wonder what she's thinking. Lu Shui is in a very good mood now. She sweetly smiled and said, Mr. Huang, then I'll go back to the store first. Although the commission from leasing is not as high as sales, for a young girl who has just started working like her, it still counts as a considerable income. When she gets the commission, she can consider rewarding herself with a nice meal and buying a new piece of clothing. Lu Shui was thinking happily in her heart. Still immersed in the sudden surprise, just as she was about to nod in response, Lu Shui suddenly heard the voice of the system in her mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for receiving the first rental income. The second task is now being released. Please spend all the rental income within 4 hours, limited to daily dressing needs only. The system will reward the host based on consumption. Damn it! Do I really have to spend all this money as soon as it enters my pocket? System, at least leave me with a little extra for a better life. But spending 1 million in 4 hours does sound exciting. Miss Lu, if you're not in a hurry, could you accompany me to buy something? Huang Chen changed his tone. When it comes to shopping, it's best to bring a girl along, especially a high-scoring, pure beauty like Lu Shui, who is a feast for the eyes. Well, okay, Lu Shui hesitated for a moment but eventually agreed. She had been asked out for meals and shopping by clients before, but most of them were middle-aged and sleazy, lacking in both strength and manners, often getting handsy right away. Despite her young age, Lu Shui had experienced such situations before. On the other hand, Huang Chen, young and somewhat handsome, thanks to the money filter, despite his understated attire, actually due to lack of money, easily paid 20 million in full. He had always been polite and reserved when they were looking at houses, much better than her previous clients. So, Mr. Huang, where are we going? Lu Shui asked, looking at her little donkey parked nearby. For daily dressing needs, it's all about clothes, bags, shoes, so naturally, they had to go to the mall. Let's go to Wancheng Plaza, Huang Chen said softly, looking at the large logo not far away. Wancheng Plaza was the top shopping mall in Tianhai. Situated in the University District, not far from Tianhai University, Huang Chen had been there twice with his friend who pursued poetry in distant lands. Every time he came, seeing the 5-figure prices of clothes and bags made his heart race nervously. His annual living expenses might only be enough to buy a piece of clothing with little fabric. As for a bag, that was out of the question. However, this time, his mindset was different. Despite the novelty, he felt calm inside, knowing that the million-dollar fortune gave him confidence. At the Brioni store, a female salesperson greeted them warmly, without any condescension. Luxury salespeople still had basic manners, even if they thought the chances of making a sale were low. Sir, may I help you with something? After looking around, Huang Chen casually picked a few sets of clothes and asked to try them on. The salesperson took down the selected clothes and led him to the fitting room. While no one was looking, Lu Shui glanced at the price tag of the clothes, 46800. She gasped in surprise and cutely stuck out her tongue. Huang Chen emerged in a casual suit, looking at himself in the full-length mirror. Wearing formal attire did make him look more spirited. Dressed in clothes worth tens of thousands, Huang Chen felt he looked quite handsome. Satisfied, he nodded and said, I'll take these 3 sets, please make the invoice. The female salesperson was surprised at how easily the sale went through, and her excitement showed. Her formulaic smile became much sweeter. Sir, here is your receipt, please keep it safe, she said, handing over the invoice. Brioni looks forward to your next visit. Done shopping? Lu Shui looked dumbfounded. She wanted to say that buying clothes should involve comparing and looking around, even if luxury stores don't negotiate prices, they should at least visit a few more. We're just getting started, let's keep looking. Huang Chen calmly spoke, looking at Lu Shui's expression. A mischievous idea came to mind, and he casually tossed the bag to her. Lu Shui blankly picked up the bag, her palm-sized face instantly puffing up. Humph. Making a lady carry the bag, this guy is not a gentleman at all. With a hint of resentment, she followed him with small steps. Next, Huang Chen bought 3 pairs of leather shoes at A. Testoni, 2 bags at Prada, and 2 casual outfits at Givenchy. This trench coat is nice, bought it. This belt is good, get a couple more. These shoes fit well, bought them. Buying all the way, Lu Shui followed behind, burdened with bags like an aggrieved little wife. Fortunately, these things were not heavy, otherwise Lu Shui really couldn't carry them. However, the mall quickly noticed Huang Chen's extravagant spending and promptly arranged 2 shopping assistants to follow him, specifically responsible for carrying bags, thus freeing Lu Shui. Although Huang Chen didn't linger in any store, basically buying on the spot, even with so many purchases, he only spent a little over 600,000. A spending power of 1 million, indeed not low. But one cannot just buy clothes and shoes. Huang Chen was pondering this when his peripheral vision suddenly caught sight of a counter, Jaeger Le Coulter. A watch? Of course, as a big landlord, how could he not have a good watch? With this in mind, he strode in. The salespeople of luxury goods had excellent eyesight. The female sales staff at Jaeger-LeCoultre took one look and estimated Huang Chen's outfit to cost at least 70 to 80,000. Brioni's new suit, Todd's leather shoes, Prada handbag, this outfit alone was worth over 100,000. Seeing the two shopping assistants behind him carrying a bunch of bags with various luxury brand logos, the female sales staff immediately understood that a big customer had come to shop. This kind of customer was the most likely to make a purchase and the most welcomed by all sales staff. After some subtle gestures, the youngest and most beautiful of the three sales staff was chosen to serve him. She elegantly approached Huang Chen, twisting her slender waist with an exaggerated curve. "Sir, welcome to Jaeger-LeCoultre." With folded hands placed on her abdomen, body slightly bent forward, her astonishingly fair skin and deep cleavage flashed before Huang Chen's eyes. TSK, aside from her exquisitely made-up face, just her well-proportioned figure was enough to set one's heart ablaze. Huang Chen listened with a smile as she explained, calculating in his mind that he still had nearly 400,000 in spending limit left, so he set his sights on a watch priced at over 300,000. After looking around, he finally chose a 4010U from the Heritage Collection, with an 18K white gold case and a Mississippi alligator leather strap for 343,000. "I'll take this one, please invoice it." Since he had set his eyes on it, Huang Chen didn't hesitate and bought it directly. Upon hearing this, the female sales staff blossomed with joy, her delicate features beaming with a bright smile. With a watch over 300,000, her commission alone was close to 10,000, finally allowing her to order the set of makeup she had long desired. "Sir, if you need any maintenance for your beloved watch, feel free to contact me anytime." The female sales staff smiled sweetly, wrapped the watch, and also included a business card. Guan Xiaoya. Huang Chen looked at the name on the card, smiled playfully, and casually put on the watch. He knew he wouldn't just buy one watch in the future, maybe he would look for her then. Since he was going to buy from someone, he might as well choose someone he found pleasing to the eye. Of course, he wouldn't admit that those deep cleavages were a big plus. Glancing at his phone, he still had over 19,000 in spending balance. The mission was not yet complete. While considering what else to buy, Huang Chen saw Lu Shui secretly rubbing her calf. He had asked her to come along because he found shopping alone quite boring. However, the thrill of buying just now had made him overlook her. The girl in high heels had been following him eagerly for over 3 hours, which was quite a feat. "System, does buying something for Lu Shui count as part of this expenditure?" Huang Chen asked in his mind. "It counts as a cosmetic expense," the system replied simply. In other words, whether for personal use or as a gift, any cosmetic expense would be included. Huang Chen understood and waved to Lu Shui beside him. "Mr. Huang, you called for me." Lu Shui walked over, a hint of a pleasing smile on her face. Despite her sore feet, this afternoon had been quite an eye-opener for her. So this was how rich people spent their money. Without even looking at the prices, they just kept buying. The feeling was exhilarating just to think about. "Miss Lu, I really appreciate your help today." Huang Chen led her into the Hermes boutique. "Let me give you a little gift." "Ha?" Lu Shui once again showed a dumbfounded expression, causing Huang Chen to chuckle lightly. "How about this one?" Huang Chen picked a classic handbag priced at 19,800 and handed it to Lu Shui. This is too expensive, Mr. Huang, I can't accept it." Lu Shui refused awkwardly, not daring to even look at the bag. It was an Hermes bag, something she really wanted. But Huang Chen was not someone close to her, they had just met today. How could she accept such an expensive gift from him? "What I give away, I don't take back," Huang Chen said, amused by her adorable dilemma, and with a hint of arrogance, he said, "Just swipe the card." The salesperson nearby respectfully took the credit card, admiring Lu Shui who was still hesitating, and said with a smile, "Wow, your boyfriend is really generous." "Oh, he's not. Lu Shui tried to explain softly, her voice getting lower. The small bag thrust into her hands seemed a bit too hot to handle. She wanted to put it down but couldn't bear to. "Let's go." Huang Chen watched his bank balance drop back to 4 digits, his heart twitching slightly. This day had been like a roller coaster ride, truly too exciting. Fortunately, the temporary task was completed. Now it was time to see if the system's rewards were worth it. Ding, the host's first rental income has been spent entirely, temporary task completed. Reward distribution now. Reward 1, a set of shops at 323 Academy Road. Please collect it in person. Reward 2, lavish spender badge. Details to be explored by the host. A shop on Academy Road? Huang Chen's eyes lit up. The shops there were truly places where businesses could thrive for generations. It was joked online that every big city had a university town, and every university town inevitably had an academy road, just like every city had a welcoming avenue. With such a large base of students, the foot traffic on Academy Road was naturally substantial, and they all had a certain spending power. Therefore, those doing business on Academy Road were either making money or making a lot of money. If you were losing money by opening a store here, then perhaps working in a factory screwing bolts would suit you better. Mr. Huang, where is your car? Shall we help you load the items into the car? Two sales assistants accompanying him asked, holding bags of various sizes. Huang Chen's face froze for a moment. Joking aside, where would he get a car from? If it weren't for the system limiting the use of this 1 million, he might have actually considered buying a car. In the pocket, Huang Chen accidentally touched a hard piece, which turned out to be the business card he had put away earlier. Thinking of that smooth touch, an idea formed in Huang Chen's mind. I have something else to take care of. Leave these things with Jiang Saiden's Guan Xiaoya, and I'll contact her later, Huang Chen said calmly. All right. The two salespeople nodded, showing a knowing smile that men understand, clearly thinking of something. Walking out of the gate with Lu Shui, Huang Chen said to her, Miss Lu, if you're free, accompany me somewhere. Okay, Mr. Huang. Just having received a bag worth nearly 20,000 from someone, Lu Shui felt it was impolite to refuse such a small request from the other party. And please don't always call me Miss Lu, call me Xiaoxue, that's how my friends address me. Then Xiaoxue, call a car, we're going to Academy Road. As a man worth $500,000, how could Huang Chen call a car himself, he thought. However, the matter of the car had to be arranged, and as for the class, it would depend on the reward this time. Perhaps worried that Huang Chen wouldn't be comfortable in a low-grade car, Lu Shui deliberately called a luxury car, a Mercedes-Benz E300, and then graciously opened the door for him. After about 20 minutes, they finally arrived at the bustling Academy Road. Following the signs, it was easy to find this shop at the corner. When he saw the shop's name, Huang Chen exclaimed softly in surprise. Seeking Taste Tianhai Private Kitchen, it was actually this shop. Although this shop had not been open for long, its reputation was immense, being rated as a must-visit food spot in Tianhai on the internet. The average wait time was 1.5 hours, with an average customer spending around 200. Although the businesses on Academy Road were all doing well, only this one had customers lining up like a dragon every day. This shop was divided into 2 floors totaling 800 square meters, with a 300 square meter courtyard. Based on the average price of 45,000 per square meter for shops on Academy Road, even if the second floor was cheaper, with such a large area, the market price would be at least 35 million. Hello, are you here for dining? If you take a number here, you'll need to wait for about 45 tables, estimated waiting time is 2 hours. Just as they reached the entrance, the front desk attendant skillfully said, Not dining, I'm looking for your boss, Huang Chen said, lighting a cigarette and looking at the long queue in front of him calmly. Just tell him that a Mr. Huang is looking for him, he will naturally come to see me. The attendant hesitated for a moment, but seeing Huang Chen's luxurious attire and his calm and confident tone, he agreed and had another attendant guard the door while he went inside to find the boss. Lu Shui was a bit puzzled. A guess arose in her mind for no reason, but she didn't dare to confirm it. Mr. Huang, why are you here? She asked tentatively. Nothing much, just here to collect rent. Huang Chen extinguished the cigarette but and said with a faint smile. He had a bit of the style of a landlord collecting rent in Guangdong. Lu Shui smiled awkwardly, extremely surprised in her heart. Who exactly was this Mr. Huang? He had just bought a 20 million flat here, and now he had such a large shop on Academy Road. In no time, a big-bellied middle-aged bald man hurried out, his laughter preceding him. Oh, Huang, I've been waiting for you, the man laughed like Maitreya Buddha, extending his hands. I'm the owner of this shop, Wang Deki. Old Han said he was transferring the shop, and I've been waiting for you to come. The old Han he mentioned was the former owner of this shop. Come, please come inside, let's sit in the back. Wang Deki led the way enthusiastically, with Huang Chen following confidently and calmly, while Lu Shui looked around like a curious baby. The waiter who had entered before also followed behind, unable to help but be amazed. He had heard that this shop had been bought by someone, but he never expected the buyer to be such a young man. The tea house in the courtyard on the first floor. Wang Deki sat in the main seat, brewing a pot of tea. General Huang, I am much older than you. If you don't mind, let's just call you little brother. Wang Deki poured him a cup of tea and lit a cigarette. Seeing Huang Chen nod, he smiled and helped him light it, then said, I have to say, little brother, you really have courage. With that, he gave a thumbs up. Although old Han has always wanted to sell this shop, the price of 40 million, even on Academy Road, is a bit too high. He did ask for my opinion back then. But to be honest, although my business here is good, I can't make up my mind to come up with so much money all at once. Before I could even think it through, old Han told me the shop had been sold, full payment. To be honest, my shop is doing well. Although the contract has not expired yet, I definitely want to renew it. If you agree, I can accept a 10% increase in annual rent. Before Huang Chen could speak, Wang Deki rambled on, complaining, flattering, and even proactively raising the rent. In the end, he was afraid that Huang Chen wouldn't renew with him. This shop has an excellent location and will definitely not have trouble finding tenants. In the past, some landlords saw that the tenants' business was good, so instead of renewing the contract after it expired, they opened a similar shop themselves. As long as they didn't do too badly, their business would naturally not suffer, and they would earn much more money than just collecting rent. Although Huang Chen understood the ins and outs of this, he himself had no intention of opening a shop. Being a landlord collecting rent and having money and leisure time sounded good to him. Why bother working hard and tiring oneself out with a business? Besides, he might not even have the aptitude for business. So, it's better to honestly pursue a promising career as a big landlord. How was it decided before? Huang Chen took a sip of tea and asked. I only signed a 3-year lease before, with an annual rent of 2 million, paid every 6 months. It's expiring in a year. After speaking, his already small eyes narrowed into slits, he exhaled smoke, and waited quietly for Huang Chen's reaction. A return on investment of 5% is typical for most shops, but not for prime locations like Academy Road. Huang Chen studied sociology, so he had some understanding of this. For prime shops, the typical return on investment is over 8%, and some can even reach 10% to 12%. Of course, because this shop is too large, there are some restrictions when renting it out, as many businesses simply don't need that much space. However, in an area like Academy Road with such a large flow of people, a shop of this size is also a scarce resource. What are your thoughts? Huang Chen didn't express his opinion easily, but instead passed the question back. Don't think that Wang Deki's straightforward manner makes him a simple person without any schemes. Huang Chen knew that someone without a plan couldn't run such a thriving business. Wang Deki was also thinking. Although this young man was young, he didn't seem easy to fool. It seemed like he would have to make some concessions. General Huang, how about this? We sign a 5-year contract, and when it expires, I have the right to renew first. Seeing Huang Chen not objecting, Wang Deki felt relieved. If he could renew the contract, at least half of the burden in his heart would be lifted. What he feared most was that the new owner would be envious of his good business and refuse to renew the lease. In that case, even if his team remained, whether they could still have such a thriving business in a new location was truly unknown. After all, when I first opened this shop, I never imagined that business would be so good today. As for the rent, I'll increase it by 10% on the previous standard. How about paying annually? Wang Deki deliberately paused, indicating that he had thought it over carefully, a glint of cunning in his eyes. I think I need to consider this condition again. How about we discuss the renewal of the lease after the current one ends? Huang Chen finished his tea, placed the delicate teacup upside down on the tea table, and stood up decisively. Hey, buddy, don't rush. It's almost mealtime, let's have a meal first and talk slowly. Seeing Huang Chen about to leave, Wang Deki suddenly became anxious and hurriedly tried to grab his hand. Huang Chen impatiently waved his hand, accidentally revealing the watch on his wrist. This watch looks familiar. Wang Deki muttered to himself, isn't this the over 300,000 Inheritance series watch that Zhang Seiden wore? After all, he himself wore a Jaeger-LeCoultre worth around 100,000. Mr. Wang, I'm straightforward and don't like trouble. Huang Chen casually took the hand of Lu Shui next to him. TSK, so fair, smooth, and tender. Lu Shui blushed and tried to pull her hand back gently, but she couldn't do it. She had to let him hold her hand in front of others. So, what do you think? Wang Deki hesitated to speak. The rent for this year will be 2 million, that won't change. Huang Chen, who was in need of money now and didn't want to waste time, continued, we'll sign for 5 years, and after that, you'll have the right to renew first, that's not a problem. As for the rent, I have 2 options. One is to pay me the 5-year rent upfront, 2. For $1 million per year, with a rent increase of no more than 20% upon renewal. Huang Chen calmly laid out, or pay annually, 3 million per year, with a rent increase of no more than 10% upon renewal. Wang Deki's mind raced, weighing the pros and cons of these 2 options. The first option, although the rent was a bit cheaper, paying the 5-year rent upfront would still be somewhat stressful, but not too much. The second option of annual payments was naturally better, but paying an extra 600,000 each year was still a bit painful, considering that many people didn't even earn that much in a year. After silently contemplating for a few minutes, Huang Chen, impatient, glanced at his watch and prepared to leave. Mr. Huang, I'll go with the first option. Wang Deki finally made up his mind. The shop made a profit of hundreds of thousands per year, so even with this slight increase in rent, it was within his acceptable range. When shall we sign the contract? It's too late now, let's do it tomorrow morning. Huang Chen chuckled, feeling a bit tired now after being too excited during the shopping earlier. Alright, I'll prepare the money in advance. Once we sign the contract, the money will be transferred. With the major issues settled, Wang Deki reverted to his straightforward demeanor. Buddy, it's mealtime. Give me the chance to treat you as the landlord, Wang Deki said as he instructed the waiter to prepare the meal. It must be said that the private dishes at Seeking Flavor Tianhai were so popular, the appearance and taste of the food were indeed excellent. Huang Chen, who was already a bit hungry, enjoyed the meal, while Lu Shui, although eating slowly, was not lagging behind in finishing her food. During the meal, Wang Deki kept praising Huang Chen in various ways. In his eyes, Huang Chen must be the son of some wealthy family, otherwise, how could he casually come up with 40 million in cash to buy the shop? Dealing with such a rich second generation might come in handy in the future. After the meal, Wang Deki personally escorted Huang Chen and Lu Shui out, then handed a card to Huang Chen. Buddy, it's our first meeting, there's nothing much to give as a big brother. This is the VIP card from my store, with 100,000 yuan stored in it. In the future, whenever you're free, bring your friends here to eat. I guarantee there will always be a table available. After saying that, he took out a Lancome bag from the trunk of a black Audi A8 and handed it to Lu Shui, saying, "This set of skincare products was bought by my wife. It's said to be good. Consider it a gift for a beauty like you." He had noticed the way Huang Chen had held her hand before, although he couldn't determine the exact relationship between the two, but giving gifts would certainly not hurt. Seeing the trunk full of similar bags, it was estimated that Wang Deki usually kept them for gifting. Huang Chen thought that this trick was worth learning. After buying a car for himself, he could also keep some gifts in the car. Seeing Lu Shui looking at him, Huang Chen nodded indifferently. It was just a set of skincare products, worth a few thousand yuan at most. He had already accepted 100,000 yuan from her, so what was a little more? Suddenly, he realized that the money in his card might not be enough to buy a set of skincare products, and he felt a bit disappointed. Seeing Huang Chen's agreement, Lu Shui whispered a thank you and accepted the gift. Coming out from the back door and seeing the long queue still at the front door, Huang Chen couldn't help but chuckle. Xiao Shui, thank you for today. They hailed a cab, first dropping Lu Shui off at Juntian Qingzi to get her little donkey. When they got off the car, Huang Chen lightly patted her hand and said, "Mr. Huang, you're too polite. Thank you for the gift." Lu Shui lowered her head, still blushing when speaking. Huang Chen chuckled. This girl was really interesting, the type that seemed easy to tease. He wondered how she had managed in the past. By the way, does your company have a regular lawyer for cooperation? Huang Chen suddenly remembered and seeing her nod, he continued, "Call the lawyer tomorrow to act as a witness for the contract. This deal will count towards your performance, and I'll cover the agency fee." Ah, really? Hearing this, Lu Shui suddenly looked up, her eyes shining with excitement. Wait for my call tomorrow. Goodbye. Huang Chen was a bit speechless. It wasn't such a big deal to warrant such excitement. Little did he know that for real estate consultants like her, not only did the deal count towards their performance, but the agency fee from the store was also minimal. Although acting as a witness wouldn't earn her as much as a month's rent, considering the substantial contract amount, Lu Shui would at least earn a few thousand yuan. If she also received a commission for this rental deal, she would definitely earn more than 20,000 yuan. Watching the luxury car drive away, Lu Shui looked at her new Hermes bag in her left hand and the Lancome skincare products in her right hand, still finding it hard to believe. By the time Huang Chen returned to school, it was already past 9 o'clock. The short 20-minute journey had cost him over 100 yuan, reducing his savings to a 3-digit figure. Damn, luxury cars were really expensive. Jin Jian was slurping instant noodles. With Huang Chen not around, he was even lazier to go to the cafeteria. Huang Chen changed out of his crisp new suit and into his usual casual clothes. Whether it was an illusion or not, he felt uncomfortable everywhere in these clothes that used to feel quite comfortable. Speaking of which, with his apartment and store, he earned over 3 million in rent annually, making him a small landlord. So he couldn't help but ask, "Xiao Jian, how much rent does your old man collect in a year?" "I don't know, but just from our building alone, it's nearly 10 million a year." Xiao Jian scratched his itchy scalp, continued eating his noodles, and then let out a burp full of flavor. "What kind of building is that? Nearly 10 million a year." Huang Chen was dumbfounded. "It's a school district property. My uncle developed it, and then sold it to us at cost price. My aunts and uncles all bought some, but my family bought the least. Damn, nearly 10 million in rent a year. How much would that be worth if they sold it? And according to Xiao Jian, his family was the poorest among their relatives. It seemed like a long and arduous journey to become a big landlord. After casually freshening up, Wang Chen lay down on the bed and began to study the badge he had just obtained. The spendthrift badge in his mind was a pentagram in a nouveau riche gold color. When the host consumes in entertainment venues, wearing this badge will effectively enhance the host's attractiveness to the opposite sex. The more you spend, the higher the enhancement. Note, the attractiveness enhancement effect is limited by the host's personal charm, so please do not be overly confident. Note, the duration of attractiveness enhancement is 12 hours. Note, after accumulating a certain amount of consumption, the host's appearance and temperament will be permanently improved. Specific details are for the host to explore on their own. After reading these few paragraphs repeatedly, Huang Chen finally understood the function of this badge. To put it bluntly, it was a prop used for picking up girls in nightclubs, bars, KTVs, and other entertainment venues, and it required spending money. The more you spend, the better the effect. But then again, if you shout in a bar, Huang Gongzi pays for everyone, you will be the most eye-catching guy in the place. With this badge, at most, you can switch from manual to automatic. Ladies, please automatically? Oh, no, it's ladies, please behave. The phrase limited by personal charm made Huang Chen feel a bit awkward. He was well aware that his appearance was just average, not ugly but not handsome either. Only his height of 1.8 meters was somewhat impressive. So, if a handsome guy wore this badge, maybe he could transform into a popular celebrity and be so attractive that people would flock to him. As for himself wearing it, perhaps he could reach the level of an average campus heartthrob? That is, considered handsome by passers-by, but it all depended on how much money he spent. Damn it! Fortunately, after spending a certain amount, he could permanently improve his appearance, which was enough to make him daydream. After the rent for the shop was received tomorrow, he would give it a try. With infinite imagination about the future, Huang Chen drifted into dreamland. At the same time, in the outskirts of the northern part of the city, in an old residential area, Lu Shui, riding a small donkey, finally returned to her rented house. It was a small two-bedroom apartment of 60 square meters. The rent was not expensive, but the surrounding environment was quite rundown. The only good thing was that living in the old city area was relatively convenient, mostly inhabited by locals who had lived there for years, without a mix of various people. Unfortunately, not everyone could afford to live in high-end apartments like Juntianqingzi, which cost 2,000 to 3,000 a month. With just over 1,000 in rent, she still had to find someone to share it with. Dragging her tired body into the shabby house, her best friend and roommate Gong Xiaoxiao was lounging on the sofa, watching a melodramatic TV series with her long legs exposed. "Xiaoxue, you're finally back. I thought I'd be alone tonight," Gong Xiaoxiao exclaimed, dropping the snacks in her hand and rushing over to hug Lu Shui, pinching her cheeks and teasing her affectionately. Gong Xiaoxiao was her college roommate. Both of them had just graduated from a third-tier university in Tianhai in July. Without any special skills, and unwilling to leave the city filled with petite bourgeoisie charm, they chose to stay. One became a real estate agent, the other worked as a clerk in a small company. Their jobs weren't too demanding, but their salaries were meager. However, as Gong Xiaoxiao put it, if a girl could earn money, why would she need a man? Women only needed to be beautiful. She did have the qualifications for it, standing close to 1.7 meters tall, towering over the petite Lu Shui by almost a head, with a slender and well-proportioned figure honed from years of dancing practice, especially her long, slim, and straight legs, earning her the nickname Legs for Days. Her looks were not as delicate and charming as Lu Shui, a typical southern belle, but she was undeniably beautiful. During weekdays at work, she wore a professional OL outfit with a tight skirt, donned a pair of square-framed glasses, and swayed her hips as she walked around the office, causing many men to have nosebleeds. If Lu Shui could be considered the beauty of the class, then Gong Xiaoxiao was truly the school's beauty queen. Despite her usual charming and flirtatious appearance, Gong Xiaoxiao, who hailed from the north, had a spicy side to her personality and was very virtuous. In her own words, her beauty and stunning figure were her greatest assets, so she would never settle for a man who couldn't see a future with her. She would only give herself to someone worthy. Therefore, despite numerous rumors of boyfriends during her 4 years of university, Lu Shui had never seen a man truly take advantage of her. "Wow, Lancome? Xiaoxue, did you strike it rich?" Gong Xiaoxiao exclaimed upon seeing the bag Lu Shui was carrying. She took out the items from inside. "Pure Essence set? This set costs over 5,000, right?" Women were always sensitive to cosmetics and could roughly estimate the prices with just a glance. "Ha? This bag of yours? Hermes? Gong Xiaoxiao's voice rose 3 degrees. She couldn't wait to take it from Lu Shue's hands and carefully examined it. It's authentic. After touching it inside and out several times, Gong Xiaoxiao was somewhat puzzled. Although she had never bought Hermes herself, she had seen a few before. The company's boss lady had 2 Hermes handbags that she treasured dearly. Xiaoxue, come here for a moment. Lu Shue looked at her best friend with a dumbfounded expression, not understanding what she meant, but subconsciously walked over to her. Just after taking a few steps, she suddenly realized, and her face turned as red as a ripe apple. You flirt. She picked up a nearby cushion and threw it at Lu Shue. The 2 girls laughed and played around for a few minutes before collapsing side by side on the sofa. Gong Xiaoxiao couldn't wait to inquire further. This conversation lasted for over half an hour. This client of yours, in his early 20s, is that extravagant? Gong Xiaoxiao asked incredulously, a 2 million flat, a 4 million store, and nearly $1 million spent on shopping at the mall. Giving a 20,000 bag to a girl you just met? And delivering the receipt to you? Are you sure he doesn't have ulterior motives? Gong Xiaoxiao spoke with suspicion, looking at Lu Shue with a skeptical gaze. I don't think so. Remembering the scene where Huang Chen held her hand at the Xuanwei Tianhai store, Lu Shue's face blushed again. Why can't I meet such a high-quality man? Gong Xiaoxiao sighed, lamenting the state of the world. Despite being a beauty herself, why did she always encounter mediocre men, often middle-aged, balding, overweight, and with a mouth full of yellow teeth? If she were to kiss them, would she pass out from the smell? Gong Xiaoxiao crossed her long legs and vowed, No, I'll take a day off tomorrow to accompany you and make sure no one easily takes away my Xiaoxue. Forget it, didn't you say your boss wants you to entertain an important client tomorrow? Lu Shue pursed her lips, if you take another day off, your bonus will be gone. Tisk, am I someone who cares about that little money? Gong Xiaoxiao huffed arrogantly. Well, she really did care about it. Although a monthly salary of 4,000 to 5,000 was not bad for a young woman who had just graduated, with expenses on clothes, bags, cosmetics, milk tea, snacks, and occasional indulgences, life was tight. Fortunately, although the company's boss liked to sneak glances at her, he was still a gentleman and had never made any inappropriate advances towards her. Of course, I don't know if it's because the boss's wife also works at the company. As for why she, a clerk, is sent to accompany clients, it's because, based on unscientific statistics, the success rate seems to be much higher when she's involved in receptions. So, even though she's a clerk, she's often assigned reception duties by the boss. Fortunately, these receptions mostly involve meetings and meals, no need to serve alcohol, or she would have quit long ago. The next day, just as dawn broke, Huang Chen was awakened by Xinjian snoring. Xinjian, this guy, snores, grinds his teeth, farts, and talks in his sleep without fail, and it's getting worse. Huang Chen seriously suspects that his poor performance is directly related to his lack of sleep over the past 3 years. Anyway, it's not his problem, blame it all on Xiaojian. Pushing open the balcony's glass door, Huang Chen took a deep breath of fresh air outside. At this moment, diligent students were already out jogging, eager students were on their way to the library, and students returning from an all-night internet cafe were yawning and heading back to catch up on sleep. Without a system, what would his future look like? Perhaps like the vast majority, working 996 to stay in the big city, trading health for money, ending up with occupational diseases. Finding an ordinary woman, emptying 6 wallets for a rundown place, and burdening oneself with decades of loans. Living a mundane life while striving to repay debts. It might even happen that one passes away before the debts are cleared. Happiness, sorry, but for the most part, happiness comes from money. Living in a bigger house, driving a better car, enjoying fine dining, traveling, shopping, celebrating a wife's birthday romantically, sending children to better schools, and even taking care of elderly parents' medical and retirement needs. Can any of this be done without money? Luckily, he had a system, so the future held infinite possibilities. Watching the distant dawn breaking, Huang Chen smiled confidently. After a leisurely breakfast, he sent a message to Lu Shue and then waited. Anju Real Estate University City Branch. At 8 a.m. About 10 people of all sizes had already gathered in the store, and the store manager Zhao Dongxiang organized the morning meeting. As a pure newcomer, Lu Shue sat in the corner listening attentively to Zhao Dongxiang's eloquent speech, still thinking about yesterday's events. Suddenly, a beep sounded, her phone rang. Lu Shue glanced at it. It was Huang Chen asking her to confirm with the lawyer and then inform him. Here, I want to commend Lu Shue, Zhao Dongxiang said. Although only in his mid-30s, Zhao Dongxiang had been working in the real estate agency for over a decade. He had experienced the soaring prices when housing was scarce and the glory of buying is earning, as well as the current downturn where selling one house a day was a challenge. Lu Shui closed a rental deal yesterday. Zhao Dongxiang paused, looked around, a gesture he particularly liked. It's a rental deal for 1 million per year. Initially indifferent, the crowd was suddenly in an uproar upon hearing the amount. 1 million per year for rent was common in commercial properties, office buildings, and the like, but for residential properties, it was rare. After all, with that kind of money, wouldn't buying a house be more appealing? Zhao Dongxiang was very pleased with everyone's reaction. As the store manager, he would also receive a commission for this deal. Now, let's have Lu Shui share her experience in closing the deal. Zhao Dongxiang led the applause. I just mentioned the possibility of rent back to the landlord, and he agreed, Lu Shui said, unsure of what to share. Other colleagues' deals involved multiple property viewings, finding suitable listings, and persuading both landlords and buyers. In her case, it seemed she just mentioned it. Oh, and by the way, Mr. Huang, the landlord, contacted me. He wants to sign a lease for another shop and asked us to arrange for a lawyer to witness it. Lu Shui recalled the text message she had just received and added, which shop? How much is the rent? How are the expenses calculated? Upon hearing this, Zhao Dongxiang immediately connected the dots. 323, Academy Road, the shop that serves private dishes at Xuanwei Tianhai. Lu Shui's memory served her well. The annual rent is 4 million. I didn't discuss the expenses, Mr. Huang just mentioned that my performance would be evaluated. Lu Shui hesitated and added. As a convention, the agency fee is usually 1 month's rent, but for larger transactions, the fee is negotiable. Moreover, since this deal was offered voluntarily and she was merely a witness, the expenses wouldn't be exorbitant. However, Zhao Dongxiang had a different perspective. He was thinking ahead. Based on the current information, Mr. Huang's 2 properties alone were worth 60 million. Who knows if he has other properties to rent or sell in the future, or if he plans to buy new ones. This was a very powerful client. As for evaluating Lu Shui's performance, as a middle-aged man, looking at Lu Shui's charming appearance, he seemed to understand something. Therefore, he instantly dismissed the idea of personally going to serve. Very well, I will contact the law firm now and explain the situation to headquarters, Zhao Dongxiang said seriously. Lu Shui, your task is to do your best to serve Mr. Huang well. Okay, Lu Shui nodded in agreement. At 9:30, in a cafe in the West City district, Huang Chen sat by the window, leisurely sipping a coffee of unknown brand, effortlessly handling Wang Deqi's probing about his identity and family. Beside him, a lawyer from a well-known local law firm was carefully reviewing the contract. Lu Shui stood cautiously by his side. After reviewing it 3 times and making a few minor corrections, the lawyer respectfully said to Huang Chen, Mr. Huang, the contract is fine. Good, then let's sign. Huang Chen signed his name on the 3 copies of the contract with flourish. Bro, you're straightforward. With the deal sealed, Wang Deqi laughed heartily, then directed the finance department to make the payment. Although he didn't uncover the other party's background, there was always time, and it would definitely be beneficial to maintain a good relationship with this wealthy second generation. Yes, everyone present, including Lu Shui and the lawyer whose name he couldn't remember, unanimously believed that Huang Chen was definitely a hidden wealthy second generation. With the ability to spend lavishly, he faced the multi-million-dollar rent with ease, displaying remarkable confidence. Little did they know, Huang Chen's confidence didn't stem from a wealthy family background but from a mysterious system. The bank transfer was swift, with the remaining 1 year's rent of 2 million plus the future 5 years' rent of 12 million, totaling 14 million, already deposited. Huang Chen didn't inquire about Lu Shui's fee structure. Instead, he directly transferred 50,000 yuan, a sum he believed was sufficient for Lu Shui's services. Furthermore, Huang Chen believed that if the people at Lu Shui's company were not foolish, at least 1/3 of this 50,000 yuan would be given to Lu Shui in various forms. With money in his pocket, Huang Chen's next step was naturally to buy a car. The reason for choosing this location to sign the contract was precisely because it was near the automobile city, a plan he had long prepared. Xiaoshui, accompany me to the opposite side for a stroll. Without even considering the possibility of being refused, Huang Chen walked straight out and headed to the car dealership across the street. Hearing words that sounded familiar, Lu Shui looked at the shiny Maserati logo across the street and felt a bit dizzy. Could Mr. Huang be going to buy a car? Hello, sir, welcome to the Maserati 4S store. A young female salesperson with delicate makeup quickly approached, her big eyes glancing at Huang Chen's attire. Recognizing the brand, her smile became much sweeter. Seeing the watch inadvertently revealed by Huang Chen, his smile became even brighter. Leaning forward with restricted upper body movement, he subtly revealed a hint of charm. As for Lu Shui following closely behind Huang Chen, well, as a luxury car salesperson, she had seen her fair share of beauties. Even she herself used to be the campus belle of some obscure school before. MC20, do you have one in stock? Huang Chen first glanced at her name tag, Li Jing, then looked her up and down before asking. In his mind, he couldn't help but marvel at how impressive luxury car salespeople were. Each one was like a shining treasure. This car was the dream car of their former dormitory leader Zhang Jiyu, the guy who dropped out of school to pursue a career in professional esports. Huang Chen wasn't very knowledgeable about cars, but he really liked the Triton logo. After all, who wouldn't want to be a Sea King? Of course, he wasn't fixated on this particular model. In the same price range, there were options like Ferrari, Porsche, and even Lamborghini, or at worst, he could settle for an R8. About the car in stock, Li Jing pondered, we have the latest model, the MC20 Cielo in azure blue, fully equipped. This car features a foldable glass hardtop convertible mechanism and retains the iconic butterfly door design. Huang Chen's head started to ache from all the technical specifications. Just like how most people don't use over 90% of their phone's functions, the majority of a car's features are also unnecessary for the owner. Is there really a difference between a top speed of 350 and 380 for him? He wouldn't be driving that fast anyway. Just tell me the final price. Huang Chen interrupted her, waving his hand. Li Jing's soft voice had a unique charm, but Huang Chen would rather hear something else than this dry introduction. Due to the numerous options, the total price, including taxes, is 12 million. Li Jing hesitated as she stated the figure, then quickly added, this model has just been released, and there are very few in the country, so the price is slightly higher. Guided by Li Jing, Huang Chen laid eyes on the actual car and was instantly captivated. The feeling from seeing photos and seeing the car in person was completely different. Tell me about the interior features. Huang Chen opened the butterfly door and unceremoniously got in. Li Jing squatted next to the driver's seat and earnestly began her explanation. As Huang Chen fiddled around in the car, his left hand seemed to inadvertently touch something soft. Watching Li Jing's slightly accelerated breathing, Huang Chen teasingly said, come out and accompany me for a test drive, this kind of talk isn't fun. Li Jing hesitated immediately. She wasn't new to sales and understood the implication of a test drive. Although this gentleman seemed quite capable and genuinely interested in the car, if he didn't end up buying after the test drive, she would be at a loss. Such situations had occurred in the store before. Alright, let's go with this one, let's proceed with the paperwork. Huang Chen smiled, got out of the car, straightened out the wrinkles on his clothes, and lit a cigarette. I have no issues with the price, just one condition, I want to take it home today. Ha! Li Jing stood up straight, taking a few seconds to process his words. When she finally understood, perhaps from squatting for too long, her legs went weak, and she ended up leaning softly against Huang Chen. Huang Chen wrapped his arm around her slender waist, his other hand caressing her long black hair. Are you in too much of a hurry? Huang Chen smirked mischievously. Mr. Huang, I'll go process the paperwork for you right away. Blushing, Li Jing hurriedly extricated herself from his embrace and ran off to handle the paperwork. The next steps involved swiping the card and filling out forms, with someone naturally taking care of it. Seeing the POS machine spit out the ticket and the card swipe successful, Li Jing breathed a sigh of relief. Over 4 million, just like that, bought on a whim. Mr. Huang seemed to have more financial power than she had imagined. Can we go test drive now? Huang Chen smiled, seeing the slight trembling of the beautiful legs in black stockings. Of course, we can. Li Jing replied. Before getting into the car, she seemed to remember something, turned back, grabbed a bottle of Evian mineral water prepared for the customer, and then sat in the passenger seat. It must be said, the performance of the sports car was impressive. Accompanied by the unique sound of the supercar engine, the blue Triton shot out like an arrow. The speed rapidly increased adrenaline secretion, and Huang Chen's heartbeat kept accelerating. Finally, they stopped in a secluded, uninhabited place. Li Jing opened the car door, rinsed her mouth with mineral water, her cheeks flushed. Huang Chen proved through personal experience that luxury car sales service was gentle, meticulous, and thoughtful. The only downside was that the technical skills seemed a bit inexperienced, perhaps due to lack of experience. However, given the fiery passion and tender beauty, this flaw was negligible. After all, technical skills improve with practice, and inexperience indicates the need for training. There would be more opportunities for her to practice in the future. After a pleasant drive, Huang Chen returned to the 4S store, where all the formalities had already been completed efficiently. Let's go, I'll drive you back. Huang Chen reached out to the bored Lu Shui sitting beside him. This is a supercar worth over 4 million, equivalent to 2 or 3 houses. Lu Shui sat upright, muttering to herself, afraid of dirtying or damaging the luxurious interior of the car. Relax a bit, why so nervous? Huang Chen noticed her unease and comforted her casually. Besides being eye-catching and having that attracting beauties feature, driving a luxury car had another obvious advantage. No matter the road or traffic conditions, the cars around the luxury car always followed traffic rules, maintaining a good distance. Huang Chen noticed a white BMW Z4 behind him, initially speeding and weaving through traffic, but as it approached his car, it suddenly slowed down and maintained a respectful distance behind him. Following Lu Shui's directions, Huang Chen smoothly drove to the entrance of Unju Real Estate. As Lu Shui got out of the car, Huang Chen lowered the window, waved goodbye, and then accelerated away. Lu Shui, was that Mr. Huang just now? Zhao Dongqian was drawn out by the roar of the supercar engine and happened to see Lu Shui getting out of the car. The glaring Triton emblem, the extremely cool streamlined design, even someone unfamiliar with cars could tell this was not an ordinary purchase. Yes, Lu Shui nodded, still in a daze. He's indeed very young, Zhao Dongqian thought, touching his thinning hair and looking at the six-pack abs that had become a single pack on his stomach, then glancing at his Audi A4 parked in the spot, bought with a loan. Why did he suddenly feel a sense of sadness? By the way, manager, the contract is signed, and Mr. Huang transferred 50,000 to me. Lu Shui reported earnestly. He just gave you 50,000 with a lawyer as a witness? How generous, Zhao Dongqian muttered under his breath. Although it counted as a performance in his store, his mood seemed to become even sadder for some reason. Reality once again reminded him of the vast differences between people, some gaps that couldn't be bridged through effort alone. Some were striving to reach Rome, while others were born in Rome. How could they compare? If Huang Chen knew his thoughts, he would definitely tell him that he was not born in Rome. He was just someone who suddenly acquired a system. Just 2 days ago, people like Zhao Dongqian, who had houses and cars in Tianhai, were objects of Huang Chen's envy. Driving aimlessly for a while, Huang Chen gained a new insight. Driving a sports car was indeed cool, but the driving experience was not that great. After driving for a couple of hours, he felt a bit sore and achy. Maybe he should buy a commuter car? It didn't have to be too expensive, a couple $100,000 would do. A sedan should be more comfortable to drive. Huang Chen parked the car, lit a cigarette, and let his thoughts wander. They say money is a man's courage. Nowadays, Huang Chen didn't seem to care much about a couple $100,000. Ding dong, his phone rang. Mr. Huang, it's Guan Xiaoya. The things you bought yesterday are still with me. When would it be convenient for me to deliver them to you? Huang Chen patted his head, feeling absent-minded. He almost forgot about the tens of thousands worth of clothes and pants. If it weren't for Guan Xiaoya's message, he might not have remembered it at all. Thinking of Guan Xiaoya, all that remained in his mind was her stunning beauty. This girl was quite proactive. They could meet in the evening and complete the extravagant spending task. As for the afternoon, Huang Chen already had plans. What was Huang Chen going to do in the afternoon? Of course, he was going to buy a house. Although he owned an apartment and a shop, they were assets for renting out, and he still lived in a student dormitory. Now that he had bought a car, buying a house naturally became a priority. When it came to which house to buy, the first place that came to Huang Chen's mind was the Juntin Guanhai community. Just by the name, one could tell it was developed by Juntin Real Estate. As one of the most powerful local developers, Juntin Real Estate had acquired a lot of land early on. After making a fortune during the real estate boom, they expanded their ambitions into high-end residential properties. Juntin Guanhai was their masterpiece in the high-end residential sector, with extensive publicity in recent times. This property was located on the east side of the city, right along the coast. It was only a 10-minute drive from the bustling city center, with convenient transportation and well-developed surrounding facilities such as schools, hospitals, and shopping malls. The main concept was a blend of liveliness and tranquility. The project featured architectural styles and interior designs by renowned overseas housing design masters, as well as internal environment designs by famous domestic landscaping masters. It even had its own exclusive beach, exuding a very high-class vibe. The community was not vast in size, with only 7 buildings in total. Buildings 1 to 6 were high-rises ranging from 135 to 225 square meters. Building 7, known as the Tower, had large duplexes with 2 elevators and 2 households below the 17th floor, while the best view on the 17th floor was designed as a single, over 500 square meter unit. Of course, the prices in this community were quite staggering. As far as Huang Chen knew, the average price of new houses in Tianhai City was around 15,000 per square meter. Premium properties like Juntin Qingzi could sell for around 20,000, but Juntin Guanhai had an average price close to 30,000. Despite Huang Chen buying the large duplex in Juntin Qingzi at a price averaging 50,000 per square meter, which included luxurious decorations throughout the house, the actual house price should be just over 20,000. The smallest unit in Junting Guanhai, at 135 square meters, would cost over 3 million. This price was considered top tier in Tianhai. Hearing about the renowned Junting Guanhai, Huang Chen, who had long contemplated buying a house, couldn't resist coming to take a look. The large duplex was even more expensive per unit than the high-rise, coming close to 35,000 per square meter. A 280 square meter house would cost nearly 10 million. This doesn't even include the cost of decoration. So Huang Chen's goal is a large 4-bedroom apartment of 225 square meters. Although it's not as big as the 280 square meter flat or the 520 square meter tower, if he were to buy it, it would still cost over 6 million, almost the price of a suburban villa. Welcome to Juntian Guanhai, sir, is this your first time viewing a house? The roaring Maserati immediately caught attention as it drove up. As Huang Chen, dressed in fine clothes, entered the sales office, a saleswoman quickly approached him. Beside the huge sand table, many people were listening to the introductions under the guidance of the sales staff, clearly there to view the houses. Are they all on sale? Huang Chen asked as he looked at the vivid sand table. Many properties are usually sold in batches during the opening to maintain sales progress and prices, releasing a certain number of advantageous units at different times to attract buyers' attention. Sir, all 7 buildings in our development are available for sale. The female sales representative assisting Huang Chen pointed at the sand table with a laser pen and said, currently, the ones marked in red are sold or reserved, while the white ones are available for selection. It was all clear at a glance. However, what surprised Huang Chen was that the more expensive large flats were selling better than the high-rise units. The rich are indeed plentiful. Are there showrooms available? Huang Chen asked, stroking his chin. Yes, please follow me. The saleswoman led the way, her professional suit accentuating her beautiful figure. After viewing the showrooms of the 135, 225, and 280 square meter units, Huang Chen couldn't help but feel that they were a bit small. It seemed a bit cramped. This thought startled Huang Chen himself. Is 280 square meters small? It depends on what you compare it to. For an average family, this size would be more than enough, possibly a goal that most people might not achieve in their lifetime. But after seeing the 400-plus square meter flat of Juntian Qingzi, looking at this 280 square meter unit made Huang Chen feel like it was indeed quite small. It seemed that only the 520 square meter top-floor tower could satisfy Huang Chen. As for his initial target of 225 square meters, after seeing the showrooms, Huang Chen completely dismissed the idea. Can I see the 17th floor unit? Although he couldn't afford it, Huang Chen still wanted to take a look. Upon hearing this, the saleswoman hesitated briefly. Although she knew the likelihood of a sale was slim, her professionalism kept her emotions in check. She continued to smile and said, of course, please follow me. The 520 square meter single floor unit was designed with all the necessary areas for daily living such as dining room, living room, study, walk-in closet, entertainment room, as well as a separate maid's room and a guest elevator. The huge master bedroom had 3 floor-to-ceiling windows, with an expansive L-shaped balcony extending outside for a grand view. At this moment, Huang Chen didn't feel like the house was small, he just felt poor. The saleswoman noticed the flicker of interest in Huang Chen's eyes. As the tower's sales representative, she had received at least 20 batches of clients, almost all of whom were tempted, with at least 10 saying they needed to consider further. And that's not counting the clients other sales staff had shown the property to. Yet, this tower was still waiting for its owner. After all, everyone knows that the bigger the house, the more expensive the decoration, especially for such luxury homes. Skimping on decoration would not do justice to the property's value. Huang Chen took a deep breath. It seemed he would have to complete more system tasks to have a chance to live in such a house in the future. Feeling the host's frustration and disappointment in owning a property, to protect the host's enthusiasm for homeownership, the system issues a temporary task. The host can purchase Junting Guanhai Building 7, Unit 1701, a large flat at a 50% discount. System, you are truly my dear uncle. How much is the full payment? After another unsuccessful viewing, real estate consultant Jin Minjung, indifferent, was about to send Huang Chen away. Unexpectedly, after returning to the sales center, Huang Chen did not leave but sat down, lit a cigarette, and then asked. Jin Min was taken aback and subconsciously said, this apartment has a construction area of 520 square meters, priced at 35,500 yuan per square meter, totaling 18.46 million yuan, with 2 parking spaces included. If paid in full, we can waive the 460,000 yuan remainder and provide 2 additional parking spaces. She had said these words many times and was quite familiar with them. Okay, let's proceed with the formalities. Huang Chen crossed his legs, blew a smoke ring, and said, at a 50% discount, it would be 9 million yuan, which he could afford, but there wouldn't be much money left after the purchase. The system was really squeezing his money. As for the renovation costs, he would figure it out after buying the house. What formalities are you referring to? Jean Min's chest rose and fell irregularly, afraid she had misheard, so she asked. The property purchase formalities, I will pay in full. Huang Chen flicked the cigarette ash and curiously asked, what, can't we proceed with the formalities for this house now? Of course we can. Jean Min waved her hand somewhat nervously, please wait a moment. A flurry of activity, a pile of forms. The most crucial part was, of course, the card swiping process. Huang Chen wasn't sure how this 50% discount system worked, but trusting the system, he first swiped 9 million yuan. Ding dong, 2 text messages instantly arrived. One deducted 9 million yuan, the other credited 9 million yuan. So that's how it works, Huang Chen realized, and continued swiping the card. Smoothly swiping 18 million yuan, the eyes of the salespeople around Huang Chen lit up, especially Jean Min, who had been serving beside Huang Chen, her charming big eyes almost teary. Congratulations, Mr. Huang, on becoming the esteemed owner of Junting Guanhai. Jean Min respectfully handed a document folder to Huang Chen, her voice slightly trembling. Huang Chen casually accepted it, his large hand inadvertently resting on her delicate hand. Mr. Huang, please don't. Jean Min whispered, wanting to withdraw her hand, but with little strength and not a firm attitude. A light scent of perfume kept wafting towards Huang Chen's nose. Huang Chen smiled, released her hand readily, and then added her on WeChat. Jean Min wasn't stunningly beautiful, but she had a unique charm, as described online, it should be called fragile feeling. It made people want to protect her involuntarily, yet also stirred up an urge to dominate. Although he didn't mind exploring her depths, there was no rush, as he had bought the house here, there would be plenty of opportunities to come back and see the renovations. As a coastal city, Tianhai City was renowned for its beautiful scenery and laid-back lifestyle, rated online as one of the top 10 livable and romantic cities. Although the average income was not as high as in first-tier cities, the consumption level was not low. Previously, Huang Chen did not think he would be able to stay in this city in the future. So even though he had been in Tianhai for 3 years, it was only today that Huang Chen felt inclined to appreciate this city and felt like he was truly part of it. Oh, it seems like the money is running out again, it's really easy to spend. Looking at the balance on his bank card, Huang Chen sighed helplessly. He had just received 14 million in the morning, then spent over 4 million on the car, 9 million on the house, and gave 50,000 to Lu Shui as a service fee. After this round, there was less than 1 million left in his account. Although it was still a considerable sum of money, for the suddenly wealthy Huang Chen, 1 million seemed like nothing much to spend. The key point was that he had already collected the rent for his apartment and shop, and even the shop's rent had been paid for 6 years in advance. This also meant that without new assets, he would only have the income from the apartment rent for the next few years, which was just 1 million a year. Upon second thought, wait a minute, even without doing anything, earning 1 million a year was much better than the 996 workers. What else was there to be dissatisfied about? So, the human instinct of always wanting more and never being satisfied was at play. I should go pick up Guan Xiaoya now. Reflecting on such matters was clearly not suitable for him. Life should be enjoyed when successful, and with the system in place, why bother with worries and regrets? The Triton sped down the road and soon arrived at the Wanshan Square. Normally, salespeople like Guan Xiaoya would have to wait until the mall closed to finish work. However, since it was an appointment with Huang Chen, Guan Xiaoya took half a day off directly, finished work a few hours early, changed into new clothes, and reapplied makeup. So when Huang Chen saw Guan Xiaoya again, she was wearing a beige knitted cardigan with a light gray drawstring t-shirt that slightly revealed her waist, showcasing her slender waist and round belly button. She wore a white knee-length skirt that revealed her slim legs. Unlike her sophisticated makeup at work, Guan Xiaoya, with light makeup, exuded a sense of innocence like a bowl of clear soup. Huang Chen looked at the woman waiting by the roadside, a hint of amazement in his eyes. And as Guan Xiaoya looked around for the arriving people, she also showed a hint of excitement when she saw the aquamarine Triton slowly stopping in front of her. Mr. Huang. After putting things in the car, Guan Xiaoya sat in the passenger seat, curiously examining the car's interior. Although she didn't know the exact model, she recognized the Maserati Triton emblem and knew that such a cool supercar must come with a hefty price tag. Glancing at Huang Chen, who she had casually looked at, she couldn't help but cough discreetly and avert her gaze, feeling the heat inside the car. Seeing Huang Chen's unnatural expression, Guan Xiaoya couldn't help but feel a sense of satisfaction. She naturally knew what attracted men to her. Miss Guan, to thank you for keeping these things safe for me, let me treat you to a meal. Huang Chen unbuttoned the top button of his shirt, feeling a bit hot. Sure, Xiaoya will thank Mr. Huang for the hospitality. Guan Xiaoya responded straightforwardly, showing that she was prepared for this. What would you like to eat? Huang Chen parked the car on the side, lit a cigarette, and looked at Guan Xiaoya with interest. He hadn't paid much attention before, but now, looking closely, this girl was indeed very beautiful, with a slim waist and round hips, plus those full. But it's a bit expensive, I usually can't bear to go eat there. Huang Chen didn't mind though, he had heard of this restaurant, Jinsho, where the average cost per person was over 2,000 for Japanese cuisine made from precious imported ingredients, sounding quite upscale. However, deep down, Huang Chen still believed that the best food in the world was Chinese cuisine. Chinese cuisine was famous for its 8 major culinary styles and 24 cooking techniques, far superior to the foreign dishes that only knew how to fry, bake, stew, or fry. Of course, a change in taste once in a while could be quite enjoyable. It was almost rush hour now, not a weekend, but there were quite a few cars on the road, and the speed just couldn't pick up. However, all along the way, Guan Xiaoya shared some interesting stories from her work life, telling jokes, occasionally emitting cute or coquettish laughter, making the atmosphere far from dull. After driving along the coastal road for 40 minutes, they finally arrived at the place. This restaurant was transformed from a seaside villa, quite secluded, hence the serene environment. By now, the parking lot at the entrance was already filled with many cars, and looking around, there were plenty of luxury cars worth around $1 million, including models like 911, R8, and others. On the roadside, a few young men and women were taking photos. This car is so beautiful. Watching the Triton slowly approaching, a young girl with a popular face, wearing a short skirt and long purple hair, said to her companion. Beside her was another popular face, with burgundy long hair, probably in her early 20s. Although the November sea was not cold, it was still rare to see someone dressed in hot pants like her. The two of them looked quite similar in features, making one wonder if they were the work of the same person. Responsible for taking photos was a slightly chubby young man, who turned back at the comment. After seeing the car's design clearly, his eyes revealed envy. Of course, it's beautiful. This is the latest Maserati MC20 Cielo. The boy sneered, it must cost at least 3.5 million, TSK. He was actually underestimating. Huang Chen had spent a whopping 4.12 million on this car. Over 3.5 million? The two girls glanced at each other, then instinctively walked towards the Trident. After parking the car, Huang Chen got out directly. Against the backdrop of luxury cars, Huang Chen, dressed in a casual suit, appeared remarkably distinguished. His originally ordinary features were imagined by the girls as those of a wealthy young master who didn't easily smile. Just as the two girls were about to approach him, they saw the passenger door of the Triton open. A beautiful girl got out from the passenger side, not very skillfully closed the door, then flashed a sweet smile at the wealthy young man. The two girls had some initial thoughts, but looking at the other's clearly natural yet beautiful face, and then down to her visually striking figure, they couldn't help but admit that you could always trust the passenger of a luxury car. However, watching the two figures walk in one after the other, it seemed that there might still be a chance. Thinking of this, the girl with purple hair gritted her teeth coldly and said warmly to the girl with red hair, "Let's have dinner here, shall we? It's quite expensive." Warm hesitated for a moment. They were just small internet celebrities, with tens of thousands of fans due to their beautiful faces, hot dances, and almost identical features, thanks to technology. Although they could earn some money, it was just a little bit, not much higher than the average white-collar worker. After all, they were just doing it for fun, not professional broadcasters. Here, coldly gesturing towards the chubby boy, he's been chasing after you all this time, give him a chance to perform. Warm lightly bit her lip-gloss lips, her eyes inadvertently scanning the nearby emerald blue Trident, and the chubby boy still circling around it, licking his lips. After a while, the two walked hand in hand towards the restaurant, followed by a chubby person wiping sweat incessantly. Once inside, they chose a window seat. Despite Guan Xiaoya's repeated claims of wanting to splurge, she hesitated a bit when holding the menu and ended up ordering just sashimi and sushi. Huang Chen found it amusing. Honestly, it's just a meal, how much can it cost? Taking the menu, he casually ordered one of each of the recommended dishes listed, then asked the waiter to place the order directly. Ordering so much that we can't finish is quite wasteful, Guan Xiaoya whispered. Since we're here, why not try a bit of everything to know what's delicious? Besides, it won't cost much anyway. Huang Chen shrugged indifferently. At the table behind them, a purple-haired girl sitting with her back to Guan Xiaoya was eavesdropping intently. Upon hearing Huang Chen's words, she couldn't help but stick out her tongue. She glanced at the chubby person across from her who was struggling with the menu. Soon, the dishes from both tables were served one after another. In stark contrast, the table where the two sat was filled with a variety of dishes, almost overflowing. The kitchen kept sending out dishes like a stream, making the nearby waiters a bit flustered. On the table next to them, where 3 people sat, only 4 dishes were served, with the largest portion being the cheapest sushi platter. Mr. Huang? Just as Huang Chen was casually eating and chatting with Guan Xiaoya, a hearty voice sounded beside him, sounding somewhat familiar. Huang Chen turned to see a bald, big-bellied man. Oh, it's not Mithraea. Oh no, it's Wang Deki, the owner of Xuanwei Tianhai. Mr. Wang, what a coincidence. Huang Chen wiped his mouth and smiled. Indeed, it was a coincidence. They had just parted ways in the morning, with Huang Chen having just received 14 million in rent from him. Without this huge sum, he wouldn't even think about buying a car or a house. He would either be having a meal in the canteen or eating instant noodles in the dorm with Xiao Jian. As for the 2,000 yuan per person for Japanese cuisine, well, whoever loves it can have it. Wang Deki nodded to Guan Xiaoya with a smile. It wasn't the same person as yesterday, but still young and pretty enough. As he had said, one couldn't expect a rich second-generation young man to have only one woman by his side. It wasn't realistic. Mr. Wang also enjoys Japanese cuisine? Huang Chen asked curiously. During their previous chat, Wang Deki had mentioned that since opening Xuanwei Tianhai, he rarely ate out except for occasional market research. However, this restaurant specialized in Japanese cuisine, catering to upscale customers, while Wang Deki's restaurant was a traditional Chinese one, targeting mostly middle class or tourists. Their positioning was different, so there was no conflict or competition between them. Well, I don't really like the stuff from those small Japanese places. But since I made an appointment with someone, I have no choice but to come here since they like this place. Wang Deki sighed helplessly, then his eyes lit up towards the entrance. Oh, here she comes. Huang Chen followed his gaze and saw a sophisticated woman in her mid-20s, wearing a black trench coat with her long hair simply tied back, revealing a smooth forehead. Although she was very beautiful, what stood out more was the intellectual, confident, and aloof aura she exuded, giving off a sense of restraint. Oh, Huang Chen raised an eyebrow, looking playfully at Wang Deki. Wasn't this the same boss who boasted about starting from scratch with his wife and having a very loving relationship? How quickly things change. Hey, buddy, it's not what you think. Wang Deki could tell from Huang Chen's expression that he was thinking otherwise, so he hurriedly explained, this beautiful lady is a teacher at Tianhai Architecture Academy, a true intellectual. When the woman approached, Huang Chen caught a faint scent of roses and jasmine. Teacher Ling, over here. Wang Deki waved his hand and then introduced, General Huang, this is Teacher Ling, who is in charge of the interior and courtyard decoration plans for my store. He gestured around and added, including the interior decoration of this store, it was also specially designed by Teacher Ling. Teacher Ling, this is my landlord, General Huang Chen. He's the one who bought my shop. Wang Deki introduced the woman again, then chuckled, we just signed the contract this morning, and he paid me a whopping 14 million for 6 years of rent. I had to eat 2 extra bowls of rice at lunch to ease the pain. Ling looked at Huang Chen, slightly surprised by his youth, but simply nodded in acknowledgement, apparently not interested in further contact with him. She was an artist. Besides her salary, she often received extra income from such projects that came to her door. Her family background was also decent, so she didn't really have a concept of money. Boss Wang, I understand what you mean. You want me to help you redesign and decorate your store. It is worth mentioning that the design and decoration of the Taste of Tianhai store have received unanimous praise from customers, adding a lot of charm to their store. After a few years, it was time for the store to be redecorated. But because the lease renewal was not finalized, it had been delayed. As soon as the contract was signed, he couldn't wait to find Ling again, as her skills were indeed top-notch. Ling stood there without sitting down, slightly furrowing her beautiful willow eyebrows, and sighed, a few years ago, I had just graduated, so I took on some store decoration projects. But now, store decoration really doesn't interest me much anymore. My main focus now is on home decoration. I don't want to take on any other decoration designs until I have created a satisfactory set of houses. Teacher Ling, I understand what you mean, but your home decoration plan requires a large area, over 400 square meters, which is indeed rare in Tianhai City. If there were any, they would have been renovated long ago. Wang Deki was a bit worried. The thought process of these artistic women was really different. They didn't even make money when it was handed to them. Large flats over 400 square meters were generally not built in ordinary residential areas for a simple reason: the target audience was too narrow. Those who could afford it had either bought it long ago or opted for villas. And one thing Wang Deki didn't mention was that according to Ling Ling's plan, the entire house renovation would cost no less than 15 million, a price that not many people in Tianhai could afford. Unless it was in those first-tier cities. Who said there aren't any? Ling Ling, perhaps tired of standing, sat down next to Guan Xiaoya, who was listening attentively, took a sip of the water the waiter handed her, then politely nodded at Guan Xiaoya. This woman had a rather aloof personality. She had been here for a while and hadn't even cracked a smile. Boss Wang, do you know about the 520 square meter luxury apartment at Juntin Seaview? Seeing Wang Deki nod, Ling Ling continued, it was sold today for 18 million in full. The buyer is said to be a young man surnamed Huang, very capable. I plan to contact him tomorrow and show him my design proposal. I believe that since he is a young man, he will definitely like my design proposal. Huang Chen, who was bored eating his food, subconsciously touched his nose upon hearing this. He thought to himself, information spreads too easily these days. How could his house purchase be known so soon? Seeing Wang Deki looking constipated and genuinely curious about what Ling Ling's confident decoration design proposal looked like, Huang Chen, who had almost finished eating, put down his chopsticks and casually asked, Designer Ling, do you have an electronic draft of the decoration plan for this house? Electronic manuscript? I have it on my phone, Ling Ling replied instinctively. As a professional designer, her phone naturally stored many design proposals. However, after answering, she frowned displeased. Although she was eager to promote this set of design proposals that had taken a long time to create, not just anyone could see them. This was the pride of a professional. If there's nothing else, I'm going to eat, Ling Ling said to Wang Deki, ignoring Huang Chen and maintaining a neutral expression. When this woman had a cold face, it felt quite refreshing. Huang Chen used to not quite understand the beauty of the cool and aloof type of woman, but now, looking at Ling Ling's aura of elegance, he found it quite appealing. Making an ice queen melt, making an aloof woman lower her head, seemed quite interesting. Designer Ling, if your proposal satisfies me, I might consider it, Huang Chen said leisurely. Do you have a large flat that meets my requirements? Ling Ling turned her head in surprise at Huang Chen's words. I personally oversee every decoration plan, so I won't be doing any out-of-town designs in the short term, Ling Ling added. She probably thought she had bought a large flat in some remote place and was preemptively shutting herself up. However, having a designer monitor the entire decoration process could indeed bring out the design concept to the fullest extent, much more reliable than a half-hearted supervisor sent by a regular decoration company. From this perspective, Huang Chen quite appreciated her professionalism and responsibility. However, looking at Ling Ling's calm and expressionless face, Huang Chen couldn't help but feel indignant. In front of a big landlord like me, there shouldn't be someone acting like this, especially a beautiful woman. I have 2 large flats that meet your requirements, and they are both in Tianhai, Huang Chen said, taking out a cigarette nonchalantly, ignoring Ling Ling's frown, and lighting it up. That's impossible, Ling Ling shook her head instinctively. As a local designer, she was not very familiar with the properties in Tianhai. There were only a handful of properties in Tianhai that met her requirements within the past 5 years, and she knew the owners, even visited a few of them. She was certain that Huang Chen was not among them. Junting Qingzi 2101, do you know it? Huang Chen blew a smoke ring, and Guan Xiaoya obediently handed him a cup to use as an ashtray. I know, Ling Ling suddenly realized that she had indeed heard that this large flat had been sold, and it was him in front of her. That apartment is for renting out, right? It's decorated in a hotel style, which doesn't align with my design concept. My design is for personal use, aiming to maximize the owner's comfort and sense of space to the fullest extent. After realizing that Huang Chen was not making things up, Ling Ling became less cold and took the initiative to explain. Perhaps afraid that he wouldn't believe her, she hesitated for a moment, opened her phone, and showed Huang Chen a few design drawings. To be honest, this design proposal of mine is actually based on the layout of the Junting Guanhai large flat. Although I can't afford to live in such a house myself, being able to decorate a house I like into the appearance of my dreams is the romance of a designer. Huang Chen looked at the meticulously designed drawings, compared them to the rough appearance of the unfinished house he had seen before, and began to contemplate deeply. Ling Ling's design was very spiritual and bold, daring to keep only 2-bedroom suites in a 520 square meter flat, which was not something an ordinary person would dare to think of. Looking through the entire decoration plan, although limited by the small phone screen, one could still feel the low-key, luxurious, intelligent, and modern vibes emanating from it. With this decoration, there was no way it would cost less than several million. I just wanted to take a look at Ling Ling's confident and persistent design proposal, but after seeing it, Huang Chen really liked it. Unfortunately, he didn't have the money. If it weren't for the system giving him a 50% discount on buying a house before, he wouldn't even be able to afford that house. Huang Chen sighed and handed back the phone. Mr. Huang, where is your other large flat located? Do you want to renovate it? If so, could you consider this proposal? Ling Ling took the phone, her eyes filled with eagerness, and couldn't help but ask. Although the layout may be different, that's not a problem. I can adjust the proposal according to the layout of your house. Your proposal. Huang Chen shook his head, thinking about how to politely decline without losing his grace, when suddenly the system's voice rang in his mind. How can a big landlord lack confidence? Temporary task of the host's first home purchase detected. Reward issued, exclusive renovation fund of 20 million, only for use in the renovation of Junting Guanhai Room 1701. System, you're amazing. With newfound confidence, Huang Chen gave Ling Ling a playful smile. You should know about the other property, after all, you've already made a renovation plan for it. What do you mean? Upon hearing this, Ling Ling instantly remembered what she had just said, that a young man named Huang had bought the penthouse for 18 million in full payment. Now she understood, the mysterious buyer was none other than the Mr. Huang in front of her. So it was you who bought it, 18 million in full payment, indeed generous. Wang Deki also understood instantly, applauding. Despite having accumulated a considerable fortune over the years in business, compared to this young man before them, there was no comparison. The two properties and a shop that Huang Chen owned had cost nearly 80 million in total, all paid in full. Who knows if he had other assets? His financial power was terrifying. Listening in the background, Wan Xiaoya and the two small internet celebrities who were eavesdropping couldn't help but gasp. Guan Xiaoya was somewhat better off, having known about Huang Chen's wealth before, but now she had a clearer understanding of its extent. As for the two internet celebrities, the shock they received was much greater. No wonder he drove a supercar and any property under his name was worth millions. No wonder in such an expensive restaurant, he could order without considering the price. No wonder in such an elegant place, under the glaring no smoking sign, he casually smoked, while the waiter didn't intervene. Thinking about this, their slender legs seemed to tremble. Unfortunately, at their level, $1 million car and $1 million house were already beyond reach. At this moment, their perspectives shattered. The two women exchanged a glance, understanding each other's intentions. They had to secure this. Even if it wasn't a long-term relationship, just a slight favor from him would probably exceed their imagination. Ling Ling was shocked, delighted, and hesitant. Shocked by his age and his immense wealth. Delighted that he was the mysterious homeowner she had been looking for. Hesitant because of his hesitant expression earlier, as if he wasn't quite satisfied with the proposal. According to your proposal, what is the estimated renovation budget? Huang Chen took Guan Xiaoya's fair hand and she leaned against his shoulder. 15 million, I can try to compress it to around 13 million. Any less and we won't achieve this level of effect. Is it really a matter of price? Ling Ling also knew that this might be the biggest issue with this proposal. People willing to spend over $1 million on a house might be many, but those willing to spend over $1 million on renovations, there were only a few. You misunderstood, Huang Chen shook his head, smiling lightly. What I mean is, your standards are still a bit low. Since we're renovating, we naturally want the best. He raised two fingers. I have a budget of 20 million for you. How far can you go with that? 20 million? Ling Ling exclaimed. Mr. Huang, are you serious? I'm not that free to joke about such matters. Huang Chen took a sip of water, calmly said, seeing as Mr. Wang trusts you so much, I can give you this opportunity. I have only one request, one suggestion. Huang Chen smiled at Wang Deki. If you agree, we can sign the contract tomorrow. Please go ahead. Ling Ling tried to calm her excited heart. With the renovation plans already in place, the only change after increasing the budget is the higher quality of materials chosen. With the funds in place, we can start purchasing tomorrow, and workers can start construction simultaneously. And now, with over 4 months until the new year, time is definitely sufficient. As for my suggestion, Huang Chen leaned back in the soft chair, adjusting his posture. I chose your design, to be honest, more out of trust in Mr. Wang's judgment. Huang Chen said with his eyes wide open. So, I suggest that you take the time to help Mr. Wang redesign the renovation plan for his store. Seeing the gratitude in Wang Deki's eyes, Huang Chen chuckled inwardly. After all, Mr. Wang's business is doing well, so in the future, I can raise the rent with a clear conscience. This. Ling Ling clearly did not expect Huang Chen to bring this up. She pursed her lips, hesitated for a moment, then said to Wang Deki, Mr. Wang, I can take the time to work on the design plan, but during the renovation, I can only arrange for someone else to oversee it for you. As you know, during this time, I will definitely have to focus all my energy on Mr. Huang's house. Ling Ling said seriously. That's not a problem. Unexpectedly, Wang Deki was overjoyed at the turn of events and readily agreed. Once the design plan is ready, it's just a small matter to find professionals to oversee the construction. So it's settled, you revise the design plan, and once it's done, if I approve, we can sign the contract, Huang Chen said as he signaled the waiter for the bill. Ling Ling's oval face showed a hint of joy, her lips slightly curved, revealing 2 dimples. Ah, Huang, let me take care of this. Wang Deki hurriedly stepped in to pay. Regardless of how sincere Huang Chen's words were earlier, at least he genuinely helped solve the problem, so it was only right to treat him to a meal. Previously addressed as Mr. Huang or Brother Huang, now he didn't know what Wang Deki was thinking, blurting out Huang casually. Hearing this address, Huang Chen raised an eyebrow in surprise. In the past, he found the use of young or little in novels a bit immature. He never expected to be called Huang one day. It actually felt quite refreshing. I appreciate your gesture, Mr. Wang. Today, I specially invited the beauty for dinner, so it wouldn't be right for you to foot the bill. He touched Guan Xiaoya's hand, soft and slightly tanned, but very smooth. Of course, this was also because he didn't want to take advantage of the situation. Huang Chen took out his phone to pay, without ordering any drinks. The bill for the food alone exceeded 8,000. He didn't check it closely, just scanned a 10,000 bill, considering the excess as a service fee. After all, it's embarrassing not to smoke in this kind of restaurant without adding a service charge. Huang Xiao, do you have any plans later? Ling Ling was anxious to go back to revise the plan, so she hurriedly said goodbye and left, while Wang Deki stayed by Huang Chen's side and asked. Huang Chen raised his watch to check the time. It was just past 9, the nightlife was just beginning. How about going to a bar? He said, looking at Guan Xiaoya. I heard there's a famous bar nearby called 41°9. As Guan Xiaoya got up, she had already linked her arm with Huang Chen's, her plump and tender arm rubbing against his back and forth. Guan Xiaoya today was exceptionally well behaved and sensible, which he quite liked. Sure, I haven't been to a bar before, Guan Xiaoya replied. Suddenly her phone rang. Guan Xiaoya glanced at the incoming call, intending to answer, but hesitated as she looked at Huang Chen. Sharp-eyed, Huang Chen saw the caller ID was Mom, so he said, answer it. I told her earlier that I might not be going back tonight, Guan Xiaoya explained softly and answered the phone. After just a couple of yes responses, her previously impatient expression turned into a worried one. Is everything okay at home? Seeing her conflicted expression, Huang Chen asked. Well, my mom accidentally slipped and hurt her back, so she called me to go back early. Guan Xiaoya unconsciously twirled her hair with her fingers, then sighed with some regret. Mr. Huang, I might have to go back first. It's okay, we can make plans another time, Huang Chen smiled, feeling a bit disappointed that he couldn't see the true colors of the canal tonight, but he didn't mind too much. Judging by Guan Xiaoya's demeanor tonight, it was only a matter of time. Can I take you back? Where do you live? Huang Chen said as he took out his car keys. Sanping community in the stamp collecting district. Guan Xiaoya hesitated. It's quite far from here. They were currently in the east of Tianhai City, while the stamp collecting district was in the west. If they took the Ring Sea Road, it would take at least an hour each way without traffic. I don't want to spoil your fun, I'll just take a taxi back myself, Guan Xiaoya said. Huang Chen hesitated at her words. An hour each way wasn't a big deal time-wise, and if he came back around 11 o'clock, it would be the most exciting time. The dilemma was that driving his sports car for a long time was uncomfortable, but since he had invited the girl out himself, it didn't seem appropriate to let her go back alone so late. Huang Xiao, my home is near there, I'll take her, Wang Deki, a shrewd man, interjected at the right moment. Then I'll trouble Mr. Wang, Huang Chen readily agreed. Hey, it's just a small favor for Huang Xiao, nothing to trouble about. Wang Deki flashed a brilliant smile, his belly undulating up and down. He still drove the same black Audi A8, and after pulling up, he courteously opened the back door. Guan Xiaoya hugged Huang Chen with a hint of reluctance, kissed him lightly on the lips before getting into the car with a mischievous smile. Huang Chen shook his head, savoring the softness of her lips just now, feeling a bit dry in the mouth. Forget it, let's go to the bar after all. Huang Chen was always thinking about his extravagant badge. More accurately, he was thinking about improving his appearance. With a firm decision, the sports car roared out. However, he didn't notice that just now, there were 3 people standing not far from him at the door. Nuanyuan, if you don't go back soon, the dormitory will be closed, the chubby guy without a name said awkwardly. Even though they had been frugal with their meal just now, it still cost over 3,000 yuan, which was more than his living expenses for over a month. Although it was painful, it was the first time the goddess had taken the initiative to invite him to dinner, and at the thought of this, his mood inexplicably improved. I and Nuanyuan are staying at a friend's place today, you can go back by yourself. The purple-haired girl coldly held Nguyen hand. Do you have friends here? Xiaopeng scratched his head, hesitating to speak. You talk too much, do I need you to manage my friends? Coldly retorted impatiently. Xiaojia, you should go back first, or else the dormitory will really close late. Nguyen stepped forward, gently tidied Xiaopeng's clothes, smiled and said, Thank you for tonight, I'll treat you next time. No, you're welcome. Xiaopeng Sujia had never seen a goddess speak to him in such a tone before, feeling his bones go weak. Where are we going? Nguyen, getting into the car, asked her friend. Master, go to 41°9 bar, coldly said to the online car driver. So determined? Nguyen hesitated a bit, tightening her coat. Despite her seemingly bold and carefree appearance, she hadn't really been to a bar like this before. Just for fun, coldly didn't mind. Unlike Nguyen, she was a regular at bars and nightclubs, even having her WeChat known to many bars for occasional hostessing, earning some extra money. Prominent golden logo, 41°9 Club. As a well-known local bar in Tianhai City, this place focuses on a young and fashionable style, attracting mostly young people. At this moment, as the nightlife was just beginning, many cars were already parked outside the door. Among them, at the front entrance, there were a Mercedes-AMG, a Lexus LC, and a Maserati Quattroporte, all million-dollar sports cars. In the middle, there was a ruby red Porsche 911. In addition, there were also many luxury cars from the BBA class. Unlike in big cities where supercars are common, this Trident, worth at least 3 million, was enough to stand out in Tianhai. A vigilant security guard directed the Trident to park in the most conspicuous spot reserved. Getting out of the car, Huang Chen ignored the whispers and gazes of the young men and women around him, following the marketing staff inside. Brother, I'm Nana, how should I address you? He was greeted by a 20-something female marketer, dressed very revealingly, showing off her attractive figure. In the dim light unique to bars, with heavy makeup on, she looked quite eye-catching. My surname is Huang. Huang Chen felt the slickness of the woman already clinging to him, calmly replied. So your brother Huang, I don't think I've seen you at our place before. The female marketer Nana spoke in a sweet voice, leading him directly to a booth near the dance floor. Brother, do you find this place suitable? The marketer whispered in his ear, her tongue inadvertently touching his ear. Huang Chen glanced around. It was a medium booth facing the DJ booth with 7 or 8 people. This kind of spot definitely had a minimum spending requirement, but Huang Chen naturally didn't care. He was here today to flaunt his wealth. Yes, the moment he walked in, he had already put on his badge. Seeing Huang Chen nod, the marketer asked, So, brother, how would you like to play? Let's start with a set of 6-colored dragon. Since the marketer took the initiative, Huang Chen naturally didn't hold back, casually placing his hand on her waist. But I'm alone today, can it be arranged? Huang Chen took out a cigarette. The marketer pulled out a lighter from somewhere and lit it for him. Of course, no problem. The 6-colored dragon set cost 88888, making the marketer's eyes light up. She patted her chest and said, My taste is not low, don't just fool me around. Although we came to spend money, it had to be spent happily. If you have fun, opening a few more sets is not a problem. Huang Chen's restless hands moved up and down, teasing the young salesgirl, making her gasp softly. Brother, rest assured, I will definitely arrange everything properly for you. Taking care of the big brother was a must for the nightclub salesgirls. The POS machine made a clicking sound, and Huang Chen first transferred 50,000 into the account, then waited patiently for the arrangements. He believed he wouldn't be disappointed. Not long after Huang Chen entered the store, the cold and warm 2 internet celebrities finally arrived in a ride-sharing car. Getting off the car, Cold's eyes fell on the extremely conspicuous Trident. She nudged Warm with her finger, ignored several men with shining eyes ready to approach, and then quickly walked into the store with her. Tonight, Boss Card has a Big Brothers group game, 6-color Divine Dragon, come quickly. Just as they entered the store, Cold received a message from a salesgirl named Nana. Cold pursed her lips. Normally, she would definitely join in the group game organized by the Big Brother, but today was different. Oh, Cold, you're here so soon, I just messaged you. While looking around, a salesgirl dressed very coolly spotted Cold and exclaimed with joy. She was Nana, the one who was receiving Huang Chen. Is this your sister? Perfect timing. Nana turned to Warm, her face even brighter. College students like Cold, young internet celebrities, young, good-looking, carefree, not much money and not much experience, easy to handle, and can be called upon at any time, are the type of girls these salesgirls like to promote. We've made an appointment today. Cold politely declined, not wanting to offend anyone, and added, How about my sister and I come later to have a drink together? No, please don't. Nana quickly waved her hand. Obviously, Huang Chen was not an ordinary customer. and Nana couldn't afford to bring anyone along without his approval. If she accidentally offended him, she would be in big trouble. Who is it this time? Cold was a bit puzzled by Nana's reaction. Was it the person who taught her to transfer cards, or was it the person in front of her? And those so-called big clients in Nana's hands, she knew a little bit about them. They were nothing more than young rich second generations, maybe not bad in terms of family background, but the money they could control was very limited. Not to boast, Cold was confident in her looks and figure, although not top-notch, they were definitely above average. Even in the so-called card games, she always had the upper hand. And today, she had Warm by her side, who looked similar to her in appearance and figure. Double the pleasure normal men couldn't resist, right? How could she still be rejected? Cold, this person tonight is definitely a real big brother, not someone pretending to be rich. Nana obviously didn't want to let go of these two in front of her and explained in a low voice. Young, driving a Maserati worth millions, wearing a watch worth tens of thousands, transferred 50,000 upon arrival, and started with a set of 6-color Divine Dragon. It had to be said that Nana had a good eye and was quite persuasive in her words. Cold, just do me a favor, I will definitely remember your kindness. Nana pleaded with her hands clasped together. Upon hearing that it was a Maserati being driven, Cold finally understood. So, the big brother organizing the group tonight was him. She wasn't stupid, so she pretended to hesitate for a moment before sighing. Nana, you've said so much, I can only ditch my friend. Hearing this, Nana finally breathed a sigh of relief, finally getting it done. With these two as a foundation, she believed that Mr. Huang would definitely have a pleasant evening. In the time it took to speak, Nana's phone screen had already blinked many times. Obviously, there were quite a few girls interested in the big brother who could organize the 6-color Divine Dragon game. Within just 20 minutes, Huang Chen had smoked 2 cigarettes when Nana arrived with a few distinctive girls. Cute, sweet, aloof, enchanting. Under the dim light, they all looked quite stunning. This is Brother Huang, the boss, Nana introduced. The lights converged, the music exploded, and a procession of people approached Huang Chen. Leading the way was a tall girl holding a sign, followed by 6 atmosphere-setting beauties carrying wine boxes, and a group of waiters pushing various drinks, snacks, and fruits. The volume of the music instantly increased. Who's this big shot? The 6-colored dragon, 10,000 is gone. Those girls are really something. Amazed, envious, jealous, disdainful, 1,000 faces with different expressions. But one thing was unanimous, all attention was focused on this table, on Huang Chen, who was surrounded by numerous beautiful women yet remained calm. At this moment, amidst the extreme excitement, there was a strange illusion that Huang Chen, standing there, seemed even more handsome and charismatic than when he was seen at Jinsho before. Nana, standing beside him, felt the same way. This boss Huang, upon closer inspection, was quite handsome. Let it all flow, Huang Chen gestured boldly. I hope all you beautiful ladies have a great time tonight. Cheers! The rich fruity aroma filled the air as the drinks poured generously into the glasses. Whether it was the atmosphere or the alcohol, the girls all loosened up. One sweet-looking girl, after losing a game, was supposed to drink with Huang Chen as per the rules. Instead, she sat on his lap, took a sip from the glass, and then kissed him deeply. Her tender tongue, flavored with fruit, intertwined with his, her perfume filling his senses as her body pressed against his. No one expected the seemingly aloof girl to quietly lick Huang Chen's earlobe while speaking to him, whispering seductively. No one expected the petite girl to have such a broad-minded attitude. No one expected these girls, who could easily be dream goddesses for many, to be so carefree in this environment. Of course, what impressed Huang Chen the most were the 2 girls who called themselves Cold and Warm. They looked like twins, although it was likely due to modern technology, they were indeed beautiful. The girl named Cold was anything but cold in character, quite proactive, and the first to snuggle up to him. The girl named Warm was a bit hesitant but was pushed by Cold to Huang Chen's other side and eventually ended up in his embrace. I had a great time tonight. Seeing that it was getting late, Huang Chen gestured to Nana and beckoned her over. I don't have anything special to give you all. Huang Chen pondered for a moment and said to Nana, how about this? I'll give each of you an ace of spades and top up each card with 50,000. Wow! The girls all gasped at his words. With 6 girls present, that's over 300,000. Thank you, Brother Huang. Huang brother, we love you. Watching Huang Chen confidently swipe his card, the girls couldn't help but shower him with kisses. Brother, Warm and I rarely go out, and we didn't have much fun with the crowd earlier. As they left, Cold grabbed his arm before anyone else could. Although Warm remained silent, she also stuck close to his other side. You two together? Huang Chen raised an eyebrow in surprise, seeing both girls not objecting. He instantly understood. This was double the fun. Is cold really cold and warm really warm, or is it the other way around? It really needs to be experienced firsthand. This is what they call self-awareness of warmth and cold. Shangri-La Penthouse Suite. On the big bed, Huang Chen looked at the similar and charming faces lying on both sides, shook his head gently, and struggled to get up. Recalling the crazy night, it was indeed both cold and warm, a unique taste. Shortly after Huang Chen got up, the two women woke up one after another. Brother Huang. Leng Jia, whose real name is Lun Leng, sat up boldly, letting the blanket slip from her chest, and sweetly called out. Seeing Huang Chen's expression falter and his slightly unnatural shift of gaze, she felt a bit pleased. Nuan Nuan, whose real name is Chou Nuan, was a bit embarrassed, fidgeting in her clothes under the blanket. Thinking of the absurdity of last night, she blushed unconsciously. Originally planning to drink, they ended up kissing each other. Originally planning to dance, they ended up on the bed. It seems that her coat was torn by Lang Lang, that annoying girl. Nuan Nuan felt a bit bitter. How could she go back to school like this later? Wake up. Huang Chen nodded gently. I've ordered breakfast for you. You can go down and eat by yourselves later. Seeing the different expressions of the two, Huang Chen added, Nuan Nuan, your clothes are torn. Lang Lang, accompany her to buy some clothes later and go shopping. I have something to do later, so I won't be able to send you back. As he spoke, he took out his phone and transferred 50,000 yuan to each of the two women. Brother Huang, I don't want your money. Seeing such a large amount, Nuan Nuan was clearly surprised, but still said softly. Although Lan Lan was a bit reluctant, she nodded along this time. Well, I don't have any other intentions, just thought of letting you buy a few clothes. Huang Chen smiled as he picked up the coat that had been thrown on the sofa at some point. I hope next time we meet, you can surprise me. As he spoke, he casually touched her wine-red hair. The texture was good, quite soft. Nuan Nuan lowered her head, her face slightly red, clearly still not used to such intimacy. As for not wanting the money, perhaps there was a bit of sincerity, but Huang Chen felt it was better to compensate a little more. After all, that night was indeed quite wonderful. Phew, looks like we'll have a chance to meet again in the future. Sensing the meaning behind Huang Chen's words, Lang Lang felt relieved. He was indeed a very high-quality second-generation rich kid. Generous, young, and not eccentric in character, although not very. Lang Lang rubbed her eyes. Why did Huang Chen seem much more handsome today than yesterday? He was still the same person, his features seemed unchanged, so why did he feel different? Lang Lang was a bit puzzled, staring blankly at Huang Chen. Am I attracted to my handsome appearance? Huang Chen looked at her silly expression and couldn't help but pat her head, teasing. Oh, I see, I've just realized that brother Huang Chen, you're quite handsome. Huang Chen laughed, not taking it seriously. How could he not know what he looked like? Walking out of the hotel gate, strolling down the street, heading to the bar from last night to pick up his car. After all, he had drunk too much yesterday, so the car naturally stayed there. Along the way, Huang Chen seemed to feel a bit uncomfortable, as if there were always women secretly eyeing him, but when he turned to look, they acted as if nothing had happened. At first, Huang Chen thought he was overthinking, but what surprised him even more was that in less than a kilometer, he encountered 2 or 3 girls who looked like students blushing and asking for his WeChat. This was an experience he hadn't had in his 20 years of solo life. Strange, was there something different about him today? He looked down at his clothes. Today he was dressed in a dark casual outfit. Although the price was not cheap, there was no obvious logo, giving off a restrained and low-key vibe, looking quite normal. Looking at the reflection on the floor-to-ceiling windows of the mall, Huang Chen was somewhat surprised. The face was still the same face he had been looking at in the mirror for 20 years. But upon closer inspection, this face had three-dimensional and sharply defined features, deep eyes, a straight nose, thin lips, and a healthy complexion. Standing at around 1.8 meters tall, with a slender and upright figure, paired with a decent casual outfit. A proper handsome guy. Although not handsome enough to make hearts race and people eager to approach upon first sight, he was definitely above the average, to put it bluntly, at least at campus heartthrob level. Is this me? Is this really me? Have I actually become this handsome? Huang Chen was excited and stood in front of the window, admiring himself. System, has my appearance improved? After thinking it over, this seemed to be the only possibility. But the improvement effect was quite astonishing. Based on the host's consumption last night, the host's appearance has been permanently improved by 1 point. Considering the host's first use of the spendthrift badge, gaining a 10% increase in appearance and a 10% increase in temperament. The current host's external image real score is 73 points, after a +1 in appearance, and after the badge bonus, it is 83 points. Note, 80 points is a critical threshold. Note, the badge is effective for another 1 minute. As the system prompts continued to sound, Huang Chen carefully understood these sentences. After just a minute, he looked at himself in the mirror again. The features were still the same, but the three-dimensional effect was no longer as pronounced. The deep and charming eyes returned to their previous state, and there was a roughness on the skin from lack of care. Just like an internet celebrity losing the effects of beauty filters. Now, Huang Chen was at best just a tall and thin ordinary young man, a face in the crowd. Huang Chen felt lost. As they say, without comparison, there is no harm. If he hadn't seen his previous appearance, the difference might not have felt so great. According to the system's explanation, 80 points in appearance was a clear dividing line. Even at 79.9, one would just be a slightly more attractive passerby. But at 80.0, one could be classified as a handsome campus heartthrob. This was the so-called quantitative change leading to a qualitative change. Heartthrobs like Liang Chaowei and Lu Dehua probably had appearance scores over 90, a divine appearance far beyond ordinary people. However, spending tens of thousands to improve appearance by just 1 point seemed quite worth it. When he had money, spending millions in places like nightclubs could make him the kind of person others would fall for at first sight. The improvement in appearance and temperament is optimized based on the host's existing appearance and physique. Due to the host's innate conditions, there is a limit to this improvement, and the later it gets, the harder it becomes to improve. Upon inspection, the host's appearance can theoretically be improved to a maximum of 92 points. Considering the current significant gap, please continue to work hard, host. Well, this was what they called the future being bright, but for now, he needed to keep working hard. At least he didn't have to worry about improving his appearance so much that even his mom wouldn't recognize him. After getting his car, Huang Chen gave a soft cigarette to the security guard who had been helping him with the car, receiving a grateful thank you before speeding away. Having gotten his car, Huang Chen suddenly realized a problem. He didn't know where to park his car. Driving to school was definitely not suitable, too flashy, and he didn't like being stared at. Although he had several parking spots at Juntin Guanhai, unfortunately, the house hadn't been renovated yet, so it would be inconvenient to park the car there and then need it again. Park in the public parking lot near the school, not to mention the trivial parking fee. The key is that the management may not be reliable. It would be troublesome if the car got scratched. Huang Chen sighed and took out a cigarette. Thinking about the lavish spending last night, now with only a few tens of thousands left in his account, he sighed again. Despite being a small millionaire with tens of millions in fixed assets, why did he still feel so financially strained? Little did he know that many big bosses living in villas and driving luxury cars actually didn't have much money in their pockets. Some even struggled to afford gas at 100 or 200 yuan. Currently, besides hoping for the system to continue issuing tasks, Huang Chen seemed to have returned to his old self, his mind full of thoughts on how to make money. The difference now was that he used to think about earning tens or hundreds of yuan, but now he was thinking about how to earn hundreds or thousands, of course, with an additional zero at the end. Activate temporary task. A big landlord must have their own industry. Task description. Please complete a part-time job at the Cloud Sea Resort. To gain a real experience, the host must not actively reveal their wealth. Task reward. Ownership of the Cloud Sea Resort. System. You are truly a lifesaver, a 24K pure gold thigh that rescues the distressed, the urgent, and the poor. Huang Chen was overjoyed, wishing the system had a physical form so he could hug and kiss it out of excitement. I'm fine being lonely, no need for comfort or hugs right now. Suddenly, Huang Chen's phone rang. Huang Chen, where did you run off to instead of being in the dorm? It was Zhang Jiaju, the vice president of their sociology college student union, who, being fellow villagers, often looked out for him and arranged good part-time jobs for him. Without waiting for his response, Zheng continued, there's a large event at the Cloud Sea Resort at 9:30, and we have 5 part-time slots, paying 120 yuan for half a day. Are you coming? Yes, I'll definitely go. This was crucial for his system task, which was related to his future first industry. I knew you'd be willing to go. Alright, 9:30, don't be late. See you at the venue later. After hanging up, Huang Chen clenched his fist with determination. I'm fine being lonely, no need for comfort or hugs right now. Suddenly, the phone rang again. Designer Ling, hello. Glancing at the incoming call, Huang Chen set his phone to speaker and began searching for the location and information about the Cloud Sea Resort. Mr. Huang, as per your request, I have revised the design proposal. When would it be convenient for you to have a look? Ling, on the other end of the line, had eyes as red as a rabbit's. After hearing that Huang Chen was willing to allocate 20 million to her budget last night, she was inspired and made a series of adjustments to the original design proposal, working all night to come up with a more satisfactory plan. After drinking 3 cups of strong coffee and worrying about disturbing the other party's rest, she eagerly waited until 9 o'clock before calling Huang Chen. Although she hadn't slept all night, Ling's spirit was unusually high at the moment. "I'm busy today." Huang Chen's words were like a bucket of cold water poured on Ling's feverish head. "Oh, then, what about? Didn't you promise yesterday that we could sign the contract today?" Men's words are truly deceiving. Ling felt like she had been thrown off a mountain. "I trust your professionalism and aesthetic sense." Huang Chen found the information he needed and calmly started his car. "Give me an account number, I'll transfer 10 million to you first, and we'll sign the contract after I'm done with my work. That's it, goodbye." Huang Chen's voice was very steady, but deep down, he was also very anxious, as the Cloud Sea Resort was not exactly close to his current location. Upon hearing these words, Ling felt as if she had climbed from the depths of an abyss to the mountaintop. After hanging up the phone, she felt her heart pounding wildly, and she let out a sigh of relief. Racing all the way, he finally arrived at the Cloud Sea Resort at 9:20. After parking the car, Huang Chen transferred 1 million directly to the account Ling provided, as it was special renovation funds provided by the system, which he couldn't use elsewhere. Since the system required him not to expose his wealth actively while working part-time, Huang Chen naturally had no intention of testing the system's limits. He parked the car in a secluded corner of the parking lot, took off his watch, and changed into his old clothes. In an instant, the walking 500,000 turned back into a broke student with less than 500 yuan on him. Huang Chen asked for the meeting address and hurried there. "Where did you go last night, kid?" In the meeting room, Zhang Jiaju, who had changed into the resort's uniform, said to Huang Chen with a hint of annoyance, "Your dorm is almost like a pigsty." Huang Chen felt embarrassed. Dormitory cleanliness was regularly inspected and rated, but male dormitories were generally not very clean, and his dormitory was notorious for lagging behind the rest of the male students. After all, there was the presence of that trashmaker, Jin Jian. However, Huang Chen only cleaned up when he couldn't stand it anymore. Although Huang Chen worked hard during his part-time job, it was for the money, not for chores. He was never diligent in cleaning and doing housework. He blamed his mother, Su Hualian, for being too capable, taking care of his father and him so well that he had never washed clothes or done housework until he went to college. Huang Chen just smiled and didn't answer Zhang Jiaju's complaint, instead curiously surveying the surroundings. According to information found online, the Cloud Sea Resort was located on the easternmost side of the Ring Sea Highway, right next to the coastline. It was 15 kilometers from the city center, 10 kilometers from the university town, and 20 kilometers from the airport, making it very accessible. The resort covered an area of about 12,000 square meters and was a high-end resort that combined meetings, leisure, and vacation. It had 60 sets of guest rooms and 2 villas for accommodation. There were 3 meeting rooms, 2 restaurants serving Chinese and Western cuisine, a cafe, a gym, a tennis court, a children's playground, a sunbathing area, a billiards room, a karaoke room, indoor and outdoor swimming pools, and other recreational facilities. The resort cost about 300 million to build initially and currently had over 100 employees, with an annual net profit of around 20 million. Considering the size of the Cloud Sea Resort, this profitability was quite good. Thinking that if everything went smoothly, this resort would soon become his industry, Huang Chen felt pleased with everything he saw. However, for now, Huang Chen had to focus on his part-time job, which involved doing labor work at the venue and serving as a waiter during meals. Not far away, a young man in a hotel-customized suit, wearing a badge as the conference center supervisor, was angrily scolding a tall girl. "Gong Xiao, what's going on with your company? How did you promise? The meeting is about to start in 20 minutes, and the promotional materials haven't been delivered yet. Didn't you say half an hour ago that your friend would bring them over? Where is your friend?" Zhang Jiabo was furious at this moment. Although he was young, he was an old employee of the Cloud Sea Resort. Starting from the hotel lobby, it took him several years to climb to the position of the conference center supervisor today. The bitterness and hardships he had experienced during this time were beyond what outsiders could understand. This meeting was the first one he had negotiated since taking office and the first shot to secure his position. Although he had organized hundreds of meetings of all sizes before, this time he was still as meticulous as when he was a deputy manager, personally taking care of everything from entry, registration, seating arrangements, to sound equipment, checking repeatedly. The only thing he didn't expect was a mistake on the simplest printed promotional brochure. In fact, such a simple task would have been no problem for any advertising company, and the resort itself had several long-term advertising partners. The reason for choosing this particular company was not only due to his acquaintance with their boss but also somewhat related to the teary-eyed girl in front of him. Men, when they see a beautiful girl, especially one with a charming face, tall figure, and a pair of legs that could kill, would inevitably have some thoughts, especially a successful man like him with a good income but no partner. Placing the order smoothly was just the first step. Afterwards, through close business cooperation, designating contact persons, and other means, as the party A, he had plenty of opportunities and ways to get closer. But now, all fantasies had turned into bubbles, and solving the immediate problem was the key. After all, as good as a beauty might be, a man's career was more important. Beauties were everywhere, not to mention the two delicate girls in the conference center. Xiao Xiao, you really are a fool. Panting heavily, Lu Shui struggled to place a thick stack of beautifully printed brochures on the side in a taxi, muttering to herself. She had just finished the morning meeting and was about to meet clients to show them houses when she received an urgent call from her roommate and best friend Gong Xiao Xiao. It was strange of Gong Xiao Xiao. She had overslept after staying up late watching dramas the night before, and in a panic, she rushed out to the venue without the materials. 200 copies of the materials, not to mention the cost of reprinting. The crucial issue was the lack of time. So she had to call Lu Shui to hurry and bring them over. Lu Shui was very quick, but being in the north of the city while Lu Shui was in the southeast, the distance was quite far, and she also had to go back to pick up the items, making time extremely tight. Rushing, she finally arrived at the venue at 10 to 9 and hurriedly called Gong Xiao Xiao. "I'm here, Manager Zhang, my friend is here," Gong Xiao Xiao said urgently after answering the phone. "If she's here, why hasn't she brought the materials yet? What's wrong with your friend?" Hearing that the materials had arrived, Manager Zhang finally relaxed his tense expression a bit, but couldn't help but complain. "The stuff is too heavy, she's a girl and can't carry it," Gong Xiao Xiao explained apologetically. "You guys, sigh." Manager Zhang couldn't bring himself to be angry anymore at their pitiful appearance. Looking around, he pointed to Huang Chen, who seemed to be idle nearby. Yes, you," Manager Zhang beckoned to him. Huang Chen walked over, curiously eyeing the girl with long legs. At first glance, Huang Chen couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. Such a beautiful girl, with a perfect figure, especially those long legs, straight, slender, and fair, shining brightly, dazzling. "Hurry up and go with her to bring the materials in," Manager Zhang ordered without any courtesy. "Alright, if you're doing a part-time job, you should have the awareness of doing a part-time job." Huang Chen nodded and followed Gong Xiao Xiao outside. Watching the graceful figure in front of him, the twisting slender waist, he couldn't help but have some wild thoughts. No, his waist was still a bit sore, he had to restrain himself. Huang Chen smiled bitterly to himself. He had played a bit too wildly last night, feeling a mix of cold and warmth. "Xiao Shui, you finally made it." Gong Xiao Xiao saw Lu Shui standing pitifully at the steps in her professional work uniform and said, "I'm about to be scolded to death." "Well, you deserve it for being so careless," Lu Shui retorted, not buying into her act. "You even got the clients scolding me." "Here, everything is here, but it exhausted me," Lu Shui gestured towards the ground beside her. "Hurry and take it inside, the meeting is about to start, remember?" Yes, my dear little Shui, you've worked hard. I'll treat you to a big meal tonight," Gong Xiao Xiao grinned. "Thank you so much, handsome." After exchanging a few pleasantries, Gong Xiao Xiao turned to Huang Chen, who stood silently beside them. "You're welcome." Seeing Lu Shui's surprised expression upon looking at him, Huang Chen couldn't help but touch his nose, wondering how small the world could be to meet Lu Shui here. "Huang, Mr. Huang." Lu Shui widened her eyes, stuttering, "What are you doing here? It's quite a coincidence." Huang Chen greeted her and picked up the brochures and banners on the ground. "I'll take these inside first." With that, he walked towards the venue. "Do you know this young man too?" Gong Xiao Xiao immediately got curious, nudging Lu Shui. "Come on, Shui, spill the beans." "And Mr. Huang, you young people are quite playful nowadays." Lu Shui, urged by her, had to lean in and whisper a few words in her ear. "What? You mean he's the one?" Gong Xiao Xiao's voice suddenly rose. "Xiao Xiao, are you trying to get us killed?" Seeing Huang Chen not too far away, Lu Shui blushed and quickly covered her friend's mouth with her hand. Gong Xiao Xiao nodded frantically, indicating she understood. As Huang Chen's figure disappeared behind the gate, Lu Shui breathed a sigh of relief, then gave Gong Xiao Xiao a disapproving look. "Alright, I have to go back to work." If she hurried back now, she wasn't sure if the client would still be available, Lu Shui thought with a grimace. Seeing Lu Shui about to leave, Gong Xiao Xiao grabbed her arm. "Don't go, you've already skipped work anyway, why rush back?" Gong Xiao Xiao pulled her to a corner. "Why not stay with me a little longer here? You've already delivered the materials, so why stay here?" Lu Shui looked at her friend strangely. "What's the point of hanging around? There's a buffet for lunch, I'm telling you, the food here is amazing." Gong Xiaoxiao's eyes sparkled, but seeing Lu Shui's resigned expression, she gave a sheepish smile. You think I'm stupid, don't you? Lu Shui said, unamused. Okay, good Shui Shui, obedient Shui Shui. Gong Xiaoxiao tried to appease her. According to you, this Mr. Huang, who seems so wealthy, is secretly working as a waiter here? Aren't you curious about what he's up to? Is it not about the beauty or the food? Do you have to be ordered around to feel comfortable? He must have some unspeakable secrets. Gong Xiaoxiao clenched her fists, speaking with righteousness. If Lu Shui didn't know her friend's character so well, she might have believed her nonsense. The first time I met Mr. Huang, he was dressed very casually. Lu Shui thought for a moment and said, maybe he's just someone who's laid back and doesn't care much about appearances. Besides, maybe he's here to experience life or explore the market. There might not be any dark secrets. Gong Xiaoxiao often watched melodramas where rich heirs disguised themselves to work and fall in love with Cinderellas. Oh, why are you so naive, little girl? Gong Xiaoxiao was a little anxious. Such a wealthy guy. Since we've met, I naturally have to take the initiative. Young people with such financial resources usually frequent high-end restaurants and exclusive venues, making it difficult to intersect with them. When it comes to such high-quality men, it's a matter of creating opportunities even if none exist. Are you going to wait for them to chase after you? Don't be silly. With that $4 million supercar, Huang Chen doesn't lack women throwing themselves at him. Why are you in such a hurry? Tell me, did you catch feelings first? Lu Shui teased, seeing the look of frustration on the other's face. Xiao Shui, if you really don't have this idea, then I won't be polite. Unexpectedly, Gong Xiaoxiao, who usually never takes things seriously, was very earnest at this moment. Ha! Lu Shui was a bit dumbfounded at the words. Well, then go ahead and try. I don't have that idea. Lu Shui hesitated in her reply. But in her mind, she couldn't help but recall the scene when Huang Chen held her hand, feeling a warmth in her palm. As the words left her mouth, there was a pang in her heart, as if something precious had been lost. Gong Xiaoxiao, however, did not notice her unusual reaction. Upon hearing her response, she breathed a sigh of relief. Now that Lu Shui had no interest, she could make her move. Leaving aside other aspects, at least when it came to flirting with men, she was always very confident in herself. Under the direction of Zhang Zhebois, the group at the conference center quickly set up the banners and neatly arranged the brochures on the seats. Rushing against time, they managed to finish before the meeting started. By this time, many attendees had already started to arrive. At 10 o'clock, the meeting began promptly. This meeting was organized by the Tianhai City Tourism Association, with the theme of discussing how to further expand and improve the Tianhai tourism market. Therefore, most of the attendees were representatives from the tourism industry. For example, representing the catering industry were the popular check-in spot Seeking Taste in Tianhai and the high-end Japanese restaurant Jinxiu. Wang Deki was naturally a familiar face, making Huang Chen quite happy. The owner of the latter was a big-haired guy who had returned from studying abroad in a decent place, and because of that flashy trident, he came over to say hello when Huang Chen was settling the bill, exchanging contact information. In addition, there was the well-known local real estate company Junting Property representing the hotel apartment sector, with Wu Siwei, the manager of Junting Qingzi Property Company, in attendance. Who knows what the property manager of an apartment has to do with this kind of meeting? What was even more unexpected was the appearance of a familiar and stunning figure, Wang Xinqi, from the association's secretariat team. The Tianhai City Tourism Association was where she was interning, and next to her was the self-proclaimed soon-to-be successful second-generation rich kid Lu Chang. After noticing the familiar faces all around, Huang Chen, who had changed into the uniform of a waiter as requested, was preparing to quietly retreat. However, his slightly unusual movement was caught by Zhang Zhebois, who had been watching the venue all alone. Lowering his voice, he shouted, "Hey, you, where are you going?" The venue was quite quiet at this moment, so this sudden shout immediately drew everyone's attention. And then, Huang Chen felt embarrassed. Mr. Huang? Wu Siwei, who was closest to him, was the first to recognize him. After all, he was their biggest client to serve, and although Huang Chen's appearance was unremarkable, Wu Siwei remembered him well. He had just come to this meeting casually, not intending to build relationships with major clients. So Wu Siwei stood up from his seat first, causing the chair to make a squeaky noise against the floor due to his haste. "Oh, Mr. Huang?" The boss of Jinxiu, the big-haired guy, spoke up. "Young Master Huang, what are you doing here? If I had known you were coming, I would have come to pick you up in advance." Such warmth naturally came from the ever-smiling Wang Deki. He also got up and walked over this way. "Huang Chen?" With a surprised and quite soft and pleasant voice, it came from Wang Xinqi. She lightly covered her slightly open mouth with her hand, said a word to the leader beside her, and then walked slowly towards Huang Chen. While Lu Chang standing beside her did not speak, the expression of astonishment revealed that he was also very surprised. This guy, isn't he a second-generation rich kid? Why is he dressed like a waiter? Is there something peculiar about him? Or is it for Shinchi? It must be said that the heart of a lapdog is very rich, and always firmly believes that the one they are licking is definitely someone others also want to lick. Of course, Lu Chang would never admit that he was a lapdog. After all, he used to be a player in school, with a reputation for being a playboy. It wasn't until he started pursuing Wang Xinqi that he restrained himself, reportedly cutting off contact with other girls very decisively. Of course, the truth of that is unknown. The meeting, which had just begun, suddenly became chaotic because of this little incident. Those who didn't know the details were also inquiring around, curious about the background of this young man. Seeing that he couldn't avoid it, Huang Chen straightened his back, and his demeanor suddenly became completely different from his student appearance before. Demeanor, although intangible, can be truly felt. Some have said that successful people all have a common demeanor, exuding confidence and composure from the inside out. This confidence and composure may come from family background, status, power, knowledge, but more so from the wealth that ordinary people cannot possess. Today, although Huang Chen is not the richest among the people present, he is definitely the most confident because he has a mysterious system. Faintly, a circle of people surrounded him like stars around the moon. Wang Xinqi, who couldn't squeeze through, stood a few steps away, looking at this somewhat familiar but now seemingly very unfamiliar young man. Watching him chatting and laughing with a group of middle-aged men in their 40s and 50s, it seemed that a few of them were showing pleasing smiles towards him. Huang Chen, who are you really? The brief contact last time made Wang Xinqi slightly curious about him, wondering how a classmate who usually goes unnoticed could be so wealthy, yet so low-key. Curious as she was, that was all. But this time was different. Clearly just a senior student like herself, she felt like a child in front of these people, carefully considering her words, afraid of saying something wrong. Huang Chen, on the other hand, could converse with these seasoned businessmen so effortlessly, with humility and extraordinary confidence. So this time, Wang Xinqi was truly curious. She didn't know that when a woman feels an irresistible curiosity about a man and wants to understand him deeply, falling for him is not far off. I'm just here to do a part-time job, it's for your meeting, can't let it affect your business. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Huang Chen bowed, then quickly excused himself. Zhang Zhebua, who had been pushed to the corner of the venue, was still in a daze. Can someone tell me what's going on? Isn't he just a student here for a part-time job? How did he end up looking like a big shot in the business world? My goodness, do you have such a big background that you have nothing better to do than come here to play with me, a small fry? Zhang Zhebua was wondering if he had stepped on dog poop recently. How could something like this happen to him? It seemed like he had just yelled at the other person, and had even arranged for him to move things earlier. I hope he's not holding a grudge against me, right? Fortunately, he shouldn't have any connection with the Yunhai Resort. Although the resort's shareholders all have children around the same age, he remembered their appearances clearly and was sure the person in front of him wasn't one of them. It wouldn't affect his future, so it wasn't a big deal. He could just find an opportunity to compromise later. Little did he know that the person in front of him would soon become the big boss of Yunhai Resort, a figure whose words could determine his fate. The meeting continued, but after this little incident, the atmosphere was noticeably disrupted. People lost their enthusiasm for speaking, and after chatting for over an hour, the meeting adjourned hastily. The organizers arranged a buffet, and since it was now lunchtime, everyone moved to the restaurant to grab a bite. Huang Chen had already met up with Zhang Jia in the restaurant, ready to help with serving. Even though Zhang Zhebua probably wouldn't say anything if he left now, it was related to his system task, so he couldn't just walk away. After all, he had already been recognized earlier, so there was no more embarrassment to be had. Besides, even if he was working part-time as a waiter here, who would dare to look down on him for it? With 2 luxurious duplex apartments, a prime location gold shop that made money daily, and a supercar worth millions, he was worth tens of millions on the surface. How many people could earn that much money in a lifetime? Gong Xiaoxiao, who was still unaware of what had happened, arrived at the restaurant with Lu Shui. Seeing Huang Chen standing by a pillar, she walked over familiarly, wearing a sweet smile she had practiced in secret, and greeted him. Hi, handsome Huang, nice to see you again. I'm Lu Shui's bestie, Gong Xiaoxiao. Hello, Miss Gong. Huang Chen naturally responded with a smile to the beautiful woman who initiated the conversation. Just call me Xiaoxiao, thanks to you for taking care of Lu Shui. Otherwise, this fool might not have even started working by now. Gong Xiaoxiao joked, subtly showcasing her perfect S-shaped curve by adjusting her posture. Noticing Huang Chen's somewhat fixed gaze, she felt secretly pleased. By the way, a gentleman like you, Why would you come here to experience life? Gong Xiaoxiao teased, trying to find a topic. She was genuinely curious. Just passing the time when I'm free. Huang Chen casually replied. Looking at the captivating beauty in front of him, especially those long legs, a mere touch would be fatal. Somehow, the conversation gradually became less ordinary. Handsome Huang, what's your favorite sport usually? Sport? I race fish in my spare time, pile driving when busy, and I love driving on winding roads at night. What's your specialty? Specialty is just that. Well, it's been a long time. How would you describe yourself? I may seem wealthy and imposing, but I'm usually straightforward and very understanding, especially warm-hearted. I prefer a calm approach, believing in the long term. What's your ideal relationship status like? Understanding each other deeply, growing affection over time. Huang Gij, you're so naughty. Gong Xiaoxiao blushed, lightly patting Huang Chen's arm. We're on the same page. Looks like you understand quite a bit too, Xiaoxiao. Huang Chen crossed his arms, wearing a mischievous smile. Lu Shui listened to their conversation with confusion, completely puzzled. Did Huang Chen really like raising fish at his age? What was pile driving for? Did he work on a construction site before? And why did he enjoy driving at night, especially on winding roads? Shouldn't he be cruising along the coastal highway at night instead? Knowing that Huang Chen is wealthy, he generally wouldn't boast about it, but it turns out Mr. Huang is quite narcissistic. I feel like I understand these words, but at the same time, I don't quite get them. And why is her face blushing like that when she usually has a sharp tongue? It can only be said that Lu Shui, this young girl, although she is already working, her thoughts are still too naive to keep up with the two experienced drivers. Huang Chen, Wang Xinqi walked over. From a distance, she saw a tall and young girl standing next to Huang Chen. As she approached, she was also quite amazed by the girl, who was equally beautiful, especially those long legs, so white, so straight, so long. Is this your friend? Wang Xinqi, for some reason, leaned in next to him, asking in an unclear tone, why have I never seen her before? Aren't you going to introduce her? Yes, this is Gong Xiaoxiao. Huang Chen didn't understand why Wang Xinqi was asking like this. After all, they weren't familiar with each other before. How could Wang Xinqi know any of his friends? Xiaoxiao, this is my classmate Wang Xinqi, the recognized beauty of our school. Huang Chen also introduced Gong Xiaoxiao. Suddenly, Wang Xinqi felt a bit uncomfortable. Why did he address the other person so intimately as Xiaoxiao, but used the full name for her? Was she inferior to her? It can only be said that a woman's train of thought is very mysterious. Her focus is always different from a man's, and she will always come up with some inexplicable thoughts and competitiveness. Sensing the faint hostility from the other party and noticing the distance between Huang Chen and the other, Gong Xiaoxiao smiled knowingly. Sister, you are so beautiful, no wonder you are the school flower. There must be many boys chasing after you on a daily basis, Gong Xiaoxiao said with an envious expression, somewhat self-pitying. Unlike me, I have been single for so many years, no one has ever pursued me. What? I thought from your appearance, sister, that you were already married. Wang Xinqi showed a rather surprised expression, sweetly smiling, seemingly inexperienced in the ways of the world. She replied, there are indeed many outstanding boys in our school, but unfortunately they are a bit young, afraid that you won't be interested. Very ordinary words. The two women praised each other's beauty, their smiling faces looking quite harmonious. Huang Chen secretly clicked his tongue. With his high emotional intelligence, he understood. Gong Xiaoxiao was subtly mocking Wang Xinqi for being too flirtatious and attracting attention, not a good thing. While Wang Xinqi was not willing to show weakness, she made a point about the age difference, sarcastically implying that Gong Xiaoxiao's dressing was too bold and hinting that being older, she shouldn't think about robbing the cradle. Their level was quite high. Among the four present, perhaps only Lu Shui couldn't understand the reason why Huang Chen kept his distance from Wang Xinqi, and even after obtaining the system, never had any intentions towards her, was because he knew that he had once been infatuated with her, so he had to decisively withdraw. As the saying goes, men conquer the world to conquer women, while women conquer men to conquer the world. The Huang Chen before the system was not willing to be a conquered person, let alone the current him. Now, Huang Chen just wants to be a conqueror. He has unparalleled confidence and strength. Huang Chen, the meeting here is over. What are you planning to do this afternoon? Wang Xinqi, understanding the situation, no longer entangled, her slender arm close to Huang Chen's, asked. Huang Gij, Xiaoshui has been saying she wants to treat you to a meal. If you're free this afternoon, let's have a meal together. Gong Xiaoxiao pulled Lu Shui along, lifted her head, her eyes showing a perfectly timed anticipation. Huang Chen was at a loss. Indeed, no matter how beautiful a woman is, if she becomes entangled, it is not a pleasant thing. More importantly, although theoretically today's part-time job should have been completed after lunch, he still hasn't received any notification from the system, which makes him a bit uneasy. After all, this is the ownership of a resort worth hundreds of millions, with an annual profit of nearly 20 million. I have something to do here this afternoon. Huang Chen shook his head, declining both sides. He was prepared to stay here. This way, after completing the task, he could also take over his own property immediately. Huang Ji, Xiaoxue and I don't have anything to do this afternoon. Since we've come all this way, we'll play around here too. It won't bother you, right? Gong Xiaoxiao, obviously not easily discouraged, ignored Lu Shui's sulking expression and spoke up. Huang Chen chuckled and shook his head. Wang Xinqi also wanted to stay, but she had just started her internship at the association not long ago and had some work arrangements in the afternoon, so it wasn't easy to ask for leave. Huang Chen, don't forget Professor Xia's big class the day after tomorrow. Wang Xinqi changed the subject. After all, Huang Chen was in the same major as her, so wouldn't there be a chance to meet? Although their college encouraged seniors to intern in society, there were still several required courses to attend, and Professor Xia's socioeconomics was one of the most important. Wang Xinqi came suddenly and left freely. Her personality was not as indecisive as most girls, nor was she easily influenced by external factors. She was a girl with a strong sense of self. Where are we going now? Gong Xiaoxiao felt happy when she saw Wang Xinqi leave. It had to be said that Wang Xinqi's appearance was indeed the type that captured the hearts of many. Such women easily captivated men's hearts. Huang Chen didn't know where to go either, so he decided to wander around the resort. Suddenly, he heard the voice of the system in his mind. Ding, temporary task completed. Task reward now issued, full ownership of Yunhai Resort. The host has become the sole owner of Yunhai Resort. Relevant procedures have been completed. The host can take over the property on their own. Finally completed, great. Huang Chen was overjoyed and couldn't wait to head towards Yunhai Hotel, the resort's office location, inside the hotel. As mentioned earlier, there was a 3-story hotel inside Yunhai Resort, with the first floor housing the lobby and office area, and the second and third floors containing guest rooms, totaling 60 rooms. Although not large in overall size, the beautiful environment and complete facilities earned the entire resort a 4-star rating, with mostly positive reviews online. What are you doing here? This is our office area, not open to the public. Zhang Zhebua, who was about to return to the office, saw Huang Chen, still dressed in his service uniform, walking towards the office area. He frowned instantly. Surely he wasn't going to complain just because he had shouted at him before? I'm looking for your general manager. With ownership secured, Huang Chen naturally wouldn't be polite on his own turf. Gong Xiaoxiao and Lu Shui, who were following behind, were quite surprised to hear this. When they saw Huang Chen coming to the hotel, they thought he was here to check in or to swim and exercise. They never expected him to walk straight to the office area and ask for the general manager right away. Mr. Xu is busy, he doesn't have time to see you. Zhang Zhebua replied unkindly. Although he considered himself a small middle manager at Yunhai Resort, the general manager wasn't someone you could see whenever you wanted. Moreover, he had heard some rumors that a mysterious person had completely acquired Yunhai Resort, so the management team, including general manager Zhu Hong, were currently feeling uneasy and restless. After all, no one knew what kind of person the new boss was, and whether they would immediately target the management team. Tell Zhu Hong that Huang Chen is looking for him, he will definitely have time. Huang Chen couldn't be bothered to argue with this guy. Suddenly feeling a bit out of place for coming to him, he thought that the other party should be the one to pay respects to him as the big boss. With this in mind, he sat down on the nearby guest sofa and gestured for the two women to sit down as well. Gong Xiaoxiao met Zhang Zhebua's eyes, feeling a bit uneasy, obviously still affected by the scolding she received in the morning. But seeing Huang Chen's calm expression, she felt a bit more assured, thinking to herself that if this guy really went to the company to complain, she could just quit this lousy job. If she lost her job because of this, Huang Chen, this young master, would have to compensate her at least. By then, I should at least get a Hermes bag. Thinking of the good things, Gong Xiaoxiao almost couldn't help but smile and decisively pulled Lu Shui to sit down. The two women sat on either side of Huang Chen, and Zhang Zhebua, looking at the two different yet equally beautiful faces, was momentarily stunned, subconsciously swallowing his saliva. Aren't you going yet? Huang Chen furrowed his brows slightly, took out a cigarette, and said displeasedly, how did this employee without any initiative manage to sit in this position until now? Oh, I'm going now, right away. Zhang Zhebua hurriedly responded and subconsciously walked towards the general manager's office. It wasn't until he knocked on the door and heard Mr. Zhu's calm yet authoritative voice that he realized why he obediently came to see Mr. Zhu. Mr. Zhu, hello, I'm Xiao Zhang from the conference center. Zhang Zhebua said with a low brow and a pleasing tone. Seeing the smoke-filled office and the ashtray full of cigarette butts on the table, he knew that Mr. Zhu's mood was probably not very good. So Zhang Zhebo regretted a bit more. How could he be so foolish, coming to see Mr. Zhu at this time? Wasn't it asking for trouble? Is there something? Seeing the other party not speaking for a while, Mr. Zhu impatiently asked. As a qualified hotel GM, when he saw Zhang Zhebo for the first time, he recalled relevant information. An old employee of the resort, the newly appointed head of the conference center, diligent in his work, relatively agile and capable, a subordinate worth cultivating. Mr. Zhu, it's like this, there's a Mr. Huang Chen looking for you. Zhang Zhebo carefully organized his words, intending to say a college student but thought better of it and changed it to Mr. It sounded slightly more reliable for a stranger to look for the hotel general manager than a college student. He thought Mr. Zhu would start scolding him, but to his surprise, after hearing the name, Mr. Zhu's expression suddenly changed, and he rushed out from behind his desk, grabbing Zhang Zhebo's clothes, and urgently asked, "Where is this Mr. Huang Chen?" He's in the guest area outside. Zhang Zhebo was startled by Mr. Zhu's reaction and pointed outside stuttering. "Why didn't you say so earlier?" Mr. Zhu pushed him away and hurried out. When he reached the door, he stopped, quickly tidied his clothes in front of the mirror, and then opened the door. In just a few minutes, Huang Chen hadn't even finished smoking a cigarette. Suddenly, a flurry of footsteps could be heard, and 7 or 8 people were quickly walking towards Huang Chen. Leading them was a middle-aged man in his 40s. "Mr. Huang, hello, I'm Xiao Zhu, finally, you're here." The middle-aged man shook Huang Chen's hand with both hands, looking excited and sincere. The people behind him were almost petrified, all longtime employees of the resort, and they had never seen the usually serious and dedicated Zhu Hong display such a brilliant smile. "However, big brother, you're at least in your 40s, isn't it a bit inappropriate to call yourself Xiao Zhu in front of a 20-year-old college student? If Xiao Zhang hadn't told me, I wouldn't have known you were already here. It's my mistake, I apologize to you," Zhu Hong continued, ignoring the resort staff uniform on Huang Chen. It was clear that the big boss had visited incognito before. The reason for not changing clothes must be to indirectly convey that he had personally checked the situation and not to deceive him. It seemed that despite his young age, the big boss was quite shrewd and resourceful. "Huang Zone, hello, I'm Xiao Zhao from the catering department." "Huang Zone, hello, I'm Xiao Li from the guest room department." "I'm from the sales department." "I'm from the logistics department." Following behind Zhu Hong were the middle and senior management of the hotel, each humbly introducing themselves to Huang Chen with extremely sincere smiles, hoping to leave a good impression on the big boss. As for Zhang Zhebo, who was left at the end, he was feeling a bit out of place at the moment. So this is the legendary new boss. As everyone else finished introducing themselves, all eyes turned to Zhang Zhebo, who was last in line. In terms of hierarchy, Zhang Zhebo was really not qualified for such a meeting with the big boss. After all, below the general manager were the deputy general manager and department managers, and below them were the supervisors. "Huang Zong, I really didn't know you were Huang Zong at first." Faced with Zhu Hong's stern gaze and Huang Chen's playful smile, Zhang Zhebo's face turned pale, and his voice trembled. "Xu Zong, today I also came here on a whim to see the situation, so don't blame yourselves." Huang Chen stood up and waved his hand. "I've been here experiencing it for half a day, and at least superficially, you all seem to be doing a good job. I hope that after I take over this resort, you can continue to maintain this level." Huang Chen walked to the floor-to-ceiling window, looking at the distant beach, and spoke softly. With these words, it was evident that Huang Chen, at least for now, had no intention of replacing anyone, so including Zhu Hong and his group, their position should be safe for the time being. As for the future, it would depend on their performance. As Huang Zong just said, at least superficially. "Xu Zong, let's take a walk around." Seeing the reactions of everyone, Huang Chen knew that his subtle message had been received. In fact, he had never thought of replacing anyone, as several years of stable performance indicated that the team's capabilities were sufficient. Maintaining the status quo could continue to provide him with stable profits, so why change anything? Of course, if someone was found to be unsuitable one day, Huang Chen would not hesitate to make a change. After all, he was now the sole owner of Yunhai Resort, and his word was final in all matters concerning personnel, finance, operations, and management. Yunhai Resort was Huang Chen's business, and Gong Xiaoxiao and Lu Shui, the 2 women accompanying him, naturally enjoyed top-notch VIP treatment. Although Zhu Hong didn't know the exact relationship between them and Huang Chen, since they were women who came with the big boss and were both beautiful and charming young ladies, they could not be treated with any neglect. After all, it was well known that women were generally sensitive, and centuries of history had shown that the more beautiful a woman was, the more influential she could be. Perhaps one of them could be his future wife. So while Huang Chen was inspecting and receiving reports, Dong Xiaoxiao and Lu Shui were already enjoying professional massages in comfort. In addition, leisure and entertainment facilities such as tennis, KTV, and swimming pools were all cleared and no longer open to the public, just for their enjoyment. It had to be said that Zhu Hong's ability to rise to the position of GM was due to his exceptionally keen attention to detail. Zhu Hong naturally couldn't report to Huang Chen in his own office, and the previous shareholders, having other businesses, did not have offices at the resort. Zhu Hong, who was supposed to report to Huang Chen in the meeting room, had a sudden inspiration and thought of a better place. Just like the information Huang Chen had found online before, besides a hotel, there were also two-story villas built separately within the Cloud Sea Resort. One of them with only 2 suites had a market price of 7,500 per night, while the one with 3 rooms was priced at 10,000 per night, and both were only available for full rental. This price was much more cost-effective than the presidential suite in a 5-star hotel, so the occupancy rate of these 2 villas was quite high. Especially during holidays, reservations needed to be made at least a week in advance. Fortunately, today was not a weekend, and the villa named Snowview with 2 suites had been vacated by guests in the morning and cleaned up, so Zhu Hong brought Huang Chen here. These villas within the hotel were designed for comfort and functionality rather than daily living. Like the Snowview villa, although it only had 2 floors, the first floor was equipped with an entertainment room, a meeting room, a tea room, and even a small conference room. There was even a small swimming pool in the yard. The conditions were quite good. Sitting casually in the main seat, Huang Chen accepted the respectful gesture of Zhu Hong handing over a pack of cigarettes and a lighter, and lit one up. "Sit down and speak," Huang Chen said after taking a puff. The smoke was very mellow, indeed worth the price. It tasted much better than the 1916 he had reluctantly bought before. Zhu Hong sat down cautiously, only daring to occupy half of the seat, sitting up straight. He remembered the resort's related data very clearly, and as he reported it now, Huang Chen nodded slightly, impressed by the detailed account. This GM indeed had some skills. The whole report took half an hour, and Zhu Hong didn't refer to any materials throughout, speaking fluently and attentively. It was evident that he had put his heart into it. Leaving aside other aspects, with just this responsible attitude towards work, Zhu Hong could excel in any industry he rooted himself in. So, currently, there is still 32 million on the books, and the annual net profit of the entire resort should be around 20 million? Huang Chen tapped the tabletop rhythmically with his fingers, his face expressionless, lost in thought. "That's right, Mr. Huang. Our resort is of this size, and the overall occupancy rate is actually quite good compared to others in the industry." Zhu Hong interpreted Huang Chen's thoughts and continued slowly. "To increase our net profit, I have thought of 2 methods for now." Seeing no reaction from Huang Chen, Zhu Hong proceeded. "One is to raise room rates. Our prices are not low for a 4-star standard, but they are not too high either. If we adjust them slightly, it shouldn't significantly affect the occupancy rate and reputation. The other method is cost control. The salary and benefits of our resort employees are relatively generous compared to others in the industry. If we reduce them to the average level, we should be able to increase the surplus by around 4 million annually," Zhu Hong said, gritting his teeth. "Mr. Huang, rest assured, as the general manager, I will take the lead in reducing salaries and work hard to communicate with the staff, ensuring that it does not affect the normal operation of our resort." In Zhu Hong's understanding, the big boss had invested a huge sum to fully acquire this resort, so even if there were no immediate personnel changes, there would definitely be some financial adjustments. Otherwise, how could such a large sum of money be recouped? Therefore, he made this proposal with gritted teeth. In reality, if it were to be implemented, the difficulty would be considerable, especially since he had to take the lead in reducing salaries. There was no better time to show loyalty than now. "When did I say we need to control costs?" Huang Chen was a bit puzzled, but when he saw Zhu Hong's slightly confused expression, he finally understood. Typical bosses invest for returns and hope for quick profits, so adjusting personnel, controlling costs, and finding new profit points are all to be expected. Since Huang Chen had already stated that he wouldn't be making personnel adjustments for the time being, it wasn't surprising that Zhu Hong thought this way. "You've misunderstood me." Huang Chen naturally didn't need to explain in detail to his subordinate. "You've managed this resort very well. To be honest, I plan to hold on to it long term." Huang Chen first reassured him. "With an annual profit of around 20 million, considering our current scale, there isn't much room for further growth. You know this, and I know it too. So, my requirement for you is to maintain the current situation. At least for the next 3 to 5 years, if you can sustain this level of profitability, then no one can take your position. Xu Hong was overjoyed to hear this. As an industry veteran, as long as the new owner didn't interfere blindly, maintaining stable profits at Yunhai Resort with its current foundation and staff structure would not be a problem. He had confidence in this. For Huang Chen, owning this industry meant having a stable cash flow, resolving his current financial difficulties, and finally living up to his title as general manager. It was truly a win-win situation. After discussing business matters, the two began to chat casually. "Boss, are you still living at the school?" Xu Hong found it hard to believe this topic. He guessed that with the boss's wealth, he must be living in a villa or a luxurious penthouse. Yes. After some thought, he decided to reveal a bit, to give his subordinate some confidence. "It's a bit of a coincidence. I bought a penthouse at Junting Qingzi before, and I rented it out. A few days ago, I bought a penthouse at Junting Guanhai to live in. I had planned to sign a contract with a renovation company today to start work, but then I decided to come here to see you first. How much is the renovation budget for your penthouse? Do you want me to contact a renovation company for you? You know, in our hotel business, we have many units we often work with, and the prices are quite favorable." Xu Hong eagerly offered. He wasn't surprised at all about Huang Chen owning 2 penthouses. For the renovation, it should be within 20 million. Huang Chen flicked the ash off his cigarette, nonchalantly. 20 million? Xu Hong almost thought he misheard, widened his eyes, paused for a moment. "Boss, you didn't buy the 520 square meter penthouse at Junting Guanhai, did you?" "Yes, 520 square meters, 18 million. Xu Hong gasped. Spending 2 million on a house wasn't a big deal, but being willing to spend another 2 million on renovations was a different story. Especially with such a casual attitude towards 20 million, it took a lot of confidence to do so. No wonder he could buy Yunhai Resort in full. It seemed the new boss's strength was even greater than he had imagined. So young, with such financial power, and seemingly not too demanding, he needed to hold on to this opportunity tightly. Perhaps there was still room for his own advancement. While Xu Hong was lost in thought, Huang Chen was casually surveying the villa. Yes, it was purely a hotel style, but the layout of the house was quite good. Yes, now that he owned a hotel, he could stay here until the renovation of the penthouse at Junting Guanhai was completed. He had never lived in a villa in his life. With someone cleaning, a restaurant for meals, a gym, swimming pool, clubhouse, and on his own turf, he could do whatever he wanted without worrying about bothering others. It felt so comfortable. The more Huang Chen thought about it, the more he felt his idea was reliable. "Lao Zhu, this villa will not be listed for sale starting today." He was too lazy to compare with another villa nearby and decided on this one directly. "All right, I will make the arrangements." Xu Hong didn't bother asking why or how long it would take. The boss's request was to be executed, that was all. "I'm fine being lonely, no need for anyone to come and comfort me now." Huang Chen checked his phone and saw it was a call from Lu Shui. "Xiao Shui, have you finished the massage?" Huang Chen lounged with his legs crossed on the boss's chair. "Mr. Huang, a customer at the store is looking for me, I have to go back first." Lu Shui's voice was as gentle and apologetic as ever. Huang Chen sighed. "What about Xiao Xiao?" "Xiao Xiao will come back with me, she also needs to go back to the company." Lu Shui replied obediently. "In that case, wait in the hotel lobby, I'll arrange for someone to take you back." Huang Chen pondered for a moment before saying, "Lao Zhu, does the hotel have a partnership with a car service? Arrange a car to take them." After hanging up the phone, Huang Chen instructed. "Yes." Xu Hong first gave an affirmative answer, then hesitantly suggested, "Boss, in fact, our resort also has cars. When it opened a few years ago, we specially purchased a black Mercedes S300 as a courtesy car, which has been used sparingly over the years and is still in good condition. In addition, there is a newly purchased Porsche Panamera 4S that has just been processed and has not been on the road yet." Huang Chen's expression suddenly changed. The S300 in front was understandable, but what was this Panamera? No hotel would use this model as a courtesy car, right? Then arrange for someone to use the S300 to take them back. Also, have someone bring my car from the parking lot here. Huang Chen didn't rush to ask, but tossed his car key with the Trident logo. "All right, I'll go arrange it." Xu Hong respectfully took the key, already determined to drive himself. When Xu Hong carefully drove the Trident to the villa, a hotel driver also drove the Lego Blue Panamera 4S over. "Boss, your car is so cool." It was Xu Hong's first time driving a supercar. Although he didn't experience the thrill of stepping on the gas pedal to the max, his heart was excited enough. "It's okay, not very comfortable after driving for a while." Huang Chen took the key and casually threw it on the table, but he was interested in looking at the Porsche in front of him. the son of the former major shareholder, Mr. Chen, likes cars more. Zhu Hong whispered, "This car was ordered 3 months ago, but due to additional installations and other reasons, it was only delivered today." Huang Chen nodded. It was nothing more than buying a car on the company's account, registering it under the resort's name, a routine he was familiar with. The phenomenon of shifting personal expenses to the company had been extensively analyzed in sociology, something Huang Chen naturally understood. However, it was the first time he encountered it in reality, so he didn't react immediately. When Zhu Hong mentioned it, Huang Chen suddenly understood the ins and outs of it. Unfortunately, before Mr. Chen's son could get the car, the resort became his entire property, so this car registered under the resort's name naturally became cheaper for him. Mr. Chen's son was a good person. "Transfer the ownership of this car to my name later," Huang Chen said. In a way, Huang Chen was still quite traditional. He just liked to see his name on these houses and cars, otherwise, he always felt uncomfortable. Although knowing that there are many benefits to being affiliated with a company, it doesn't matter. Everything is nothing compared to one's own willingness. "Alright, you go do your thing. I'll be staying here for a while," Huang Chen waved his hand. After Zhu Hong left, Huang Chen wandered around the villa for a bit, suddenly realizing he didn't know what to do next. Gong Xiaoxiao and Lu Shui had left, and staying here alone was boring. He couldn't just idle around and chat with Zhu Hong and the others, they had to work hard to earn money for themselves. He flipped through the messages he received. Lun Ling sent him a bunch of photos, including ones with black silk stockings, JK uniforms, and cat cosplay, then teasingly asked Huang Chen how he looked. Nuan Nuan sent a long text, mostly words of gratitude, subtly expressing her longing. There was also a girl with a cartoon avatar who sent him a message about the recent rainy weather and temperature changes to be aware of. Opening the note, Li Jing, Huang Chen thought for a moment before realizing it was the enthusiastic and considerate Maserati female salesperson who wasn't very skilled with technology. As for other contacts, like classmates and friends, they didn't communicate much on regular days, and their conversations were bland. Huang Chen casually glanced at them and moved on. He scrolled through his friend's circle and noticed that Lang Lang had recently posted a series of pictures. There were photos of Nuan Nuan and her having a meal at Jinsho, a night view from the top floor suite at Shangri-La, shopping at luxury stores, and a side profile selfie holding a bag with the clear LV logo, accompanied by a string of ambiguous emojis. The angles of the photos were well chosen, showing more refined features after some adjustments. With a straight nose and a graceful figure against a cool-toned background, the already attractive woman appeared even more stunning after color adjustments, skin smoothing, and beautification. Huang Chen believed that after those photos were posted, there would definitely be a group of young people constantly following the goddess's updates, earnestly licking their screens after liking the photos, and then racking their brains to leave some compliments they thought were stylish and profound. There would also be many people trying to figure out how much the expensive bag in the photos was worth. However, they would never imagine how proactive their goddess was last night. The so-called goddess, Scrolling down, skipping some uninformative or self-indulgent motivational texts, Huang Chen saw a selfie posted by Guan Xiaoya. The photo was obviously taken in a hospital, and Guan Xiaoya in the picture looked quite exhausted, with no caption, just a crying emoji. The post was made a little after 4 in the afternoon, with the location tagged as the Yunhai Medical College affiliated hospital in the west of the city, a renowned oncology hospital. Didn't she strain her waist? Why did she go to the oncology hospital? Thinking that he had nothing else to do at the moment, Huang Chen decided to go to the hospital. Driving his brand new Palomilla, accompanied by the roaring sound of the sports car, he left the Yunhai resort. At this moment, Guan Xiaoya was holding her phone, looking at her mother, Guan Shufang, who had just fallen asleep on the hospital bed, tears finally streaming down her face that she had been holding back. She grew up in a single-parent family and had never seen her father since she was sensible. Her mother had little education and had been selling breakfast, working as a maid, and doing cleaning jobs over the years, relying on meager income to raise Guan Xiaoya. The only regret was that Guan Xiaoya didn't have much talent in academics. No matter how hard she tried, her grades always lagged behind in class. As she grew older and her body developed, Guan Xiaoya became more and more attractive, especially with her captivating eyes and extraordinary pride, which caused a lot of trouble for the mother and daughter. Although Guan Xiaoya kept herself clean, she managed to establish herself at the Jaeger-LeCoultre counter through her efforts and professionalism, but the gossip behind her back never stopped. Who made those customers who made deals find it hard to look away once their eyes were on her? This unintentionally led her to steal many colleagues' achievements. Even though she paid great attention to her appearance, she was described by others as having a face that naturally attracted men. After working for a few years and frequently interacting with middle-aged men with considerable assets, especially after receiving many explicit and implicit hints, she did feel tempted. After all, due to her mother's extremely failed marriage, she no longer had any hope for marriage. Playing flirtatiously with clients had gradually become second nature to her over the years. That's why when she first met Huang Chen, she was so proactive. When given a choice, which woman would give up a young and clean man to choose a middle-aged greasy man? Finally having the opportunity to spend time alone with Huang Chen, she was mentally prepared. However, she never expected that a simple visit to the hospital, intending to have her mother undergo a full-body checkup, would turn her world upside down. Brain tumor. She hurried back to the affiliated hospital of the medical university for a re-examination, but unfortunately, the results remained the same. Although it was benign, the implications of the tumor itself, the exorbitant surgery cost of 300,000, and the astronomical expenses for postoperative care and rehabilitation made Guan Xiaoya feel suffocated. The only comforting news was when the doctor informed her that the surgical techniques were now very mature, and with good recovery afterward, she could lead a normal life, with no impact on life expectancy. However, the surgery needed to be done as soon as possible, preferably within the next 2 days. Otherwise, with time, no one knew if the tumor would grow, if the benign tumor would turn malignant. So Guan Xiaoya started raising money. Although she had been working for several years, her salary was not very high, and daily expenses were substantial, so she couldn't save much money. Her mother, Huan Shufang, was in the same situation. It was already difficult for her to raise Xiaoya and support her education, let alone save money. The only valuable thing they had now was the old, less than 40 square meter house. Xiaoya immediately listed the house with the real estate agency, but they made it clear that it would be challenging to sell such an old, rundown property in the short term. Even if it could be sold, the price wouldn't be very high. In today's market, it would fetch at most 300,000. Despite constantly scrolling through her contacts on her phone, she couldn't find anyone willing to lend her money. With a perplexed mind, she posted a message on her social media, and while many people expressed concern, none offered to help. Those customers who usually spoke sweet words hesitated when they heard about the 300,000 surgery cost, and upon learning about the substantial expenses for care and rehabilitation, they started to evade the issue. Spending millions on a woman was not something anyone would do lightly. Simply put, Xiaoya was not worth it. Xiaoya absent-mindedly stared at her phone, at a message sent a few minutes ago by a middle-aged man with little hair and a chubby face. Be with me for a year, and I'll give you 300,000. If you agree, come find me tonight. Did it really have to come to this? But her mother's illness couldn't wait. Xiaoya felt bitterness fill her mouth. Why was life so difficult? Although she had typed out a yes, she hesitated to send it. Feeling powerless, she closed her eyes, ready to resign herself to her fate, when her phone rang. Mr. Huang? Xiaoya answered the call, hearing Huang Chen's magnetic voice on the other end. Which ward are you in? Huang Chen was already close to the hospital, but suddenly felt it wasn't right to visit empty-handed, so he turned around to buy some gifts. Are you at the hospital? Guan Xiaoya was very surprised. For some reason, although she knew Huang Chen was very wealthy, she had never thought of asking him for help despite contacting many other people before. Similarly, after spending most of the day contacting so many people, Huang Chen, whom she had not contacted, was the first to come to the hospital to see her. Thinking about this, she felt a strange emotion inside her. I estimate I'll be there in about 5 minutes. Huang Chen found a nearby store. I'm in the inpatient department, there's a parking lot below. I'll come down to pick you up now. Guan Xiaoya's mood unknowingly improved. Casually buying some supplements and fruits, the brand new Porsche Panamera followed the signs and arrived at the inpatient department. From afar, a tall figure could be seen, looking around eagerly. Seeing that it wasn't the Triton coming over, Guan Xiaoya subconsciously looked elsewhere, only to see Panamera stopping in front of her. The car window rolled down, revealing a familiar face. Mr. Huang? Guan Xiaoya was taken aback. She had seen Mr. Huang driving the Maserati supercar yesterday, so why was he driving a Porsche Panamera today? Well, wealthy people usually have more than one luxury car. Get in. Huang Chen parked the car, picked up the things he bought, but saw Guan Xiaoya staring at him blankly, her eyes red, obviously having cried. What's wrong? What happened? Huang Chen asked. Guan Xiaoya bumped into his arms, her large chest almost toppling Huang Chen over, and the next moment, she hugged him tightly. Huang Chen was holding things in both hands at the moment, wondering if he should put them down, when Guan Xiaoya lingered to smell his scent, then let go of her hands, taking a small step back. Following Guan Xiaoya into the ward, Huang Chen frowned slightly. It was a 3-person ward, filled with the smell of various medicines and disinfectants, not pleasant at all. Guan Xiaoya's mother was in the middle bed, her face pale, still showing a resemblance to Guan Xiaoya, who must have been a beauty in her youth. Obviously, Guan Xiaoya looked more like her mother. There were patients on the beds on both sides, seemingly from average families, with no enthusiasm on the faces of their accompanying relatives. Miss Guan, have you considered the surgery? Mrs. Guan is in the early stages, which is the best time for surgery. It won't be good if it's delayed any longer, the doctor who happened to be doing rounds when Guan Xiaoya entered said seriously. What illness? How much does it cost? Huang Chen placed the expensive-looking supplements he was holding on the table and asked the doctor. Seeing Huang Chen's refined attire and Guan Xiaoya sticking closely to him, looking like she was relying on him, the doctor had a guess in his mind, then succinctly explained the situation. Can you perform this type of surgery? Huang Chen inquired. You don't need to worry about that. At least in this field, our hospital's technical level is top-notch in the country, and although the surgery costs are high, the difficulty is not that great, the doctor said confidently when it came to professional matters. So it's a matter of money? Huang Chen rubbed his chin, indifferent. How much for the surgery and postoperative care? The surgery costs about 300,000, and for a good recovery in the postoperative period, you might need another 300 to 400,000, the doctor replied. Just a few 100,000, for Huang Chen who had just received over 20 million and would have at least 20 to 30 million in income every year, it wasn't much. Alright, I'll prepay 500,000 on her card, please arrange the surgery as soon as possible, Huang Chen told the doctor. Huang Chen swiftly swiped the card, moved Mrs. Guan to a single room, and hired professional caregivers for 24-hour care. When changing rooms, Guan Xiaoya noticed the look in the eyes of the relatives on the neighboring bed, understanding the envy behind it. Yes, money isn't everything, but without it, life becomes a lot more challenging. Watching Huang Chen striding confidently ahead, she couldn't help but think about the dilemma that almost led her to a dark path, a dilemma that he effortlessly resolved, making her already captivating eyes even more watery. Never before had she been so consumed with the desire to earn his affection, to snuggle in his embrace. Go back, take a shower, and change your clothes. Huang Chen, noticing that Guan Xiaoya was still wearing yesterday's outfit, probably because she hadn't been home since she was at the hospital, turned back to tell her. Lost in her thoughts, Guan Xiaoya, who had been walking with her head down, collided into his arms once again. It wasn't until her slender waist was embraced by his strong arms that Guan Xiaoya snapped back to reality, her face blushing instantly. Indeed, she had only intended to come for a checkup last night and hadn't changed her clothes. Later, she arranged for her mother to stay in the hospital, and she had been busy ever since, skipping meals and showers. Do I smell? Anxiously, she raised her arm and sniffed vigorously. For any young girl, having body odor was one of the most intolerable things. Huang Chen chuckled, took her hand, and led her to the car. Arriving at Guan Xiaoya's home, she let him sit in the living room chair, poured him a glass of water, and hurried off to shower and change clothes. The house was indeed old and small, but meticulously clean inside and out. Even the wooden dining table, showing its age, was spotless. It felt cozy, emanating a warm feeling. Huang Chen looked around, feeling a sense of nostalgia. His home in Porcelain City seemed similar, always kept clean no matter the time. Missing his parents. For the past 3 years, he only went home during winter break, working part-time on weekends and summer vacations to earn a living. Now that he had money and free time, it was time to visit his parents, giving them a pleasant surprise. Women always seem to take a long time to shower. Huang Chen was almost falling asleep when the bathroom door finally opened, revealing Guan Xiaoya in casual home attire, exuding a faint fragrance. She walked up to Huang Chen, gazing at him with her watery eyes, then suddenly leaned in, tiptoed, and planted a warm kiss on his lips. Huang Chen instinctively wrapped his arms around her slender waist, and they slowly sank onto the narrow sofa. His hand unconsciously caressed her curves, feeling the deep groove. The other hand rested on her round buttocks, sensing the remarkable elasticity through the thin, silky pants. Guan Xiaoya, inexperienced yet passionate, kissed him fervently, clearly deeply moved. Detecting the host's first favorable impression exceeding 80+ towards the opposite sex, initiating a temporary mission. Huang Chen woke up abruptly, surprised that there was a mission. Mission brief: do not let true affection be in vain. As the first woman who truly captivates you, how can the landlord not show favoritism? Exclusive spending fund, 5 million yuan. Designated recipient, Guan Xiaoya. Time limit, 24 hours. Mission reward: based on Guan Xiaoya's level of emotional impact, the host will receive cash rewards proportionally. Looking at Guan Xiaoya, with her arms around his neck, her eyes misty, her beauty captivating, and her soft moans, Huang Chen, who was initially burning with desire and ready to act, suddenly regained his senses. After all, her mother was still in the hospital preparing for surgery. Taking advantage of her at this moment would be too hasty. Although love grows with time, there's no need to rush. Sensing Huang Chen's pause, the alluring and passionate atmosphere faded, and the infatuated Guan Xiaoya gradually came back to her senses, blushing at the sight of her half-undressed nightwear. In her heart, there was some confusion. They had already reached that point, and if Huang Chen took one step further, at most she would be half pushing and half accepting, definitely not refusing. But Huang Chen stopped at a critical moment. Could it be that she wasn't attractive enough? Could it be that Guan Xiaoya looked at Huang Chen with a doubtful gaze? The women in the shop often chatted about such topics in their leisure time, so it was not surprising that Guan Xiaoya would have such thoughts. Feeling Guan Xiaoya's slightly suspicious gaze, Huang Chen impatiently gave her a firm pat on her raised buttocks, causing her to let out a soft cry. "What are you thinking? If it weren't for thinking that Auntie is still in the hospital, believe me, I would have taken care of you right here," Huang Chen said in a pretend fierce manner. Guan Xiaoya first chuckled, then slowly buried her head in Huang Chen's arms, feeling his broad chest and listening to his strong heartbeat. Especially when she felt the hardness as she moved her buttocks, she was even more touched. "Thank you, Mr. Huang," Guan Xiaoya said foolishly. "Still calling me Mr. Huang?" Huang Chen pinched her nose and chuckled. "Oh, I got used to it before," Guan Xiaoya said embarrassedly, sticking out her tongue and tilting her head. "Then I'll call you Brother Liang." After being affectionate for a while, urged by Huang Chen, Guan Xiaoya reluctantly got up from the warm embrace and went into the room to change clothes. Before entering the room, she turned her head, lightly biting her lip, and said, "Actually, you're a little younger than me, dear Brother Liang." She emphasized the three words, dear. "I'm going to change clothes now. This door doesn't close, so don't peek, okay?" Huang Chen smiled. This little girl was a bit lacking in discipline. 10 minutes later, Huang Chen drove away with Guan Xiaoya. "Big brother Huang, where are we going?" Guan Xiaoya looked as the car entered the express lane, asking with a hint of curiosity. "This wasn't the direction to the hospital. We're going to buy something first. There are caregivers at the hospital, so don't worry," Huang Chen said seriously as he drove. "Can you drive?" "I got my driver's license a couple of years ago, but I haven't driven much," Guan Xiaoya answered, still puzzled. Huang Chen nodded and drove straight to the car dealership, parking directly in front of the Maserati store. "Hello, sir and madam, welcome to the Maserati 4S store." Seeing the young men and women getting out of the brand new Palomilla, a female salesperson quickly greeted them. "I'm looking for Li Jing," Huang Chen said to the salesperson as he led Guan Xiaoya inside. "Okay, I'll go get her." "Please wait a moment," the female salesperson said through gritted teeth, cursing inwardly at that flirtatious customer, but her smile remained unchanged. Shortly after, Li Jing, dressed professionally and wearing small high heels, hurried over. "Mr. Huang, hello," Li Jing greeted Huang Chen with a sweet smile. She was quite impressed with this customer who had bought the MC20 Cielo in full after just looking at the car. Of course, she subconsciously ignored the fact that Huang Chen had a new female companion by his side. "Which cars are suitable for her to drive, and do you have them in stock?" Huang Chen pointed at Guan Xiaoya. "Ha?" Guan Xiaoya instinctively covered her mouth in surprise. She thought Huang Chen was buying a car for himself, but it turned out he was buying one for her. "Brother Liang, I don't need it," Guan Xiaoya tugged at Huang Chen's clothes, softly refusing. "Listen to my arrangements," Huang Chen said gently but with an unquestionable tone. "But I..." Guan Xiaoya wanted to say something, but when she met Huang Chen's gaze, she could only nod obediently in the end. "That's more like it. The system said that for the first woman who falls for you, you must show favoritism. And this also counts as completing a system task, killing two birds with one stone. The models suitable for this lady to drive are Levant and Ghibli, and we have both in stock." Li Jing secretly envied the other party's good fortune, then composed herself and introduced seriously. "Levant is an SUV, and Ghibli is a sedan, so there's no need to mention the appearance of the cars. When women buy cars, they generally value the brand, appearance, and price, while not many really care about the specifications, nor do many truly understand them. Ghibli, the sedan, is a better choice." Huang Chen made a direct decision. With just over $1 million for the full payment, Huang Chen swiped his card directly and then had someone take Guan Xiaoya to fill out the forms and complete the procedures. Huang Chen gestured for Li Jing to follow him to test drive the car. As for why he was buying for Guan Xiaoya but test driving himself, those in the know naturally understood. After a lap, Huang Chen once again experienced the gentle and considerate service of Maserati sales, although his technical skills were still not proficient. However, the anger he had accumulated from Guan Xiaoya was completely released. A man cannot hold on to anger for too long, as it is not good for physical and mental health. Huang Chen was considering his health, definitely not for any other reason. Watching Li Jing rinsing her mouth with mineral water, Huang Chen nodded satisfactorily, lit a cigarette, and drove back slowly. Although there were no additional options chosen, removing the protective film and getting the license plates would still take some time, so they definitely couldn't take the car today. However, there was no rush. Huang Chen, with Guan Xiaoya who seemed to be in a dream, continued on to the next stop, SM City Plaza. Why are we here? Guan Xiaoya asked curiously. As a second-tier coastal city, Tianhai City had two luxury shopping malls, one being the Wanshan Plaza where Guan Xiaoya worked, and the other being this SM City Plaza. To buy you some clothes and bags, Huang Chen got out of the car and gestured with his arm. Guan Xiaoya understood immediately and obediently linked her arm with his. After the scene of buying the car just now, Guan Xiaoya's reaction to buying clothes and other items was not as intense as before. Indeed, human adaptability is very strong. Just like Huang Chen himself, he used to be afraid to even enter luxury stores, but after obtaining the system, he now came to such places effortlessly, without any psychological burden. As others say, money is a man's courage, a woman's face, a poor person's dignity, and the foundation of marriage. If the clothes fit well, buy them. If the bag looks pretty, buy it. Buy sets of high-end cosmetics without even looking at the price. Everything was just like it was at Wanshan Plaza before. The first time Guan Xiaoya met Huang Chen, he was accompanied by a pretty girl and followed by two shopping mall guides carrying large and small bags. At that time, she was very envious and even fantasized about how nice it would be if she were the girl by his side. Unexpectedly, in a short time, the fantasy became a reality. Looking at the two guides following behind carrying bags, and seeing their subconscious humble smiles, at that moment, Guan Xiaoya thought of many things. Her mother's medical expenses were taken care of, she now had many luxurious clothes and bags that were once out of reach, and she even had a luxury car. All of this was given by the man beside her, who hadn't even asked for anything in return. It was a feeling of unconditional indulgence. Truly, there was no way to repay him, so, she could only devote her whole life to him. Looking into Huang Chen's eyes filled with love and tenderness, Guan Xiaoya no longer resisted Huang Chen's buying spree for her. What couldn't she accept that her man bought for her? Faced with the envious and jealous gazes of the female salespeople, Guan Xiaoya proudly straightened her chest. Humph, this lady is just lucky to have found a man who is rich and willing to spend money on her. You can envy all you want. It seems like something is still missing. Huang Chen unintentionally saw his Vacheron Constantin watch on his wrist, patted his head, and thought, yes, he should buy a watch for Xiaoya too. After much deliberation, I finally chose a Cartier Blue Balloon Series Diamond Set 18K Rose Gold Ladies Automatic Mechanical Watch, costing around 200,000. Despite this shopping spree, I've only spent less than $1 million, with $3 million in credits still available. Loading everything into the car trunk until it was full to the brim, Huang Chen headed towards the final destination. Huang, are you buying another house? Seeing the car pull into a sales office, Guan Xiaoya asked in surprise. She knew Huang Chen had just bought a large flat at Juntin Guanhai. Since I brought you here, it's naturally for you, Huang Chen replied, meeting her charming eyes with a smile. Your current place is too small. It's not that it's bad, but Aunt will need special care after leaving the hospital. Where will you let them stay then? Huang Chen explained. This was a newly opened property. Apart from its good location, the main reason for choosing this place was that it offered fully furnished ready-to-move-in houses, and all units were already handed over, allowing immediate occupancy after purchase. Before coming, he had contacted the developer through Zhu Hong's connections, so even though it was already evening, there was still someone waiting. Huang, hello, greeted by a manager named Sun at the sales office. Thank you. Huang Chen shook hands with him and pointed to Guan Xiaoya, saying, I want to buy a house for my girlfriend, with a budget of around 3 million. Can you help recommend something? Your girlfriend is lucky. Manager Sun complimented briefly, then continued, since all units here are fully furnished, the average price is around 18,000 per square meter. For better floors, the price may go up to 20,000 per square meter. With 3 million, you can already get the best floor and layout here. Mr. Huang, you are indeed wealthy, Manager Sun praised. Their property mainly targeted young customers with a need for small, fully furnished units, and sales were going well. However, the largest unit, a 4-bedroom 152 square meter apartment, had poor sales. The reason was simple, with nearly 3 million, there were many options in Tianhai, and they had no competitive edge. So Huang Chen's appearance was like a godsend for them. Both parties were interested, and after Guan Xiaoya liked the show unit, everything was settled. Huang Chen paid 3 million directly, waived the remainder, and even threw in 2 parking spaces, leaving everyone happy. As for the formalities, they would be taken care of later. In the brand new apartment on the 16th floor, with no furniture, the two could only stand embracing each other. Li, Huang, I feel like I'm dreaming today. I'm afraid I'll wake up from this dream if I sleep, Huang Xiaoya whispered. You used to call me dear, why the change? Huang Chen teased. I want to, just a bit scared. Huang Xiaoya's voice was barely audible. Despite her determination to rely on him for life, she was well aware of the vast gap between them, still feeling uncertain. Huang Chen understood Guan Xiaoya's thoughts but didn't agree. Who dared to be picky and critical of his woman? Although there were some misunderstandings, Huang Chen eventually acted as a gentleman and took Guan Xiaoya to the hospital. It was to ensure their first time together had a beautiful memory, not because he couldn't handle it physically. Driving, Huang Chen rubbed his slightly sore waist. He had thought his physical fitness was good, but it seemed he had overestimated himself. But it wasn't like he needed to start eating wolfberries and 6-flavor Rehmannia pills at such a young age. System, don't we have a system mall or some kind of lottery function? Huang Chen inquired the system in his mind. The above functions have not yet met the unlocking conditions. Please continue to work hard, host. The system's response left Huang Chen feeling both happy and worried. He was pleased that there seemed to be a system mall, wondering how many good things he could get from there. However, he was worried about not knowing how to meet the unlocking conditions. When he asked the system again, there was no reply. Obviously, the system was not ready to tell him directly. When Huang Chen returned to school in Pamela, it was almost lights-out time. After showing his student ID, the security guard did not give him a hard time and let him drive in. However, Huang Chen underestimated Pamela's attraction to students. Although it couldn't compare to his Trident, it was still $1 million sports car. Especially when compared to the modified show-off A7 parked next to it, the contrast was evident. Many might not know about car models, but at least they recognized the Porsche logo. Lu Chang leaned against his beloved car, chatting enthusiastically with the hot little junior he had just met. Despite pursuing Wang Xingqi for so long, although it seemed like they had made some progress, they hadn't even held hands yet, which made Lu Chang, who had long been deprived of physical intimacy, extremely uncomfortable. So, watching the junior's coquettish and sweet smile, intimate gestures, and those short shorts with long legs, he couldn't help but swallow hard, feeling a wave of excitement in his heart. He even started to consider whether to go to Hilton or Shangri-La later. At this moment, a brand new sports car pulled up next to his car, and a young man got out. Someone is driving Pamela in school? Lu Chang was puzzled. When he saw the person clearly, his face turned ugly as if he had eaten something awful. Damn, it's Huang Chen again. Oh, it's a Porsche, so beautiful, the junior's eyes lit up. Gone Linlao, Lu Chang watched helplessly as the junior, who had been chatting with him enthusiastically, walked quickly towards Huang Chen, swaying her hips, leaving a fragrant scent in her wake. He felt a wave of powerlessness wash over him. Shouldn't people in school dress modestly and focus on studying? Who allowed luxury cars to enter the school? Isn't this disrupting the school's atmosphere? Lu Cheng couldn't help but complain, forgetting that others had the same thoughts when he used to drive around the school in his S7. Huang Chen politely declined the enthusiastic junior. This kind of dressing should be for nightclubs, not school. Nowadays, students dress like hostesses, and hostesses dress like students. After a few perfunctory remarks and reluctantly exchanging WeChat contacts, Huang Chen walked towards the dormitory. Liang Gu, you're finally back. As soon as he entered, Xiao Jian hurried over. I was just looking for you. What's up with you? Huang Chen asked curiously. Xiao Jian, who was usually carefree, looked even more disheveled after his breakup, with a face of despair. It hadn't been long since they last met, but this guy had styled his hair, shaved his beard, changed into new clothes, and even sprayed some cologne, looking like a different person. What had stimulated him? My old man arranged a blind date for me tomorrow afternoon. Liang Gu, you have to help me out. Blind date? You're only 20 years old. And based on Huang Chan's understanding of Xiao Jian, this guy shouldn't have such a positive reaction, let alone dress up. Could it be that Xiao Jian's old man had given up on him and decided to start grooming the third generation early? My old man said I have to take it seriously, or he'll cut off my living expenses. Huang Chen suddenly realized that this was the key. Then just go, Huang Chen said indifferently. Huang Chen was actually quite curious about the legendary blind date. He had read a passage online before, roughly stating that blind dates were about getting the group of men who were least likely to pursue the opposite sex to pursue the most difficult women in the female group. A perfect upgrade attack. I have to say, although this statement is a bit absolute, there is some truth to it. Take Huang Chen for example, he had been single for 20 years, with no one showing interest. Even though he had a few secret crushes before, they all ended before they even began. And expecting girls to take the initiative is just wishful thinking. But the same person, once they put on designer clothes and drive a luxury car, will have women approaching them left and right, some even throwing themselves at him. So, emphasizing pickup skills is just a cover for lacking in strength, not handsome enough, or not rich enough. If you are as handsome as Liang Chaowei, do you still need pickup skills? There will be plenty of women willing to pamper you. If you are as wealthy as a certain young master, haven't you seen even men can't help but call you husband? Going off track here, Huang Chun chuckled and felt sleepy. He had planned to pack up and stay at the villa in Yunhai Resort, but then remembered he had to accompany Xiao Jian on a blind date tomorrow, so he decided against it. After a casual wash, he collapsed on the bed. At that moment, the system notification chimed in. The host has completed the temporary task the landlord's favor. The host spent a total of 5.06 million yuan on the designated target, quantifying the designated target's appreciation value at 95 points, and the task completion rating is excellent. Task reward, 500x0. 95 is equal to 475 million. Note, although expenses exceeding the spending limit are not counted, they can effectively increase the designated target's appreciation value. What a huge profit! He had previously splurged on Guan Xiaoya, buying cars, houses, watches, and bags, but in the end, he not only didn't spend a penny but also earned 4.75 million. This is much faster than collecting rent. If only such tasks had come earlier, he wouldn't have always been anxious about the fluctuating balance in his bank account between 3 and 4 digits. But thinking about it, he knew it was because Guan Xiaoya was the first one, and the treatment of the first one was always different. With a satisfied smile, Huang Chen quickly drifted off to sleep. At the same time, in the VIP ward of the affiliated hospital of the medical university, Guan Xiaoya, who had changed into the latest Chanel trench coat, with a shiny blue balloon on her hand, was sitting in front of the hospital bed, peeling an apple for her mother, Guan Shufang. Xiaoya, what's going on? After the caregiver left, Guan Shufang couldn't help but ask, how did such a big change happen while she was asleep? First, she was moved to such a spacious and bright single ward, with an experienced caregiver and a polite attitude from the attending physician. Seeing her daughter in expensive clothes, smiling again, and looking so happy, it was a stark contrast to her previous confusion and helplessness. Xiaoya, what's really going on? Guan Shufang asked again when her daughter didn't respond, a hint of worry flashing in her eyes. Could it be what she was suspecting? She knew her daughter very well, with no education or remarkable skills, but the only commendable thing was her more outstanding appearance and figure than herself when she was young. She believed that her daughter, whom she had raised single-handedly, was definitely not as despicable as those gossipy women claimed, but faced with such an inexplicable problem now, Guan Shufang couldn't think of any other possibilities. By acting like this, you might as well let me die. Thinking of the worst, Guan Shufang couldn't help but cry. Oh, Mom, what's wrong? Why are you crying? Guan Xiaoya, who was lost in thought before, only reacted to the crying when she heard it, quickly put down the apple in her hand, and held Guan Shufang's hand. By demeaning yourself like this, I might as well die, sob, sob, sob. Guan Shufang was so angry that her hand trembled, but then she thought that her daughter was doing all this for her, so she didn't know what to say for a moment. How am I demeaning myself? Guan Xiaoya was puzzled at first, but when she saw her mother staring at her wrist, she suddenly realized. She smiled and deliberately raised the blue balloon on her wrist, saying to her mother, Mom, isn't it beautiful? My boyfriend gave it to me. Boyfriend? When did you get a boyfriend? Guan Shufang was taken aback, realizing things might not be as she had thought. Guan Xiaoya didn't dare tease her mother anymore. She briefly explained the situation, then opened her phone to show pictures of the car, house, and the photo with Huang Chen in the new house. You mean, not only did Huang pay for my medical expenses, but he also bought you a car and a house? Guan Shufang couldn't believe it, but she couldn't disbelieve it either. After all, the contracts for the house and car clearly had Guan Xiaoya's name on them. He must be really wealthy. Guan Shufang finally accepted this reality, sighing. Looking at Huang Chen's young and sunny face in the photos, not the fat-faced, balding, and pot-bellied man she had imagined, she finally felt relieved. But another worry followed. Could a man who could spend money so freely, and who was so young and good-looking, really be tied down by her daughter? Thinking back to the man who, apart from his smooth talk, had nothing, had bound her for decades with just a marriage certificate, leaving her with nothing but their daughter. Seeing her daughter's happy face just now, showing her things that the two of them could never afford on their own, Guan Shufang couldn't help but sigh and say no more. After all, her daughter was different from her. Xiao Jian rarely got up early. dressed in a brand new casual outfit, his shoes shining, and his hair styled with gel. So serious? Huang Chen was a bit surprised. Yes, I think I've found true love, Xiao Jian said seriously while fixing his hair in front of the mirror. Huang Chen raised his middle finger mercilessly. True love? For Xiao Jian, a beautiful girl was true love. The type whose values followed their looks, including the ones he had broken up with before, all claiming it was true love. In Huang Chen's view, Xiao Jian was 176 centimeters tall, not bad looking, and quite funny, but the reason for their breakup was his lack of understanding of women's psychology. As the saying goes, if she is inexperienced, show her the world, if she is mature, take her on a carousel. And for Xiao Jian, when he liked someone, the only way was to spend money on her. Treating college girls the way you treat foot-washing girls at a hair salon was not acceptable. After all, students were generally still pure and mostly in the age of yearning for pure love. Spending money might make them feel insulted. Of course, there were also those who were materialistic, but the key was that Xiao Jian, despite being a second-generation rich kid, only had a monthly allowance of a few thousand, which couldn't withstand his lavish spending. When it came to spending on girls, it was either all at once or consistently. Unfortunately, he couldn't do either, so he was doomed. After breakfast, Huang Chen took the time to sign a contract with the renovation company affiliated with Ling Ling and finalized the plan. Looking at the cost, he casually rounded off 20 million, and Ling Ling didn't hold back at all. But Huang Chen didn't mind, as it was money from the system anyway. The more expensive the renovation, the more comfortable he would live. He believed that with Ling Ling's dedication and enthusiasm in promoting this plan, she would be more attentive and responsible during the renovation than he, the owner. So he didn't have to worry about quality or speed. Driving to the Yunhai Resort's villa, he organized the things he had brought from the dorm, leisurely drank tea, and the morning quickly passed. At noon, they went to a Western restaurant in the university town. Liang, where did you leave off? Huang Chen just parked the car on the side of the road when Xiao Jian's phone rang. Parked the car, Huang Chen got out of the Palomila, and through the floor-to-ceiling window, he could already see Xiao Jian sitting at the table by the window. It must be said that in terms of driving comfort alone, Palomila was more comfortable to drive than the Trident. Boss, this car is awesome. Xiao Jian was so excited that he started speaking in Cantonese. Liang Gu, where did you get this car? Let me have a go. Xiao Jian was a bit slow to notice that Huang Chen's attire was different from before. Although he didn't know the brand, the quality was evident, and usually, such clothes had one characteristic: they were expensive. My own car, feel free to drive it. Huang Chen tossed him the keys. In the past few years, probably knowing that his family was not well off, Huang Chen had helped him out by changing the names of a few livestock in the dormitory. Today, he bought too much food, and tomorrow, he would take his brothers out for a meal to improve their diet. Among them, Xiao Jian benefited the most, as he had more living expenses. Although Huang Chen never mentioned these things, he was well aware of them. If Xiao Jian liked it, giving him the car wouldn't be a big deal. But judging by Xiao Jian's personality, he probably wouldn't accept it. Damn, turns out Liang Gu, you're the most mysterious one in our dorm. You used to act quite convincingly. Jin Jian teased with a smile. Are you done pretending now? Humph, it's just a car, Huang Chen shrugged, completely indifferent. In terms of family background, even with the recent acquisition of a resort, he was probably still not as wealthy as Jin Jian's family. They were the big landlords in Canton, running large businesses. So, what's the background of your blind date? Huang Chen didn't want to dwell on it and changed the subject. My old man's friend's niece, from the neighboring media university. Jin Jian smirked and showed a photo. Liang Gu, not to brag, but she's really beautiful. Where he picked up that tone, no one knew. Huang Chen took the phone and casually asked, you haven't even graduated from college, isn't it too early for blind dates? Too early? My old man can't wait for me to graduate and get married, he's eager to have grandchildren soon. Jin Jian scratched his head. You know, we tend to marry early in our circle. So, since I still don't have a girlfriend, my old man is getting anxious, even cutting off my living expenses. Looking at the photo, whether it was edited or not, she was indeed quite beautiful, with a cute and sweet appearance, slightly petite, probably around 5 feet 3 inches. But these features seemed somewhat familiar. While Huang Chen was trying to recall, Jin Jian's blind date arrived, accompanied by a long-haired girl with a cold demeanor. Jin Jian? The two girls sat opposite Jin Jian. Having seen each other's photos before, they wouldn't mistake each other. The sweet girl introduced herself. I'm Wu Tian, and this is my good friend Lin Haoyue. Hello, ladies, I'm Jin Jian, and this is my buddy Huang Chen. Jin Jian's eyes lit up. The long-haired girl, Lin Haoyue, was also quite attractive, a perfect match for Liang Gu. Huang Chen? Wu Tian repeated softly. her beautiful big eyes sparkling as she glanced at Lin Haoyue beside her. "Hello, nice to meet you for the first time, I'm Huang Chen." Huang Chen spoke without much thought. Lin Haoyue flicked the stray hair by her ear and subtly nodded towards Wu Tian. The pre-ordered steaks and other dishes were soon served, and the four of them ate and chatted. Of course, the main conversation was between Jinjian and Wu Tian. Huang Chen listened in, occasionally interjecting, feeling a bit bored. So, after a while, he focused on enjoying the sirloin steak in front of him. Just as he was savoring the meal, he suddenly felt a leg lightly brushing against his calf under the table. I thought it was an accident on their part, but that pair of long legs and black stockings kept brushing against me, clearly intentional. Meanwhile, Lin Haoyue maintained her initial cold demeanor, nibbling on something with a slight blush on her face. Huang Chen's heart tightened, he slightly turned aside, seized the jade leg when no one was looking, and started playing with it. "Ah," Lin Haoyue whispered, catching Wu Tian's attention. Yeah, what's wrong?" she asked with concern. "It's nothing, just accidentally burned myself earlier." Huang Chen had already let go of her hand by then, and Lin Haoyue made up an excuse casually. Then, when the two beside them weren't paying attention, she shot Huang Chen a disapproving look. During the meal, there was naturally no substantial progress. Jinjian insisted on paying the bill and then escorted the two girls out. Lin Haoyue walked behind, shoulder to shoulder with Huang Chen. When they parted ways, she suddenly leaned in close to his ear and lightly bit her lip. "Thank you, brother Huang, for the ace of spades, hee." Damn, now Huang Chen finally remembered why he felt both of them looked familiar before. They had drinks together at 41°9 Club. That night, Huang Chen had quite a few drinks, and the most memorable were the cold and warm sisters. However, thinking back now, the other girls were not bad either, especially those brought in by marketing. Their looks were definitely not low. Wu Tian was the petite yet broad-minded girl, who took the lead in giving him a deep kiss while playing games. Lin Haoyue's voice, soft like a voice actress, paired with her cold, restrained face, the contrast was intriguing. But the moment he remembered that Wu Tian was Xiao Jian's blind date, Huang Chen felt uneasy again. Playing around is one thing, but if the two of them were really going to get married, would he be considered betraying his brother? If it's not the final step, probably, maybe, it doesn't count. What a mess. On the way, listening to Jinjian sitting in the passenger seat constantly sighing, "This girl is so innocent, this girl is so beautiful, I just love this kind of virtuous and motherly type." Huang Chen quickly changed the subject. If he continued, Jinjian would probably have even picked out the children's names. Chatting about school, after Jinjian got off the car, Huang Chen couldn't help but say, "Xiao Jian, listen to me, you two really aren't suitable." With that, he left Jinjian with a puzzled look, not giving him a chance to ask, and stepped on the gas pedal, roaring away. Porcelain City, an old residential area. A middle-aged man finished his drink in one gulp, then slammed the glass heavily on the table. Old Lu was really pushing it too far. "Damn it, I'm done," he said angrily. Usually, his gentle and virtuous wife would comfort him at this time, but this time, she filled his glass with wine. "It's so suffocating, let's just quit. Our son is about to graduate from college anyway. We have hands and feet, we won't starve no matter what. Over the years, we've saved some money, it should be enough for our son to make a down payment in Tianhai." The middle-aged man was Huang Chen's father, Huang Chuanda, and the gentle and virtuous woman was his mother, Su Hualian. "Alright, call our son and tell him, I'm quitting my job," Huang Chuanda shouted, downing a full glass, then thudded onto the table. After all these years, his tolerance for alcohol was still the same, 3 cups and he's out. Huang's mother shook her head, a hint of worry flashing in her eyes. Their savings were there. After so many years of hard work, they had saved around 200,000. This amount would be enough for a down payment in Porcelain City, but in Tianhai, it would be difficult. When Huang Chen received his mother's call, he was driving. "Dad drank too much again?" Upon hearing his mother's gentle voice, Huang Chen revealed a sincere smile from the bottom of his heart. "Are you really going to resign this time?" Huang's father's job had long been advised against by Huang Chen. It was hard and tiring, with no chance of promotion or raise for him. The reason was simple. Huang's father was too straightforward. Although he was capable at work, he didn't know how to play the game of networking. How could he survive in a state-owned enterprise? Especially with his new supervisor, Mr. Lu, who knew that Huang's family was of modest means. Huang's father couldn't bear to leave this stable and respectable job in the city of porcelain, so Mr. Lu became increasingly audacious. The recent incident was straightforward. Huang's father and his team had prepared a marketing plan according to the client's requirements, which received high praise. Delighted, the company's senior management rewarded their department with a bonus of 50,000. As the main planner of the plan, Huang's father expected to receive at least 1 or 2,000, considering there were only 5 people in their department, 2 of whom were new and didn't even know how the plan was put together. However, Mr. Liu, citing success belongs to me, took 35,000 for himself, leaving the rest to be divided among the team. Consequently, Huang's father only received 5,000, with Mr. Liu justifying it as a gesture of respect due to his age. To add insult to injury, Mr. Liu lectured him about respecting leadership, considering the overall situation, having vision and foresight, and not always focusing on personal gains and losses. How could Huang's father bear being lectured by a young man not much older than his own son? Even an honest man has his pride. It's right for dad to resign, and I fully support it. Huang Chen suppressed his anger and said in a cheerful tone, "Don't worry about me, I'm doing fine. Don't worry, we're not short of money." Huang's mother's comforting words sounded particularly warm to Huang Chen's ears. After hanging up the phone, Huang Chen's smile faded. This matter of bullying his father couldn't be left unresolved. He drove back to the resort. "Huang, you're looking for me." As soon as he arrived at the villa, Xu Hong was waiting respectfully outside the door. "Arrange for the bank to provide a property evaluation report for our resort as soon as possible. Also, find someone with good driving skills to drive the S300. In a few days, take me on a trip out of town. Prepare some cigarettes, alcohol, and gifts in the car's trunk. I want to give them to someone." Huang Chen gave several instructions in one breath, and Xu Hong noted them down one by one. After confirming everything was correct, he turned and left. Standing on the balcony of the villa's second floor, Huang Chen leaned against the railing, lit a cigarette, but didn't smoke it, just held it in his hand, letting it burn. In the distance, waves crashed onto the shore and then receded slowly. Huang Chen's gaze was deep as he ignored the phone flashing beside him, eventually deciding to turn it off. Sometimes, a person needs to be alone in silence, even if they don't think about anything. As night fell, the seaside villa was far from the hustle and bustle. Except for the occasional sound of waves, it was quite peaceful. Opening his phone again, message notifications kept ringing. Many more people had added him on WeChat recently, and if he didn't check for a while, there would be many unread messages, mostly from unfamiliar women, either in voice or text, saying ambiguous things. Some were more direct, sending photos that could easily make one blush or even get a 404 error. Although Huang Chen didn't reply, he appreciated each one carefully. Well, purely from an artistic perspective. He casually replied to a few messages. He responded to Guan Xiuya, "Spend these days with your mother, don't worry about other things, I've arranged everything." Then, after comforting Lu Shui, who had been scolded to tears by a client, Huang Chen chatted with Gong Xiaoxiao, whom he had just met but seemed to understand well, praised the new photos sent by Lang Xian, complimented Li Jing's warm and considerate service, affirmed Ling Ling's serious and responsible attitude, agreed to the suggestions of Wu Tian and Lin Haoyue to meet for drinks next time, and replied to the enthusiastic Wang Xinqi that he had not forgotten Professor Xiao's class. He couldn't remember the rest, so he didn't bother. Another dull and boring day passed. In the following days, Huang Chen finally began to live the life he had once dreamed of. He woke up naturally in the morning at the villa, ate the food carefully prepared by the hotel chef, worked out at the resort gym for 2 hours, read books in the afternoon, played some sports, strolled around the streets, and shopped without any worries. In the evenings, he wore his badge of extravagance and went solo to the various bars and nightclubs at Tianhai. One night, he even got carried away and actually said, "I'll foot the bill tonight." Fortunately, it was just a small-scale bar with not many people, and the drinks weren't very expensive. But even so, he spent over 800,000 that night, and woke up the next day feeling quite sore. By the time the asset evaluation report came out, Huang Chen had recharged nearly tens of millions at these entertainment venues, becoming the biggest VIP customer at many places, and his WeChat was filled with various marketing and numerous flashy girls. On several nights, if Huang Chen hadn't restrained himself from overindulging, using great willpower to extricate himself from the sea of rouge, he might not have known where he woke up the next day. This kind of indulgent life, occasional indulgence was fine, but too frequent was actually meaningless. Of course, Huang Chen's main goal was achieved, successfully increasing his mediocre looks to a permanent 81 points, just barely breaking through that threshold. Dressed in a newly bought Burberry casual outfit, he carefully looked at the familiar yet unfamiliar face in the mirror. The features were still the same, Huang Chen couldn't pinpoint what had changed specifically, but the feeling it gave was vastly different. It was like a simple egg fried rice, the same ingredients, but the taste was worlds apart between a roadside stall and a top chef. If the old Huang Chen had the appearance of an average person, relying at most on luxurious clothing to attract attention, the current Huang Chen could easily be described as having sharp eyebrows, starry eyes, a straight nose, thin lips, tall stature, and outstanding demeanor. Even wearing cheap clothes, he still stood out in a crowd. This feeling had nothing to do with clothing, nor was it solely due to an increase in looks, but rather because of an extraordinary temperament. At this moment, Huang Chen finally understood the significance of the badge in enhancing looks and temperament. It was no wonder that some people, despite being good-looking, still gave off an air of being unable to rise to the occasion, simply because their temperament couldn't keep up. On the other hand, some people, even with average looks, could easily be distinguished by their unique qualities. Mr. Huang Yu. Xu Huang had been coming over every day these past few days to report to Huang Chen, so they had naturally met quite a few times, but it was the first time he realized that their boss actually looked so handsome. Old Zhu, is everything arranged? Huang Chen was indifferent to his reaction, as he had been quite self-absorbed after breaking through 80 points. Mr. Huang, everything is ready. The driver, Zhu Tao, is a retired soldier recruited last year. He used to drive small cars in the army, very skilled, smart, and sensible, and he also knows a bit of martial arts. Then instruct him, we'll leave in half an hour. Huang Chen nodded slightly, agreeing to this arrangement. He had observed Zhu Hong's performance these days and saw him as competent and tactful. Since he dared to recommend this person to drive for him, he must have thought it through. The porcelain city is only a little over 300 kilometers away from the Tianhai Sea. Huang Chen could have driven himself, but this time he was mainly going back to save face for his parents, so it was more appropriate to arrange for a driver. Originally, Huang Chen was thinking about whether to bring a girl along, but then he was afraid of unnecessary misunderstandings, so he decided against it. The black Mercedes S300 was smoothly and swiftly driving on the highway. Sitting in the back seat, Huang Chen crossed his legs and quietly smoked. It had to be said that sitting in this luxury car was indeed comfortable, with good shock absorption and sound insulation. Even driving at high speeds, there was no sound inside the car. Zhu Tao, the driver, was a young man in his mid-20s, not very tall, probably just over 1.7 meters, and seemed to have a rather quiet personality. Since Huang Chen got in the car, apart from a few words he said to him at the beginning, Zhu Tao had not spoken a word on his own. However, from his constant attention to adjusting the air conditioning temperature and promptly lowering the volume of the stereo when Huang Chen dozed off, it could be seen that he was observant and attentive. Huang Chen planned to observe him more. If his personality was suitable and he could keep his mouth shut, he might consider hiring him as his exclusive driver in the future. After all, as a big landlord, he would definitely need a driver in the future. Darling, what are you doing? The phone rang, and it was the cheerful voice of Guan Xiaoya. I'm out of town for some business. Huang Chen didn't mention that he was going back to his hometown or the situation at his home. He wasn't ready to let people around him know yet. Oh, you're not in Tianhai? My mom was thinking of inviting you over for dinner. Guan Xiaoya sounded a bit disappointed, pouting. While Huang Chen was working hard to improve his appearance with the power of money, Guan Xiaoya's mother, Guan Shufang, had successfully undergone surgery. Under the careful care of professional nurses, she had recovered well after the operation and had been discharged from the hospital and returned home yesterday. This home was naturally the large 4-bedroom apartment that Huang Chen had bought for Guan Xiaoya. Huang Chen had already arranged for household appliances and furniture to be purchased, so Guan Xiaoya just brought some clothes and moved in. Seeing the spacious and bright new house and all the top-brand appliances, Guan Shufang finally let go of her last bit of hesitation. Since they had done so much, did they really need that piece of paper for security? She also worried that if she insisted on getting married, Huang Chen might just walk away decisively. Such a man couldn't be tied down by a piece of paper. The two chatted on the phone for a while. From the conversation, one could feel Guan Xiaoya's genuine happiness and affection. It was a nice feeling. I'll wait for you to come back. I've prepared a gift for you, Guan Xiaoya said playfully before reluctantly hanging up. Shortly after, the phone rang again. This time it was Ling Ling. The progress is good. Just follow the style you sent before for the household appliances and furniture. Huang Chen was quite satisfied with Ling's responsible attitude as a designer. Such an intellectual beauty, a university teacher, spending all her time in her own house even after class, reporting the progress to him at any time. Which homeowner wouldn't be satisfied? You just need to focus on the progress and quality. Don't worry about the money. I've already transferred the remaining 10 million final payment. Huang Chen instructed a few more things before hanging up the phone. Not long after he hung up, the phone rang again, this time from an unknown number. Huang Chen was too lazy to answer and hung up. Unexpectedly, the other party was quite persistent, calling back after being hung up on, so Huang Chen finally couldn't help but answer. Why do you keep hanging up on my calls, Huang Gij? Are you up to no good? A familiar voice came from the phone. I knew you kept calling. The moment he heard the voice, Huang Chen immediately thought of a pair of long legs. It turned out to be Lu Shui's friend, Gong Xiaoxiao. They occasionally raced each other on WeChat, but he hadn't saved her number. Huang Dashui, I've sent you so many messages and you haven't replied. I miss you, so I had to call you. Can't see you, can only quench my thirst by listening to your voice. This voice was so sweet it went straight to the bone. Damn, you're already missing me after just one meeting, that's too fast. Looks like I haven't fed you enough on regular days if you need to quench your thirst by listening to my voice. Huang Chen retorted immediately. He wasn't usually one to sweet talk, but dealing with Gong Xiaoxiao and her sharp tongue always led him astray. Oh, big brother, your voice is getting more charming, it's making me drool. What drool? Huang Chen raised an eyebrow. Of course, saliva, what else did you think? Gong Xiaoxiao chuckled. Let me tell you, today Xiaoshui bought a big, thick banana and insisted on feeding me, stuffing it into my mouth until it went sour. You were the one who snatched my banana. A soft voice of Lu Shueshio came from the other end. TSK, it's like rowing a boat without a paddle. No wonder they say if the chat records of some female friends group were leaked, each one would be in deep trouble. Indeed, when women get chatty, men better stay out of it. Surprisingly, chatting with them was quite enjoyable, and time passed quickly. As the sun set, the car finally arrived at Huang Chen's hometown, Ganfu Porcelain City. If Tianhai could be considered a second-tier city, then Porcelain City, a small inland city with a small population and poor economy, could barely be called a fourth-tier city. Some even considered it a fifth-tier city. Although it had a glorious past due to the imperial kiln and official kiln, and had some fame, the city known for its handmade porcelain still inevitably fell apart under the wave of industrialization. The once bustling state-owned factories fell in clusters, no longer enjoying the prosperity of our products or sold worldwide. However, in response, numerous small businesses and workshops sprouted up like mushrooms, bearing the porcelain city's name and making a fortune. Many people discovered that a piece of porcelain passed down in their family was a fine product from the imperial kiln or official kiln, easily fetching millions. So, it was a magical place where the city might be poor, but there were plenty of wealthy people. However, none of this had anything to do with Huang Chen's family. Huang Chen's father was a small employee of a local company in Porcelain City, while his mother ran a small stationery store next to the local high school, making ends meet, belonging to the most ordinary family in this ordinary small city. General Huan, where are we going now? Driving slowly on the welcoming avenue, Xu Tao broke the silence and asked softly, let's find a place to stay first. Huang Chen thought for a moment. It was not early now, and it was the weekend tomorrow. His mother didn't need to open the store, so she must be at home. They casually had some food and then checked into a hotel. Surprisingly, the small city even had a 5-star hotel, and it was quite popular, truly a strange thing. The next morning, after eating the famous local cold noodle dumplings, under Huang Chen's command, the Black S-300 headed towards his home. Huang Chen's home was located on the outskirts of the new urban area of Porcelain City. Compared to the newly built high-rise buildings, the first-generation commercial housing with over 20 years of age looked more worn out. Huang's parents were having breakfast at home when they suddenly heard a knock on the door. Who is it, so early in the morning? Huang's mother, Su Hualian, muttered as she got up to open the door. The door opened to reveal a tall young man with sharp features, a handsome appearance, dressed in a well-tailored long coat, exuding a charm that resembled a male lead in a TV drama. Behind him was a young man carrying bags and boxes of various sizes. Who are you looking for? Su Hualian asked in confusion. Why does this person's features resemble my son's? But my son is not as handsome. Mom, don't you even recognize your own son? Huang Chen immediately put on a playful smile and hugged his long unseen mother. Then he leaned in and said to Huang Chuanda, who was sitting at the table eating porridge, Comrade Lao Huang, your son is back. The familiar accent, but with a more magnetic voice. Su Hualian still couldn't believe it. Is this really my son? When did my son become so handsome? Upon closer inspection, the features were still familiar, even the mole on his neck was in the same position and size. It was confirmed, he was indeed her son. Lianger, is this your friend? Su Hualian admired her son for a while before remembering they had guests. Hello, uncle and aunt. Xu Tao greeted very respectfully. These were the parents of the big boss, so he had to be polite. Although he didn't understand why the big boss was so wealthy and yet his parents lived in such a place, he always remembered the first thing his old leader taught him when he joined the army. Don't ask what shouldn't be asked, don't say what shouldn't be said. After carefully placing the gifts he brought on the ground, Xu Tao moved the things from outside into the house one by one, then heard Huang Chen say to him, go out for a walk first, I'll call you later. Okay, General Huang. Xu Tao nodded politely to the two elders, then stepped out, making sure to close the door behind him. What's going on with you, kid? After closing the door, Su Hualian's expression immediately changed, and she pulled him in front of her. General Huan? What kind of books have you been reading? Huang Chuanda had also put down his chopsticks by now, looking at the boxes of Maotai, Wolianye, 1916, Huang Jinyi, and other precious liquors and cigarettes scattered all over the floor, his brows furrowed. As a middle-aged man who occasionally smoked and drank, he was familiar with the prices of these liquors and cigarettes. Just the liquors and cigarettes on the floor probably amounted to tens of thousands, not to mention the bags with logos like LV, Gucci, and others. Your son struck it rich. Huang Chen sat down leisurely on a stool, crossing his legs casually. Stop beating around the bush, speak up. Su Hualian lowered her voice and threatened to grab a feather duster. The illustrious General Huang Dashao, Huang Xiansheng, was still the pitiful child suppressed by Su Hualian's bloodline for 20 years when he returned home. Well, this is quite a long story. Huang Chen wanted to tease a bit, but seeing his mother's raised eyebrows and his father starting to grumble, he knew the familiar prelude to a double-team scolding was about to begin. Mom, do you remember the set of porcelain I took to school in my freshman year? Huang Chen had already prepared his story on the way there. Of course, the existence of the system was something he couldn't mention. Su Hualian nodded, vaguely recalling it. As a person from the porcelain city, it was customary to bring porcelain when going out, especially when going to other places. So when Huang Chen went to Tianhai University alone for registration, he brought quite a few pieces to give to his teachers, counselors, and classmates. Originally planning to buy some new porcelain, but unwilling to spend the money, Huang Chen had a stroke of genius. He found a small workshop and had some wooden boxes made, repackaging the porcelain. What's inside? Is there a treasure? Su Hualian pursed her lips. Although she had heard many such stories, she never thought it would happen in her own home. There was a tradition in Porcelain City that whenever a family suddenly became wealthy, the standard explanation given to outsiders was that they had sold their ancestral porcelain. As for the truth, well, I said it, believe it or not. Among them was a blue and white plate that caught the eye of one of our teachers, who said it was a treasure, and then gave me $1 million. After saying that, he took out a crumpled contract with 2 bright red fingerprints on it. Naturally, it was fake. The contract was a template found online, and the fingerprints were randomly pressed by himself. However, it was just used to deceive his parents, and the flaws were not significant. The guy in my dorm, Jinjian, the second generation of the U mansion that I mentioned to you before, pulled me into a business venture together, and we made quite a bit of money. Later, we also invested in a friend's restaurant. That place has been doing exceptionally well. Over the past few years, we've been making tens of thousands every year. After saying that, he showed the elderly couple a photo of himself and Wang Deki under the sign of Xuanwei Tianhai. This photo was real, with Wang Deki smiling brightly, and his pictures could also be found online. See, this restaurant, it's now our most popular internet-famous check-in spot at Tianhai. Not long ago, Xiao Jian and I also invested in a resort. It's not a lot, but we estimate we can make a couple of 100,000 a year. The guy just now is an employee at the resort. I'm a small shareholder, so he calls me Boss Huang. Half-truths and half-lies, Huang Chen was confident that his parents wouldn't dig deeper, because all his parents cared about was that their children didn't go astray. As long as he wasn't doing anything wrong, how he earned money wasn't really important. Moreover, although Huang Chen's funds were transferred directly by the system guaranteed no risk issues and wouldn't trigger any investigations, so Huang Chen was particularly confident. So, you earned all this money legitimately? Huang Chen nodded. You've made millions now? Huang Chen continued to nod. So, my son really struck it rich? Su Hualian's voice grew more excited. Huang Chen beamed, nodding vigorously. Wasn't it just a while ago someone said our son wouldn't have a future even if he graduated from a lousy university? Look, my son not only looks good, but he's also making big money before even graduating. Su Hualian suddenly beamed with joy. Huang Chuanda, who had been playing with cigarettes and alcohol on the side, hadn't spoken the whole time, but at this moment, he also breathed a sigh of relief. Liangzi, you're studying and doing business now. Why did you rush back here when you're so busy? Isn't it almost Chinese New Year in a few months? After Su Hualian had her moment of pride, she remembered that her son had come back without informing them. Didn't you say Dad was going to resign? Such a big deal, I had to come back to support it. Huang Chen chuckled. At this point, Su Hualian's face suddenly darkened as she glared at old Huang. What's wrong? Huang Chen asked in surprise. It's that guy surnamed Lu again, holding up your dad's resignation application, insisting that he completes his new plan before he can resign, Su Hualian said indignantly. In my opinion, whether he approves it or not, we should just leave. We have hands and feet, we won't starve, Huang Chen suggested. Before, it could be said that we were worried about our son, thinking of saving money to buy a house and get him married. Now you see, our son is successful on his own, making hundreds of thousands a year. He doesn't need our little money anymore. No, who said that? Dad is thinking of leaving me a way out. I understand this intention. Besides, without the guidance of Dad and Mom all these years, how could I be where I am today? Huang Chen looked at his dad's increasingly unpleasant expression and quickly interjected. Cursing himself silently, he had been too caught up in showing off earlier and had forgotten to consider his dad's feelings. A successful son naturally made a father very happy. However, as the head of the family for so many years, working hard and enduring, not to mention the grievances during this time, having finally saved some money to help his son, only to find out that his son didn't need it at all. The stark contrast was a severe blow to the self-esteem of a middle-aged man. This time coming back, besides missing you guys, the main reason is that I have an idea that I need Mom and Dad's help with. Huang Chen changed the subject, something he had been considering before coming back. Oh, son, what idea do you have? Tell us. Su Hualian looked at her handsome son, feeling so proud. She wished she could drag him out now and let those middle-aged women who gossip all day see how outstanding her son truly is. I was thinking, Dad, you're only 44, Mom, you're just in your 40s, both still young. In our current era, you both are considered young, not even middle-aged. Although there was a joking tone, Huang Chen wasn't just making things up. According to the new age classification proposed by the World Health Organization, anyone under 44 is considered young, so this statement is accurate. What's this? Now that you have money, you dare to tease your parents? Old Huang started bantering again. His hand felt itchy, suddenly wanting to slap his son's handsome face a couple of times. Ahem. Huang Chen almost choked on his own saliva, chuckling awkwardly. Forget it, you're my father, can't mess with you. In my opinion, Dad, you shouldn't work anymore. Mom, you shouldn't keep your small shop open, let's be our own bosses, Huang Chen said directly. He remembered that Dad had once wanted to start a business, but considering the consequences of failure that their small family couldn't bear, despite contemplating it several times, they never put it into practice. This is the tragedy of ordinary people. The cost of trial and error is too high. Especially when you have elderly parents and young children to care for, the burden of responsibility is heavy. Without a substantial financial cushion, quitting your job to start a business is out of the question, and even falling ill becomes a luxury. How many people in this world are trapped in a midlife unemployment crisis, humbly praying to keep their jobs? Now that Huang Chen has the means, he is willing to help his parents fulfill this dream. It's just trial and error, even if they lose everything. So what? Huang Chen now has the confidence, even if he loses millions, he can earn it back through rental income. Of course, they shouldn't take big steps at first, to avoid putting too much pressure on Mom and Dad. So Huang Chen took out a card and said, Mom, Dad, there's $1 million in this card, use it to start a business. Son can make money now, and will make even more in the future, so you can rest assured and nurture it. Son has got your back. Watching Huang Chen's carefree appearance, Su Hualian couldn't help but chuckle, feeling grateful for her thoughtful son. Huang Chuanda also couldn't resist the temptation. He really didn't want to continue with that lousy job. You do the hardest work, carry the heaviest burden, promotions and raises are based on seniority from when you were young. Now they talk about showing your style and giving young people more opportunities when you reach middle age. It's all nonsense. Bah! At that moment, Huang Chuanda's phone rang. Seeing it was Supervisor Lu, he was instantly furious and answered the call angrily. Before he could speak, the voice on the other end said, Huang Chuanda, the clients are pushing. When will your proposal be ready? What the hell are you doing all day? Do you even want to work? Damn it, to hell with it, scolded in front of his son, Huang Chuanda exploded, shouting into the phone, you can approve my resignation report or not, I'm done. And he hung up the phone. Old Huang, so domineering. Huang Chen approached like a lackey, giving 2 thumbs up. It should have been done long ago, so satisfying. Su Hualian also laughed. Of course, can't let our Huang CEO lose face, right? Huang Chuanda was in a great mood, teasing his son. Huang Chen was at a loss. If old Huang found out someone called him Huang Xiao, young master, he didn't know how he would react. Ha ha, laughter filled the room, dispelling the previous oppressive atmosphere. Alright, since our son supports this, as his father, being hesitant would only make him lose respect for me. Huang Chuanda sat down confidently, embodying the head of the household. I've had thoughts about starting a business before and discussed it with your mother. Since you're willing to invest for me to give it a try, I'll go for it. Huang Chuanda's entrepreneurial idea was simple, to open a high-end restaurant. Not to mention, the people in Porcelain City are generally fun-loving, food enthusiasts, and willing to spend. In a small city like this, besides the porcelain shops lining the streets, the most common establishments are surprisingly restaurants, KTVs, and entertainment centers, most of which are doing well. It's quite unusual. Of course, this is partly due to the higher proportion of wealthy individuals in Porcelain City. Currently, there are plenty of mid-range dining options, but truly upscale ones are lacking. So, it must be said that Old Huang's vision is quite unique, although the risks are substantial. Whether it's Western, Chinese, or Japanese cuisine, for a high-end restaurant, the initial investment is bound to be significant. It requires top-quality ingredients, professional staff, luxurious decor, and more. Additionally, whether it's themed dishes, innovative cuisine, garden restaurants, cultural eateries, or fusion cuisine, each has different space requirements. According to Huang's original plan, he wanted to create a garden restaurant, focusing on an elegant ambience and exceptional flavors. He even had a location in mind, a 3-story standalone villa by the West Mountain Lake. The place is conveniently located, nestled between mountains and lakes, offering stunning views, tranquility, and a popular spot for young couples to take wedding photos. Unfortunately, the property was only for sale, not for rent. Even if they could rent it, the initial investment of 1 million wouldn't cover the renovation costs. So, Huang Chuanda mentioned it to Huang Chen as a casual conversation, while secretly contemplating other suitable locations. Huang Chen silently noted it down, planning to visit later. If the place met his father's description, he might consider purchasing it. After all, villas in Porcelain City, no matter how expensive, weren't exorbitant. As Huang Chen pondered, a voice from the system echoed in his mind. Detecting the host father's strong entrepreneurial passion, a temporary task is now issued. Task description: host must eliminate all father's concerns comprehensively to fulfill the prerequisites for entrepreneurship. Task reward: a set of standalone villa by West Mountain Lake in Porcelain City. Huang Chen was delighted. This task came at the perfect time. In other words, once the prerequisites were met, the location issue would be resolved. Dad, have you tried negotiating for that villa you mentioned? Are you sure it can't be rented? Huang Chen couldn't help but interrupt his father. I haven't negotiated directly, just made some inquiries. Huang Chuanda looked a bit embarrassed. In essence, this was just a middle-aged man's daydream of not wanting to settle for mediocrity. Since he knew he lacked the ability to make it happen, how could he actually negotiate for it? Oh, Dad, how would you know if you don't try? Huang Chen rubbed his hands together. Apart from the location, what other issues are there? Once the location is settled, the next steps involve design and renovation. We need to hire a professional designer, preferably experienced in high-end restaurant design. Then comes staff recruitment. We'll need to hire young, attractive, service-oriented individuals, setting a higher standard than regular restaurants. But that shouldn't be a problem, we can just offer higher wages. Next is the chef team, which might be tricky since it's not easy to find top chefs in our small town. And then there's the tricky part of sourcing ingredients. We can't just rely on the local market, we need to find suitable, stable supply channels. Huang Chuanda sipped his tea, his expression lively and animated, as if he had returned to his youth, full of passion. As for the rest, like kitchen equipment, tables, and utensils, these can all be solved with money, not a problem. It was evident that this idea had been brewing for a long time, otherwise he wouldn't have thought it through so thoroughly. However, as Huang Chuanda continued talking, his voice gradually lowered, ending with a sigh. Of course, this was my initial idea. I also know that it's not practical. If we were to do it this way, I wouldn't even know how many millions it would take to open this shop, let alone talk about breaking even. So, with the 1 million you've given me, along with the 20,000 your mom and I saved, we could open a Western restaurant in Longbao Square. It just opened recently, has good popularity, and there's even a rent reduction promotion for new tenants. Dad, if we're going to do this, let's do it right, not settle for less, Huang Chen hurriedly said. This was not the time to back down, Dad. In fact, after hearing his father's idea, Huang Chen compared it in his mind to those so-called high-end restaurants in Tianhai and realized that this plan was indeed feasible. If successful, it would undoubtedly be the undisputed #1 in Porcelain City, making a profit was certain. As for Huang's father's concerns, it all boiled down to money, worrying about how much to spend and fearing there would be no business after opening, risking losing all of his son's money. Dad, just wait a moment, I'll make a phone call. Taking the teacup handed to him by his mother, Huang Chen took a few sips, then dialed Ling Ling's number. Mr. Huang, hello, about your house. Ling Ling thought Huang Chen was inquiring about the progress of the renovation and was about to report. Huang Chen coughed hastily, interrupting, Designer Ling, I have something to ask you. Mr. Huang, go ahead. Ling Ling must have been at the renovation site, as the sound of an electric drill could be heard intermittently, quite noisy. She seemed to realize this too, as she moved around for a bit, making the phone call clearer. Huang Chen briefly explained the situation and asked if she could recommend a suitable designer. Mr. Huang, don't forget, I used to specialize in shop designs. Jinxiu and Xuanwei were both my designs. Slapping his forehead, Huang Chen remembered that she had designed the renovation for him but had forgotten about it. Then I'll leave this to you, is that okay? Huang Chen asked. Of course, no problem. I have experience in this area. Once I've seen the site, I can provide a complete design plan and renderings in no more than half a month. Ling Ling readily agreed. When it came to her professional field, she was quite confident. Huang Chen's dream of renovating the large flat was her opportunity to make money, as she was not one to ignore practical matters. One down, Huang Chen proudly informed his father. He had made the call on speakerphone, and Huang Chuanda had heard everything clearly. The second call was to the boss of Xuanwei, De Beitu. During their conversation at the event, De Beitu had boasted about his extensive network in the catering industry, from chefs to ingredients and equipment procurement. The reason Huang Chen didn't reach out to Wang Deki, whom he was closer to, was because he felt that Xuanwei Tianhai, despite its good business, was slightly inferior in class compared to Jinxiu. De Beitu's surname was Zhou, and his name was Zhou Chen. Although a bit surprised to receive Huang Chen's call, he was very polite. Once he understood the purpose of Huang Chen's call, he readily agreed. Mr. Huang, leave this to me, old Zhou. Just recently, the second chef at Luwelu in Xiantang wanted to start afresh with his team. His culinary skills are top-notch. I'm quite familiar with him. As long as your conditions are good, I'll make sure he joins you, at least for a 5-year contract. Don't worry about the ingredients, my supplier is reliable. Fresh ingredients delivered on the same day, guaranteed freshness and quality, they are professionals. It's best to customize the tableware and equipment, it's not a problem, just minor details. Alright, I'll leave it to you then. Huang Chen couldn't help but feel amazed. Indeed, knowing the right people makes a difference, effortlessly. Mr. Huang, no need to be so polite, let's have tea together when you're free. Zhou Chen added la at the end of each sentence, making it sound a bit odd. Look, everything is settled. Huang Chen put down his phone, chuckling. Huang's father looked at his son with a complex expression, thinking about the respectful and polite attitude on the phone earlier. His son had grown up, indeed different now. The problems that troubled him were easily solved with just a couple of phone calls from his son. Temporary task completed. Reward issued, ownership of a detached villa near West Mountain Lake in Porcelain City. Hey, the system is awesome. Dad, strike while the iron is hot, let's go check out that villa again. Huang Chen nudged his father's arm. Shall we go take a look? Huang Chuanda was somewhat intrigued. With Huang's mother, the three of them got into the S300 and headed towards West Mountain Lake. This car is nice, so comfortable to sit in. Huang Chuanda felt the luxury interior of the car, feeling pleased. It was indeed a luxurious Mercedes S-Class sedan, much more comfortable than the Lincoln owned by someone surnamed Lu. Huang Chuanda had ridden in Supervisor Lu's Lincoln Continental before, listening to him boast about how luxurious and noble the car was. In this small city of Porcelain City, being able to drive a car worth 600,000 or 700,000 was indeed worth showing off. But now, looking at it again, my son is riding in a Mercedes S300, with a driver too. It's all thanks to your son. Huang's mother couldn't stand his showing off and nudged him. Huang Chen, sitting in the passenger seat, chuckled to himself, while the driver Zhu Tao remained focused, acting like an emotionless tool. Mr. Huang, the landlord heard that you wanted to rent, and readily agreed. The contract is here for you to review. Next to the detached villa near West Mountain Lake, when Huang Chen and his family arrived, a man in a suit, a mail agent, was already waiting with documents. Rent is only 5,000 a month? Huang Chuanda took the contract, browsed through the terms, and the more he read, the more surprised he became. Monthly payments? And a 3-month renovation period? Yes, the landlord has authorized our company. As long as you agree, you can sign the contract anytime. I have the keys with me. This agent was exceptionally polite. Dad, there shouldn't be any issues with this, right? Huang Chuanda was finding it hard to believe, the terms were too generous. To be honest, although it's called a villa, it was originally designed as a clubhouse. Not to mention the well-maintained 4-acre lawn in the yard, just the building itself occupies 500 square meters, with a total of 3.5 floors, including a basement. With such a large area, only 5,000 a month, isn't that almost like giving it away for free? Don't worry, Dad, I found out when I contacted them earlier, this villa was bought by a friend of mine from Tianhai. When he heard that you wanted to rent it to open a store, he refused to take my money. Huang Chen continued to make friends out of nothing, earnestly making up stories. In fact, if it weren't for fear that his father couldn't accept it, he would have wanted to give it for free, but ended up having to spend money and go through an agent, feeling a bit like a waste. What a mess! Signing his name on the contract, taking his own copy of the contract and the keys to the house, Huang Chuanda still couldn't believe it. Son, does this mean my store is almost ready to open? He stared blankly at his son. Hee, Dad, you only have one task left now. Huang Chen pretended to be mysterious, that is to come up with a good name. Just wait for others to call you Boss Huang, huh? You little rascal. Huang Chuanda saw his son looking serious, almost thinking he had forgotten something important, only to realize his son was teasing him. But when he imagined others calling him Boss Huang, he couldn't help but burst into laughter. On the way back, Huang Chuanda was clearly excited, holding Su Hualian's hand and enthusiastically discussing his design ideas. Su Hualian smiled, watching her excited husband and their son sitting in front like a handsome star, feeling a sense of contentment filling her chest. How wonderful! The young man she admired and loved back then seemed to have been burdened by life over the years, losing his passion and dreams, becoming a silent middle-aged man. He was one of the first university students in his early years, a proud talent who had emerged from the masses. At this age, many of his former classmates had already achieved great success and wealth. However, Huang Chuanda, this talented individual, was stuck in the small town of Xiqing, struggling to breathe under the weight of life, with no trace of his former spirited self. It had been so long since she had seen her husband so confident and vibrant. Su Hualian wiped away the tears that slipped from the corner of her eyes, smiling brightly. When it came to money matters later on, Huang Chen took care of it directly, so Huang Chuanda wouldn't have to worry. Of course, he didn't take back that card. On the way back, watching various vehicles speeding by, Huang Chen suddenly thought, Dad, can you drive? Have you forgotten who taught you to drive in the first place? Huang Chuanda replied irritably. This brat, young as he was, had quite a forgetful nature. Hey! Huang Chen chuckled awkwardly, indeed forgetting about that. Initially, he often stalled the car because he couldn't coordinate the clutch and accelerator properly, and he had been scolded by old Huang quite a bit. Dad, you're about to become Boss Huang soon, you can't do without a car. Huang Chen pointed to the nearby Audi dealership, saying, let's go buy a car. What kind of car to buy? Opening a store will cost a lot of money. Su Hualian objected first. Needless to say, buying a car would definitely be at the son's expense. Although the son seemed to have earned quite a bit of money, with opening a store and buying a car, spending so lavishly, how could they save any money? Nowadays, getting married was not as casual as it used to be, the requirements were much higher. A house and a car were the minimum standards, and there were also substantial dowries, not to mention various other expenses like gold and silver, change of name fees, getting in and out of the car fees, and so on. How could they save money without all this? Well, let's not buy one then. Huang Chuanda, who was a bit tempted, quickly changed his mind upon hearing his wife's words. How much can a car cost? Besides, we're not buying a luxury car, just a car for Dad to get around. Otherwise, the boss of a grand hotel without a car would be a laughingstock. Huang Chen made a decision and signaled Zhu Tao to drive to the 4S store. This was truly what he thought. How much could a car cost? Inside the store, looking at the shiny new cars in front of him, Huang Chuanda's eyes were filled with affection, subconsciously rubbing his hands. What man doesn't love cars? The only difference is whether they can afford to buy one. Almost every family and neighbor had a car, whether expensive or cheap, at least it had 4 wheels to shield from wind and rain, much better than Huang Chuanda who had switched from a bicycle to an electric scooter over the years. Sir, madam, welcome to the Audi 4S store, which car are you interested in? The salesperson seemed to be looking at Huang Chuanda, but his attention was all on Huang Chen. Wow, such a handsome young man, with such deep eyes and a cute smile, he's so adorable. How could my future mother-in-law bear to scold such a handsome son? Do you have the Q7? The young man's voice was magnetic and pleasant to hear. Huang Chen saw no response from the other party for a long time, just staring at himself foolishly with a silly smile. There seemed to be something shiny at the corner of his mouth. Could this person be a fool? Huang Chen was unaware of the immense charm he exuded after his looks and temperament had both improved. Ordinary young men, even if more handsome than him, did not have the same aura as him. It is said, dwelling moves the chi, nurturing moves the body. With a strong financial power, overseeing hundreds of employees, driving luxury cars, living in mansions, surrounded by beautiful women and companions, all this brought him unparalleled confidence and composure, which he effortlessly displayed in his every move. This is charisma, this is presence. So, this young female salesperson couldn't help but be almost mesmerized at first sight. Yes, please follow me. After Huang Chen couldn't help but cough twice, the female salesperson finally reacted, blushing, and hurriedly led the way. Wasn't the plan to buy a commuter car? Zhu Tao, who had gotten off the car to use the restroom, happened to overhear this, almost stumbling to the ground. It turned out that General Huang's idea of a commuter car was different from the common understanding of us ordinary people. Of course, the Audi Q7 that costs around 8 to 900,000, compared to General Huang's Maserati MC20 Cielo that costs over 4 million, indeed should not be considered a luxury car. Well, General Huang was right after all. Xu Tao reassured himself and went back to the car to wait. The all-black Audi Q7 3.0T, front-wheel drive, 8-speed automatic. Guided by the salesperson, Huang Chuanda happily sat in the driver's seat and gently stepped on the gas to drive a few laps. Seeing his fondness for the car, Huang Chen smiled knowingly and nodded to the salesperson. "I'll take this one, let's do the paperwork." Huang Chen didn't even bother to ask about the price, just swiped his card. The total cost was only 910,000, including registration and film costs, which was quite reasonable. Back in the S300, Huang Chuanda couldn't help but look back repeatedly. "Dad, they will contact you once everything is arranged." Hearing this, Huang Chuanda smirked. His son was indeed thoughtful, not only helping him fulfill his dream by opening a store but also buying him a car. It hadn't been long since all this happened. The boy hadn't even graduated from college yet. Back home, Huang's father suggested having a nice lunch. Huang Chen raised both hands in agreement, and Huang's mother naturally had no objections. Thinking it wouldn't be appropriate to have the driver accompany them for a family meal, Huang Chen decided to give Xu Tao a day off. Seeing Huang Chen's firm attitude, Xu Tao said, "General Huang, I'll just hang around nearby, call me if you need anything." "Alright, go shopping, get a massage, don't worry about me today." Huang Chen waved his hand, took out his phone, transferred 10,000 yuan to him. "It's rare to come out, bring some gifts back home later." Xu Tao hesitated but eventually accepted, feeling quite touched. This time out with the boss, the resort was covered by a business trip allowance, and the boss even gave a big red envelope. Working with such a generous boss was indeed a pleasant experience. The family of three walked to the newly opened Dragon Treasure Square for dinner. Along the way, Huang's mother warmly greeted acquaintances they met. "Hey, this is my son." "Oh, handsome?" "Just average. My son Huang Chen is studying at Tianhai University. They say he's handsome, but he's just okay. I've seen him grow up. My son doesn't have any charisma. Just an ordinary college student, starting a business at school. Just messing around, making a little money." "Oh, this bag? I don't know the brand. My son gave it to me. It's not expensive, maybe 20 to 30,000. I never knew before. Turns out mom also knows about Versailles literature." Watching Su Hualian, who appeared calm but had a smile in her eyes, Huang Chen's mouth twitched. No wonder she insisted on taking a detour from the main road in front of their house. "Hey, let those gossipy women chatter away, now they have nothing to say." Su Hualian held the LV purse her son had given her, feeling quite triumphant. Everywhere you go, it's common to see people lifting others up while putting them down. In reality, how many people genuinely wish others well? More often than not, it's about hoping others fare worse so they can feel a hint of superiority in their own misery. In the past, the Huang family of three were seen as the most pitiful by their neighbors. They were often criticized with remarks like "the old one has no skills, the young one is useless." Even though Huang Chen went to college, he was still used as a negative example. "That kid from the Huang family, not good looking, not good at studying, what will become of him in the future? College graduates are worthless these days, they say graduating means being unemployed." Ah, poor old Huang, at his age still riding an electric bike every day. Who knows if he'll ever enjoy his son's success? Look, this is the true face of the neighborhood, seemingly caring but actually belittling. The Huang family chatted and laughed as they found a restaurant that seemed more upscale to sit down in. Just as they ordered their food, a figure approached their table and asked with a hesitant tone, "Liangzi?" Huang Chen looked up at the sound of the voice. The person was a tall, skinny young man with a few lingering acne marks on his face, exuding a youthful vibe. "How's he?" Huang Chen was surprised. This guy was his high school classmate Hu Hao, with whom he used to be quite close. He attended the local university in the city. During their early college days, they would often chat on the phone, but then Hu Hao got into a relationship while Huang Chen took up a part-time job, so their contact gradually lessened. However, they still met up every Chinese New Year. "Hello, uncle and auntie, I'm Hu Hao, Liangzi's high school classmate." Seeing that he recognized the right people, Hu Hao quickly greeted Huang's parents. "Hey, you've changed so much, I almost didn't recognize you." Looking at his good friend who had suddenly become so handsome and extraordinary, Hu Hao couldn't help but feel a tinge of envy. The two went outside, and Hu Hao handed Huang Chen a cigarette, a local brand. Huang Chen remembered that the first cigarette he smoked was given to him by this guy. "Why are you back?" Hu Hao was studying at a local third-tier college. Just came back to visit my parents for the weekend. Huang Chen smiled, not elaborating further. He couldn't possibly say he came back to help his parents open a business after making a fortune. Although it was the truth, it sounded a bit far-fetched. Luckily, Hu Hao was easygoing and didn't pry further, quickly moving on from the topic. They chatted about some school anecdotes, and soon the cigarette was finished. Are you alone today? Huang Chen took out a pack of cigarettes and offered one to Hu Hao. Wow, you're doing well, smoking Tianxia too. Hu Hao didn't know this brand, but he recognized it as an expensive one. Zhuanzi brought her cousin to go shopping, and were having lunch together. Hu Hao flicked the ash off his cigarette and suddenly chuckled. Do you want to meet her cousin? She's a beauty, also studying at Tianhai University. She's a sophomore this year. Hu Hao's girlfriend was Shenwan, his college classmate. They had been in a stable relationship since their freshman year and were already considering marriage. Huang Chen had met her once last Chinese New Year. Although a bit chubby and not very tall, she had regular features and a gentle and kind personality, making her a good match. Just as they were talking, two girls, one tall and one short, walked towards them from a distance. The shorter one smiled and waved at them. Zhuanzi, this is Huang Chen, my good buddy. Hu Hao naturally held his girlfriend's hand. Nice to meet you, I've heard Hao mention you often. Shenwan looked at Huang Chen, her eyes lighting up instantly. Even though she had already chosen Hu Hao, it didn't mean she didn't enjoy looking at handsome guys. This is my younger sister, Fangling, she introduced her long-haired cousin who was standing beside her. Hello, Huang Chen greeted politely. Hu Hao's cousin, who he referred to as a beauty, was actually quite good-looking, fair-skinned, with delicate features, and dressed stylishly, probably attracting many admirers at school. However, having seen many beautiful women, Huang Chen felt no sense of amazement. Howsy, I'll go ahead now and we'll catch up later. Huang Chen checked the time on his wrist and smiled. It was rare to come back, so he had to spend more time with his parents. Sure, we'll be in touch. Say hi to your uncle and aunt for me, Hu Hao replied casually, waving his hand as Huang Chen's figure disappeared from view. Shenwan breathed a sigh of relief only after Huang Chen had left, and said to her boyfriend, how come I never noticed before that Huang Chen is so handsome? Handsome? I didn't think so, just average, Hu Hao shrugged. Being his usual carefree self, he was speaking his mind. Oh, forget it, I won't bother telling you. Knowing her boyfriend's personality well, Shenwan turned to her younger sister again. Linger, don't you always say you want a handsome boyfriend? What do you think of the guy we just met? Sis, don't tease me, Fangling smiled wryly and shook her head. With his background, I wouldn't dare to aim that high. What background? What aiming high? Shenwan was a bit puzzled by her cousin's words. I remember your future brother-in-law mentioned that his friend comes from an average family, they are decent people. With a hint of doubt in her eyes, she glanced at Shenwan. She wondered if her cousin was being sarcastic, perhaps looking down on his modest background. It made sense though, being an only child, beautiful, with parents who were doctors and a good income, it was normal for her to seek a suitable match. My dear sister, what are you thinking? Fangling could tell her cousin had misunderstood, and she explained, you know I study fashion design, right? Shenwan nodded. I love researching clothes and styling, I read fashion magazines in my spare time. Fangling sighed inwardly, her gaze following the direction where Huang Chen had disappeared, and she said softly, do you know how much that handsome guy's outfit cost? How much? Several thousand? Shenwan guessed, seeing her cousin's serious expression. It can't be tens of thousands, can it? Just his outer coat is from the latest autumn collection of Burberry, costing 80,000, Fangling shook her head. The clothes are from Givenchy, the pants from Armani, the shoes from Prada, each item costs tens of thousands. Seeing her cousin's jaw drop involuntarily, Fangling was equally shocked inside, and continued, and that's not even counting his watch. If I'm not mistaken, it's from the Vacheron Constantin Heritage Series, at least 300,000. Sis, his whole outfit is worth at least 5 to 600,000, looking so handsome, how could he possibly lack female companionship? Fangling had a very clear mind, sighing, I can tell at a glance that this kind of man is not suitable for me. Let's go, big sis, didn't you promise to treat me to a big meal? I'm starving, Fangling quickly adjusted her mood, smiling cheerfully. After dinner, at the entrance of the mall, they ran into Hu Hao and his friends again. They exchanged greetings, but Huang Chen couldn't shake off the strange look Shenwan had given him. Oh well, he couldn't be bothered to think about it. Son, are you going back to school tomorrow afternoon? On the way, Su Hualian asked. Didn't you say there aren't many classes for seniors, mostly internships outside? It's rare to come back, why not stay a few more days at home? I have Professor Xia's class on Monday, and attendance is mandatory, Huang Chen explained as he carried things under his mother's instructions. I have some errands to run tomorrow morning, so I must return in the afternoon. Actually, that's just a small part of the reason. More importantly, his classmates and friends from before are still out of town, so it's so boring to be home alone. It's just like many college students who rush back home as soon as they have a break, only to find that even at home, they hardly see their parents. Besides, Tianhai has so many girls waiting for him. As soon as he returned, his phone was buzzing non-stop with messages and calls, most of them from girls, making him feel a bit itchy inside. However, before going back, there was one thing he needed to take care of. That was dealing with Lu Chang, the supervisor at Huang's father's company, who, abusing a little power in his hands, made his father unhappy. As his son, Tianhai had to help him save face. Dealing with such a petty person, the most straightforward and effective way was to use power to suppress him. And luckily, Huang Chen was not short of money now. Huang's father's company, called Porcelain City Creative Design Company, Ltd., was a state-owned enterprise with local investment and self-financing, mainly engaged in creative design, publicity, and other related businesses. In the past few years, due to reasons like bloated staff, insufficient strength, and intense market competition, the company's days had gradually become tough. Therefore, they had hired some so-called elites at high salaries to drive the company's reform. Lu Chang, with his overseas university background, had parachuted in as a middle-level manager. Such a diploma from a mediocre university would not hold much weight in big cities where knowledgeable people were abundant. However, in a small place like Porcelain City, it could still impress people. "Hello, who are you looking for?" The receptionist's tone was much softer than usual as she looked at the handsome man getting out of the Mercedes S300. "I'm looking for your general manager, Wu." Huang Chen got straight to the point. "I have a 5 million project and would like to collaborate with your company. Please have a seat here, I'll go get General Manager Wu." The receptionist suddenly became attentive and hurriedly bowed. It was common knowledge that the company's performance was not good at the moment. During the last internal meeting, there were rumors that if this situation didn't turn around soon, there might be layoffs after the new year. In a small city, finding a new job after being laid off was much harder than in a big city. So, boosting business now was the company's top priority, as it was directly related to job security. "Hello, I'm Wu Quanchue." Not long after, Wu Quanchue, the general manager of Porcelain City Creative Design Company, Ltd., who had received the message, interrupted the meeting he was leading and walked briskly to the meeting room. "Hello, General Manager Wu, I'm Huang Chen." Huang Chen took a document from Zhu Tao, who was temporarily acting as his assistant, and handed it to Wu Quanchue. Wu Quanchue took the document with both hands and quickly skimmed through it. It was an asset evaluation report for a resort called Yunhai, issued by Huaxing Tianhai branch, with a total valuation of 395 million. And from the shareholding situation, it was clear that this nearly 400 million industry was wholly controlled by Huang Chen. Although impressed by the other party's financial strength, Wu Quanchue was a bit puzzled about the connection between this Yunhai company in another city and himself in Porcelain City. It couldn't be that they wanted to promote their resort in Porcelain City, right? "This document doesn't mean anything else, just wanted to prove my financial strength with it." Huang Chen put down his teacup and smiled. "After all, I can't just show up with a bank balance to meet you, General Wu. Indeed, it wouldn't do to talk about a business deal worth millions with a stranger without some proof." "Haha, Mr. Huang, you're joking. But I really didn't expect that Tianhai would have a young talent like you, Mr. Huang. Not only are you talented and promising, but also so handsome and charming." I saw the receptionist's eyes light up just now. Wu Quanchue laughed heartily, adopting a humble posture as if joking with a close friend, being careful not to overstep boundaries and avoiding being annoying. "General Wu, don't be modest. Everyone knows that men are most charming at 40. I noticed your assistant giving you strange looks earlier," Huang Chen joked. "Oh, my wife can't hear that, or I'll be in trouble at home." Wu Quanchue revealed a knowing look and casually lit a cigarette. Making friends as a man is quite simple, sometimes it's just about sharing a smoke. After exchanging pleasantries, Wu Quanchue got straight to the point. "I wonder what project General Huang mentioned earlier is about. My father is planning to open a high-end restaurant near West Mountain Lake, and the renovation is about to start," Huang Chen briefly explained. "I plan to have your company handle a series of promotional activities during the months of renovation, with a budget of 5 million. I can transfer the related expenses in full to a third-party escrow account approved by you. My only request is that the proposed plan must satisfy my father." Huang Chen added, then leisurely sipped his tea, giving Wu Quanchue enough time to think. Wow, what a generous offer. Wu Quanchue couldn't help but marvel inwardly. After working in this field for so many years, he had dealt with million-dollar deals, but a 5 million deal was truly a first. Promotional activities have a significant profit margin, and securing this 5 million deal would mean a pure profit of at least 3 million, ensuring the year-end bonus he was planning to cut would now be feasible. Thank you for your trust, General Huang. Rest assured, we will assign the most professional staff from our company to handle your project comprehensively, ensuring the best promotional results, Wu Quanxue hastily assured, feeling like a dream come true. By the way, General Wu, I heard that your company has a planning director named Lu Chang who seems quite capable. Let him be in charge of this project. As long as he presents a satisfactory plan to my father before the year end, the subsequent promotion will naturally be entrusted to your company. But if my father remains unsatisfied in the end, I will have to look elsewhere. However, General Wu, rest assured, even if it comes to that, I will pay a planning fee of 500,000, ensuring your team's efforts are duly compensated. These terms can be included in the contract. Are these requirements acceptable? If General Wu has no objections, we can sign the contract now, and I will arrange for the transfer immediately. These were reasonable requests, and Wu Quanxue naturally had no objections. Especially with a guaranteed hard fee of 500,000 at the worst, there was no need for further negotiation. Of course, Wu Quanxue was determined to secure this 5 million deal, as who would care about earning 50,000 when there's 500,000 on the line. He had already made up his mind to prioritize this deal as the most important task before the year end, and anyone hindering it would face immediate dismissal without discussion. Wu Quanxue had every reason to believe that the other vice generals in the company would fully support his decision. Looking at the list of his requirements in black and white, especially the line stating Lu Chang to be fully responsible for the planning, Huang Chen finally smiled. His father was a planning expert himself, a prominent figure in the industry in the city. To come up with a plan that satisfied him, well, not to underestimate Lu Chang, but in the entire city, there were hardly a few who could match up. When the time comes, Lu Chang, I wonder how you'll cope. Just with 500,000, that troublemaker who keeps my father up at night will have to grovel, admit his faults, and play nice in front of my father for the foreseeable future. That money will be well spent. Of course, if Wu Quanxue can finally come up with a planning proposal that satisfies Huang Chuanda, Huang Chen naturally won't break the agreement. Publicity and promotion are still necessary for a newly opened high-end restaurant. 5 million, if it can make Dad's entrepreneurial path smoother, then it's quite worth it, isn't it? By the way, Mr. Huang, I kept forgetting to ask, what's your father's name? After signing the contract and the finance department reporting that the 5 million had been transferred to the supervisory account, Wu Quanxue was in a great mood and saw Huang Chen off all the way. Just before leaving, he couldn't help but ask, my father's name is Huang Chuanda, Mr. Wu, you might know him. He just resigned from your company, so I invested in this restaurant to keep him occupied. Wu Quanxue was speechless with surprise, realizing that his company still had such a remarkable figure. After enjoying a sumptuous meal cooked by Su Hualian at home, Huang Chen set off back to Tianhai. First, he took a car back to the resort, then changed into his trident and drove to Guan Xiaoya's house. Big brother Liang. Guan Xiaoya had been waiting downstairs knowing he would come. Her captivating figure and exquisite beauty caught the attention of many passers-by. Seeing the familiar trident approaching, Guan Xiaoya, who had been eagerly anticipating his arrival, couldn't help but reveal a sweet smile. Under the dim streetlights, she looked stunning. A delivery rider passing by, upon seeing her enchanting smile, was so distracted that he almost crashed into a lamppost by the roadside. Before Huang Chen could even get off the car, Guan Xiaoya rushed into his arms like a swallow returning to the forest, unable to resist giving him a passionate kiss. They kissed for several minutes until Guan Xiaoya's breath quickened, her face flushed, and then they parted. Darling, I miss you so much. Guan Xiaoya couldn't help but confess her feelings, looking up at him with her beautiful eyes fixed on this young man who had saved her and her mother. Feeling the deep love in her words, Huang Chen, who had vowed not to give up the forest for a single tree, couldn't help but be moved and hugged her tightly. And then, they couldn't help but kiss again. Perhaps worried that her mother was getting impatient upstairs, Guan Xiaoya, who was somewhat lost in her emotions, finally came to her senses when she felt a pair of restless hands moving on her body. We're outside. She scolded gently, lightly patting Huang Chen's large hand, her eyes watery and captivating. Ha! After tidying up the clothes that Huang Chen had messed up, Guan Xiaoya looked at the man in front of her and couldn't help but exclaim softly, Am I attracted by my handsome appearance? Huang Chen joked. It was the first time Guan Xiaoya had seen Huang Chen's improved appearance, so it was no wonder she was surprised. Darling, you're so handsome. Guan Xiaoya subconsciously caressed his sharply defined features with admiration in her tone. Ha! Although many people had already said this, Huang Chen was still very happy to hear it from Guan Xiaoya. Let's go up, don't keep Auntie waiting too long. Holding her hand, Huang Chen carried the precious nutritional supplements prepared by Zhu Huang in advance. It wouldn't do to visit empty-handed for the first time. Looking at her daughter walking in with a young man, Guan Shufang, who looked quite pale, knew that the rightful owner had arrived. Mr. Huang is here for a meal. Why did you bring so many things? She struggled to get up from the sofa, her face beaming with happiness. Just a little token of appreciation, Auntie, please don't mind, Huang Chen politely said, placing the items aside. Guan Shufang's first impression of this young man was very favorable. Sunshine, youth, handsomeness, and a touch of elegance exuded a sense of nobility. Previously, Xiaodia had mentioned that little Huang was good in this and that, but unfortunately, he was just average looking. But now, seeing him so handsome, she couldn't help but wonder if she had misjudged his appearance. Is it necessary to be as handsome as a male star to be considered good-looking? Since when did my daughter have such high standards? Auntie, please don't call me Mr. Huang, it's too formal. You can call me Huang Chen or Xiao Huang. Huang Chen, pulled by Guan Xiaoya, sat on the sofa and politely said. After all, she was Guan Xiaoya's mother, calling himself Mr. Huang felt too distant and polite. Then I'll just call you Xiao Huang. Guan Shufang, seeing her daughter not objecting, finally felt at ease and called out. There was no way around it. This new home, including her own illness, all relied on Mr. Huang's support to be where they are today, so naturally, she felt inferior psychologically and didn't dare to act like an elder. In the meantime, the nanny auntie invited by Guan Xiaoya had already brought all the dishes, mainly local seafood from Tianhai. Since Guan Shufang was still recuperating, besides hiring professional live-in care for Guan Xiaoya, she also spent money to hire a nanny. Of course, it was all paid for by Huang Chen. At the dining table, Guan Xiaoya diligently served him dishes, carefully preparing the crystal-clear crab meat, then watched happily as Huang Chen finished it. It had to be said, the nanny's cooking skills were quite good. Huang Chen, who was already hungry, surprisingly ate until he was full under Guan Xiaoya's continuous feeding. The meal lasted almost 2 hours. After some tea and a short while sitting, when it was almost 9 o'clock, Huang Chen proposed to take his leave. Mom, I'll take Liang Ji back and won't be coming back tonight. Guan Xiaoya, with a small bag seemingly prepared on her back, whispered to her mother. Guan Shufang hesitated, then let out a long sigh, knowing that what was bound to happen would happen sooner or later. After whispering a few words of advice, Guan Xiaoya's pretty face blushed suddenly. I'm going back, you should rest early too. Although Huang Chen was puzzled by why she was carrying a small bag when going downstairs, he didn't think much of it. Darling, you forgot, I told you before, I prepared a surprise for you. Guan Xiaoya mischievously leaned in close to his ear, using a rather tempting tone. Do you want to know what I'm wearing underneath? Huang Chen's ear tickled a bit. Seeing her like this, he guessed something and suddenly felt a rush of excitement. With a hint of clarity, he struggled to speak. Auntie is still upstairs waiting for you, isn't it inappropriate? My mom knows. Guan Xiaoya's words were like the last straw that broke the camel's back, extinguishing Huang Chen's last bit of reason. With words said to this extent, any further pretense would only make Huang Chen look down on himself. So, he got into the car, started it, and headed straight to the resort. In the luxurious villa on the second floor, dim lights were set. Huang Chen watched as the enchanting beauty took off her coat, revealing a rose-red lace bra underneath. That proud posture, that slender waist without an ounce of excess fat, that shy and beautiful face. Huang Chen growled lowly, transforming into a wolf, and the two fell onto the soft bed. In the quiet villa, only faintly came the sudden suppressed cries of pain from Guan Xiaoya, and intermittently, sounds that seemed like weeping and confiding, occasionally mixed with the heavy breathing of a man. Truly, a fierce battle. After the storm, the two embraced and fell into a deep sleep. The next morning, Huang Chen was awakened by the alarm clock. He had to go to school today. Beside him, Guan Xiaoya, also startled awake, rubbed her sleepy eyes and looked at the unfamiliar surroundings, subconsciously pulling the blanket on her. This sudden movement was quite strong, causing her to inadvertently gasp in pain. Huang Chen chuckled and pinched her delicate nose. Feeling the pain now, huh? It's all your fault, humph. Guan Xiaoya grumbled a bit, wriggling in his arms, finding a comfortable position. Huang Chen chuckled. Who would have thought that Guan Xiaoya was so charming, her previous behavior so bold and seductive, yet she was still an inexperienced young girl. After Huang Chen slowed down his movements upon discovering it, he couldn't resist the fact that Guan Xiaoya was both inexperienced and playful. Just as she adapted for a while, she started provoking him. How could Huang Chen endure this? Thus, they engaged in a fierce battle for 300 rounds. This is bad. Guan Xiaoya's legs went weak as she got off the bed, almost stumbling, but luckily Huang Chen quickly caught her. What's wrong? Huang Chen asked. I took a week off before, but I have to go to work today, Huan Xiaoya pouted. If I don't go now, I might get fired. If you get fired, so be it. I can take care of you, Huang Chen shrugged. He had bought her a house and a car, so her salary was insignificant. I don't want that, Huan Xiaoya raised her head stubbornly. I am the top salesperson in our store, they can't do without me. She had worked hard to excel in this job, spending a long time familiarizing herself with the styles. If she quit, she would feel a bit reluctant. Even though the pay wasn't high, at least she could earn some pocket money. After driving the car, she realized that luxury cars consumed a lot of fuel, which was expensive. Fine, do as you wish, Huang Chen said nonchalantly. Giving a woman something to do would prevent her from overthinking all day, which was good. He greeted the receptionist and asked them to arrange a car to take Guan Xiaoya to work later. Huang Chen drove to the school in his Palomila. He couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Why did the school start classes at 8 o'clock? It was too early. Rushing, Huang Chen didn't even have time to eat breakfast and finally made it to the lecture hall before the bell rang. This was a major class at the college, with students from social work, sociology, social services, and public services programs all crowded together in the large classroom. Huang Chen glanced around and saw only a few scattered seats left in the middle, apart from the front row. For college students, except for a few top students, no one liked sitting in the front row. After studying for over 10 years, now that they could choose their seats, no one wanted to sit right under the teacher's nose. It was like how workers didn't want to sit under a camera. Although not everyone might be watching, the feeling of being observed was uncomfortable. Huang Chen, there's a seat here. Just as he was looking for a seat, a pleasant voice sounded. The noisy classroom strangely quieted down after this voice, and all eyes focused on him. Wow, where did this handsome guy come from? So handsome. Fashionable with the new autumn collection from Givenchy, it suits his temperament. Isn't he from our college? I've never seen this handsome guy in the past few years. Look at his eyes, so deep and full of stories at first glance. These were whispers among the girls. Who the heck is this guy? Wang Xinqi actually knows him and even saved a seat for him? Oh my, is the campus bell going to be taken down? He's almost as handsome as me, this guy is terrifying. These were the guys chatting nonsense. Huang Chen looked at the front row where Wang Xinqi stood gracefully, and the seat next to her that had always been empty. Everyone knew that Wang Xinqi was synonymous with a good student. For over 3 years, she always sat in the front row during classes, listening attentively. Besides a female roommate, she never let any guy get close to her or talk to anyone. Hence, the seat next to her was almost always empty. Some daring individuals had tried to sit there, only to be politely rejected by her or for her to pick up her books and change seats. After a few attempts, everyone understood that while the campus bell was friendly during breaks, she preferred not to be disturbed during classes. Over the past few years, at most, the rich second-generation guy named Lu Cheng had gotten slightly closer to her, but it wasn't to the extent of winning her over completely. So, many guys still held on to a glimmer of hope and luck. In an unprecedented turn of events, today Wang Xinqi actually took the initiative to invite a guy to sit next to her. Goddess, where is your aloofness? Where are your principles? Turns out, some principles can be broken, it just depends on who it is. Many guys who had come to this realization shed tears in secret. What's so great about this guy? Isn't it just that he's a bit taller, a bit more handsome, dresses a bit better? What else is there? Can he pay attention to your every move like we do, goddess? Can he stay glued to his phone just to be the first to like your moments on social media like we do? Damn this superficial world. This kind of treatment is what countless guys dream of, but it's not what Huang Chen wants. Right now, he just wants to find a corner to relax and take a nap. Huang Chen, feeling helpless since it had come to this, and with no other choice, he had to walk over and sit next to Wang Xinqi. As Professor Xia entered the classroom, the noisy chatter finally quieted down. Oh, quite a crowd today, Professor Xia joked, took attendance, and then began the lecture. Professor Xia Chenaway by name, nearing 50, a renowned sociologist in the country, and also famously a celibate. Handsome, from an intellectual family, with profound literary cultivation, exuding an elegant and intellectual aura from head to toe, the kind that easily makes men feel inferior. It's said that many talented elites were crazy about him, but for some reason, he remains single. He spends his days attending classes, doing research, and in his leisure time, a cup of tea and a book are enough to get by. No life pressures, no complex social interactions, living very transparently and delicately. Honestly, only those who lack nothing, both financially and spiritually, can live such a life. Of course, Huang Chen is just an ordinary person, although he appreciates such individuals, he doesn't want to become one. What have you been busy with lately? After sitting down, a fragrant breeze wafted over, and Wang Xinqi asked softly. Although she was quite surprised by the drastic change in his appearance and demeanor, she managed to control her expression well and spoke in a familiar tone. These days she had actually sent a few messages to Huang Chen, but the replies were few and far between, which made Wang Xinqi, who had always been adored by men, somewhat displeased. Just busy with random stuff, Huang Chen yawned quietly and teased, I always thought good students like you wouldn't whisper in class. Wang Xinqi playfully rolled her eyes at him, feeling a bit regretful inside. For some unknown reason, she had woken up earlier than usual today, carefully choosing her outfit, even putting on light makeup, making her look even more delicate and charming. Along the way, countless male gazes couldn't help but linger on her, and as soon as she entered the classroom, she couldn't help but search for a certain figure. After several seemingly casual glances, she finally saw him, and her heart skipped a beat in that moment. Seeing Huang Chen looking for a seat, she didn't think much and instinctively spoke up. This wasn't really like her character. What was it that made her feel different about Huang Chen? Was it his financial ability to fully purchase a luxurious apartment in Juntingqingzi? Or was it his ease and grace in dealing with various bosses during the resort vacation? Or was it because he had never tried to please or flatter her like others? He didn't even reply to messages much. Or perhaps, it was because of the competitive spirit brought by the two pretty girls around him that day? Wang Xinqi couldn't figure it out. Looking at Huang Chen's elegant profile, deep eyes, straight nose, thin lips, her face slowly blushed, rarely daydreaming during class. I mentioned a viewpoint in your first class of freshman year. Sociology is a very vast, complex, and systematic discipline. Many social phenomena that we currently cannot understand actually have their own logic and economic laws behind them, which is the so-called existence as rational. Professor Xia's opening statement was as clear as ever. Many of these social phenomena are actually very interesting. For example, the currently hot topics like housing prices, blind dates, dowries, etc. are all within the scope of our study of socioeconomics. Recently, when I attended a meeting at U Mansion, I met several middle-aged men jokingly referred to as rent-collecting tycoons, the legendary ones who own properties. So in today's class, I want to discuss with you all how to view the phenomenon of landlords. The classroom buzzed with excitement. Clearly many students were very interested in this topic. This is Professor Xia's teaching style, first arousing students' interest, then imparting relevant knowledge through mutual discussion. It must be said that this style is not common in today's university campuses. As for the teaching effect, it varies from person to person. But compared to the rigid teaching style, obviously, the already adult university students prefer this style. Of course, there are differing definitions of landlords online. What we are discussing today is not the kind of subletting landlords who rent out properties from others, but the type of people who actually own a lot of properties and collect rent. Currently, the most famous landlord is Wu Zongquan from Gangchang. Public information shows that he owns tens of thousands of properties and real estate, with an annual rent of 30 billion. And in U Mansion, there are also many landlords who earn over $1 billion in annual rent. This kind of income and cash flow even surpasses some small listed companies. The students were in an uproar. Usually, everyone jokes about the rent-collecting tycoons, but they don't have a clear concept. When these intuitive data were spoken out, the impact was huge. I believe that many landlords have benefited from the reforms in Huagua. Because of the sharp rise in housing prices, many people cannot afford to buy houses and can only rent, which has led to the emergence of landlords. A male student stood up and said, "The more people rent, the higher the rent, which in turn leads to higher housing prices, more people unable to afford houses, creating a vicious cycle." Why do housing prices in big cities rise every year? Isn't it because a large number of people migrate to big cities every year? The city area is limited, and with supply always less than demand, naturally, housing prices will rise. A single landlord buying so many properties is actually disrupting the market in a way. A bespectacled male student said indignantly, "I think this phenomenon is quite normal. If ordinary people have some money, they would also invest in houses or shops, then rent them out for rental income. This is a normal investment behavior. Landlords are just on a larger scale and degree than ordinary people." A girl with a baby face interjected, "In today's society, the rich are busy, the idle are poor. Only landlords, rich and idle, enjoying life, how comfortable." Gradually, more and more students joined the discussion. Although many viewpoints were biased or somewhat naive, they precisely reflected their own thinking results. By the way, Huang Chen, you are also a small landlord. Watching Huang Chen listen with relish, Wang Xinqi remembered his large flat with an annual rent of $1 million, covering her mouth and smiling. "Small landlord doesn't sound good, because I aspire to be a big landlord," Huang Chen said confidently. After all, his golden thigh is the big landlord system. Nowadays, his rental assets include a house, a shop, and a resort. His personal assets are even more extensive, such as the 520 square meter flat that is still under renovation, the extremely cool Trident, and a villa in Porcelain City, all worth tens of millions. And this is just the beginning. Which class is this student from? Don't just chat with the pretty girls, share your thoughts too. Professor Xia stood at the podium and noticed the two whispering students. He remembered the girl, known as the campus and department flower, not only beautiful and well-behaved but also academically excellent. As for the boy, he seemed familiar, but he didn't recall having such a sunny and handsome student in his class. Could he be from another department auditing the class? Seeing the intimacy between the two from their whispers, it didn't seem like they were here just to date. Although Professor Xia was unmarried, he didn't oppose campus romance. It was a beautiful thing to experience pure love at a young age. However, displaying affection in class was inappropriate. After all, love alone was far from enough for a lasting relationship. Without a solid foundation, even the most passionate love could be worn down by reality. So, she called on Huang Chen, hoping to indirectly give a reminder. Huang Chen, feeling helpless, knew that in Professor Xia's class, students rarely got called upon to speak. "Hello, Professor Xia, I'm Huang Chen from the sociology major." Huang Chen stood up and introduced himself. "I believe being a landlord should be considered a status rather than a profession. I agree with some classmates' views. Landlords have money and leisure, indeed able to enjoy life. However, having money doesn't mean being idle. Many think landlords lack culture and ambition, just living off rent for pleasure. This perception is quite one-sided. Such people do exist, even among those without family wealth who refuse to work, leading to a generation of freeloaders. Wealth shouldn't limit one's thoughts and aspirations. We work hard to earn money because it gives us confidence, more opportunities, and the chance to live the life we desire. We should pursue wealth and control it. I believe everyone here has dreams, whether it's becoming a food connoisseur, a designer, traveling the country, or exploring beyond the borders. But most end up struggling for survival, merely existing without truly living. So, we need to change. As the teacher said, existence is reasonable. We are young, with the capital to squander our youth, to be cynical, but until we can change the world, all we can do is improve ourselves. Change yourself first, then try to change the world. If you want to be a landlord, work hard to own your first property. If you believe landlords are detrimental to society, strive to be a voice for the public, even a policymaker. In the vast classroom, only Huang Chen's deep and magnetic voice echoed. In essence, his point was to be realistic and action-oriented. The audience had mixed reactions, with some scoffing at his words, others pondering, and Wang Xinqi's gaze showing a hint of admiration. Professor Xia, on the other hand, displayed a hint of appreciation. Some of the things he said were what she wanted to convey to her students. Is it difficult to earn a monthly income of over 10,000? Certainly. Yet many students seem to believe they can achieve this level with just a job, even dreaming of a six-figure salary and a luxurious lifestyle in a few years. It's not that easy. Life is as high as the sky. Looking down on others, belittling them, thinking and talking a lot but not taking action, that's the biggest problem for young people. Teacher Xia did not comment on everyone's speeches because every social phenomenon has its two sides, and every word has its merits. With reflection and debate, the purpose of education is achieved. After class, Wang Xinqi walked out with Huang Chen, holding her books. "Aren't you going for your internship today?" Huang Chen asked as he looked at her cherry lips, now even more radiant with light-colored lipstick. "I'm going now," Wang Xinqi sighed softly. Internship is like stepping half a foot into society, and the pressure from work during this time is a bit overwhelming for a young girl. Especially the socializing at the dining table that seems meaningless to her but many people are very enthusiastic about, makes her very uncomfortable. "Should I drive you there?" Huang Chen politely offered. Knowing Wang Xinqi's hot and cold personality, he expected her to decline. Sure. To Huang Chen's surprise, Wang Xinqi agreed with a smile. With nothing more to say, Huang Chen led her to the parking lot. "Did you change your car?" Wang Xinqi was surprised to see the parked Pamela in the corner. Huang Chen didn't know that on the night he took Guan Xiaoya to eat at Jinxiu, Wang Xinqi happened to be there too. "My car isn't quite suitable for driving to school." Huang Chen didn't think much about it, casually saying as he opened the car door, "Didn't you notice I parked this car far away?" Wang Xinqi understood and naturally sat in the passenger seat. In the past, when she rode in Lu Cheng's car, she always sat in the back seat. Damn, Wang campus bell has really been taken down. She keeps saying we need to work hard, but she's driving a Pamela herself. Not far away, a male classmate driving along he saw the scene and silently criticized. Seeing the other party turning the car around and driving out, he instinctively took a picture. In the photo, inside the brand new Pamela, a handsome boy was in the driver's seat, while Wang Xinqi, with a smile as bright as flowers, was in the passenger seat, slightly turned towards him, with a gleam in her eyes. Both of them looked good, the scene was captured beautifully, but who knows how many male students in the school would have their hearts shattered after seeing the photo. At 10 in the morning, Guan Xiaoya, who had gone home to change clothes, drove her beloved white Maserati Ghibli to Wanchur Square. Since getting the car, Guan Xiaoya had fallen in love with the feeling of driving. Wearing international brands, driving a $1 million luxury car, and being a beautiful woman herself, naturally attracted more attention. Every time she saw the envious looks of others, she felt as cool as eating ice cream on a scorching day. Just one word, cool. How many women don't have vanity? Those who say they don't are basically lacking the capital to show off. Just like how few men really don't like beautiful women. Those men who say they don't care about looks and only care about the soul either have been through too much or are simply unable to pursue. And the small remaining group probably has physical or orientation issues. Xiaoya, after struggling for a while in the employee area to park her car, she was finally noticed. It was Yang Ping, the store manager, who drove to and from work every day in the entire store. As a store manager of a watch shop, her income was naturally good, driving a Mercedes-Benz GLA 200 worth around 300,000. Is this your car? Yang Ping asked in surprise, looking at the obviously brand new Maserati. She actually quite liked Guan Xiaoya. This girl was pretty, hardworking, sweet-tongued, and most importantly, she could sell products. As the store manager, she received the entire store's sales commission, so every extra watch Guan Xiaoya sold meant an extra commission for her. However, Yang Ping was well aware of Guan Xiaoya's family situation, including her income level, knowing that even a car worth tens of thousands might be out of reach, let alone a luxurious Maserati. Moreover, if she remembered correctly, Guan Xiaoya had taken leave last week due to her mother being hospitalized, even borrowing 20,000 yuan from her. Of course, she quickly repaid herself. Yes, my boyfriend gave it to me, Guan Xiaoya said with a happy smile. She opened the trunk of the car and took out a SK2 gift box from a pile of bags, handing it to Yang Ping. Since you were so generous to lend me money before, I haven't had the chance to thank you yet. A few days ago, when my boyfriend accompanied me shopping, I bought this set, hoping you would like it. Yang Ping took a look and saw a whitening essence set worth over 5,000 yuan, something she wouldn't easily buy for herself. Your boyfriend is really generous, Yang Ping sighed, noticing that Guan Xiaoya's way of walking seemed a bit unusual. She didn't voice out the cost of this, though. Who knew how old this so-called boyfriend was, or if he was just wealthy and naive? Such situations were not uncommon in the world of luxury goods sales. However, it was better to mind one's own business, especially when one had just received a valuable gift from someone else. Her outfit? Yang Ping had been focused on the car earlier, but now she noticed that Guan Xiaoya, who hadn't changed into her work uniform yet, was wearing Chanel today, accentuating her beautiful curves. Especially the watch on Guan Xiaoya's wrist, though seen briefly, Yang Ping, who was particularly sensitive to such details, quickly identified it as a Cartier Blue Balloon series, worth at least tens of thousands. Sigh, with the car, the watch, and the clothes, this boyfriend must have spent a fortune. Yang Ping couldn't help but feel a twinge of jealousy. If she knew that besides these, Huang Chen had also bought a house for Guan Xiaoya and had fully covered her mother's surgery and subsequent recovery expenses, she would probably be even more envious to the point of self-pity. Your boyfriend is really generous, Yang Ping said this for the second time. After changing into their work clothes in the dressing room, the two of them entered the store, ready to start their day. Xiaoya, what skincare products are you using? You look even more beautiful, the youngest girl in their store exclaimed upon seeing Guan Xiaoya. Nothing special, just the usual ones. Guan Xiaoya subconsciously touched her face, feeling that it did indeed seem smoother than before. Yes, you look more radiant and feminine. Xiaoya, how come you're so beautiful? No wonder those customers can't take their eyes off you. Not just the men, even us women drool over Xiaoya. Monday mornings in the mall were usually quiet, especially in the morning with few customers around. A group of girls surrounded Guan Xiaoya, chatting excitedly, and Yang Ping, as the store manager, was used to such scenes. Xiaoya, Mr. Zhong is here again. No need to ask, he's definitely here to see you. A girl spotted a middle-aged man approaching from a distance. Mr. Zhong, a regular customer, had bought 2 watches from the store, spending nearly 300,000 yuan. He often visited the store, claiming to be in the liquor business, supplying bars and nightclubs, with a considerable income. Every time he came, he sought out Guan Xiaoya, his intentions clear as day. Seeing him, Guan Xiaoya's expression was somewhat complex. When her mother fell ill not long ago and she was desperate, she had also reached out to him. It had to be said that someone willing to give her 300,000 yuan a year could indeed be considered generous. Xiaoya finally showed up for work, Zhong Liang chuckled, revealing a mouthful of yellow-stained teeth. Looking at the more glamorous and charming Guan Xiaoya than before, a hint of desire flashed in Zhong Liang's eyes. He had been eyeing this woman for a long time, but unfortunately, he had not succeeded, which left him feeling a bit frustrated. Previously, when Guan Xiaoya finally approached him, Zhong Liang thought his offer of 300,000 a year was quite generous, but it led to nothing, leaving him feeling a burning sensation inside. Nowadays, with just 100,000 a year, one could easily support a fresh-faced college student. By spending tens of thousands, some internet celebrities would even be willing to call you daddy. It was unbelievable that he couldn't win over Guan Xiaoya. His appetite seemed a bit too big. Although he felt uncomfortable, every time he thought of Guan Xiaoya's charming smile and exquisite figure, he couldn't help but feel a tingling sensation inside. This was what they called the unrest of the unattainable. So, after missing her at the store, knowing that Guan Xiaoya had taken a week off, Zhong Liang calculated the time and deliberately came over. "Hello, Boss Zhong," Guan Xiaoya replied calmly. "How is your mother's health? I have connections at a hospital in the Magic City. Do you want me to arrange for her to have a checkup there?" Zhong Liang swallowed hard in secret. This woman was becoming more enchanting by the day. It was truly maddening. "Thank you for your concern, Boss Zhong. My mother's surgery was very successful, and she is now recovering at home." Even though she was aware of his ulterior motives, Guan Xiaoya couldn't bring herself to be hostile since he was showing concern for her mother. "The surgery is already done?" Zhong Liang was surprised. Where did this woman suddenly get so much money in such a short time? Although Guan Xiaoya seemed nothing out of the ordinary besides becoming more striking, Zhong Liang had a faint feeling that something was amiss. "It's good that the surgery was successful. For the follow-up recovery, shall I arrange for a specialist to help? You know, surgery is just the first step, and post-operative care is crucial. My boyfriend has already made arrangements, and we have hired professional 24-hour care. You don't need to worry, Boss Zhong." Guan Xiaoya furrowed her brows slightly. Standing for too long was making her uncomfortable. So, she shifted her steps and sat down on the nearby sofa. "Boyfriend?" Zhong Liang muttered to himself. Seeing her slightly odd gait, he finally realized what had happened, and a surge of anger he had been suppressing erupted. "Guan Xiaoya, you must explain yourself today." Zhong Liang gritted his teeth. "Explain? Explain what?" Guan Xiaoya was puzzled by his words. "You are just my client. Why should I explain anything to you? No wonder you didn't reply to my messages. You sold yourself for a higher price," Zhong Liang sneered, insinuating. "What do you mean?" Guan Xiaoya stood up in anger, accidentally hitting a sore spot, causing her to gasp in pain. "What do you mean by selling? What do you take me for? Zhong, if you don't clarify things today, this won't be over." Guan Xiaoya bit her lip, full of confidence. She and Huang Chen were of similar age, both unmarried, so there was no issue of interfering in a marriage. Although they hadn't been together for long, their love was genuine and normal. To be accused like this, Guan Xiaoya couldn't help but feel angry. After leaving school, Huang Chen drove while chatting with Wang Xinqi. "This car of yours must have had many girls sitting in it, right?" Wang Xinqi adjusted her seat to a comfortable angle, smiling. Huang Chen smiled and changed the subject. It had to be said that Wang Xinqi was indeed a girl with both beauty and brains, well-versed in a wide range of topics. She could discuss current affairs, sports and entertainment, gossip, and even online games with ease. This was actually the first time Huang Chen had a serious chat with her, but unexpectedly, it went quite well. She was beautiful, excelled academically, had a gentle and caring personality, and understood how to take care of others' emotions and feelings. It was no wonder Wang Xinqi became the moonlight in the hearts of many men. Such a woman truly deserved a good man to cherish and love her for a lifetime. This was also why Huang Chen didn't intend to provoke her. He believed that, at least in terms of emotions, he was not a good man, especially after obtaining the system. He was even less prepared to be a good man. With so many beauties in the world, why hang oneself on one tree? Sensing Huang Chen's deliberate distance, a rare hint of displeasure flashed in Wang Xinqi's beautiful eyes. "Wang, I'll be leaving now." After dropping Wang Xinqi off at the Tianhai City Tourism Association office, Huang Chen waved without hesitation and drove away. Wang Xinqi had wanted to tell Huang Chen that she hadn't ultimately rented the apartment with Lu Chang but found a small single room to live in. However, as the words reached her lips, she felt it sounded forced and decided not to say it. "Huang, you really are different from others," Wang Xinqi muttered to herself, turned, and walked towards the office. Huang Chen was about to return to the villa at the resort to drink tea and read when he suddenly received a call from Guan Xiaoya. Wasn't this girl supposed to be at work? Images of last night's encounter flashed through Huang Chen's mind, and he couldn't help but swallow hard. That enchantress. Answering the call, he was about to joke around, but the next moment, Huang Chen's expression turned grim. Honey, sob, I've been bullied. Wait for me, I'll be right there. Huang Chen abruptly stopped the car, then sharply turned the steering wheel and sped towards Wansheng Square. Ensuring safety along the way, the blue Palomila raced swiftly. What was normally a 20-minute journey, Huang Chen managed to cover in just 13 minutes. Sir, you can't park here. At the entrance of Wansheng Square, Huang Chen parked the car horizontally, then got out and walked inside. Seeing this, the security guard hurried over to stop him. Huang Chen took out a stack of money from his pocket, probably around 2,000, without counting, and handed it directly to the guard. Brother, I have something urgent to attend to. Could you please help watch the car or have it moved? Despite his urgency, Huang Chen's tone was quite polite, and he also tossed a pack of 1916 cigarettes to him. Clearly, this was the first time the guard had encountered such a situation and was almost at a loss. Taking the money and cigarettes, the guard vigorously nodded the next second. Sir, rest assured, I'll watch your car here. No one will touch it. You go ahead and take care of your business. You can park here as long as you need. We're not changing shifts until the afternoon. The young guard assured, patting his chest, while using the walkie-talkie to contact the security room for assistance. Sir, do you need any help with your errand here? Seeing Huang Chen in a hurry, he asked considerately. Maintaining order in the mall was also their security duty. Of course, if it was a situation they couldn't handle, they wouldn't recklessly charge in. No need, it's just a small matter. Huang Chen straightened his clothes, smiled, and replied. He had been to Wansheng Square many times and knew the location of the Vacheron Constantin counter well. Ignoring the eager gazes and enthusiastic invitations of luxury goods salespeople, rejecting the approaches of two shopping girls, he walked directly towards his destination. From a distance, he saw a group of people gathered outside the Vacheron Constantin counter, and inside the store, Wan Xiaoya seemed to be shielded by a woman. The middle-aged man seemed quite agitated, pointing his thick index finger at the woman blocking Wan Xiaoya, with saliva flying as he spoke. Wan Xiaoya was so angry that her chest trembled visibly, quite a spectacle. Honey! Wan Xiaoya saw her man rushing over and couldn't help but feel overjoyed. She went straight into his arms, tears streaming down her face, and in a voice filled with grievance, she said, He bullied me. It's okay, don't be afraid, I'm here. Huang Chen gently stroked her fragrant shoulders, comforting her softly. Are you her so-called boyfriend? Zhong Liang sneered disdainfully. He had thought he was someone important, but it turned out he was just a young man at best, probably a rich second generation with some money at home. What could he possibly do? He had been dealing with all sorts of people in bars and nightclubs for a long time, confident in his connections. What happened? Huang Chen ignored him and turned to the woman who had been protecting Guan Xiaoya. This woman was Yang Ping. Whether as the manager or considering the gift she had just received, she had to step forward in this situation. It's like this. Yang Ping saw the handsome and well-dressed newcomer and sighed inwardly at Guan Xiaoya's good luck. She then briefly explained what had happened. Finally, she added, he almost slapped Xiaoya just now, but luckily she managed to dodge it. At this moment, she was afraid things would get out of hand, so she quickly stood in front of Guan Xiaoya. Ha, I thought he was someone important, turns out he's just a seller of alcohol. Huang Chen said disdainfully after hearing the story. A seller of alcohol? Kid, don't be too arrogant. Be careful not to mess with people you can't afford to offend. Zhong Liang said coldly. For such a long time, everyone around him would politely address him as Boss Zhong, and this kid dared to call him a seller of alcohol. Can't afford to offend? You? Huang Chen chuckled. A seller of alcohol, most likely selling fake alcohol, had a bigger attitude than someone like himself with millions in assets. It was a strange situation. It's a rule of law society now. Does he still dare to use those old tricks? Does he think the socialist iron fist is a joke? If he wanted to use those nightclub bosses to pressure him, Huang Chen could only say he was overestimating himself. Ordinary people might still talk about loyalty and righteousness, but as for those nightclub bosses, they only cared about their interests despite acting like brothers all day long. Don't forget, he had been splurging in bars and nightclubs not long ago, spending nearly 10 million in a short time, becoming the most esteemed VIP customer in various establishments. Upon hearing about this, several club owners even rushed back from out of town just to meet him. Of course, in terms of relationship with those bosses, Huang Chen naturally couldn't compare to Zhong Liang, but Huang Chen believed that his words carried more weight than Zhong Liang's. Joking aside, to those bosses, he was the highest level of customer, their bread and butter. What was Zhong Liang? At best, just a supplier of alcohol, and that's if you add one of to it. One makes you money, the other makes money off you. Can their status be the same? Alright. Zhang Liang took out his phone to make a call, pointing at Huang Chen. You two, want to play, huh? I'll play with you today, just afraid you can't handle it. Guan Xiaoya in Huang Chen's arms saw the fierce look on the other side and felt a bit anxious. Darling, how about we just forget it? I didn't really lose anything anyway. She had heard that Zhong Liang seemed to have some influence locally, so she was worried Huang Chen might suffer. She even regretted calling him just now. Don't worry, if a man can't even stand up for his woman when she's being bullied, what kind of man is he? Huang Chen spoke with strong confidence. Even if Guan Xiaoya did something wrong, he had to protect her, at most scold her when they got home. But outside, he had to stand by her. What's helping family if not helping justice? This is it. At this moment, the system prompt sounded timely. Temporary mission alert. The dignity of the landlord must not be lightly insulted. Mission brief. It has been detected that someone insulted the host's lover and provoked the host. The host is required to mobilize all resources and fiercely reclaim the situation, ensuring that the other party apologizes for their offense. The system will reward the host based on the extent of the host's retaliation. Well, Huang Chen hadn't figured out what step he was going to take before. But now, it's not about causing trouble on his own, but the system is about to stir up trouble. Lao Zhu, how many security guards are on duty in the security department now? Get a few people to rush to Wanshan Plaza as soon as possible. Huang Chen also made a call, the first one to Zhu Hong. It's better to be safe than sorry. With his small frame, he's just an ordinary person. If he gets beaten up by some hothead, things could get messy. Zhu Hong reacted quickly and swiftly made arrangements after hanging up the phone. There are 10 security guards on duty during the day at the hotel, and 8 more are resting for the night shift. He couldn't care less and mobilized all of them with just one phone call. Still worried about the lack of manpower, he also called in many young men from departments like catering and logistics, and they were sent in batches by car to Wanxiang Plaza. By his estimation, there were about 30 young men, especially the security guards who were all retired soldiers. If things got physical, they were all skilled. For the second call, Huang Chen dialed Xiao Wei, the owner of the largest nightclub, in Tianhai. Hello, who's this? At this hour, Xiao Wei had just fallen asleep not long ago, and his voice sounded a bit groggy when he was awakened by the phone, not paying much attention to who was calling. People like them who run entertainment venues almost live a topsy-turvy life, so it's normal for them to be half asleep at this time. Boss Xia, it's me, Huang Chen. Huang Chen introduced himself. Young Huang? Ah, it's been a while since young Huang came to play. Xiao Wei suddenly woke up, his voice becoming clearer and louder, obviously startled. Huang Chen casually sat on the large sofa next to the Vacheron Constantine counter, crossed his legs, and took out a cigarette. Guan Xiaoya lit it for him and then leaned gently against his shoulder. I want to ask you about someone, Zhong Liang, a liquor supplier. Do you know him? I know him. He has delivered liquor to several of our venues. Young Huang, as you know, the profit from liquor in the venues is substantial. We mainly deal with him because he is sensible and offers good prices. Did this person offend you, young Huang? Xia Wei inquired tentatively, hinting at mediating the situation. Lao Xia, he just insulted my woman in a very unpleasant way. Huang Chen cut him off directly. What? Is this person really your friend? No wonder he used your name to intimidate me. Boss Xia, are you trying to defend him? No, of course not. Lao Xia, young Huang, you should know, how could I have such a friend? It's purely a business relationship. Xiao Wei's forehead instantly broke out in a sweat, cursing Zhong Liang for being so ignorant. Although he wasn't familiar with Huang Chen, he knew one thing about him: Huang Chen was extremely wealthy, and that was enough for him. Driving a Maserati worth over 4 million, just in his nightclub, Huang Chen had spent 3 million, not to mention the other famous venues where he reportedly spent millions in less than half a month. He had heard indirectly that Huang Chen had recently bought 2 large duplex apartments and a large commercial property in full payment, which cost tens of millions. Shortly after, he spent nearly 400 million in full payment to acquire the well-known Yunhai Resort in Yunhai. What kind of financial power was this? Without a background of tens of billions, one wouldn't dare to play like this. So, he decisively followed Wang Deqi's example and respectfully called Huang Chen young Huang, adopting a very humble attitude. Even if he couldn't climb the social ladder, at least he shouldn't offend him. With such a careful and cautious young master from a wealthy family like himself, Zhong Liang actually dared to offend his woman. This is truly the epitome of ignorance and fearlessness. Normally, it wasn't apparent, but Zhong Liang turned out to be quite audacious. Although Huang Xiao didn't explicitly mention what was said, Xiao Wei could probably guess the kind of uncultured words Zhong Liang would utter. Xiao Wei knew very well that these young second-generation wealthy individuals generally had bad tempers, and the size of their temper usually correlated with their wealth. Moreover, these young people cared a lot about their reputation. Offending their woman was almost like slapping them in the face. This grudge was significant. "Old Xia, do you know who those Gua, Mei, and Bai are that he mentioned?" Huang Chen said sarcastically. "Introduce them to me, let me get to know them, see if I, Huang Chen, can afford to provoke them. I'd like to see who gave him the confidence to say that I and my woman can't leave Wanxiang Square," Xiao Wei said. Despite the cool weather, Xiao Wei was sweating profusely. He knew Gua, Mei, and Bai, and he knew that Huang Chen knew them too. Because these individuals shared a common identity, they were all owners of local nightclubs and bars in Tianhai. In reality, this circle wasn't large, and although there was competition between establishments, it was kept within certain limits for the sake of prosperity. These owners usually had dealings with each other, and some even had good relationships. "Old Xia, there were a few times I drank at your place, and the taste seemed off. Looks like I'll have to talk to President Chiu of the Tourism Association. The overall environment isn't good. No wonder Tianhai is constantly being complained about by tourists." Huang Chen's tone was flat, but to Xiao Wei's ears, it was like a thunderbolt. He was indirectly pointing fingers at Xiao Wei. No wonder Huang Xiao was the first to call him. Xiao Wei understood. Huang Xiao might seem refined, but he was ruthless when it came to taking action. This was a warning to Xiao Wei and his group, not to do business with Zhong Liang anymore, or else the next step would probably involve investigating their establishment. President Chiu of the Tourism Association was an official figure, and Yunhai Resort was a permanent member of the association. Definitely someone who could converse with President Chiu. They even had the reason planned out: selling fake alcohol? Goodness, which nightclub or bar didn't sell a mix of genuine and fake alcohol? After all, the young people partied hard, they could even sell horse urine as alcohol. How else could they increase profits? But in all honesty, they had never served fake alcohol to big clients like Huang Chen. So Huang Chen's message was crystal clear: either cut ties with Zhong Liang or suffer the consequences with him. There was no need to consider it. After all, Xiao Wei's bar wasn't the only one selling alcohol in Tianhai City. Moreover, Huang Chen was right. Zhong Liang indeed sold fake alcohol. Otherwise, why would his products only be supplied to entertainment venues, as supermarkets and restaurants didn't want his goods at all? Huang Xiao, rest assured, I'll contact those establishments now to check our inventory together. Our bar will never sell fake alcohol. We've been deceived by unscrupulous merchants, Xiao Wei hurriedly said. We definitely won't collaborate with such businesses selling fake alcohol. Well, I certainly trust the reputation of Mr. Xia and Mr. Guo. Otherwise, I wouldn't have invested so much money with you guys, right? Huang Chen smiled faintly, knowing that things were settled here. Tonight at 7, I'll arrange a table at the resort. When you contact Mr. Guai, MS, Mei, and the others, let them know, and we'll gather together later. Xiao Wei readily agreed, but after hanging up, he couldn't help but curse inwardly. Huang Xiao, how do you always know who Mr. Guai and MS Mei are? You really did all the talking. He sighed and quickly started making a phone call. Since he had decided to take a stand, things naturally had to be handled beautifully. On the third call, Huang Chen actually called Mr. Chiu. This time, his tone was much more polite. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, he mentioned that as a permanent director of the association, the resort should contribute to the association's development by donating 1 million as the association's activity fund. As he was about to hang up, he briefly mentioned that a friend who owned a bar had told him that someone was selling fake alcohol at bars and entertainment venues, damaging the tourism reputation of Tianhai City. His enthusiastic friend even provided him with several addresses where the fake alcohol was stored. Mr. Xiu simply acknowledged and hung up. Understanding the rules of the game is crucial to using them properly. Furthermore, everything Huang Chen said was true: selling fake alcohol, affecting the tourism environment, and even having a friend who owned a bar. As for the warehouse addresses, Xiao Wei must have told him. Speaking broadly, this was about rectifying the market atmosphere, a great thing. After the 3 calls, Huang Chen stubbed out his cigarette in the ashtray and looked at Zhong Liang with a hint of killing intent and pity in his eyes. Words can bring disaster. You can insult anyone, but how dare you insult my woman? If you lack strength, it's better to keep a low profile outside. Otherwise, if you provoke someone you can't afford to offend, that's when you'll regret it. Yes, the person you can't afford to offend is none other than Huang Chen himself. Zhong Liang, however, looked at Huang Chen with a rather disdainful expression. In the distance, 5 or 6 young men with colorful hair and strange tattoos were walking towards them. They were his assistants in the store, usually helping with deliveries and maintaining appearances. Zhong Liang's plan was simple: drag Huang Chen out, give him a beating, wait for him to yield, and then discuss compensation. Of course, the amount of money didn't matter, but it was necessary for Guan Xiaoya to show her apology through practical actions. Looking at Guan Xiaoya in her professional attire, with her exaggerated curves, watery seductive eyes, tempting cherry lips, and the inadvertent exposure of her body's allure when she leaned slightly, especially the extra charm between her eyebrows, Zhong Liang thought that if everything went smoothly, he would have his way with this beauty tonight. A hint of ferocity and pleasure flashed across Zhong Liang's face. Guan Xiaoya, oh Guan Xiaoya, why didn't you just agree with me before? You had to reject my face and go find a young lover. Now, even if you regret it, it's too late. Wait and see how I'll torment you later. I need to prepare more little pills. Boss. The young men seemed to be entering such a luxurious mall for the first time. Although they wore nonchalant expressions, a closer look at their eyes revealed a hint of panic. Just like how ordinary people wouldn't easily step into a luxury store, even if they did, they would feel somewhat uncomfortable. In simple terms, it all boiled down to not having enough money in their wallets, lacking confidence. Drag him out for me. At this moment, Zhong Liang exuded a bit of a gang leader vibe, almost lighting a cigar. Huang Chen remained calm because he noticed that a few mall security guards were approaching not far behind the young men. They had followed this group over because these guys didn't seem like good people and certainly didn't look like they had the means to spend at Wanqiang Plaza. However, due to their inability to actively drive away customers, they could only follow at a distance for the time being. Suddenly, there was a rapid sound of footsteps. A group of people swiftly ran towards them, completely blocking the entrance of Jiang Shaitan's store. At the forefront was Zhu Hong, who breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing his boss sitting unharmed on the sofa. "Boss," he called out, bowing. "Boss." Following closely behind, nearly 30 people shouted in unison. The noisy environment instantly quieted down. Huang Chen felt somewhat helpless. His original intention was to have Zhu Hong find a few people just in case, but he never expected Zhu Hong to be so exaggerated, calling so many people at once, probably around 20 or 30. Unlike the dispirited and careless young men brought by the other party, the people on Huang Chen's side were all spirited, young, and capable, truly spirited young men. Seeing this lineup, Zhong Liang couldn't help but tremble a bit. It was a bit intimidating. "What do you want to do? Are you planning to have people fight me? Come on if you dare," Zhong Liang said, adopting a tough stance, lightly patting his face and shouting. "If Mr. Zhong dodges, I'll share the same surname as you." Despite his fearless appearance, he was actually quite anxious at the moment. But there was no way out. Seeing that the boys in his shop were unreliable, each of them was as useless as a quail, despite boasting about how tough they were in front of him. Bah, he really believed in their nonsense. "Ha, do you think I brought people here to fight you?" Huang Chen sneered. His methods were not so crude, and he wouldn't leave such obvious evidence in public. "Here, your phone is ringing, aren't you going to answer it?" Huang Chen waved his hand, signaling the employees outside to disperse and not block the way. To be honest, the more people shout, the less likely a fight will break out. This is not the era of gangsters, even those who claim to be streetwise are just seeking wealth. No one really enjoys sewing machines under iron bars. Seeing Huang Chen's playful smile, Zhong Liang had a bad feeling subconsciously. Glancing at the incoming call, it was from his subordinate in charge of contacting suppliers. "Boss, it's bad." As soon as the call connected, the other end sounded like they were announcing a funeral. "I'm perfectly fine," Zhong Liang snapped. "Boss, I didn't mean that. It's really bad." The voice on the phone was so frantic that it was hard to make out the words. "Several places just called, asking us to take back all the wine we delivered before and saying they won't be buying from us anymore." "What? How is that possible? What have you done?" Zhong Liang's voice suddenly rose. "Returns? No more cooperation?" This was a bolt from the blue for him. They were pulling the rug from under him. "Boss, I didn't do anything." The other side sounded quite aggrieved, explaining softly, "One of my brothers at the nightclub secretly told me that it's because you offended someone. The owners of those places have all made it clear that no venue under Tianhai will be buying from us in the future." "Boss, it's over, we're finished." Zhong Liang's head was buzzing. Was his business really over just like that? He hung up the phone, turned laboriously, and looked at the young man across from him with a faint smile, feeling like his world was collapsing. Was it him? Could it really be him? How could he have such power to make all Tianhai entertainment venues stop cooperating with him? "Boss, it's bad." Zhong Liang's phone rang again. Mechanically he answered, and once again, the same words came through the receiver. Zhong Liang was too preoccupied to care if the other party's words had any ambiguity, and he urgently asked, "What's happened now?" This call was from his subordinate in charge of the warehouse. "Boss, the officials just came and sealed off our 3 warehouses. They say our last warehouse on the Bar Street might be next. His subordinates sounded desperate, as if he was calling from a very noisy environment. Vaguely, one could still hear someone on the phone saying, "All of these are fake alcohol, seal them all up, and they will be destroyed collectively later." "Boss Joan, do you still want to play?" Seeing the other party in a dazed state, Huang Chen knew that the message he needed to convey had already been delivered, so he leisurely spoke up. "I don't mind, anyway, I have plenty of time to play with you. But I'm afraid that if we continue playing, your remaining warehouse won't be safe. It's all you, isn't it?" Zhong Liang charged towards him aggressively, but was stopped by the quick-witted Zhu Tao. "Let him come over." Huang Chen waved his hand nonchalantly. Zhu Tao hesitated for a moment, but ultimately obeyed the boss's order and walked to the side, always maintaining a close enough distance to ensure he could subdue the guy at any moment. "We have no grievances, why do you insist on pushing me to the brink like this?" Zhong Liang's voice was hoarse, his heart bleeding. Not to mention the severed business, just the fake alcohol in those 3 sealed warehouses cost millions at purchase, all paid with his hard-earned money. And if all these goods could be sold, it would fetch at least 30 to 40 million, the immense profit was self-evident. "No grievances?" Huang Chen's voice turned cold. "Weren't you arrogant just now, insulting my woman and daring to threaten me? What's happening now? When I tried to reason with you, you were defiant, now that you realize you can't win, you want to reason with me again?" Huang Chen stood up, walked up to the desolate Zhong Liang, and suddenly, with a slap, he struck him hard across the face. "You!" Zhong Liang covered his burning face, about to say something. Suddenly, another slap landed on his other cheek. "2 slaps for you, leaving you with 1 warehouse, isn't this business still profitable?" Huang Chen's strength was not small, these 2 slaps were full force, so Zhong Liang's cheeks immediately swelled up. "Do you think these 2 slaps were deserved?" Huang Chen pulled out 2 wet wipes from the tissue box and calmly wiped his fingers that had just delivered the slaps. This guy's face was really oily. Deserved. "Young Master Huang, you were right to slap me. It's all my fault for being blinded by greed before, I will compensate you." Zhong Liang's mind was sharp. Being slapped twice by the other party was not only to avenge the almost slap to Guan Xiaoya earlier but also a way to settle the matter. Allowing him to keep the largest warehouse was like leaving him with millions worth of goods. Even if no one in Tianhai buys them, he could still sell them to neighboring cities with a little effort, recouping some funds, so he wouldn't end up with nothing. For him, this was nothing short of a lifesaver. "I'm not the one you should apologize to." Huang Chen shook his head and pulled Guan Xiaoya forward. "Miss Guan, it was all my fault before, please forgive me." After understanding the reasoning, Zhong Liang was ruthless to himself, slapping himself on the ear while speaking. The sound of slaps echoed, obviously not holding back. Although Guan Xiaoya had been uncomfortable before, seeing the once arrogant Zhong Liang now so humble, begging for forgiveness by slapping himself, she couldn't help but feel sorry for him. But she knew that all of this was Huang Chen venting for her, so she didn't make a decision herself. Instead, she hugged Huang Chen's arm and turned her head slightly. "Alright, let's leave it at that." After Zhong Liang slapped himself a dozen times, Huang Chen finally spoke. "In the future, don't appear in front of Xiaoya again, understood?" Huang Chen looked into his eyes, word by word. "Because of me, you really can't afford to mess with her. Alright, take your people and leave." Huang Chen waved his hand impatiently, as if shooing away a fly. Zhong Liang heard this and breathed a sigh of relief as if granted a reprieve. With the help of his younger brother, he stood up, covering his face like a pig's head, repeatedly agreeing, then quickly turned and left. "Let's withdraw our people too, everything's fine now," Huang Chen said to Zhu Hong. "When you get back, make sure to arrange with the finance department. The staff who came today will receive an extra 2,000 yuan bonus this month." Upon hearing this, the employees at the resort couldn't hide their joy, but they knew better than to make a scene in a public place, so they restrained themselves from making any noise. However, their excited expressions revealed that their emotions were far from calm at the moment. Zhu Hong nodded hurriedly. This was a move by the boss to win over hearts, so he wouldn't voice any objections. After all, it was the boss's money being spent. As for Zhu Tao, he had long been accustomed to the boss's generosity and was not surprised. Led by Zhu Hong, the resort staff left in an orderly manner, restoring peace to the scene. "Feeling better now?" Huang Chen gently touched Guan Xiaoya's hair. Yes, Guan Xiaoya's eyes were filled with affection, almost overflowing, as she nodded vigorously. "Thank you, my dear." "Oh, there's no need to thank me," Huang Chen shook his head. "I've made dinner plans with a few bosses tonight. Care to join us?" Guan Xiaoya hesitated, then said, "I think I'll pass. I won't finish work until 9:30 tonight." She had just taken a week off and was back on the first day requesting another leave. It didn't seem right. That's what Guan Xiaoya thought. On the other hand, the store manager Yang Ping, upon hearing this, was almost about to agree without thinking twice. Guan Xiaoya, usually so clever and obedient, why was she suddenly acting so confused? They all heard the phone calls Huang Chen made earlier. Why did he invite her to dinner? Wasn't it because of what happened earlier? Creating such a commotion, making several calls that almost bankrupted a boss worth at least tens of millions, and when a boyfriend like that invites you to dinner, shouldn't you be thinking about what makeup to wear instead of going to work? It's hard to tell if you're smart or foolish. Alright, I'm not really keen on these social dinners anyway. Huang Chen didn't think much of it. Since Guan Xiaoya didn't want to go, he didn't insist. Manager Yang, thanks for looking out for Xiaoya today. I'll treat everyone to a meal another time, Huang Chen said to Yang Ping. Xiaoya can be a bit naive, she'll need your guidance while working here. He appreciated Yang Ping's actions earlier and had heard from Guan Xiaoya that the manager had always been kind to her, so he spoke politely. Mr. Huang, you're too kind. It's my duty, Yang Ping said, feeling a bit flattered, quickly smiling. Look at this wealthy young master, handsome, gentle, generous, assertive when necessary, yet knows when to hold back, not pushing people into a corner. What kind of family raises such a son? Thinking back to Zhong Liang's arrogant behavior earlier, it was truly incomparable. I won't keep you from work. I'll head off now. Huang Chen adjusted his clothes and smiled. With nothing else to do in the afternoon, Huang Chen planned to visit his new house to check on the progress of the renovation. Walking to the entrance, his Palomila was parked there arrogantly, with 2 security guards dutifully standing by. Thank you, gentlemen. Huang Chen opened the car door and said to the guards. The young guard who had taken money from Huang Chen before now nervously handed it back. Mr. Huang, I didn't know it was you earlier. Please take back this money, he said with a fearful smile, returning the money. Keep it. Huang Chen looked at another security guard and felt a bit familiar, knowing that he was one of the security guards present earlier at the mall. He estimated that news of the earlier incident had spread, making the young security guard a bit anxious, fearing that Huang Chen might hold a grudge against him secretly. Therefore, he took the initiative to return the money. However, money given out is not easily taken back, let alone holding a grudge against a security guard who was just doing his job. I am a senior VIP of your mall. Even if your leaders find out, they won't make things difficult for you. Relax. Huang Chen's smile was gentle and quite infectious. Upon hearing this, the young security guard finally relaxed, took the money back, which was almost half of his monthly salary. After receiving it, he hesitated a bit before putting it away. He thought to himself that this young handsome guy didn't seem like someone who would go back on his word. Ding, the dignity of the landlord cannot be lightly insulted. Mission completed. Evaluation of this mission, excellent. Mission reward now available, full ownership of the shops along Zijing Road, please accept it, host. Huang Chen, who was driving, suddenly heard the system prompt, and in his excitement, almost hit the roadside greenbelt. Unfortunately, he couldn't stop on the expressway, so he had to suppress his excitement, randomly chose the nearest exit, parked the car by the roadside, and checked where Zijing Road was on his phone. After all, Tianhai was a second-tier city with so many roads, he couldn't remember them all. Is it here? Isn't this Dingxi Street, also known as the Bar Street among the locals in Tianhai? Damn, Huang Chen was quite familiar with this place. This street shaped like a ding, hence many people called it Dingxi Street, and because it housed nightclubs, bars, and KTVs, it was also known as Bar Street. Not to mention, 41 Degree 9 Club, Nightclub, Platinum Palace Business Club, and Flowing Lights KTV, well-known places in Tianhai, were all here. This place was indeed prosperous. The one above Dingxi Street was a horizontal dead-end road with only 4 shops at both ends due to its location. The vertical one was the real Zijing Road, with 6 shops on each side. The hook-shaped area was the only connection to the main road, with a large parking lot and a property management company. It's worth mentioning that all the shops here were owned by the developer and only rented out. Due to the cluster effect, this place became the top choice for Tianhai residents, especially the young crowd, for nightlife, and business was booming, with shops in high demand. In other words, after acquiring the property rights, Huang Chen would collect rent from all 16 shops here, and to some extent, they would have to consider his opinions. Otherwise, if they breached the contract or didn't renew it after expiration, these establishments would suffer losses as the expensive decorations couldn't be taken away, not to mention the lack of the same popularity elsewhere. Huang Chen took out a cigarette. Now owning the Bar Street, tonight's dinner would be lively. Xia Wei and his group might have mixed feelings, but most likely, they would be grateful for the help earlier. Huang Chen drove to Zijing Road, parking directly in front of the property management company. Despite visiting this street many times, it was his first time coming during the day and not going to the clubs but to the property management company, which felt quite refreshing. Zijing Property, a straightforward name. Sir, Who are you looking for? The receptionist at the property management office had stars in her eyes, suddenly straightened up, and gently asked, "May I ask who you are looking for, sir?" Huang Chen smiled and asked. Nowadays, he exuded a strong presence, no longer needing to deliberately put on a serious face like before. On the contrary, his smile had increased. As the ancients said, when you become successful, you will find that people around you are full of goodwill towards you, even more approachable. The difficulties, malice, and scolding that ordinary people often face in their daily lives seem to disappear from your world. How wonderful this world is! Are you in? Do you have an appointment? Although the young girl was a bit dazzled, she still remembered her duty. Our manager Huang is usually quite busy, so appointments are generally needed in advance. Manager Huang seems like a relative. I shouldn't need an appointment, Huang Chen said confidently. Just tell him that Huang Chen is looking for him. This young man is also surnamed Huang? The young girl muttered to herself. Could he be the manager's relative? She nodded. In fact, what she said before was just an excuse. Just a property manager, what's there to be busy about? The main reason for saying this was actually to prevent trouble. After all, there are quite a few troublesome things in entertainment venues, such as jealousy, arguments, drunken antics, lost items, scratched cars, and even catching affairs. So as a property management company representing the management, people would occasionally come knocking on the door, which is why even though they only manage a dozen or so shops, they have over 30 strong security guards. That's why the property fees on Bar Street are higher than elsewhere. Manager Huang, there's a young man named Huang Chen outside looking for you. The young girl entered the property manager's office and said to a thin man in his 40s wearing glasses, "Is he a relative of yours, manager? He looks quite handsome." Who? Huang Chen? The man named Huang Shan, named after a famous mountain, still had a headache from the hangover, so his reaction was a bit slow. After thinking for a moment upon hearing the name, he shook his head. "I have very few relatives. I'm the only one among the males. Where would I have relatives?" "Ha?" Huang Shan paused, seeming to remember something, and hurriedly asked, "What did you say his name was?" "Huang Chen." The young girl pursed her lips and muttered, "I thought he knew you. Turns out he was lying to me. What a waste of that handsome face." "Don't you dare say that." Indeed, the name matched. Huang Shan was startled and quickly got up. "That must be our new boss, Mr. Huang." As he spoke, he hurriedly ran out. "Ha? The new boss?" The young girl watched as Huang Shan disappeared from sight, still not reacting. "Mr. Huang, hello, I'm our property manager Huang Shan." Huang Shan took 3 steps forward, nodding and bowing, eagerly extending his hands. "Huang Shan?" Huang Chen frowned at the smell of alcohol coming from him. How much did he drink to still have such a strong smell of alcohol on him? "Mr. Huang, last night, because of the renewal matter, the owners of a few establishments insisted on drinking with me. I thought since they were all old tenants and our relationship has always been good, that's why I went." Huang Shan keenly noticed Huang Chen's displeasure and quickly explained, "But I repeatedly told them that the renewal matter must be decided by the big boss. Our property company is here to serve you." "Oh?" Huang Chen just looked at him, smiling ambiguously, neither agreeing nor disagreeing. The space seemed to freeze, and the young girl who had just come out and saw this scene was so scared that she didn't dare to say a word, standing nervously on the side. Huang Shan's face was originally full of smiles, but as time passed, the smile could no longer be sustained. Beads of sweat formed on his forehead, and his back was soaked. The alcohol that hadn't fully awakened seemed to have woken up completely in just a few minutes. Report on the company's situation. In fact, Huang Chen was just deliberately keeping the other party waiting, not really prepared for anything. After all, the situation had not been clarified yet. Moreover, since Huang Shan had been able to sit in this position for such a long time, it naturally meant he had his merits. Huang Chen always believed that nobody is perfect, so he would take advantage of someone's strengths. As long as Huang Shan could meet his requirements, Huang Chen didn't care about the other aspects. "Yes, please, Mr. Huang." Huang Shan breathed a sigh of relief, put on a smile again, and warmly led the way ahead. It had to be said that Huang Shan's work ability should be considered quite good. With his introduction, Huang Chen gained a very intuitive understanding of this new industry. The Bar Street consisted of 16 detached small buildings, originally designed for entertainment venues. The total construction area here was about 18,000 square meters, including property office buildings, parking lots, and supporting facilities. Since the sizes of the shops varied, the rent ranged from 60,000/month to a maximum of 180,000/month. Calculated, the annual rental income was around 15 million. Of course, a part of the income also came from the property management fees collected by the property company. After deducting operational expenses, there was still a surplus of 2 to 3 million annually. In other words, this was an asset with an investment of over 500 million, generating an annual profit of around 18 million, mainly because the land was relatively cheap. Comparatively, the profit margin of the bar street was not as high as that of the resort. After all, the initial investment in the resort was just over 300 million, but now it was making 20 million in profit. However, the situation couldn't be compared like this, as the resort was a self-sustaining industry, and its profit included income from operations, while the bar street's income was purely from rental income. Currently, the property company had over 120 employees, with nearly half of them being young security guards. Mr. Huang, the leases for this batch will expire at the end of the year, and now all the merchants are urging us to renew. Seeing that the boss seemed to be in a good mood, Huang Shan cautiously said, if we don't renew, according to the contract, we need to notify them 3 months in advance. No rush. Huang Chen waved his hand, as the shops here were not worried about being rented out, and now the initiative was in his hands. How about this, accompany me for dinner tonight? Huang Chen thought for a moment, since he had plans to meet Xiao Wei and the others in the evening, it would be appropriate to invite Huang Shan as well. Sure. Huang Shan was suddenly overjoyed. Being invited by the big boss to dinner was a great thing, indicating that the boss had not given up on his plans at least for the time being. The property manager of the bar street had a good position, not to mention the benefits, and those various bar marketing girls, with their enthusiasm, could really charm people. Moreover, the income from this position was quite good. So, as long as there was a glimmer of hope, Huang Shan would do his best to keep this precious position, and whether he could succeed depended entirely on the handsome man in front of him. After meeting with several management members of Purple Crystal Property and exchanging a few words with each of them, a few hours had passed. It was necessary to let them know who would be paying their salaries in the future. Otherwise, if they met on the street later and their subordinates didn't recognize him, it would be embarrassing. Whether Huang Chen could remember so many people was not important. Coming out of the property office building, Huang Chen saw that it was still a while before dinner. He decided to take a stroll with Huang Shan along the bar street, truly measuring his own industry with his own feet. Indeed, the feeling of having a storefront and a street was completely different. Although the T-shaped street was short and small, far from the commercial street he had imagined, it was still a street. Huang Chen walked ahead in silence, hands behind his back, his eyes flickering, obviously calculating something in his mind again. Huang Shan had no idea that the new boss had such a habit of contemplation. He thought he might have touched a nerve with the boss again, feeling uneasy. This was the influence brought by power. As a person in authority, even if you didn't say a word, or even lacked a facial expression, the people around you could interpret countless meanings from it. Alright, come to Yunhai Resort at 7 p.m. for dinner. I'll go first. After walking around the bar street in silence, Huang Chen finally spoke. Okay, boss, I will be there on time. Huang Shan, who had been agonizing beside him, responded eagerly. Around 6:35 p.m. Huang Chen returned to Yunhai Resort. After all, it was a dinner he organized, and it would be impolite to arrive too late. To his surprise, he seemed to have underestimated his own influence. He had arrived more than 20 minutes early, yet Xu Hong, who was waiting for him at the gate, informed him that all the guests had already arrived. Huang Chen was actually the last one to arrive. Shaking his head, Huang Chen looked slightly surprised at Huang Shan, who was also waiting there, and asked, "Do you two know each other?" Xu Hong and Huang Shan nodded simultaneously. One was the GM of the resort, and the other was the property manager of the bar street, the two most core managers of his current two industries. As for the large flat and the shops on Academy Road used for rent collection, they could only be considered good assets, far from being industries. After a year, the rent was only 1 or 2 million. To be honest, Huang Chen now found it a bit unimpressive. Thinking back to when he first acquired the Juntingqingzi flat, the excitement he felt, and now, after some time had passed, it seemed rather ordinary. Knowing each other is enough, Huang Chen nodded. Let's go, all the guests are here. It's not proper to be late as the host. He was prepared to use these two. After all, he was the sole owner of the related industries, and he could replace people whenever he felt like it, without considering anyone's opinions or thoughts. The more he did this, the less they dared to make any moves under his command. On the contrary, they would do their best to excel in their work, securing their positions through outstanding performance. And what he wanted was stable profits. Of course, Huang Chen wouldn't tell them these things. He needed them to feel a sense of urgency and the pressure of being replaced at any time, so they would have the drive to strive forward. With his two subordinates by his side, Huang Chen walked slowly towards the restaurant. At the entrance of the private room, when the waiter saw Huang Chen approaching, he was about to help push open the half-closed door, but then he heard a loud voice coming from inside. It's not like I'm saying, each one of you is a billionaire, quite influential outside. Yet, when Huang Chen, a little guy who hasn't even grown his hair, says something, you can't wait to kiss his ass? What is he? Just running a lousy resort? He even wants to blacklist Lao Zhong from the whole industry. I don't give a damn, so what? Who here doesn't know that Lao Zhong got into this business through my connections? Over the years, he has been respectful to everyone, always available, offering the lowest prices in the industry, and never rushing for payment, right? As a result, isn't it just about wanting to mess around with women? We are all men, who doesn't have such thoughts? What's the big deal? Just because a few words were said, it not only cut off the financial path but also got the authorities to seal the warehouse. These vindictive villains invite you for a meal, and you happily come? Damn it! While speaking, he banged on the table. Lao Bai, you've gone too far with your words. Xiao Wei spoke up. Seeing Lao Bai getting more agitated, he quickly intervened to smooth things over. These people were all called by him. Initially, everything was going well, just coming to meet Huang Chen and make friends. But after they arrived, Bai Rushui, the flamboyant owner of the dazzling KTV, started attacking in front of everyone. He had heard that Zhong Liang and Lao Bai seemed to be from the same village. But honestly, they were all businessmen. What's the point of their relationship and friendship in front of real interests? Lao Xia, it's not that I look down on you, brother. Bai Rushui sneered. I know your thoughts. You think this guy has money. He's your big client, so you don't want to offend him. I'll make it clear today. I won't give him this face. Anyway, I don't plan to make money from him. What can a guy running a resort do to me, who runs a KTV? Bai Rushui looked disdainful. His words made sense. But as they say, people travel far and wide for money. No one needed to offend a wealthy second generation like Zhong Liang for the sake of a mere business relationship, especially when this second generation was the top VIP in their establishment, spending in millions. In front of Huang Chen, what was Zhong Liang worth? They were clearly not on the same level. The actions of the people before, though driven by interests, were at most going with the flow, not even close to kicking someone when they were down. So Bai Rushui's words immediately made everyone unhappy, and they started speaking up one after another. Boss, should I go in and deal with them? Huang Shan heard clearly from outside the door. Although he didn't know the specifics, he knew that Lao Bai was about to pick a fight with their boss. This was his chance to shine. This guy was eagerly drinking with him last night, just to quickly finalize the contract renewal. But before the negotiations even started, he managed to offend the big boss of the bar street. What luck, TSK. Huang Chen shook his head, very calm, his handsome face showing no expression. It seems like Lao Bai, you came here today on purpose to cause trouble? Speaking now was Guo Chao, the owner of the Platinum Palace Club. He frowned, displeased. Earlier, Lao Xia called me, asking me not to do business with Lao Zhong anymore. I agreed immediately. Zhong Liang has a sharp tongue, lacks foresight, offends people he shouldn't, he deserves it. Guo Chao's words were very straightforward. Big shots like Huang Xiao, we can't even curry favor with them on ordinary days. If he's willing to invite us for a meal, that's giving us face. Lao Bai, you're a bit shameless. You were saying we all have fortunes in the billions. Heh, who doesn't know who here? Let's not overestimate ourselves. The few of us, even if we count all our assets, might barely reach $1 billion, but Huang Xiao casually spent nearly 400 million on a resort. Who knows how much more his net worth is? Do you really think he's on the same level as us? Not to mention saying he can't do anything to you? With his wealth, if he really wants to deal with you, there are plenty of ways. You're really overestimating yourself. Guo Chao's blunt words made everyone, including Xiao Wei, silently nod. Rough words, but reasonable. Everyone might have their own thoughts, but their general idea was probably the same. Only Bai Rushui was standing aside, sneering with his neck held high. For a moment, the atmosphere turned cold. Clap, clap, clap. Just then, the door opened, and a young handsome man with a smile on his face walked in, whistling with his hands in his pockets. Following him was the resort's GM, Zhu Hong, but Huang Shan, who was supposed to be with him, was nowhere to be seen. A bit late, didn't expect to witness such a good show. Huang Chen approached Bai Rushui, restraining his smile, looking down at him. It seems Mr. Bai is not very pleased with me. So what? Bai Rushui was as stubborn as ever, showing no signs of backing down. What can you do to me? Huang, those spineless guys are afraid to offend you, but I, Bai Rushui, am not. What's the big deal? I came here today just to tell you face to face that the matter with Zhong Liang is not over. Mr. Bai, huh? Huang Chen sat down on the large sofa in the private room, propped his legs up on the coffee table in front of him, lit a cigarette with Zhu Hong's lighter. Tell me, how do you plan to settle this matter? Huang Chen, leaving a way out for future meetings is a principle. Hasn't your family taught you that? Bai Rushui was quite tough, ignoring the glances of Xiaowei and others who tried to dissuade him, sneered and spoke, "Do you really think you're all that just because someone called you young Master Huang? What? Are you starting to dislike me too? If you have the guts, come and challenge me. I'm Bai Rushui, the owner of the dazzling KTV on Bar Street. Remember that, okay?" Bai Rushui was extremely arrogant at this moment. Normally, he wasn't so arrogant. After all, being in the entertainment business, being sociable and making connections was the norm. The reason for his behavior today was purely for self-interest. Everyone thought he and Zhong Liang were just from the same village, but no one knew that he privately held a 40% stake in Zhong Liang's liquor business, earning millions of dollars a year. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been so eager to introduce Zhong Liang to others. Considering that this fake liquor business was not something to be publicized, he didn't show up himself but pushed Zhong Liang to the forefront. However, upon hearing the news today that Zhong Liang's warehouses had been sealed and the previous cooperations had been cancelled, even declaring they wouldn't work together again, he realized that it was all because of offending a young man. This led to the current situation. Xiao Wei, Guo Chao, and others supported him, wanting to connect with Huang Chen ultimately for profit. Bai Rushui's actions were not driven by village ties or a sense of righteousness, it was all about his own interests. As the saying goes, the world is bustling for profit. Now I can't forget it even if I wanted to. Huang Chen chuckled casually, flicked the ash off his cigarette. Speaking of which, Mr. Bai, you might want to prepare to change locations in advance because I heard your KTV's contract is also expiring at the end of the year. What do you mean? Bai Rushui suddenly shivered. No hidden meaning, just giving you a heads up. Huang Chen crossed his legs, calmly said, because I've already bought your shop. Ha ha. Upon hearing this, Bai Rushui was not surprised at all. Instead, he burst into laughter. TSK, Huang, you must still be half asleep, huh? Bai Rushui sneered, trying to scare me? At least come up with a more believable excuse. Who doesn't know that the shops on Bar Street are only for rent, not for sale? You ask these few here, if given the chance, who wouldn't want to buy their own shop right now? Purple Crystal Real Estate has held onto Bar Street for so many years, despite many people trying to buy it with connections, they never agreed to sell. Who do you think you are? You bought my shop, why don't you say you bought the whole street? It's just you guys talking nonsense with your eyes wide open, this is what you call the young Master Huang. Xiao Wei and the others looked puzzled, while Guo Chao had a pensive expression. No one echoed his words, and the atmosphere turned cold again. At that moment, Huang Chen flicked his cigarette butt into the ashtray, clapped his hands, and shouted outside the door, "Lao Huang, come in." Huang Shan, who had been waiting at the door, almost couldn't resist jumping out several times, but considering it was the boss's little joke, he didn't want to ruin it, so he held back and didn't come in. Finally hearing the boss's call, Huang Shan quickly pushed the door open and walked in briskly. Manager Huang? General Huang? Among the people present, all of them were bar owners on Bar Street. They might not be very familiar with Huang Chen, but they were very familiar with Huang Shan, the property manager. Some of the people present had even had drinks with him the night before. Huang Shan ignored these people and walked quickly to the sofa, then bowed respectfully and said, "Boss." Despite having some guesses earlier, Xiao Wei was still greatly surprised to see Huang Shan's obedient and servile behavior. Huang Chen nodded slightly, "Talk to the bosses here, so that certain people don't think I'm just a toad yawning." Huang Shan nodded, turned to the people standing there, and said, "Mr. Xia, Mr. Guo, everyone, we are all old acquaintances, Lao Huang won't beat around the bush. I told you all before, Purple Crystal Real Estate is in negotiations with a certain tycoon to sell the property rights of Bar Street. Just recently, I was informed that the deal has been completed." Huang Shan said solemnly, "The full ownership of Bar Street has been acquired, and the new owner of Bar Street, the sole owner, is the person in front of you, Huang Chen, Huang Xiao. All matters concerning Bar Street, including the property management company and the renewal of your respective shop leases, will be decided solely by Huang Xiao." They actually bought the entire street? Xiao Wei, Guo Chao, and the others were truly stunned. Even Bai Rushui, who had been smirking disdainfully, was speechless at this moment. Although they didn't know the final selling price of this transaction, considering that someone couldn't secure it even with an offer of 620 million last year, the price of this deal must be significantly higher. Someone seemed to have said before that I, running a resort, have no say over those running KTVs, right? Huang Chen spoke softly, "I indeed have no control over others running KTVs, but if it's on Bar Street, I believe I can have a say. General Huang, Huang Xiao, I was blind to the situation just now." Bai Rushui, a real villain, quickly realized the situation wasn't good and immediately knelt halfway to the ground, grabbing Huang Chen's thigh, crying out, please don't compare yourself to me. I will return the alcohol and I won't cooperate with Zhengliang anymore. In the future, I will follow your lead, please give me another chance. Bai Rushui was truly panicked at this moment. That KTV had recently upgraded its equipment due to booming business, costing millions just for renovations and equipment. If they didn't renew the lease, the losses would be huge, a bone-crushing blow. Moreover, there was no other place with the same fame and popularity as Bar Street. Ha! Huang Chen stood up, pulled his leg away, and chuckled coldly. Feeling a bit disgusted, he thought, you're not a beauty, so what's the big deal with clinging to my leg? I admit it, I have a narrow mind. Huang Chen's voice was devoid of any emotion. So, I never believe in repaying grievances with kindness or being lenient. And I have a habit, once I say something, I never take it back. Since I mentioned earlier that you should prepare to move, you better start preparing in advance. After the contract expires, there won't be any more brilliance on Bar Street. Huang Chen looked down at the other person and said coldly, since you didn't appreciate this meal, just leave now. Huang Shan, have you remembered what I instructed? You know the consequences if this place isn't vacated after the contract expires. Huang Shan nodded hastily, realizing this was a warning from the big boss, and he didn't want to be the target of the boss's authority. Seeing that the others seemed intimidated by him, Huang Chen thought for a moment and said, Mr. Xia, Mr. Gua, and the others, I must thank you for what happened earlier. Oh, Huang, you're too polite. It's just a small favor, no need for thanks, Gua Chao responded quickly with a smile. That's right, Huang, you're usually too low-key. Otherwise, these small fries wouldn't dare to act recklessly in front of you. Huang, our Nana from the club has been thinking about you since your last visit. Mei Dong, the owner of 41°9 Club, interjected. By the way, since you're all here, would you be interested in partnering to open a KTV on Bar Street? After the shop becomes available, I'll have to rent it out anyway. Instead of giving it cheaply to outsiders, why not keep it among ourselves? Everyone knew which shop was becoming available. The business at Brilliance was very profitable. After deducting rent, utilities, and staff salaries, the net profit was at least over 10 million a year. Otherwise, Bai Rushui wouldn't be acting so arrogantly. As for whether they were interested, it was obvious. Who wouldn't be interested in making money? Bai Rushui, who was still lingering, looked crestfallen at that moment. He had been thinking that even if he couldn't renew the lease, he could find someone to sign the contract as an agent, and he could still make money as the silent partner. But now he realized that if these people partnered to open a KTV, he would have no stake in it. Regretting his decisions, he cursed his foolishness. Why did he have to pick a fight with Huang Chen when he could have continued making money with Brilliance and the alcohol distribution from Zhengliang? Was it just to prove his worth? Ultimately, it was because he couldn't swallow his pride and underestimated the others. In the end, it was because his business had been too good and smooth in recent years, making him arrogant. Mr. Bai, do you want me to have someone escort you out? It wouldn't be dignified then, Huang Chen said coldly, glancing at Bai Rushui who was still in the private room. Bai Rushui wanted to retort but ended up keeping his mouth shut tightly. He knew he couldn't afford to provoke them. Watching Bai Rushui leave with a dejected look, Huang Chen half closed his eyes and couldn't help but feel a sense of pity. He hadn't even exerted much effort, yet Bai Rushui had already fallen. This made him have a new understanding of the phrase using power to oppress others. Why do people often say to go with the flow? It's because the momentum is irreversible. Dinner started much later than expected due to that little incident, but the atmosphere was lively. What was initially meant to be a thank you to Xiao Wei and the others turned into unanimous praise for Huang Chen. It was inevitable, considering the people present. Xu Hong, Huang Shan, not to mention Huang Chen's subordinates, it was their job to flatter the boss. So, they not only had to flatter but also had to come up with new ideas and praise creatively. Xiao Wei, Gua Chao, Mei Dong, and other bosses rented shops that were owned by Huang Chen. Whether the annual profits of several million or even tens of millions can continue depends on whether Huang Chen is willing to continue renting the shops to them. You see, nowadays, opening an entertainment venue is not that difficult. Especially for wealthy second generation like Huang Chen, who already have ready-made shops, it's even easier. Not to mention, Huang Chen just promised them a KTV earlier. Even if they can't achieve the same booming business as now, each person can still earn 1 or 2 million a year without any problem. So, can they not flatter Huang Chen? Amidst the clinking of glasses and the satisfaction of food and drink, including Zhu Hong and Huang Shan, everyone drank to their heart's content, except Huang Chen who remained quite sober. It's not that he has the best alcohol tolerance, but because everyone at the table was like, Huang, please feel free, I'll drink it, and then they gulped down their drinks. Although Huang Chen politely drank a bit to save face, after so many rounds, he had actually consumed quite a lot. Fortunately, everyone had been tested by alcohol over a long period, so although they drank a bit too much, they weren't completely drunk, just a bit talkative. As the gathering dispersed, several bosses called their subordinates to pick them up. Xia Wei warmly held Huang Chen's hand and said, "Huang, why don't you come to my place for an inspection tonight?" The other bosses also chimed in with invitations. After all, at this hour, it was just the beginning of the day for them. Huang Chen chuckled. He used to be a big client, but now he was a big landlord. Although Xia Wei had always been quite polite to him, Huang Chen could still sense the change in his attitude towards him. Just as he was hesitating whether to agree or not, his phone rang. "Hello, Xiao Xiao." Seeing that the caller was Gong Xiao Xiao, Huang Chen was somewhat surprised. "Darling," Gong Xiao Xiao's sweet voice came from the phone. "What's with this endearment?" Although they often chatted and joked around on WeChat, it was mostly teasing, and they had never addressed each other like this before. "Have you had too much to drink?" Sensing that something was off in her voice, Huang Chen asked. "Didn't we agree that you would come pick me up and take me home? I'm at the bustling KTV on the bar street. Why haven't you come yet?" Gong Xiaoxiao emphasized the words bustling KTV. The background noise on the phone was very loud, with many people talking faintly. "Wait for me there for a while." Huang Chen guessed that she might have encountered some trouble and was subtly seeking his help. In his impression, although Gong Xiaoxiao was good at driving and quite proactive and enthusiastic towards him, she was also quite mindful in certain aspects. This was a kind of tacit understanding between the two, to see who would surrender first. Huang Chen found it amusing. As for whether he was interested in her, let's put it this way, any normal man would be interested in a stunning girl like Gong Xiaoxiao. And most men, upon seeing her exquisite face and figure, would show their respect first. Huang Chen was indeed not mistaken. Gong Xiaoxiao was indeed in trouble at the moment. Tonight, after their company dinner, some colleagues suggested going for karaoke. Gong Xiaoxiao didn't want to go, but she didn't want to dampen everyone's spirits, and since it was a proper KTV, she hesitated and decided to come along. However, she had forewarned that a friend would come to pick her up. After arriving at the private room, having some drinks and singing for a while, Gong Xiaoxiao, seeing that it was almost 10 o'clock, was about to leave early. Unexpectedly, at this moment, several unfamiliar men entered the room. They claimed to be friends of the boss and came over to offer a toast. Initially, it was nothing serious, but the problem was that Gong Xiaoxiao was too beautiful, which immediately caught the attention of those men. And then they started to pester her, wanting to sing together and insisting on drinking. Gong Xiaoxiao immediately suggested leaving, but she didn't expect that the young man with white hair and a sly demeanor would grab her and refuse to let go, insisting on escorting her back. Gong Xiaoxiao didn't dare to let him accompany her. Looking around, her male colleagues who usually fawned over her were now silent like quails, none daring to speak. Boss Ho Tao stood up relying on some acquaintance, but before he could say a word, the man slapped him hard, shattering his glasses. "Ho, I've been giving you face, haven't I? How dare you ruin my mood?" The man seemed drunk, cursing, "If you don't go out and inquire, who on Bar Street dares to disrespect me, by Ruoming?" "Exactly, the women by second fancies, do you dare to stop?" A lackey chimed in. Gong Xiaoxiao had never encountered such a situation before. The other party was clearly unreasonable, and she had no way to handle it. However, she was clever. She first smiled gracefully, went over to have a drink, easing the tension, and then found an opportunity to make a phone call. The first person she thought of who might be able to handle this situation was Huang Chen, who could afford to buy a resort. Huang Chen was in a car from Huangshan, driven by a security guard from the property management company. "Boss, which place are you heading to?" Huangshan asked. He had heard Huang Chen on the phone earlier but didn't know the specifics. "Flowing colors." Huang Chen replied, thinking to himself, what a coincidence. Little did he know, such coincidences were quite normal. Gong Xiaoxiao was more of a homebody, usually going straight home after work to watch melodramas, at most going out for a meal or shopping with Lu Shui. Places like nightclubs and bars were places Gong Xiaoxiao, who knew she could easily be taken advantage of due to her beauty, never frequented. It was only in a formal KTV like this, inside a private room, that she reluctantly agreed to come. And the KTV on Bar Street, Flowing Colors, had the most upscale private rooms and the best sound equipment. It could only be said that Bai Rushui was very willing to invest. Huangshan took out his phone, quickly sent a few messages, and then relaxed. Bar Street nights were lively and prone to minor conflicts. Especially since Huang Chen was going to Flowing Colors, or a big dispute had just occurred, he had to be extra cautious. So he messaged the head of the security team at the property to organize manpower in advance, focusing on patrolling around Flowing Colors, just in case someone foolish decided to cause trouble. Seeing Huang Chen's car stop at the entrance of Flowing Colors, the group of bosses led by Xiao Wei, though puzzled, also got out of the car. Huang Chen found the location of room 212 where Gong Xiaoxiao was, then pushed the door open and walked in. Upon entering, he saw Gong Xiaoxiao, dressed casually, being tightly embraced by a young man with white hair, one hand tightly around her waist and the other holding a glass of wine to her lips. Gong Xiaoxiao was struggling. Her colleagues beside her all turned their heads, avoiding eye contact. The young men around them were still clapping and cheering. Xiaoxiao, it's time to go home. Seizing the moment when the young man wasn't paying attention, Huang Chen pulled Gong Xiaoxiao out without hesitation and firmly held her in his arms. Who the hell are you? Bai Ruoming didn't notice at first. The beautiful woman he was holding on to disappeared, and he almost stumbled. Turning around, he saw a stranger, a young man, now holding the woman he had been eyeing. Going home? Huang Chen couldn't be bothered with such a ruffian-like person, looking at the still shaken Gong Xiaoxiao gently. Yes. Gong Xiaoxiao replied nasally, subconsciously hugging Huang Chen's waist tightly. At that moment, only the man in front of her could give her a sense of security. Looking at those male and female colleagues who dare not look at themselves directly, especially those male colleagues, Gong Xiaoxiao's eyes were full of disappointment. Even if they didn't dare to come forward to help, they could at least make a phone call to the security team. But what did they do? They just stood there and did nothing, watching as she was being forced to drink. Didn't they know what could happen after she was forced to drink? What made her even more upset was that a female colleague she usually got along well with, when she saw her being bullied, actually revealed a hint of satisfaction. Let's go, I'll take you home. Huang Chen pulled her along, walking out with his head held high. With a bang, a bottle of wine was forcefully smashed at his feet. What the hell, did I ask you to take her away? Bai Rubing was furious. He couldn't stand three types of people, those taller than him, those more handsome than him, and those who could act better than him. And today, Huang Chen possessed all three. Especially that feeling of being ignored, it made Bai Rushui, who always considered himself superior, very uncomfortable. His action of smashing the bottle was like a signal, and his few followers quickly reacted, cursing and blocking the door. Seeing this situation, Huang Chen remained calm. He knew that anyone who could do such a thing was definitely not a formidable person. Putting himself in their shoes, if he encountered a woman he was interested in, he would just use money. If he spent enough to make her pursuers dare not think about her anymore and made everyone around her advise her, how long could she hold out? If she still didn't budge, then he could just move on to another one. As mentioned before, there are plenty of beauties in this world. Where can't you find one? Forcing a woman to drink like this was just too low. You dare to call me father, are you worthy? Huang Chen's expression turned cold. He casually picked up a wine glass from the table and splashed the full glass of red wine in his face. After splashing it, he casually threw the wine glass aside. Boss. Huang Shan also rushed in with the security guards at this time, and more than 10 strong property security guards filled the private room. The music had been turned off at some point, and the lights were turned on, the sudden brightness making the already tipsy people's eyes blur. What's going on? At this moment, the people in the restaurant also noticed the unusual commotion in this private room. Bai Rushui, who was feeling extremely irritated back in the restaurant, also came over with a few people after hearing the waiter's report. Boss Bai, what a coincidence. Huang Chen turned his head and happened to see the stern-faced Bai Rushui entering. Young Master Huang? Bai Rushui subconsciously used a respectful title, but when he realized it, he suddenly felt a burning sensation on his face. What's going on? Looking at his brother with a face full of red wine, Bai Rushui suppressed his anger and asked, Bro, you came just in time. Stop that couple for me. Seeing his backer arrive, Bai Rubing became even more brazen, his face twisted. What the hell? She dared to splash wine on me. I have to deal with this woman in front of him today. Bai Rushui's heart sank instantly. Damn, did he provoke this star-crossed woman again? The outcome of Zhong Liang was still vivid in his mind. He lost the lease of his shop all because Zhong Liang insulted his woman. How long had it been since then, and now his brother had done the same thing again? What kind of trouble had he gotten himself into? TSK, turns out Boss Bai's brother, truly a chip off the old block. Huang Chen was not angry at this moment, but rather found it amusing. Young Master Huang, please spare him. After gritting his teeth for a while, Bai Rushui finally softened his tone. My brother is young and ignorant, please don't lower yourself to his level. In fact, he wasn't that young. Bai Rushui was in his 40s, his brother was naturally not that young either, he was almost 30, while the current Huang Chen had just turned 20. But Bai Rushui was truly afraid, not for herself, but for her useless younger brother, Bai Rubing. This younger brother was the late child of the elderly at home, spoiled since childhood. After growing up, he caused quite a lot of trouble, with Bai Rushui always cleaning up after him. Dealing with ordinary folks, his status as a big KTV boss could intimidate people, a hefty compensation could usually settle things. But who was Huang Chen? With resorts worth billions, bars worth billions, he could buy whatever he wanted. Bai Rushui realized the vast difference in power. It was like hitting a rock with an egg. Even if the egg broke, it couldn't harm the rock. If she really wanted to deal with her brother, there was a high chance he would end up in serious trouble. If she were more ruthless, he might even disappear. So Bai Rushui was truly panicked, softened. Money could be earned again if lost, but a person lost was lost forever. Your brother has a foul mouth, Huang Chen said, taking the cigarette Huang Shan handed him, inhaling deeply. Yes, yes, Bai Rushui nodded repeatedly, then walked up to her brother, raising her right hand and delivering a resounding slap. Brother, it's me, Rubing. Brother, please stop. Brother, I'm sorry, sob. Seeing no reaction from Huang Chen, Bai Rushui's slaps continued, leaving her brother's face swollen like a pig's head, with messy white hair sticking up on his forehead. That's enough, Huang Chen, uninterested in the scene, as he hadn't suffered any losses, and Gong Xiaoxiao seemed only slightly scared, so he let it go. Remember to move out before the new year. As he reached the door, Huang Chen suddenly stopped, inexplicably nostalgic. Actually, I still prefer your previous unruly self. Huang Chen left with his people, leaving Gong Xiaoxiao and her colleagues looking at each other, then slipping out one by one, seemingly forgetting to pay the bill. Of course, Bai Rushui didn't care at this point. Brother, what are you doing? Bai Rubing, dazed from the beating, looked at Bai Rushui with resentful eyes, stuttering. I'm saving you, Bai Rushui sighed, sitting at a messy table, lighting a cigarette. Under the bluish smoke, Bai Rushui revealed deep exhaustion and fear. This shop was doomed, and the next consideration was how to maximize the remaining value. After smoking 3 cigarettes, Bai Rushui finally made up his mind. He decided to transfer the shop, including the furnishings, directly to Xiaowei and the others, so they could take over and operate without much trouble. Even the staff were ready. As for himself, he could make up for some losses. With the earnings from these years, he could live as a wealthy man in the future. As for his brother, he needed to find him a proper job, otherwise, he would be doomed if things continued like this. Coming out of the KTV, the cold wind outside made Gong Xiaoxiao, who had drunk a bit, shiver slightly, unconsciously tightening the thin shawl around her. Seeing this, Huang Chen took off his coat and draped it over her. Beauty freezing? Huang Chen teased, seeing her in a knee-length dress, showing off her smooth, long legs. This lady is beautiful, with a great figure and long legs. It's a waste not to dress like this, Gong Xiaoxiao said with a hint of pride, feeling the warmth of the coat. Although the private room had air conditioning and wasn't cold, she had felt lost and helpless, her whole body cold. A girl in her early 20s, always pampered and cherished by men around her, had never encountered such a situation before. So heaven knows how excited she was when Huang Chen appeared just now, feeling like the male lead descending from the sky in a cheesy drama. So, you've stirred up some trouble. Huang Chen, a bit tipsy at the moment, burped. It's not my fault for being pretty. Gong Xiaoxiao pouted, feeling a bit wronged. Then she asked with concern, you've had quite a bit to drink tonight, haven't you? Why not rest early? Well, it's because someone called me dear and asked me to take her home again. Huang Chen couldn't help but be a bit flowery with his words. It seemed that every time he met Gong Xiaoxiao, he would be particularly relaxed. They hadn't known each other for long, but the feeling of being together was very comfortable. Oh, in urgent situations, you have to make do, right? How come a big man like you is so petty? Gong Xiaoxiao blushed, pouting. Besides, who knows how many men in this world want me to call them dear? You're really taking advantage and acting cute. Just calling you that a couple of times counts as taking advantage? Huang Chen raised his eyebrows playfully. Isn't that too cheap then? What else do you want then? Do you want more advantages? Gong Xiaoxiao smiled slyly, deliberately pushing out her chest and turning to the side. Tilting her head slightly, her starry eyes looked at Huang Chen's handsome face under the orange light, his slender arm touching hers. Moreover, what do you mean by calling a couple of times? Do you want to hear me call something else? If you're willing, I certainly don't mind. Huang Chen shrugged. From this angle, one could see Gong Xiaoxiao's slender, fair neck, delicate collarbones, and further down, although not visible, the towering figure that could spark endless imagination. Lower down, a thin waist cinched by a close-fitting dress outlined a charming waist curve, along with a pair of slender heels, legs so white they were dazzling. Huang Chen's throat couldn't help but move. This woman really had the capital to bring disaster. Ahem, Huang Chen couldn't help but cough lightly, nonchalantly saying, it's getting late, let me take you back? Can you still drive? Gong Xiaoxiao wrinkled her brow at the faint smell of alcohol emanating from him, or should I just take a cab back? It's not convenient for you to take a cab alone, let me arrange it. Huang Chen gestured behind him. Seeing this, Huang Shan, who was following them from a distance, hurriedly ran up. "Boss, what can I do for you?" Huang Shan was very respectful, his eyes very disciplined, pretending not to notice the beauty beside him. The boss was obviously very cautious when it came to women, so he better be careful. "Arrange for someone to drive, I'll take her back." Huang Chen seemed quite satisfied with his attitude, his tone much gentler. "Alright, please wait a moment, I'll arrange it." If it weren't for Huang Shan also having had a drink, he would have to drive himself. As he thought about who to call, he pulled out his phone. Just then, a familiar figure suddenly appeared next to Huang Chen and whispered, "Mr. Huang." "Ha?" Huang Chen looked closely and it was Zhu Tao. "What are you doing here?" Huang Chen asked in surprise. He was a bit regretful just now, thinking he should have called this guy, but he didn't expect Zhu Tao to show up like this. "Mr. Zhu was worried that you might need a car here, so he sent me over." Zhu Tao always spoke concisely, giving off a sense of calmness. "Zhu Hong? This guy actually had such delicate thoughts? Impressive. Which car did you bring over?" Huang Chen wanted to confirm his guess. "It's the S300, more convenient to use, and you'll be comfortable sitting in it," Zhu Tao replied. Just as he suspected. Huang Chen had guessed that his usual cars, like the Maserati, were not suitable for picking someone up, and the Palomilla was better for self-driving rather than being driven by a chauffeur, so the S300 was more appropriate. However, in the future, if he were to use a full-time driver, he might need to switch to a more suitable car. It seems that Lao Zhu has thought it through. "Let's go, it's getting late," Huang Chen affirmed, gesturing to Huang Shan before walking towards the car parked on the side with Gong Xiaoxiao. Zhu Tao first courteously opened the car doors for the two, then, after they had both gotten in, he jogged back to the driver's seat, started the car, and drove off. Huang Shan was left standing in the wind, still holding his phone. This won't do. Huang Shan first criticized himself in his mind. Although he and Zhu Tao belonged to different companies, both were senior employees, and there would surely be comparisons in the boss's mind. From what he could see now, his level of service and ability seemed to be inferior to Zhu Hong's. Even the driver under him was so meticulous in his work, that was the difference. But their resort was in the service industry, while their property company was acting like a big shot under the guise of the service industry. TSK, it seemed like Huang Shan's alcohol buzz had dissipated. Now, all he could think about was how to improve his image in the boss's eyes. If he lost this job, how would he satisfy his wife's demands for bags, clothes, and cosmetics, not to mention his younger sister-in-law studying locally, whose monthly expenses were not small, with occasional subsidies from his wife. His younger sister-in-law. Thinking of that delicate and charming face, that gentle and restrained demeanor with a touch of vulnerability that made one want to protect and cherish her. If he had to describe it, she was like a noble lady hidden in the ancient boudoir. Huang Shan seemed to have a good idea, but he needed to discuss it with his wife first when he got home. On the other hand, although Zhu Tao was driving very smoothly, Gong Xiaoxiao, who had caught a breeze after drinking, seemed a bit dizzy. She forced herself to stay alert and pointed out the way to Zhu Tao. Huang Chen, smelling the faint fragrance coming from the beauty beside him, remembered the smooth and tender feeling of holding her slender waist earlier. He couldn't help but feel a surge of desire. Without much hesitation, he reached out his big hand and pulled Gong Xiaoxiao into his arms. Gong Xiaoxiao was startled by this sudden attack. After recovering, she bit her lip and remained silent, which was equivalent to tacit approval. Even though he had admired her many times and praised her in his heart many times, when Huang Chen held the beauty in his arms, he couldn't help but sigh. Gong Xiaoxiao was truly a rare beauty. No mischief, Gong Xiaoxiao grabbed his other hand that was about to wander, grumbling, "I won't let you off so easily." "Oh?" Huang Chen raised an eyebrow. "Then how do you plan to thank me? Are you hoping for me to say something like in a novel, 'This lady has nothing to offer but her body'?" Gong Xiaoxiao chuckled. "Dear Master Huang, have you heard another version?" She paused, her lips slightly curved, and continued in a melodious tone, "This gentleman, with great kindness, this lady has nothing to offer, except to be a cow or a horse in the next life, to repay the great kindness." Huang Chen thought about it carefully and realized that it did make some sense. The two looked at each other and then burst into laughter. After laughing, Gong Xiaoxiao leaned her head on Huang Chen's shoulder, letting the man hold her slender waist, her face showing a sweet smile, enjoying this moment of warmth. "Boss, Miss Gong, we have arrived." Actually, Zhu Tao had deliberately driven slowly, and even after reaching the destination, he circled around a few more times at a snail's pace, just to avoid ruining the boss's good mood. But it was already too late, and most importantly, he noticed that Lu Shui had already taken notice of this car. Although he didn't know the relationship between the boss and Lu Shui, he knew that the boss must have some thoughts about her. After all, the last time he dropped the two girls off at the resort and overheard them chatting in the car, he mentioned that the boss had given Lu Shui a Hermes bag last time. It didn't matter, he didn't think much of it. Who would casually give away a bag worth tens of thousands? So when Lu Shui walked over this way, he decisively spoke up. Oh, already here? It was Gong Xiaoxiao who said this, and immediately realized what she had said, her face turning red in an instant. Huang Chen also had a similar feeling, but he didn't say it out loud. Oh, Xiao Shui is here to pick me up. Gong Xiaoxiao only noticed Lu Shui not far away at this moment, subconsciously pulled away from Huang Chen's embrace, and straightened out her clothes. Handsome Mr. Huang, thank you for today. Gong Xiaoxiao was about to open the door and get out of the car, her hand already on the door handle, but then she suddenly turned back, lightly kissing Huang Chen on the lips. As their lips parted, she pursed her lips, feeling a bit absent-minded. So this is what a kiss tastes like. Huang Chen almost burst out laughing, realizing that Gong Xiaoxiao was just a theorist after all. I'm leaving, bye. Gong Xiaoxiao felt a bit like fleeing, and after getting out of the car, she held hands with Lu Shui and whispered something. Xiao Shui, nice to see you again. Seeing Lu Shui in a cute bear pajama, Huang Chen greeted her with a smile, inwardly feeling that he was really becoming more and more despicable. Huang, Mr. Huang, hello. Lu Shui obviously didn't expect Huang Chen to be in the car too, looking a bit awkward. You and Xiaoxiao go back, I'll leave first. Huang Chen waved his hand, noticing that Gong Xiaoxiao had slightly blown him a kiss gesture. Couldn't help but smile. In the rental house, Lu Shui listened to Gong Xiaoxiao sharing her thrilling experience that night, occasionally making sounds of surprise and awe, clearly engrossed in the story. When she heard that Huang Chen had rushed over shortly after receiving a phone call, like a godsend, Lu Shui's eyes widened in astonishment. Later, when she heard that Huang Chen only said a few words and made a big KTV boss slap his own brother, her mouth couldn't close in disbelief. Mr. Huang is really amazing, Lu Shui whispered in amazement. Yes, and I didn't notice before, he's really handsome, manly, and reassuring. Gong Xiaoxiao murmured, the events of tonight having a huge impact on her. Lu Shui nodded in agreement. Indeed, Mr. Huang seemed to have become much more handsome, even more so than the former campus heartthrob. Thinking of this, her delicate ears turned red. Ha! When she looked up, she suddenly noticed that Gong Xiaoxiao's lipstick seemed smudged, as if associating it with the fact that Huang Chen's lips also seemed reddened earlier. Lu Shui's heart skipped a beat. I see you're almost falling for Mr. Huang. Lu Shui quickly regained her composure, chuckling. Yes, I believe I've found the one I want. Gong Xiaoxiao admitted frankly, then proudly added, but I still need to test him, can't let him have it too easy. Otherwise, men won't cherish it. But didn't you say before that men like him are very fickle and wild? Maybe he already has a girlfriend. Lu Shui cautiously remarked, seemingly eager to belittle Huang Chen. So what? If he has a girlfriend, I'm sure he wouldn't mind having one more, right? Gong Xiaoxiao shrugged it off. When it comes to love, you have to find someone who feels right. Besides, I'm not thinking about marriage now, it's too far off. Gong Xiaoxiao pouted, I don't want to live a mundane life. I just want to find a man who loves and spoils me, willing to spend money on me, and then I can travel, eat, and shop everywhere, hee. Then it's settled, right? Lu Shui was dumbfounded and said weakly, Xiao Qing? Xiao Shui, you don't understand. Xiao Qing is the most favored. Gong Xiaoxiao swayed her fair long legs. Isn't that how they act on TV? Why think so far ahead? We're still young. It's time to enjoy love now, silly Xiao Shui. Gong Xiaoxiao lightly tapped Lu Shui's head and went back to her room with a smile. Lu Shui sighed and returned to her own small room. Looking at the carefully placed bag beside her, she picked up a teddy bear that matched her clothes, burying her head in its fluffy fur. I was here first, she murmured almost inaudibly, tinged with a sense of grievance. Back at the villa named Snowview in the resort, Huang Chen changed his clothes, took a casual shower, and then went straight to bed. At the Tianhai Tourism Association office, it was 5:20 in the afternoon. Xinqi, we need the materials for the meeting tomorrow morning. Can you work overtime tonight? A woman in her 30s, heavily made up, carrying a Celine bag in her left hand, tossed two folders to Wang Xinqi sitting by the office door. Okay, Xinjie. Wang Xinqi, who was about to finish work, smiled and nodded. Truly a talented graduate from Tianhai University, very capable. The woman known as Xinjie let out a vague laugh, emphasizing the word capable, then turned around with a hint of disdain in her eyes. By 5:30, the office was empty except for the only unpaid girl working overtime inside. Mom! Wang Xinqi held the phone with her ear, her slender and pretty fingers typing quickly on the keyboard. I'm interning. It's going well. My colleagues are taking good care of me. Wang Xinqi's voice remained calm and elegant as usual. Dinner? The association is organizing a dinner at Xuanwei Tianhai tonight, and we're on our way there now. Yes, it's that famous private kitchen at Xuanwei Tianhai. Next time you come to Tianhai, I'll take you there to try it. Okay, I know. Don't worry. I have to go now, the leader is calling me. Hanging up with a smile, Wang Xinqi looked at the steaming instant noodles on the table and couldn't help but sigh softly. Indeed, the association was going to dinner at Xuanwei Tianhai tonight, but naturally, the intern like her was not invited. The woman named Xinwan was the head of her secretary group. When she first arrived, Xinwan was quite caring and taught her a lot about workplace etiquette. However, since the last time the vice president of the association, Manhwa, praised her at a reception and showed unusual appreciation, Xinwan's attitude towards her changed. Outwardly, she was still very polite, even calling her Xinqi affectionately and saying she was her little sister, urging everyone to take care of her. This was something everyone in the secretary group knew, and no one could find fault with it. But at work, she often made things difficult for her, frequently assigning her last-minute overtime tasks, and pointing out her mistakes and oversights in front of colleagues, all under the guise of it being for her own good. The reason was probably due to the unclear relationship between her and Honghua, and the way Honghua looked at her every time, rather than as a subordinate, seemed more like looking at fresh prey, with a hint of desire and greed in his eyes. Indeed, wherever there are people, there is bound to be hidden rivalry. She was just here for an internship, after all. If it weren't for the effort her family put into securing this internship opportunity and her desire to work at the association after graduation, Wang Xinqi, with her personality, might have left long ago. Regarding the suggestion to further regulate the tourism market in Tianhai City, Wang Xinqi looked at the material and couldn't help but smile bitterly. Entrusting such an important task to herself, with only one night to complete it, how highly did Shen Jie think of her? It had to be said that her brief internship experience had exposed Wang Xinqi to things she wouldn't encounter in school. Open competition, hidden agendas, flattery, jealousy. Indeed, this was the real society. Compared to the petty tricks and cleverness students played in school, it was truly child's play. Unexplainably, Wang Xinqi suddenly wondered how Huang Chen would handle this situation if he were in her shoes. Every time she saw him, even if he was dressed in cheap clothes or a waiter's uniform, he exuded confidence and pride, as if nothing could faze him. Both seniors in college, why was there such a stark difference in their social skills? She pursed her lips, finished her instant noodles in a few bites, and quickly started working on the material. It was better to focus on the task at hand. In the spacious office, only the sound of Wang Xinqi flipping through documents and typing on the keyboard echoed. It wasn't until 2 a.m., after triple-checking for errors, that Wang Xinqi printed and organized the report before leaving work with a weary body. Returning to her small apartment near the association, she casually freshened up before collapsing onto the bed. The next morning, awakened by her alarm clock, Wang Xinqi, still half asleep, brushed her teeth, washed her face, bought 2 buns on the way, and hurried to the association. As soon as she entered the office, she felt the oppressive atmosphere inside. Wang Xinqi, what are you up to? Xinwan, with a striking makeup look today, held a folder in her hand, her face grim. Where's the report I asked you to write? I've finished it, Wang Xinqi replied somewhat puzzled, pulling out the neatly printed report from her desk. I specifically asked you to work on the suggestions for regulating entertainment venues in Tianhai City yesterday, and I reminded you that we needed it for today's meeting. Xinwan took the file, glanced at it casually, then slammed it heavily on the table. What is this? Suggestions for further regulating the tourism market in Tianhai City? Who told you to work on this? How could an ordinary intern like you handle such an important task? Do you have a brain? What did you learn in school? Is this what they call a top student? I understand you want to show your capabilities, we've all been your age, Xinwan's tone softened, with a hint of disappointment, but you can't joke around with such important work. You're still too young, and it seems your heart is too wild. Luckily, I only wanted to train you by assigning this task, I didn't actually put all my hopes on you. I had already prepared this material with a small team yesterday and reviewed it. Xinwan sighed, patting her on the shoulder. Xinqi, I'm not scolding you, it's all for your own good. Next time, don't be so hasty for quick success. As she finished speaking, Xinwan walked beside her, whispering in an emotionless voice, this incident also teaches you a lesson. If something isn't yours, don't rush to fight for it. Understand? Before Wang Xinqi could react, Xinwan resumed her previous demeanor, clapped her hands, and instructed the office staff, all right, everyone, prepare the materials and head to the meeting room. One by one, they gathered their things and headed towards the conference room, leaving Wang Xinqi standing alone, staring at the material she had worked tirelessly on the night before, now scattered on the floor like trash. A sense of grievance surged up in her heart. It was clearly you who asked me to write this material, so how could you deny it today and act like you don't know me? Why is this happening? What did I do wrong? She squatted down, picking up the materials on the ground one by one, tears streaming down her face, dropping onto the ground. "Shinchi, the director is calling you to take meeting notes," a colleague shouted to her from outside the door. "Alright, I'll be right there." Wang Shinchi wiped away her tears, her voice sweet. She didn't want to show her vulnerable side to others. Perhaps, this is the workplace, this is the real society. Once you step into society, who doesn't feel wronged? Cousin is coming to Tianhai? Huang Chen was awakened by a call from comrade Su Hualian. He thought carefully and vaguely remembered that there was such a relative coming. Here, it is necessary to mention Huang Chen's family tree. As mentioned earlier, the Huang family tree is clear, with no hidden big shots or wealthy relatives. In his mother's generation, there is one sister and one brother. Huang's mother ranks second, and her grandparents passed away a long time ago. The sister, Huang Chen's eldest aunt, is named Su Ailian. She married a small businessman named Fu Guang from Gusa Prefecture and had a son named Fu Yong, who was a few years older than Huang Chen. The brother, Huang Chen's younger uncle, is named Su Guolian. The names of the siblings are taken to mean love, China, and nation. He is almost 40 now, married and divorced in his early years, had a daughter who followed her mother. Now he lives freely, working odd jobs when he needs money and playing mahjong when he earns some. That's how he gets by. This time, it's Fu Yong who is coming. He is indeed a close cousin, but to be honest, there hasn't been much interaction between the two families since Huang Chen was born, so he doesn't have much of an impression of this cousin. Yes, your cousin has a girlfriend and is about to get married. He came to Tianhai specifically to take wedding photos and have some fun, Su Hualian said with a hint of regret. Speaking of which, Su Ailian is the eldest daughter in the family. Back then, the family's conditions were poor, so in order to support her education, Su Hualian started working at a porcelain factory at a young age, helping her parents take care of her younger brother in her spare time. After she finally graduated from college, everyone thought she would come back to help the family, but she ended up marrying and moving away. The responsibility of taking care of her parents, including raising her brother, fell entirely on Huang's mother. It's fortunate that Huang Chuanda has a good temper and a loyal character. After marriage, he let Su Hualian continue to support her natal family, even taking care of all the arrangements when Huang's grandparents passed away. So, Su Hualian did hold some resentment towards her elder sister for a while. However, over the years, with her son grown up and few relatives around, that resentment gradually faded, and she began to miss the sisterly bond. As one of the top 10 romantic cities in China, it's not surprising that they came to Tianhai to take wedding photos. Your eldest aunt has had it tough too. She married far away without any relatives or friends, relying solely on your uncle's family. Your uncle's business hasn't been doing well in recent years. He almost emptied his savings to buy a house for the wedding, but the bride's family is still not satisfied. What does that have to do with me? Huang Chen shrugged. He didn't have a good impression of that uncle when he met him a few years ago. What are you saying? That's still your own aunt, and little Yong is your cousin. How can you say it has nothing to do with you? Su Hualian's tone towards her son was not at all polite. Then, Su Hualian's voice took on a slightly triumphant and boastful tone. Besides, I have to let them see with their own eyes how well my son is doing now. Mom, now that you put it that way, I understand, Huang Chen chuckled. Also, wealth and status are like walking in the night with luxurious clothes. How can one not show off a bit? As long as you understand, Su Hualian nodded in satisfaction as she saw her son grasping her meaning. What has Dad been busy with lately? Huang Chen remembered the pile of tasks he had arranged last time he was home and had forgotten to follow up on. Your dad has been in high spirits lately, driving that precious car to West Mountain Lake every day. Su Hualian's face lit up as she mentioned this. The designer you contacted before has also visited, surveyed the site, discussed design and renovation ideas with your dad a few times. They should be working on the design by now. Your dad has also met the head chef, whose skills are indeed excellent. So, your dad is planning to give him another 10% of shares. It should be fine. Oh, and those people from your dad's old unit have been pestering him lately, saying they were recommended by you to create a promotional plan for our store. That manager Lou has been extra diligent these days, bowing and scraping to your dad, being as obedient as can be. You didn't see the scene, TSK. Don't be fooled by your dad's calm appearance. I know for a fact that when he's alone, he can't stop grinning from ear to ear, feeling triumphant, huh? The more Mom spoke, the happier Huang Chen felt, his lips curling slightly. Making his parents proud was worth every penny of that 5 million. By the way, Mom, please remind Dad that it's clearly stated in the contract that the collaboration is contingent on them presenting a plan that satisfies him. I've invested a lot in this, so Dad must not be deceived by them. Huang Chen couldn't help but worry. Huang Chuanda was a good person in every aspect, but he was too easily swayed by flattery, known as having a thin skin. A few kind words and some flattery, and he might just agree. That wouldn't do. As the first party, one must be critical, not afraid to criticize or find fault. That's what being the first party means. Don't worry about that. Your dad is different now, his aura and presence are strong, Su Hualien said proudly. How could she not be proud? Her husband had shed his past frustrations, now full of vigor and confidence, driving his new Q7, everyone respected him as General Huang. Their son was also successful, handsome, and making big money before even graduating from college, not forgetting to support his father. As a traditional Huagua woman, Su Hualien felt fulfilled in life, now only missing the joy of holding a grandchild. She had wanted to mention finding a partner for her son, but then thought it would be better to discuss it face to face during the new year. Her son was outstanding, so finding a partner couldn't be taken lightly. They now had the right to be selective, no longer settling for just any woman. As long as she had good character, appearance, and family background were secondary. Mother and son chatted for a while, hearing that everything was going well for her son, his career advancing. Su Hualien hung up the phone content. Shortly after hanging up, an unknown number called. Hello, Liangzi, I'm your cousin, Fu Yong. The unfamiliar voice, the strange opening, something didn't seem quite right. Well, he was probably worried that I wouldn't remember having this cousin. A cousin whose number wasn't even saved. There was no one like him. Cousin, welcome to Tianhai, when will you arrive? I'll come pick you up. Huang Chen grabbed some clothes nearby and headed to the bathroom to freshen up. My flight arrives in Tianhai at 10. Fu Yong breathed a sigh of relief on the phone. He was calling in front of his fiancée, and if Huang Chen didn't recognize him, it would be awkward. Your cousin is just a student, what can he arrange? His fiancée, Cheng Xianxian, was touching up her makeup with a small mirror, muttering impatiently, my aunt said my cousin has already started a business in school, and it's doing quite well, so don't worry. Fu Yong smiled awkwardly and explained, my mom and Su Hualien mentioned they are planning to go to Sanya for wedding photos, but then my second aunt suggested going to Tianhai instead, saying that my cousin is doing well there and could arrange everything for us. Indifferent to the change, it was his mom who got excited at the idea of saving money with someone to arrange everything. Fu Yong, being indecisive, just went along with it. Seeing Fu Yong's obedient appearance irritated Cheng Xianxian. If it weren't for his decent family background and his compliance with her, she wouldn't want to marry such a man. But because she had been too wild in her youth and missed the chance with those who had better conditions, she had to settle for less. Originally planning to take wedding photos in Sanya, they ended up changing plans to Tianhai due to some inexplicable relative, with Fu Yong assuring that his cousin, a university student, would handle everything. It sounded unreliable. Huang Chen finished washing up, and the waiter brought over a steaming breakfast. There wasn't much variety: white porridge, fried dough sticks, a large meat bun, a greasy duck egg, and a small plate of assorted side dishes. Enjoying his meal, Huang Chen contemplated the upcoming arrangements. Accommodation was easily sorted, they could stay at his own resort, and the neighboring villa happened to be vacant, offering a prestigious sea view. The transportation was a minor issue. Fu Yong had arranged for local wedding photographers and makeup artists to come along, but one car wouldn't be enough. There were also plans for the photoshoot location, their activities afterward, meals, and more to consider. Huang Chen scratched his head, deciding to call Zhu Hong, who was conveniently close by. Boss, what can I do for you? Zhu Hong hurried over, catching his breath before entering. Huang Chen briefly explained the situation, leaving the rest to Zhu Hong. As the GM of the hotel, Zhu Hong had connections for car rentals, tours, and wedding photography, a true professional. Don't worry about the expenses, make sure everything is well arranged, Huang Chen instructed, not wanting to disappoint his mother's wishes. With your words, everything will be handled perfectly, Zhu Hong smiled, already planning meticulously. Handling the boss's personal matters required extra care and professionalism, a common knowledge in the workplace. Trusting someone with personal tasks indicated a high level of trust, and success was expected. Failure, however, was not an option. Back in his office, Zhu Hong swiftly got to work. Around 9:30, Zhu Hong returned to Huang Chen. Boss, everything is arranged. If you're heading to the airport, it's about time, he reported respectfully. All right. Huang Chen stubbed out his cigarette, donned a new Armani casual suit, and strode out. Outside the villa, 3 cars were parked. The first was a black S300, followed by the latest European version of the Lexus LM 4-seater business van, a new Buick Avia 4-seater, and a 7-seater Buick GL8, all in sleek black, lined up impressively. Huang Chen glanced at Zhu Hong, puzzled. Zhu Hong signaled for Huang Chen to get into the luxurious LM in the middle, while he took the passenger seat. Once the car started smoothly, he turned to report to Huang Chen. Boss, it wouldn't be appropriate for you to squeeze into a car with them, so it's better to ride in this car for more comfort. Shu Hong first flattered with a smile. The 4-seater Avia is prepared for your cousin and his wife. As for the 7-seater GL8, it's for the 2 accompanying wedding photographers. There will be another car coming later for equipment and clothing. Huang Chen nodded slightly. Furthermore, because I was concerned that the photographers your cousin and his wife hired might not be professional, I also hired a professional wedding photography team locally in Tianhai. They have been cooperating with our resort for many years, and the results will be excellent. They will also ride in this car. Pausing for a moment, carefully observing that Huang Chen did not show any displeasure, Shu Hong continued his report. Regarding the itinerary, this is how I planned it. After landing, we will first return to our resort to rest and have a simple lunch at the restaurant. In the afternoon, they will go to a few places to choose a location, and if suitable, take some night scene photos. Dinner will be at Xuanwei Tianhai's private kitchen. In the evening, we will take a walk on the pedestrian street and rest early. We will officially start the photo shoot early tomorrow morning. To ensure the best results, it will probably take 2 to 3 days to complete. After the shoot, if they want to stay in Tianhai for a few more days, I will arrange the itinerary according to their schedule. Considering your valuable time, there's no need for you to accompany them throughout. So starting tomorrow, I will arrange for someone to accompany them and provide services. Please rest assured, boss. That's it. Thank you for your hard work, Lao Zhu. Huang Chen nodded, quite satisfied with the arrangement. Most importantly, he wouldn't have to spend much time and effort accompanying them. To be honest, although they were close relatives by blood, they rarely contacted each other over the years. It would be uncomfortable to be with them all the time these days. If he had the time, he would rather spend it with his girlfriend. Speaking of his girlfriend, Huang Chen suddenly thought of Gong Xiaoxiao. The charm of her kiss yesterday left him reminiscing. Well, should he invite her to come along? Otherwise, facing his cousin and his wife alone, he might end up feeling left out. So he took out his phone and called Gong Xiaoxiao directly. My dear Huang Daxiao. The voice on the phone was sweet and slightly childish, as if she had just woken up. Miss me? You're not working today, right? Huang Chen asked casually with his legs crossed. This darn job. I'm not going today. Gong Xiaoxiao seemed to realize that she needed to maintain a certain image since the person on the other end was not one of her close friends. Thinking of the indifference and even schadenfreude of those people last night, Gong Xiaoxiao was filled with anger and could only console herself with mortals don't deserve to make the little fairy angry. Why are you calling me so early? Gong Xiaoxiao, still half asleep, yawned. What are you up to? Although she didn't stay up late last night, she tossed and turned for a long time, partly out of anger and partly because she was too excited. My cousin and his wife are coming to Tianhai for a wedding photoshoot, and I'm on my way to pick them up. Huang Chen glanced ahead. Zhu Tao was driving attentively, and Zhu Hong sat upright, focusing intently on the road ahead. My mom instructed me to take good care of them. Would you like to accompany me? Huang Chen's way of speaking was becoming more straightforward, cutting to the chase. Sure. Gong Xiaoxiao readily agreed, her drowsiness disappearing. Accompanying to receive his cousin and his wife was practically like meeting the parents. TSK, I need to show off a bit. I'll arrange for someone to pick you up. Just wait for me at the resort. Huang Chen glanced at the time, realizing he wouldn't make it in time to pick her up himself. See you in a bit. Gong Xiaoxiao's voice was extremely gentle. At the airport, several cars lined up in front of the terminal building. Huang Chen smoked in the car, calculating that Fu Yong and the others should have come out with their luggage by now. He leisurely got out of the car and walked to the exit. Shu Hong followed closely behind him. At this moment, Fu Yong was struggling to push 2 huge suitcases filled mostly with clothes for the photoshoot, while his fiancée, Cheng Xianxian, had a stern expression on her face. The photographer and makeup artist following them seemed accustomed to the couple's way of interacting and walked behind them nonchalantly. They had agreed to meet at the exit, but after looking around, Fu Yong couldn't spot the slim, tall student-like figure he had in mind. Instead, he was surprised by a row of business cars not far away. Hey, Liangzi, we're at the exit, where are you? Seeing his fiancée's increasingly displeased expression, Fu Yong quickly placed the suitcases on the ground, took out his phone, and called Huang Chen. Boss, are those the ones? Huang Chen, bored, was smoking, but Zhu Hong, sharp-eyed, noticed Fu Yong and the others at the exit seemed to match their boss's description. Just then, Huang Chen's phone rang too. Looks like it. Huang Chen shook his head. It was amusing that he, such a handsome man, was standing here being ignored, and instead, his cousin was calling him. He hadn't expected that he hadn't seen Fu Yong in years, the last time being when he had passed the university entrance exam and had a celebration dinner, which was over 3 years ago. Moreover, Fu Yong had changed so much in terms of looks and temperament. So, even though Fu Yong seemed vaguely familiar to him, he couldn't connect the dots between the handsome, wealthy young master and his impression of his cousin, who always seemed too shy to make eye contact. "Cousin, I'm here." Huang Chen remembered his aunt's instructions and gave Fu Yong face by calling him cousin. "Lianzi?" Fu Yong was almost dropping his phone when he saw Huang Chen walking towards him. This was his cousin? Really his cousin? Was he dreaming? This must be the sister-in-law. "Welcome to Tianhai." Huang Chen smiled casually and greeted the woman, who seemed equally surprised. The sister-in-law seemed quite good at makeup and dressing up, looking decent among ordinary people. No wonder his cousin cherished her so much. "Yes, you must be Huang Chen, Fu Yong's cousin, so handsome." Cheng Xianxian transformed her expression into a brilliant smile, very politely and familiarly said, "Fu Yong often talks about you." He. Faced with such obviously fake pleasantries, Huang Chen could only respond with a dry laugh. Fu Yong often talked about him? Was she kidding? He would be lucky if Fu Yong even remembered he had a brother. Just like Huang Chen needed his mom's reminder to remember he had this cousin, their relationship was probably just blood-related. "Let's get in the car first, we can talk after resting." With that, he got into the Lexus LM. Xu Hong, who deliberately stayed behind, politely said, "Mr. Fu, this lady, please sit in the back of this car." The driver of the car also had sharp eyes and quickly came forward to help with the luggage. "Is this the car arranged for us?" Chang Xianxian looked at the luxurious Avia with disbelief. It was a far cry from the old taxi or ride-hailing car she had imagined. "Are you both from Chongqing Wedding Photography Company? Please sit in the back of this car." Xu Hong greeted the two people behind him carrying equipment. Once everyone was seated in the arranged vehicles, Xu Hong quickly returned to the co-pilot seat of the Lexus LM, and the convoy set off back to the Cloud Sea Resort. As the car started and Chang Shueshue awkwardly adjusted her seat, she couldn't help but ask, "Fu Yong, was that really your cousin?" Perhaps mindful of the driver in the front, she deliberately lowered her voice a bit. "Yes," Fu Yong nodded, trying to be humorous. "Isn't he as handsome as me?" Still a bit puzzled, he continued, "He called me Ayang affectionately just now, and now he's using my full name. Just spare me." Chang Shueshue looked at Fu Yong's ordinary features and chuckled. "What's so special about your cousin?" "What's special?" Fu Yong was a bit confused. "Didn't I tell you before? He's my second aunt's son, from an ordinary family in Xicheng. He started a business in college and made some money." "An ordinary family? Made some money?" Hearing this, Chang Shueshue was speechless, but couldn't help saying, "Haven't you noticed his attire? That Armani jacket of his actually looks pretty good. Maybe I should buy a set too?" Fu Yong said cheerfully. Chang Shueshue rolled her eyes weakly. "You want to buy too? Do you know how much it costs?" "How much? It can't be tens of thousands, right?" In Fu Yong's mind, clothes costing thousands were already considered outrageously expensive, as he usually wore brands that cost a few hundred. That Armani jacket alone is nearly 100,000, and his clothes, pants, and shoes are all top international brands, each costing tens of thousands. Seeing her fiancé stunned, Chang Shueshue sighed, "I haven't even mentioned his Breguet watch worth hundreds of thousands yet." "Driver, which hotel are we going to?" Although Chang Shueshue didn't know the way, the car was already on the Ring Sea Highway, clearly not heading towards the city center. "Madam, we are heading to the Cloud Sea Resort, right by the sea, with a very beautiful environment." Although the car was rented from a car rental company affiliated with the resort, the drivers were resort employees and naturally knew that these two were the big boss's relatives, so they were careful with their words. Chang Shueshue nodded and started searching on her phone. Seeing it was a 4-star hotel, she felt relieved but also a bit disappointed, thinking that with the financial display her cousin showed, they would be staying at a 5-star hotel. The convoy slowly entered the resort and stopped directly in front of a villa. This? Fu Yong and Chang Shueshue, who got off the car, were a bit puzzled. Weren't they supposed to stay at a hotel? Why was there a seaside villa in front of them? "Mr. Fu, Mr. Chang, Mr. Huang considered that you two are accompanied by a cameraman and a makeup artist, so it's not very convenient to stay outside, hence he arranged this Baihua villa for you two. You two will stay in the suite on the 2nd floor, and they will stay in the single room on the 1st floor, without disturbing each other. Next door is the Guanchua villa, where Mr. Huang is currently staying." The staff moved their luggage upstairs, and Xu Hong patiently explained. In his view, Chang Shueshue was the type of woman who had seen a bit of the world but not too much, so the most direct way to give Fu Yong face was to show off the wealth of our boss, Huang Xiaoxiong. "Why do you call him Mr. Huang?" Chang Shueshue noticed Xu Hong's wording and asked curiously. "Because the entire resort belongs to Mr. Huang, Zhu Hong answered very seriously, he is also my boss. You mean, this hole belongs to your cousin? Fu Yong's mouth dropped open in astonishment as he looked around. Yes, Mr. Fu, Zhu Hong nodded affirmatively, then said, for the next few days, you will be staying here. Additionally, Mr. Huang was worried that your wedding photos might not turn out well, so he has arranged for a local professional photography team to take pictures of both of you. After lunch, they will come over to meet both of you. We have already arranged the corresponding vehicles, and the shooting locations have been informed in advance. If you wish, our resort also has areas for leisure and entertainment such as a gym, swimming pool, KTV, and SPA where you can relax at any time. Furthermore, if you need anything else, Mr. Fu can call me anytime. My name is Zhu Hong, and I am the general manager of this resort. Alright, everything is fine. You don't need to worry anymore. Fu Yong felt shocked like never before in all these years. Although Antier had said that Huang Chen would take care of the arrangements, he thought it would be at most arranging a place to stay and maybe inviting them for a meal. Little did he know that upon arrival, there were luxury cars for pickup, a seaside villa, and even a professional photography team arranged. Seeing his fiancée showing such a rare expression of surprise, Fu Yong felt a sense of pride, as if his backbone had straightened a bit, feeling secretly pleased. Wow, it's so beautiful. Chang Shueshue stood in the luxurious suite of nearly 100 square meters on the second floor, pulling back the curtains by the large French window, revealing an endless view of the sea. Fu Yong, when do you think we can live in a house like this? Chang Shueshue was completely immersed in the beautiful scenery, murmuring softly. Hearing this, Fu Yong subconsciously shook his head. Live in a seaside villa? Relying on his monthly salary of less than 10,000 yuan in the factory, or on Chang Shueshue's income of 3,000 yuan as a clerk? In order to buy the current 100 square meter wedding house, because Chang Shueshue insisted on paying in full, his parents' savings were all used up, leaving them short of money even for the wedding banquet. Seeing that Fu Yong did not respond, Chang Shueshue did not mind either, and enthusiastically started exploring the villa, showing no sign of reluctance as before. On the first floor, staying with them were Dong Liang, the videographer, and Du Jun, the makeup artist from the accompanying Changqing Elizabeth Wedding Photography Company. At this moment, they had already settled in and were sitting in the small living room drinking tea. Brother Dong, I didn't expect such treatment this time we came out. Du Jun, a young girl who had just entered the industry, smiled and said, a seaside villa, I didn't even dare to think about it before coming out. Hee, I didn't expect it either. Dong Liang leaned back comfortably on the sofa, lighting a cigarette, before, seeing them being so stingy, buying discounted plane tickets, preparing to book a chain hotel, and hesitating to rent a car. Exactly, when discussing this job before, the bride insisted on taking wedding photos by the sea, and the groom looked so miserable, you didn't see it. Du Jun gossiped with a smile. With such relatives in the groom's family, he was still being pushed around by the bride. It's really strange. What's so strange about it? I guess they're not close relatives. Before meeting the groom, he could hardly recognize him. I bet he himself doesn't even know the other party's background. It's just a coincidence. Dong Liang had been in this line of work for a long time, having seen all kinds of couples, each with their own unique characteristics. At noon, they had lunch at the resort's Chinese restaurant, where the head chef personally prepared the dishes. Hey, where's Liangzi? Fu Yong couldn't help but sniff as various delicious dishes were continuously served. This table must cost at least 1,000 yuan. It was a 4-person table with a sky blue tablecloth. Fu Yong noticed that 2 sets of tableware were reserved across from them, subconsciously thinking that Zhu Hong would join them for the meal. The boss went to pick up a guest and will be here soon. Zhu Hong, acting like a butler, stood by, personally directing the serving of dishes. As Junshua was speaking, the exceptionally handsome Huang Chen, who resembled a campus heartthrob, walked in with a tall young girl by his side. She was dressed in a lamb wool coat over a black base shirt, revealing a slender waist like jade. She wore a simple pair of jeans that outlined her long, beautiful legs elegantly, paired with white shoes. Her minimalist yet tasteful attire highlighted her advantages perfectly. She was truly beautiful. Fu Yong had never seen such a beautiful girl in real life before. He used to think his fiancée, Chang Shueshue, was incredibly beautiful, but now, in comparison, the difference seemed quite significant. Cousin-in-law, Huang Chen sat down and pointed to Gong Xiaoxiao, saying, "This is my friend, Gong Xiaoxiao." "Hello, cousin-in-law." Gong Xiaoxiao smiled sweetly and handed a small bag she was carrying to Chang Shueshue, saying, "Nice to meet you for the first time, cousin-in-law. I hope you like it." It was an Estee Lauder skincare set, not cheap at all, costing Gong Xiaoxiao over 4,000. "Oh, thank you, Xiaoxiao." Chang Shueshue happily accepted it, feeling a bit overwhelmed. She wouldn't usually buy this brand. Although Gong Xiaoxiao was younger, taller, more beautiful, and had a better figure than her, she truly had no sense of comparison. After all, only such an outstanding woman could match her cousin, who was like a precious gem. During lunch, with Gong Xiaoxiao present, the atmosphere naturally remained lively. She had high emotional intelligence, subtly flattering Fuyang while quickly getting closer to Chang Shueshue, the two girls occasionally whispering and laughing. Huang Chen was delighted, eating leisurely. He was somewhat relieved that he had invited Gong Xiaoxiao over, otherwise, the awkwardness of just the three of them dining together would have been unbearable. Ultimately, despite being relatives, they were not familiar with each other, making it difficult to find common topics. After lunch, they all returned to Chunyu Villa. At that moment, Zhu Hong led a group of people to knock on the door and enter. "This is our general manager Huang," Zhu Hong introduced. "General Manager Huang, we are from the Count Earl Wedding Photography Company," said the man with a small beard enthusiastically. Before coming, their boss had repeatedly emphasized that General Manager Huang was a big shot, so being extra respectful was not excessive. Otherwise, they wouldn't have sent their best technician, the man with the beard. He introduced his team one by one, a total of 7 people, including a photographer, a videographer, someone in charge of aerial photography, a stylist, a makeup artist, and an assistant dedicated to each of the newlyweds. Seeing this large and professional team, not only Fuyang and Chang Shueshue but even Dong Liang and Du Jun, who were in the same line of work, were stunned. Their company was small, and if they pulled out all their capable employees, they would probably have about this many people. "Then we'll trouble you with the next steps," Huang Chen nodded, quite satisfied with the arrangement, appreciating Zhu Hong's efforts. "Are the cars enough?" Huang Chen asked. "If not, bring 2 more business cars over." "Don't worry, General Manager Huang, everything is arranged, and we have enough," Zhu Hong assured. "Are you two going together or exploring Tianhai?" Huang Chen asked Dong Liang and the others. "If you want to explore, I can arrange a car for you as well. Of course, cousin promised to cover your expenses beforehand, so you don't need to worry about that," Huang Chen added. "General Manager Huang, we'll go with you. After all, this is our job, and it's more convenient to have more people working together," Dong Liang replied without hesitation. It wasn't that he was particularly dedicated. In his 40s, he was just a laborer, working to make a living. The reason he said this was that he subconsciously didn't want to leave a bad impression in front of Huang Chen. This was his most genuine reaction at the moment, devoid of any logical reasoning. Since the boss had spoken, Xiaodu naturally had no objections, and the matter was settled. Cousin-in-law, you go choose the location in the afternoon. I have something to do, so I won't accompany you. Let's have dinner together in the evening." Huang Chen casually took Gong Xiaoxiao's hand. "You're busy, you don't need to worry about us." Fu Yong habitually nodded and bowed politely, treating them as he would his own boss. Chang Xianxian couldn't help but pinch his waist-soft flesh, feeling that her man was losing face. The sharp pain in his waist made Fu Yong suddenly realize that this wasn't the office, and the person in front of him wasn't his boss but his cousin. But it wasn't entirely his fault. His cousin had just been too imposing earlier, exuding a stronger aura than his boss, who was rumored to be worth billions. As the 3 cars drove away one by one, Huang Chen finally breathed a sigh of relief. "How did you sleep last night?" Looking at Gong Xiaoxiao's pretty face, those crystal-clear delicate red lips, Huang Chen couldn't help but feel a stir, asking with a mischievous smile. "I said I directly blocked the boss's number and left the WeChat group." Gong Xiaoxiao felt a bit annoyed just thinking about it, but more than that, she felt disappointed. "Luckily you still called me." Huang Chen nodded, encountering someone as ignorant and drunk as Bai Roshue, who knows what he might have done. He might really regret it later. Why would he regret it? After thinking about it, maybe it was because he already saw her as his woman, considering she drove with him every day. "Young Master Huang, how long are you planning to hold hands for?" Gong Xiaoxiao blinked her big eyes, glanced at their intertwined hands mischievously, and teased. "Ahem." Huang Chen almost choked, but now his face was thick enough, not feeling embarrassed at all, nor did he have any intention of letting go. It was just holding hands after all. They had already hugged and kissed, and it was the girl who took the initiative. Back at Huang Chen's residence, they naturally sat side by side on the sofa and then ended up embracing each other. And then, unconsciously, and who knows who initiated it, their lips met again, and Huang Chen slowly parted her lips, savoring the tender tongue. A pair of hands also moved restlessly up and down. They didn't know how long they kissed, until a slight chill reached their chests. Gong Xiaoxiao finally came to her senses from the daze, giving Huang Chen a reproachful look. You're really incorrigible." Carefully adjusting her disheveled clothes, Gong Xiaoxiao pulled away from his embrace, trying to look angry. "Do you think I'm that easy?" Her tone wasn't great, but Huang Chen knew she wasn't really angry because she couldn't hide her smile. "Oh, well, not now. Seeing through her little tricks, Gong Xiaoxiao pouted, I admit I'm starting to like you a bit, but it's not to the point of doing that kind of thing yet. Before that, you better behave, or I'll really get angry. In reality, Gong Xiaoxiao's true thoughts were that she was worried that if they continued being so intimate, she wouldn't be able to control herself. The first time, one always hopes it will happen in a romantic place, at the right time, naturally. Although Huang Chen didn't know her thoughts, he didn't force it, knowing she would be his sooner or later, he had that confidence. Xiao Shui asked me what I'm doing. Oh right, I told her to go shopping in the afternoon. Oh, I completely forgot. Gong Xiaoxiao had originally planned to wander around with Huang Chen in the afternoon, but she only remembered this after receiving a message from her best friend. Is this what they call prioritizing romance over friendship? Carefully stealing a glance at Huang Chen's expression, why did she feel a sense of guilt as if she were the third party caught by the main character? Where did this feeling come from? Huang Chen, on the other hand, felt a slight regret at the words. Their relationship had just started to warm up, so naturally, he was reluctant to see her leave. But if she wanted to go shopping with her best friend, he had no reason to refuse. Still, there was a hint of disappointment. Wasn't that your cousin's girlfriend just now? She's really beautiful, like a star, Fu Yong sighed as they sat in the avia they were in before. You can't be sure about that, Chang Shue shook her head. Is Liang Zi not satisfied with someone so beautiful? His standards are too high, Fu Yong exclaimed in surprise. Didn't your cousin say they were friends? Most likely, she hasn't secured her position yet, Chang Shue scoffed. In the circle she used to hang out with when she was young, there were many second-generation rich kids who changed girlfriends as easily as they changed clothes. With Huang Chen's looks and background, he would only face more temptations. Hoping for such a man to be faithful, well, that's a joke. Fu Yong, let me tell you, don't meddle in your cousin's affairs, understand? Chang Shue warned very seriously. After all, he was her fiancé, and she had to remind him of certain things. Alright, I'm not stupid, Fu Yong muttered to himself, thinking, this is my cousin, and you're even more concerned than I am. Although he was a bit naive, he wasn't stupid. Now that he knew his cousin was a golden thigh, he naturally had to hold on tight. He even thought about how to explain things to his parents when he turned back, and how to improve his relationship with his aunt's family in the future. Liang Gij, shall we have dinner together tonight? I can get off work in the late afternoon. After seeing off Gong Xiaoxiao, Huang Chen, feeling bored, was scrolling through his phone when he suddenly received a call from Guan Xiaoya. How's your mom's health? Huang Chen asked with concern. She's recovering well, Guan Xiaoya seemed in a good mood, her voice very cheerful. Let me tell you, my colleagues at the store are treating me so well. Oh, I sold another watch this morning, the same model as yours. That person even asked for my WeChat, but I didn't give it to him. Hee, am I good or what? Of course, you're the best. Huang Chen could imagine her looking proud and seeking praise at that moment. By the way, what are you doing tonight? Guan Xiaoya asked, as they were in the midst of their passionate affair. She also missed Huang Chen. My cousin and his wife are coming to Tianhai to take wedding photos. I promised to have dinner with them tonight. Huang Chen teased her on purpose. Oh, I see. Then I'll go home to accompany my mom after work. Although Guan Xiaoya felt a little disappointed, she knew it was important, so she didn't dwell on it. So, do you want to come along? Huang Chen felt a hint of warmth in his heart for this woman who never competed or fought for his attention. If it were another woman with a bit of cunning, she would definitely insist on coming along upon hearing this news. But this silly girl. Thinking of the silly girl, Huang Chen's mind inexplicably conjured up the image of Lu Shui. Damn, he wasn't a good person. Really? Can I come? Guan Xiaoya asked in surprise and joy. Why not? It's just my cousin, not someone I'm very close to, Huang Chen chuckled. Well, even if you're not close, he's still your relative. It's not nice to say that, Guan Xiaoya said persuasively. I'll come over directly in the evening. Okay, at 6 o'clock, at Xuanwei Tianhai, Wang Deki's place. Drive slowly. Got it. Chang Shue had never imagined that one day she would be so relaxed while taking wedding photos. Today was supposed to be just a reconnaissance, but Baron's little beard recommended a few places with beautiful scenery, so they ended up taking a few sets of photos. The professionalism of Xiao Huzi aside, the makeup artist was truly amazing. He skillfully transformed a 6-pointer into a 7 or 8-pointer, leaving even Chang Shue, who prided herself on makeup skills, in awe. Even the very ordinary Fu Yong, after makeup, exuded a touch of handsomeness. As for the assistants, their attentive service, helping with poses, adjusting lighting, and promptly offering water to wipe away sweat, made them feel like they were enjoying a star-like treatment. It was an incredible feeling. As for Dong Liang and the others in the same industry, they were stunned by the level of expertise that far surpassed theirs. No wonder they charged 88,000 in 3 days, while their own shop only asked for just over 6,000, with room for an 88% discount. It's about time, let's go, we'll continue shooting tomorrow, Chung Shueshue said, checking the time and taking the initiative to speak. For Fuyong's family in Shangcheng, it wouldn't matter if they waited a bit longer, as everyone in their family was used to accommodating themselves. But it was different for Huang Chen. Fuyong naturally had no objections to his fiancée's words, so everyone quickly packed up their things, and the soon-to-be-wed couple leisurely got into the waiting avia. This was the life of the wealthy, where they didn't have to worry about anything, as there were always people to take care of everything. Arriving at Xuanwei Tianhai's private kitchen, Fuyong was startled by the long queue at the restaurant's entrance. He wondered how long his cousin had booked the reservation in advance. Going around to the back door, he saw Huang Chen, dressed casually, standing at the entrance, chatting with a chubby man who had a Maitreya-like figure and a big smile on his face. Liangzi, Fuyong got out of the car, his face flushed. Cousin, you're too polite. We're all family, why bother waiting outside? Compared to Fuyong, Chung Shueshue seemed to understand a bit more about social etiquette. But she was mistaken. They didn't have the privilege to make Huang Chen wait at the door. Just being able to pick him up in the morning was already a favor to his mother, Su Hualian, who had repeatedly urged them. He was waiting for Guan Xiaoya. Guan Xiaoya had arrived early, but she wasn't familiar with the area and ended up circling around without finding the restaurant's back parking lot, making her a little late. Perfect timing, a friend is coming too, Huang Chen smiled without further explanation. 2 beams of light flashed, and a brand new blue Maserati slowly approached and stopped in front of everyone. Seeing Huang Chen at the entrance, Guan Xiaoya stuck out her tongue, hurriedly turned off the engine, and got out of the car. Sorry for being a bit late, Guan Xiaoya walked up to Huang Chen, naturally linking her arm with his, then curiously glanced at Fuyong and Chang Shueshue. She had met Wang Deki when they dined at Jinxiu last time. No worries, let me introduce you. This is my cousin, Fuyong, and his fiancée, Chang Shueshue, Huang Chen briefly introduced. Hello, cousin and cousin-in-law, I'm Guan Xiaoya. Guan Xiaoya looked at Huang Chen and added, I'm Huang Chen's girlfriend. The word girlfriend was said lightly and quickly, almost inaudible if one wasn't paying attention. If you're a girlfriend, just say it out loud. Why whisper? Are you embarrassed? Huang Chen's feigned anger brought a smile to Guan Xiaoya's face, easing her initial nervousness. Cousin-in-law, it's our first meeting, here's a little something from me. Guan Xiaoya opened the trunk of her car and handed Chung Shueshue a bag of nearly 20,000 worth of L'Occitane luxury set, making Chung Shueshue's heart skip a beat. She had received an Estée Lauder set in the morning and now a L'Occitane set in the evening. Goodness, not only was Fuyong's cousin's girlfriend beautiful, but she was also quite generous. Guan Xiaoya's outfit today clearly showed her effort, wearing a Burberry suit and delicate light makeup. The already charming face became even more captivating, with willowy waist and perfect curves that every woman envied and every man admired. Seeing Fuyong unconsciously avert his gaze to the side, Huang Chen knew that most men's first reaction upon seeing a beauty was either to stare directly or to avoid eye contact. Fuyong belonged to the latter group. Boss Wang, please arrange a table for them as well, Huang Chen pointed to the group of men with mustaches who had just arrived. Don't worry, Huang, everything is arranged. Besides your private room, I've also kept 2 tables empty, waiting for you, Wang Deki chuckled, patting his large belly. Xiaoya, may I call you that? You are truly beautiful, Chang Shueshue leaned in next to Guan Xiaoya, smiling. Sister-in-law, you are beautiful too, Guan Xiaoya happily drew closer to Huang Chen's relatives. Being in sales, she had good social skills and quickly made Chung Shueshue smile, making them seem like sisters. Cousin, let's go inside, Huang Chen called out, leading the way. Huang Chen had been to Wang Deki's restaurant a few times before, always being seated in the secluded private room in the backyard, which offered a peaceful and intimate atmosphere, far from the noisy front entrance. Huang, what would you like to drink today? Wang Deki, doubling as a waiter, courteously pulled out a chair for Huang Chen. What do you think, cousin? Huang Chen was indifferent to alcohol, he didn't enjoy it but didn't refuse it either. How about some white wine? Fuyong, who rarely drank, instinctively wanted to decline but was nudged by Chang Shueshue with her elbow, prompting him to change his mind. I happen to have a bottle of Mao Tai that I've been aging for 30 years. Let's taste it today. Wang Deki presented the old packaged Mao Tai from his private wine cabinet. Upon opening it, a strong aroma filled the air. You're being too kind, Lao Wang. Huang Chen sniffed the Mao Tai. Indeed, it was a well-aged liquor with a rich fragrance. Hey, it's not a waste if Huang enjoys it. If I drink it myself, that would be a waste, Wang Deki chuckled, pouring a glass for each person at the table. Will you be driving later? Huang Chen asked Guan Xiaoya. No, I'll find a designated driver later, Guan Xiaoya wouldn't dampen the mood in such a setting. Alright. If needed, Wang Deki could arrange for a driver. Huang Chen raised his glass, first toast, welcome to Tianhai, cousin and sister-in-law. Everyone raised their glasses, and the small liquor cups were emptied in one go. Despite the strong aroma, the taste was quite mild. Huang, I toast to you. I was truly delighted when Mr. Shu called this morning to say you were coming. Wang Deki expressed his genuine joy. Just a meal, or should I swipe the card you gave me? What's there to be happy about? Huang Chen teased. Oh, Huang, you're embarrassing me with your words. Since I gave you the card last time, you haven't visited even once. Wang Deki blushed, apparently someone who easily turned red from drinking. If you're willing to rent me this place, it shows you value me. I, Lao Wang, am not ungrateful. Moreover, the renovation of the shop was also thanks to you. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to convince Teacher Ling on my own. Huang Chen smiled, clinking glasses with him and taking a sip. Speaking of Ling Ling, he wondered how the renovation of his house was going. He should find time to check on it. In fact, Huang Chen was never busy, living comfortably in his villa, almost forgetting about this matter. Fu Yong finally realized that this large shop was also Huang Chen's industry. The chubby boss rented his shop, which explained his politeness and personal company. Chang Shueshue was a bit stunned, as her cousin's financial power once again exceeded her expectations. He not only had a resort but also shops outside, and possibly even more industries. Guan Xiaoya attentively served dishes to Huang Chen, feeling very good. The meal was delicious, and everyone had their own gains. Wang Deki was especially excited, drinking half a bottle of wine by himself. When they left the shop, it was almost 9 o'clock. Xiao Huzi and the others didn't drink much and ate quickly, so they left early to prepare for tomorrow's photoshoot. Cousin, do you have any plans for tonight? Do you want to go to a bar or KTV? Huang Chen asked. Even though he wouldn't accompany them, he had to make sure they were taken care of. Fu Yong was more of a homebody and didn't usually go to such entertainment venues, but Chang Shueshue, after hearing Huang Chen's suggestion, seemed quite interested. She used to be a regular at bars when she was young, but since she started dating Fu Yong and preparing for marriage, she hadn't been to such places. Let's go then. Fu Yong scratched his head in response to his fiance's hint. So Huang Chen took Guan Xiaoya and got into the Lexus LM driven by Zhu Tao, while Fu Yong and Chang Shueshue continued in the Avia. Wang Deki had some matters to attend to in the shop, so they parted ways there. They drove to the bar street and stopped at the entrance of a nightclub. This is the largest bar in Tianhai, with a good atmosphere, Huang Chen explained as he got out of the car. Boss, Huang Shan spoke up, not knowing where he got the information, but he had been waiting here early. Young Master Huang, unexpectedly, Xia Wei was also there. Boss Xia, this is my cousin and his wife's first time in Tianhai. I brought them to your place for some fun, so you must arrange everything properly for me, Huang Chen warned. He didn't want their engagement to be ruined by relaxing and having fun in such a place. If Huang Chen hadn't said this, Xia Wei would probably have arranged a bunch of great girls for Fu Yong, and maybe even some guys for Chang Shueshue. If things got lively, who knows what might happen. So it's better to clarify things in advance. In Boss Xia's place, young Master Huang, you can rest assured. Besides, Manager Huang will also keep an eye on things, Xia Wei assured. You guys have fun, cousin and sister-in-law. I have some things to take care of, so I'll leave first, Huang Chen said as he led Guan Xiaoya. The expenses tonight are on me, enjoy yourselves. Seeing Guan Xiaoya's shy expression, it was clear what he was going to do. Please, this way, Xia Wei waved them in after watching Huang Chen's car leave, then smiled and gestured to them. Are you friends with your cousin? Chang Shueshue asked, rolling her eyes. Oh, we can't compare to young Master Huang. This bar street is all owned by young Master Huang. At best, I'm just a tenant. Even if I want to pay the rent, it depends on whether young Master Huang is willing, Xia Wei half jokingly and half seriously said. As for me, I'm the property manager of the bar street. Young Master Huang is my big boss, Huang Shan added with a smile. All these bustling bars on the street, all owned by her cousin? Fu Yong was stunned by this revelation. Fu Yong mechanically entered the nightclub with Chang Shueshue. The decoration inside was indeed very good, and the atmosphere was lively, with various beautiful women dressed attractively and with great figures seen from time to time. They were seated at the best VIP table, and as soon as they sat down, drinks, snacks, and fruits were brought to them as if they were free. Xia Wei and Huang Shan personally accompanied them, opened a bottle of Tang Pilanong, and invited a few young men and women to play games. Of course, considering Chang Shueshue's identity, she couldn't completely relax. Chang Shueshue suddenly lost interest and felt that this kind of occasion was not very enjoyable. Perhaps today's stimulation was too much for her. In the past, when she followed those second-generation rich kids, she enjoyed being surrounded by people wherever she went. Although she knew it wasn't because of herself, she felt proud. But today she realized that it was just a superficial show. The bosses who would come over to have a drink and chat with them didn't necessarily look highly upon those second-generation kids, let alone her as a follower. Today, the bosses of these big restaurants and nightclubs personally accompanied them, showing genuine respect and courtesy, even though it wasn't directed at her. It felt completely different. They played for about an hour. "Ayong, it's getting late. Let's go back," Chang Shueshua softly said to Fu Yong, who couldn't relax in such situations. "Okay, sure." Fu Yong naturally agreed without hesitation. Although the women accompanying him were beautiful and unrestrained, he knew very well who he wanted to spend his life with. He was very uncomfortable in such situations, especially with his fiancée watching him. Xiao Wei made a slight attempt to persuade them to stay but didn't insist too much. After all, he was just Huang Xiao's cousin, not a close relative, and it seemed like Huang Xiao had already left. So, his efforts were sufficient. Huang Chen and Guan Xiaoya spent a wonderful night at the Guanhai Villa. Thanks to Huang Chen's relentless efforts, they explored many new experiences and finally fell asleep in each other's arms. The next morning, Fu Yong and the others got up to get ready, as they were going to take their wedding photos today. The entourage was still large, with 3 cars and over 10 people serving them, ensuring they got the best results. Zhu Hong naturally didn't accompany them today. As the resort's GM, he had many tasks at hand and didn't have time to accompany them, especially since it wasn't his boss taking wedding photos. However, he arranged for a versatile manager from the marketing department to accompany them. It was still the familiar Avia. It must be said that the business car was spacious and very comfortable to ride in. When getting into the car, Chang Shueshue noticed 3 cars parked in the yard next to where Huang Chen lived. One was a Porsche Panamera, a car model she recognized. The second was the Maserati sedan she had seen yesterday, the car driven by the beautiful woman last night. The third was a Maserati supercar, with an extremely cool design. Although she didn't know the exact price, Chang Shueshue knew it was definitely not cheap. The supercar and Panamera are usually used by Mr. Huang, and the sedan was a gift from Mr. Huang to Miss Guan. The marketing manager, Higui, introduced with a smile, noticing Chang Shueshue's gaze. It wasn't a secret, so there was no need to worry about offending the boss. Chang Shueshue nodded silently. Thinking back to the outfit and accessories Guan Xiaoya wore last night, Burberry clothes, LV bag, and a blue balloon watch, driving a luxurious Maserati, it was clear that Huang Chen was very generous to all women, or perhaps Guan Xiaoya was more favored. Reflecting on the gifts Fu Yong had given her over the years, Chang Shueshue sighed inwardly. Despite everything, Fu Yong was loyal, gentle, and considerate, not very successful but definitely a decent man for a peaceful family life. As for whether there will be a day of turning over in the future, it probably depends on whether this powerful cousin is willing to help. Anyway, for now, it's crucial to hold on to Fu Yong tightly, and it seems that one must treat the future in-laws better. Thinking of this, Chang Shueshue took the initiative to link arms with Fu Yong, a gentle smile on her face. This sudden tenderness made Fu Yong feel a bit pleasantly surprised. On the other side, when Huang Chen got up, Guan Xiaoya had already left for work. "I need to find something to do for myself," lying alone in the huge villa, Huang Chen thought to himself. So in the following days, Huang Chen became busy. First, he went to check on the progress of the renovation of his large flat. Since Ling Ling had to go to school, a designer from the renovation company, who was also Ling Ling's student, was overseeing the site. The progress was very fast, with the main structure and plumbing already completed. In the 500 square meter house, nearly 20 workers were busy in different areas, creating a bustling scene. The designer informed Huang Chen that the renovation progress was even faster than expected and it would definitely be completed before the new year. Huang Chen was very satisfied and left casually, mainly because the renovation was noisy, messy, and dusty, and Huang Chen was not used to this environment. He went to Jinxiu, discussed his parents' restaurant with Debiatu, and then went to the bar street to look at some information. After all, the contract was about to expire, and deciding who and how to sign the new contract was a decision only he, as the boss, could make. After wandering around for a few days, Huang Chen suddenly realized that he had nothing to do again. Currently, he had 2 core industries, both of which were well managed by professionals and running smoothly, so he didn't need to intervene. As for the rental income, let alone worry about it, as the tenants had already paid at least a year in advance, and the rest was not his concern. There was nothing much happening at school either. His classmates were all busy with internships in different places, preparing for entering society next year. Xiao Jian was still playing games in the dormitory. It seemed that his blind date last time had really fallen through. Maybe it was because of what he had said before. Some familiar girls. Huan Xiaoya had to work and take care of her mother. Gong Xiaoxia was frantically sending out resumes and attending interviews. Wang Xinqi was interning at an association, and Lu Shui was busy showing clients properties. Everyone around him seemed busy with something, except for Huang Chen, who was the most leisurely. Of course, if he really wanted someone to accompany him, it would be very easy, but as the saying goes, the ones he wanted to come didn't, and the ones he wanted didn't come. Life seemed less fulfilling than before when he used to juggle time to take on more part-time jobs. People are so fickle. In fact, how many people would envy his wealthy and leisurely life? If given a choice, who would want to work 996 as a corporate slave and be manipulated every day? It's all because there's no other way, it's for the sake of living. Oh, he seemed to have forgotten something important? Right, the system had reminded him before, but at that time, he and Guan Xiaoya were busy with something intimate, so he didn't pay attention to it at all. Now Huang Chen finally remembered. Ding, the host has been using this system for a month, rewarding one lottery chance. Note, the host will have one lottery chance at the beginning of each month. Note, due to the host's current low asset level, the variety of prizes is limited as the conditions for opening the system mall have not been met. Please continue to work hard, host. System, start the lottery. Huang Chen deliberately washed his hands and then silently recited in his mind. The system's lottery wheel was a large golden disc divided into third prize, second prize, first prize, special prize, and mystery prize. The higher the prize level, the narrower the corresponding winning area. With Huang Chen's thought, the golden pointer quickly started spinning. Spin, spin, keep spinning. Watching the slowing down pointer about to stop in the white third prize area, Huang Chen felt anxious. Anyone would know that the third prize was definitely the worst. As if sensing Huang Chen's thoughts, the pointer slowly moved towards the next area, almost stopping several times but ultimately just entering the yellow second prize area. Phew, thankfully not the worst third prize. Congratulations to the host for winning the second prize. Considering it's the host's first draw, the second prize options are 1. A random industry within Tianhai City, industry scale unknown, please choose carefully. 2. A 50% off property voucher, limited to market value under 50 million. 3. A 10% off car purchase voucher, limited to market value under 5 million. 4. A random property in Tianhai City, location value unknown, please choose carefully. 5. +2 in appearance and temperament. Please make your selection within 1 minute, countdown starts now. Glancing at the flashing countdown, Huang Chen quickly ruled out 2, 3, and 5, as they didn't offer good value for money. As for 1 and 4, although they involved some risk, as the saying goes, nothing ventured, nothing gained. System, choose the first prize. In Huang Chen's view, an industry naturally held more gambling value than property, so this choice wasn't difficult. Ding, congratulations to the host for winning full ownership of the Crescent Moon Island Leisure Fishing Village. After hurriedly checking information about this leisure fishing village for over 10 minutes, Huang Chen let out a sigh of relief and a look of ecstatic joy spread across his face. Damn, hit the jackpot! Tianhai City is a seaside city with several satellite islands near the sea, the most famous being Qin Island, boasting over 1,000 villas of various international styles, more than 20,000 pianos, and nearly 15 million annual tourists. Apart from Qin Island, there are dozens of other islands, continuously developed due to Tianhai City's tourism boom. Among them is Crescent Moon Island. Named for its crescent shape, the island covers only 0.8 square kilometers, surrounded by sea and reefs, limiting land use and requiring boat access, leading the original inhabitants to relocate years ago. Later, a tourism company took an interest in the island, investing significant effort and over 2 billion to construct a 300-acre area featuring cruise ships, dining, guest rooms, water leisure, and outdoor activities, creating a comprehensive tourist resort combining travel, leisure, vacation, and entertainment functions. In terms of investment alone, this leisure fishing village wasn't large, smaller than the Cloud Sea Resort and far below the Bar Street. However, the success of an industry isn't solely based on investment size. The exclusive operating rights of an island for 30 years aren't something an ordinary person can obtain, not to mention the vast 300-acre resort area, nearly 200,000 square meters, compared to the Cloud Sea Resort's 12,000 square meters, showcasing the difference in scale. With eager anticipation, Huang Chen drove his Trident and headed along the coastal road. It took over 30 minutes to reach the ferry port. Unlike Qin Island's exclusive East Pier, Crescent Moon Island and a few other small islands shared a small dock without large ferries carrying hundreds of people, only a few small boats seating around 20 passengers. When Huang Chen arrived, there were barely 10 people scattered on the dock, a pitifully small number. Going to Crescent Moon Island? Just you? The ticket counter staff looked impatient. We have a rule here, we need at least 10 people to set sail. Either wait for more people or charter a boat yourself. Huang Chen furrowed his brows. No wonder there was so little information available online. There had been a round of publicity when it first opened 2 years ago, but there weren't many tourist experiences shared. To have such an incident even before setting foot on the island, how could the tourists' mood improve? I'll charter a boat, Huang Chen said lazily. For a chartered boat, it's 800 for a cruise and 1200 for a speedboat, the staff said casually while munching on melon seeds. Speedboat, Huang Chen took out his phone, not caring about the money. After paying, he waited for about half an hour before being notified that the speedboat had arrived. Huang Chen boarded the small speedboat that could accommodate up to 8 people. After about 5 minutes of bumping, it slowed down and stopped. 1200 for such a short distance? Huang Chen felt his temples throbbing. His mood became increasingly restless until he actually set foot in the leisure fishing village. The pristine environment left Huang Chen with a lasting impression. A natural seaside road, clean beaches, not a soul in sight. It seemed as if the entire coastline belonged to him alone. As a tourist, this experience should have been quite enjoyable. However, as the new owner of this industry, amidst his amazement, Huang Chen couldn't help but furrow his brows deeply. Such a wonderful natural environment, yet hardly anyone came here. Even Huang Chen, who had been in Tianhai for 3 years, had to rely on research to find out about this place. It was evident how poor the promotion was. With a heavy heart, he walked all the way to the leisure fishing village. There was no one to receive or greet him along the way, making it easy for him to find the manager's office. The door was slightly ajar, and the sound system inside was playing loudly. Huang Chen pushed the door open and saw a young man named Hong Wei with his feet up on the table, smoking and watching a movie. Here for fun? Go to the lobby over there. Hong Wei, seeing a stranger, didn't pay much attention, not even changing his posture. Huang Chen almost laughed out of anger. It was no wonder the village was in such a mess with someone like him in charge. I'm Huang Chen, he said, suppressing his anger. Oh, the man showed no reaction upon hearing Huang Chen's name. Aren't you the manager here? It was strange. If he was the manager, he should have known that the village had changed owners. You're looking for the manager. Hong Wei, a bit impatient, changed his posture. She's over there in the lobby. Huang Chen didn't ask him why he, not being the manager, was watching a movie in the manager's office. He just gave him a deep look and walked towards the hotel lobby. Since it was called a leisure fishing village, there naturally was accommodation available. Apart from a hotel building, there were over 20 sea-view villas. These villas were designed as individual rooms that could be rented separately, unlike the entire buildings at Yunhai Resort. Upon entering the lobby, due to the lack of customers, Huang Chen immediately noticed a young woman with a neat high ponytail. She was sternly lecturing the staff lined up in front of her. Look at this, the corridor hasn't been cleaned for days? The glass of the main door is all smudged. And those cigarette butts, how many times have I said to check regularly and clean up as soon as you find them? Is this how you work? Since you're getting paid, regardless of whether there are customers or not, you must fulfill your basic duties. If you don't want to work, you can leave at any time. I'll arrange for the finance department to pay you immediately. Her sharp words carried a hint of menace. They say the fishing village is going to close down, yet here you are throwing your weight around? Murmured one of the older staff members. Zhuang Ermiai, whether the fishing village closes down or changes owners, what's it to you? Are you missing a penny from your salary? The young woman raised her eyebrows, her phoenix eyes sharp. As for me, Hong Wei, as long as the new boss doesn't remove me, as long as I remain in this manager position, I have to make sure you all do things right. Now, immediately, right away, get the tasks I assigned earlier done. Yes. The group of waiters responded listlessly, then left in 2s and 3s. Hong Wei sighed inwardly. News of the resort changing hands had spread. Despite struggling to keep it afloat for the past 2 years, the financial situation of the resort remained dire. Despite the lack of negative reviews online, it was simply because there were hardly any guests. She had tried to attract companies for team-building events, but the service fell short, and the experience was described as terrible. Although they didn't say it outright, she knew there wouldn't be future collaborations. It was just exhausting. Asterisk clap, clap, clap. Asterisk a crisp applause came from behind. Hong Wei, feeling weary, turned around to find a young man she didn't recognize, looking at her with interest. Handsome as he was, she wasn't in the mood for admiring good looks. Sir, welcome to the Crescent Moon Island Leisure Fishing Village. How may I assist you? Hong Wei quickly composed herself, putting on a polite smile. Hong Wei, the manager of this fishing village? Huang Chen raised an eyebrow as he spoke. Previously, he had only seen her from behind and knew she was a young woman with a decent figure. Now, seeing her face, he realized that Hongwei not only had a good figure but was also very beautiful, with a cold and proud face, a pointed chin, full lips, and most striking of all, her eyes filled with determination and stubbornness. Dressed in a suit and trousers, she exuded a sense of competence and elegance, despite her tired appearance. "That's me," she replied. "I'm Huang Chen." Huang Chen repeated his name in a casual tone. If Hongwei didn't know who he was, it would have been awkward. "Are you Mr. Huang Chen, the CEO?" Her response didn't disappoint him. She instantly recognized his identity and greeted him with a hint of unknown emotion, slightly bowing. "Welcome. It seems the situation here is not good at all." Huang Chen looked around and shook his head slightly. "Please give me a detailed overview." Hongwei walked with Huang Chen as she briefed him on the situation. The previous tourism company had a good plan for this leisure fishing village, leveraging the natural environment and quality beachfront of Crescent Moon Island. In addition to the water villas for accommodation, they had introduced various ecotourism activities such as fishing, boat tours, dead sea floating, salt therapy, kayaking, and water biking. The total development area was less than 100 acres. Plans for restaurants, pubs, and even a small amusement park were in the pipeline to further enrich the village's offerings. However, due to overambitious plans, lack of funds, poor publicity, inadequate management, and incomplete facilities, the place struggled to attract visitors, and the initial investment of 200 million seemed unlikely to be recovered anytime soon. Consequently, the subsequent phases of development were put on hold indefinitely. As for Hongwei, a talented graduate in tourism management from a prestigious university, she had returned to her hometown due to her grandfather's ties to Crescent Moon Island, turning down lucrative job offers. Her younger brother, Hongwei, who sat in her office, had graduated from a local college but couldn't find a job, so he ended up working as a lifeguard for the water activities. Even in a leisure fishing village rarely visited by tourists, he found himself with nothing to do day after day. As she mentioned this, Hongwei felt a bit embarrassed, as this matter was somewhat driven by her personal interests. It was fine on regular days, but today, she was caught red-handed by the new boss. Huang Chen knew the situation was bad, but he hadn't expected it to be this dire. Apart from these fixed assets, the fishing village had nothing valuable left, and the books were empty. With dozens of employees and the daily maintenance costs of these facilities, the operation needed at least several $100,000 each month, even after cutting down on expenses. After all, to achieve the expected results, such a large fishing village needed at least several hundred employees to ensure smooth operation in all aspects. No wonder it's a lottery prize, Huang Chen thought to himself. Although the balance sheet showed an increase of 300 million, it seemed like bad assets now. Unlike the previous resorts and bar streets that brought stable income immediately and had competent staff who could make money effortlessly, the employees in this fishing village seemed to be a complete mess from what he observed, and it seemed like everything needed to be overhauled, including manager Hongwei. Turning a project worth hundreds of millions into its current state almost bankrupted the original tourism company, and Hongwei, as the actual person in charge, must bear some responsibility. So even though Hongwei's appearance and figure met Huang Chen's aesthetic standards, he wouldn't make an exception just because she was a beautiful woman. However, considering that she had been working here for several years and had a professional background, Huang Chen still wanted to hear her opinion. "What suggestions do you have for the next development of the fishing village?" Huang Chen lit a cigarette, leaning against the railing of the covered walkway, and asked, "Mr. Huang, what is your budget?" Hongwei didn't answer directly but asked first. She was a very smart and ambitious woman. From their conversation earlier, she could sense Huang Chen's dissatisfaction. Although she didn't know how much of it was directed at her, she wasn't optimistic about her future in the fishing village. Even though she had voluntarily reduced her salary from an annual 500,000 to 10,000 per month over the past 2 years, the new boss was young, well-dressed, exuding confidence and composure, clearly not an ordinary person. Of course, an ordinary person wouldn't have the ability to buy this leisure fishing village outright. Budget? Huang Chen shook his head, somewhat surprised by her words. "Let's not consider the budget." "If we don't consider the budget, then I have a few suggestions for your reference," Hongwei nodded confidently. "First, the name issue. We are building a comprehensive tourist resort, but it was previously named a leisure fishing village, which could deter many tourists. So, since you've bought this place, my first suggestion is to rename it. Second, positioning. Since it's a scenic area, we should cater more to ordinary tourists, adding facilities suitable for couples, friends, families, and not focusing solely on corporate team building as before. Third, employee issue. Currently, there are still over 50 employees remaining, but due to low wages and long-term laziness, their overall quality and service awareness do not meet the village's needs. We will need to recruit new employees. Due to the inconvenience of transportation here, I suggest offering salaries higher than the industry average. Fourth, facility issue. This is quite serious. Many of our entertainment facilities are in disrepair or paralyzed due to long periods of inactivity. Some were originally purchased as low-quality products due to price reasons, and their quality is subpar. Fifth, transportation issue. This is crucial in limiting the number of tourists. Our fishing village does not have its own ferry. Public ferries require a minimum number of passengers to depart, or visitors have to charter a boat, which is a fatal flaw. This has discouraged many potential visitors from coming to play. In addition, there is no public transportation from the city to the ferry terminal, which is very inconvenient for out-of-town tourists and students without a car. Hong Wei paused for a moment, glanced at Huang Chen's reaction. Seeing his silent and indifferent expression, she licked her slightly dry lips and continued. Sixth, the issue of publicity. Personally, I think this is the biggest problem. Not to mention out-of-town tourists, many locals in Tianhai don't even know about our Crescent Island, let alone our fishing village. Nowadays, even good wine needs no bush. Without publicity, expecting tourists to come on their own, to be honest, I think it's impossible. Even a world-famous tourist spot like Qingdao Island has to do a lot of publicity through various channels every year, let alone our small place. Did you not mention these things to the previous travel company? Huang Chen nodded, slightly curious. From these words, it can be seen that Hong Wei, this returnee from a prestigious school, has some level of competence and a keen eye for issues. And the issues she raised are all urgent problems that need to be addressed in the fishing village. I did mention it, but what's the use? Hong Wei's face was filled with loneliness and bitterness. The first thing I did after taking office was to propose a name change and positioning issue to the company's management, and also suggested increasing publicity efforts. But the company structure is too chaotic, with an initial investment of 2 billion, and more than 10 shareholders with almost no unified opinions. Some want long-term strategies, some want quick returns. After studying the same issue back and forth for almost half a year, there was still no consensus. Bringing up additional investment was even more hopeless. Ding, detecting that the host's new industry is facing a development bottleneck, hereby announcing a temporary task. Task description. Hong Wei is a very capable professional manager, although lacking some experience. The setbacks over the years have given her a more comprehensive training. What she needs is a platform to showcase her abilities. Please recruit this person and give her a bigger platform. Task reward, exclusive development fund for the new industry, 2 billion yuan. Wow, an exclusive industry development fund of 2 billion yuan. The system is really generous. Just when I was worrying, the current situation of this fishing village is like a chicken rib, tasteless to eat, a pity to discard. Invest, but I don't have the money. Don't invest, and this fishing village will be doomed sooner or later. So this task comes at just the right time. At this moment, Huang Chen looked at Hong Wei with a very enthusiastic gaze. Not to mention that the system has recognized her abilities, recruiting her is equivalent to earning 2 billion yuan. So, in short, Hong Wei equals 2 billion. Damn, all the previous investments in this fishing village were only 2 billion yuan. After saying so much, did you not make any plans before? Receiving the temporary task, Huang Chen's perspective suddenly changed. In Huang Chen's eyes now, Hong Wei is no longer an optional candidate, nor a failed career manager, but someone recognized by the system as capable and with significant value, a golden doll. I did. Hearing this, Hong Wei felt a surge of excitement. Could this new boss really have the ambition to develop the fishing village? It should be noted that the entire fishing village has been on the shelf for quite some time, and given the vast expanse of land, there have been people who have considered it. But later, it was known that this land was explicitly not to be used for real estate development, only for the development of a tourist resort as a whole. Looking at the fishing village in its half-dead state, oh no, in its struggling state, who would be blind enough to continue investing money in it? Therefore, for the leisure fishing village to be acquired as a whole this time, Hong Wei was a bit surprised. It seems that there are still people with too much money everywhere. And now, after Mr. Huang listened to her words and still wants to review the plans, doesn't that mean he really has the intention and the capability? According to Hong Wei's estimation, achieving the changes she just mentioned would require a significant investment, probably at least a small target. I won't look around today, there's probably nothing worth seeing here, Huang Chen thought. If it weren't for winning the lottery, in this desolate leisure fishing village, even with a 50% discount, he would still be 99% unwilling. But now the situation is different. With that 2 billion investment, this fishing village could indeed become a pretty good source of income. After all, Huang Chen didn't spend a penny. Bring the proposal, relevant documents, and the people you think are worth keeping, Huang Chen lit a cigarette, stylishly gestured with a wave of his hand, I can reserve 5 spots for you. Arrive at the Yunhai Resort in Tianhai City at 2 in the afternoon and look for the general manager Zhu Hong. Apart from the people you choose to keep, the rest will be dismissed. I don't keep freeloaders around. With that said, Huang Chen left straight away. Fortunately, he had kept the contact of the person who drove the speedboat before. Spending another 1200, he returned to the dock. By the time he rushed back to the resort, Zhu Hong was already waiting at the villa gate. Boss, I've already contacted the experts you wanted to see. Do we need the main conference room this afternoon? Zhu Hong approached Huang Chen as soon as he saw him return. Yes, Huang Chen nodded. How's the company for publicity planning doing? Because you wanted it urgently, I've only managed to contact 4 so far, but they are all well-known local planning companies. Upon hearing about the 500 million deal, they have shown great interest. They will also come for the meeting in the afternoon. That's settled then. At 2 in the afternoon, bring the marketing and human resources departments for the meeting. After briefing the matter, Huang Chen returned to his room and started reviewing the materials brought by Hong Wei. Being prepared is Huang Chen's cautious nature. In the early afternoon, Hong Wei arrived at the Yunhai Resort with 2 men in their 30s, her brother Hong Wei driving the car. Hong Wei, dressed in a black professional suit, appeared even more capable, but the weariness between her brows was still evident. The 2 men she brought, one in charge of fishing village marketing and the other in charge of service logistics, although not very capable, were diligent and had good execution skills. Huang Chen gave her 5 criteria, and after much consideration, Hong Wei sadly realized that she couldn't even select 5 people worth keeping, including herself. As for Hong Wei, as her younger brother, he didn't have much talent, but he could handle miscellaneous tasks, which was also a bit of her personal preference. Sis, why are we here? Hong Wei parked the car and curiously asked. Ever since he found out that they had met the new owner of the fishing village in the morning, Hong Wei was still a bit nervous. After all, he was caught red-handed by the boss. But it was just nerves, a job that paid only 3,000 a month. He could easily find another one in Tianhai. I'm not sure either. Hong Wei shook her head. Don't try to guess the boss's intentions. We just need to follow orders. Also, don't call me sis outside. Call me Manager Hong. Got it, Manager Hong, Hong Wei teased, drawing out his words. Hello, I'm Hong Wei, the manager of the Curved Moon Island Leisure Fishing Village, looking for your general manager Zhu Hong. Walking all the way to the hotel front desk, Hong Wei addressed the receptionist. The Yunhai Resort and the Leisure Fishing Village actually had quite a few similarities, so from the moment Hong Wei entered the gate, she consciously paid attention to the situation inside. The results of her observations left her somewhat disappointed. The popularity here was really booming. Today is not the weekend, just an ordinary workday, but the large parking lot is already half full, and most of the vehicles have out-of-town license plates, indicating they belong to tourists. The staff members I see all seem very energetic, greeting me with a smile and a warm hello, showing they have received good training. As I pass by the garbage cans and smoking areas, everything is clean and tidy, with someone always ready to clean up. The lobby is well lit and spotless, with a faint fragrance in the air, creating a very comfortable first impression. This is just a 4-star resort, but it already surpasses many leisure fishing villages in terms of quality. Please come this way, gentlemen. The receptionist seems to have been informed in advance, welcoming the group warmly without any surprise, but with genuine hospitality. Hello, Manager Hong, I'm Zhu Hong. In the spacious general manager's office, Zhu Hong greets Hong Wei warmly. We are from the Leisure Fishing Village, and General Manager Huang asked us to come find you. Hong Wei organizes her words politely and respectfully. Both being GMs, how did this damn feeling of being inferior come about? The boss has already informed me. Let's go to the meeting room. Zhu Hong smiles, feeling impressed by how the business has grown so rapidly. It hasn't been long, and yet another industry has been acquired. However, Zhu Hong has heard of the Leisure Fishing Village, which seems to be in a precarious situation. He wonders what aspect of it caught the boss's attention. Watching Hong Wei's confident and elegant figure, he can't help but think to himself, it couldn't possibly be because of this woman in front of him, could it? As this thought crosses his mind, Zhu Hong instinctively shakes his head. Although the boss may be young and ambitious, when it comes to investments involving hundreds of millions, everyone is cautious. It couldn't possibly be because of a woman. No woman is worth that much money. If Huang Chen knew what he was thinking, he would probably say, you don't understand the world of a system host. Without mentioning other women, at least Hong Wei is worth the price. Boss? Are you referring to our general manager Huang? Hong Wei notices Zhu Hong's address and asks in surprise. Yes, General Manager Huang is our boss. Zhu Hong is also somewhat surprised. You didn't know? Hong Wei smiles bitterly. If Huang Chen didn't mention it, how could she have known? But realizing that the Yunhai resort she had been envious of belongs to Huang Chen, her outlook on the future of the leisure fishing village suddenly becomes more optimistic. Manager Hong, we'll be working under the same boss from now on, so we should interact more often in our daily work, Zhu Hong says familiarly. By the way, next time I'll introduce you to Manager Huangshan Huang. Manager Huangshan? Hong Wei quickly recalls numerous names in her mind and soon confirms that she doesn't know or recognize this person. Purple Crystal Road, also known as the T-shaped road Bar Street, do you know it? Seeing Hong Wei nod, Zhu Hong continues, the Bar Street is also owned by the boss, and Huangshan is the manager of the Bar Street property, just like us, all working for the boss. Hong Wei's sexy lips form an O shape, clearly shocked by this news. The Bar Street, Yunhai Resort, and now the leisure fishing village, the fixed assets of these three industries alone would be worth over $1 billion. Her new boss, this young man who seems to be around the same age as her brother, is actually a billionaire? And no one knows if this is all of his wealth. To be honest, Hong Wei already found the previous shareholders of the leisure fishing village, who claim to be billionaires, very impressive. $1 billion high-level executives with million-dollar salaries would have to save for 100 years without spending a penny to reach that level. What does 10 billion even mean? She has only just arrived at the resort, and Hong Wei is already feeling overwhelmed. In the large conference room, there is a long conference table with a large screen at the head. Looking at the nameplates, their seats are on the left, with 4 well-known advertising agencies seated further back. Hong Wei knew about it because she had contacted them for the promotion of a leisure fishing village advertisement, but was discouraged by the initial entry standard of 2 million. Given the previous state of the fishing village, none of the shareholders were willing to invest any more money. Not to mention 2 million, even 500,000 would require lengthy discussions. On the right side, apart from the resort staff, there were a few unfamiliar names, of unknown origin. At this moment, attendees had started to arrive one after another. At exactly 2 o'clock, everyone had gathered, the door opened, and the remarkable Huang Chen, accompanied by Zhu Hong, walked slowly into the meeting room and took the main seat without hesitation. Zhu Hong briefly introduced the attendees as the temporary host, then said, the theme of our meeting today is to plan the next development steps for the Crescent Island Leisure Fishing Village. Everyone has relevant materials on their desks. Now, please allow Ms. Hong Wei, the manager of the Leisure Fishing Village, to introduce the village's situation. Hong Wei, having once managed over 100 people as a senior manager, naturally did not feel nervous in such situations. She elaborated on the village's initial investment intentions, current situation, existing difficulties, and her envisioned development strategies according to her understanding. Her clear voice echoed in the spacious conference room. These are my thoughts. Hong Wei spoke for nearly an hour, providing more detailed information than when she reported to Huang Chen earlier. The rest of the attendees listened attentively, occasionally jotting down notes on paper. Huang Chen remained calm, just smoking his cigarette nonchalantly, observing the reactions of the attendees. Let's hear your thoughts, Zhu Hong, as the host spoke up. Allow me to start, a middle-aged man in a Zhongshan suit with graying hair in the room said. He was Shi Xiao, a professor at Tianhai Tourism College and also held a position at a tourism management consulting company, making him a highly qualified individual in the industry. I have long been familiar with the situation on Crescent Island. The most challenging aspect is actually obtaining the exclusive operating rights for the island, which the previous company has already achieved. This is currently the most valuable aspect of the leisure fishing village. Regarding operations, the biggest issue at present is still financial. As for the strategic concept, I agree more with Manager Hong's opinions just now. Only by catering to a wide range of tourists can the leisure fishing village have a future, this is beyond doubt. Targeting large clients and group projects is too limiting. As for other improvements in facilities, transportation issues, advertising problems, staff training, and so on, ultimately, money can solve them all. In the end, the previous company had vision but lacked the strength. Forcing through such a large project was too much of a stretch. Due to his experience and lack of fear of offending others, Shi Xiao spoke very frankly. After his speech, others began to speak one by one. However, in Huang Chen's view, the academic level of these experts and scholars should be acceptable, but some suggestions were just for discussion and not practical. For example, the idea of turning Crescent Island into a romantic destination might attract attention, but what does Crescent Island have to offer for such a purpose? The basic conditions are not there. Furthermore, suggesting to build a 5-star hotel on the sea, how many people would be willing to take a boat to stay at an ordinary 5-star hotel? That's just nonsense. Some even proposed a joint tourism project with Chin Island, but Chin Island is already overwhelmed with tourists, so why would they want to collaborate with you? As for the advertising company, they had some ideas, but they wouldn't reveal their true capabilities until the contract was finalized. Mr. Huang, what do you think? Zhu Hong quietly asked Huang Chen, who had a mysterious expression on his face in the main seat. I have a few words to say. Huang Chen saw that the discussion was not yielding anything valuable, so he finally spoke up. As soon as he spoke, the noisy venue fell silent, showing the great respect these experts and scholars had for the wealthy boss. After all, who wouldn't get along with money? In essence, they were attending the meeting just for the very generous consulting fee promised by Zhu Hong. Firstly, the leisure fishing village will be renamed as the Cloud Sea Crescent Moon Island Resort, and our place will be renamed as the Cloud Sea Beach Resort. We will unify to build the Cloud Sea Resort brand in the future. With these words, Zhu Hong's heart suddenly warmed up. If it weren't for the inappropriate setting, he would have burst out in applause for the boss. Although not explicitly stated, since the boss intended to build the Cloud Sea Resort brand, his promotion and salary increase were just around the corner. Secondly, for promotion and publicity, I am prepared to allocate 50 million, with a focus on the Tianhai area and radiating out to our province, ensuring maximum publicity effect. Thirdly, in terms of equipment maintenance and updates, transportation security, and daily operations, I will invest another 150 million, starting recruitment and training simultaneously. The Crescent Moon Island Resort will be closed for renovation and upgrades starting today, to be completed by the Spring Festival, ensuring a grand reopening next year with a brand new look. Any questions? No questions. Hongwei stood up abruptly, her face flushed with excitement as she spoke. With the boss speaking up, that meant 200 million. This was something she had never dared to dream of before. With this financial support, her problems were no longer problems, and many ideas could now be implemented. Boss, I will do my best to cooperate on my end. Zhu Hong also stood up, expressing his loyalty. Once again, he was deeply impressed by the boss's strength and financial power. Everyone in the room stood up involuntarily, applauding. At this moment, everyone in the meeting room was inexplicably excited, except for the young man sitting calmly in the main seat, under the soft light, exuding unparalleled handsomeness, extraordinary temperament, deep gaze, and unmatched confidence. This scene could be a painting. Huang Chen was so straightforward because he had just received a notification from the system. Detected that Hongwei has been impressed by the host's financial and leadership qualities. Temporary task completed. Exclusive development fund of 200 million for the Cloud Sea Crescent Moon Island Resort has been awarded. Looking at Hongwei trembling slightly with excitement, her proud figure swaying with her body, this girl was quite impressive. Huang Chen was in a great mood at this moment. Old Zhu, you will have to shoulder the responsibility for both resorts in the future. After the meeting dispersed, Huang Chen said to Zhu Hong in front of Hongwei. Hongwei's eyes dimmed instantly. As expected, the time had come. Was this the preparation to dismiss her? Alright, boss. In front of others, Zhu Hong naturally wouldn't get carried away but responded calmly. Of course, internally, he was far from as composed as he appeared. For Huang Chen, using an already proven capable individual like Zhu Hong was more suitable than Hongwei, even though the system identified her as a capable professional manager and even though the 200 million development fund could be said to have come because of her. However, the art of employing people was not that simple, especially before she had tangible achievements to show. By exerting a bit of pressure now, when she was given power in the future, she would be more grateful and cherish the opportunity even more. Hongwei, you will continue to lead the follow-up work for the Crescent Moon Island Resort. Huang Chen noticed her change in demeanor, inwardly amused but said, Old Zhu will oversee the overall situation, and you will handle the specific affairs. Report directly to him. Huang Chen said lightly, your managerial position is temporarily reserved. This is also the last chance I'm giving you. If you do well, this position will naturally be yours, but if you don't perform well, then I can only say sorry to you. Mr. Huan, I understand your meaning, you can rest assured. Hongwei breathed a sigh of relief, while a sense of not giving up rose in her heart. I will definitely cooperate with Mr. Zhu and do my best to upgrade and renovate the resort. In the past, there were many reasons why the leisure fishing village did not do well that she could find. But now, with Huang Chen investing 2 billion, rehiring staff, starting publicity and promotion simultaneously, and upgrading the hardware, if she still couldn't do it well, then it would truly be her own capability issue. Hongwei was very confident in her professional abilities. It's good to have this confidence. Huang Chen smiled lightly, about to take out a cigarette. Zhu Hong, being very obsequious, handed one over with both hands, then lit it with a lighter. Huang Chen blew out a smoke ring, nodded slightly at Zhu Hong, evidently quite satisfied with his keenness. Let me mention a few specific requirements to you again. Huang Chen pondered, the public transportation issue needs to be urgently resolved. Go talk to the public transport company, at least add 3 or more regular routes to the pier, and spend money to establish 2 of our tourist special lines. The waiting time for buses should be kept within 20 minutes. After arriving at the pier, we can no longer use public ferries. We will buy our own, with the same requirement. You estimate the future number of tourists, calculate the capacity needed, and directly purchase. Also, buy a batch of speedboats, motorboats, and jet skis. After tourists arrive at the pier, they should be able to choose their own way to the island, and the waiting time should not exceed 15 minutes. Seeing the two deep in thought, Huang Chen didn't need to say that these were all from his own experience. In the past, when going to tourist spots, it was always waiting for more than half an hour to catch a ride, which dampened the mood. Waiting was a very tormenting thing. Regarding promotion, you oversee it yourselves, select 1 or 2 advertising agencies, or have several collaborate on the execution of the plan. My only requirement is to ensure the effectiveness of the promotion. As for hardware updates, old Zhu, you have more experience, you oversee it, and Hongwei will implement it. In terms of staff recruitment, wages can be 20% higher than the average, but the quality of personnel must be good. Those who serve must have the attitude and self-awareness to serve. If anyone makes customers uncomfortable or unhappy, then all of them can roll out. My resort cannot accommodate such people. Hongwei, your younger brother can stay and work at the resort. I'm not heartless. Huang Chen bluntly stated, this is your own choice. If he stays, you are responsible for managing him well, no special treatment at the resort. If I see him slacking off or not doing his job properly again, it won't just be him who's leaving. Hongwei pursed her tempting thick lips, nodding heavily. The instructions were almost given, and what was left was not something the boss Huang Chen needed to do. Waving them off to get busy, Huang Chen returned to his own small villa. Just as he was about to sit on the sofa, he received a message from Gong Xiaoxiao, with no content, just a crying emoticon. What's wrong? Huang Chen remembered her as quite an optimistic person. Did the interview not go well? Huang Chen thought she had been busy with interviews and job hunting recently, so it was probably about that, and he called her directly. Where are you? I'm at home, sulking. Gong Xiaoxiao hummed on the other end, seemingly eating something. What's wrong? Didn't the interview go well? Huang Chen teased. Oh, don't mention it, so annoying. Gong Xiaoxiao bit into a potato chip with force, as if venting her anger. Hearing Huang Chen's teasing laughter, she said bitterly, looks like you're in a good mood? I don't know why, but just thinking about you sulking makes me feel better instantly, Huang Chen joked. Suddenly, thoughts of those long legs and passionate kisses came to mind. This girl, after feeling a bit lost last time and deliberately avoiding him for a few days, now took the initiative to contact him again today. It seemed she couldn't resist after all. Huang Chen secretly felt pleased. Nowadays, he truly abided by the 3 no's principle in relationships: no initiative, no rejection, no responsibility. Of course, it's not that he completely shirks responsibility, but he prefers to make amends with money. As for being faithful, caring, accompanying, or even that piece of paper, sorry, he might really not be able to provide that. So he wouldn't force these girls. If they could accept it, they could be together. If not, they could part ways. As for the little games between Gong Xiaoxiao and him, Huang Chen didn't mind. It was just a matter of who would give in first, and now it seemed that Gong Xiaoxiao had lost. I want to go out and play, I don't want to work. Gong Xiaoxiao pouted. If you don't want to work, then don't work, what's the big deal? I can support you, Huang Chen replied. Humph, I don't believe it, men are unreliable. They talk nicely now, but who knows, maybe they'll leave once they get tired of playing. Gong Xiaoxiao huffed like a little pig. Huang Chen pursed his lips, thinking that there might be some truth to her words, but he couldn't be bothered to argue. Take me out to play. Seeing Huang Chen's silence, a hint of disappointment flashed in Gong Xiaoxiao's beautiful big eyes, and she continued, okay, where do you want to go? Huang Chen readily agreed this time. Of course, it's wherever you want, otherwise, where's the surprise? Gong Xiaoxiao complained. Then let's go with my choice, get ready, I'll come to pick you up now. Nowadays, as long as you have money, finding a place to have fun is easy. Huang Chen changed into a new outfit, drove his blue Maserati towards where Gong Xiaoxiao lived. Gong Xiaoxiao's bed was now piled with clothes, changing and trying on different outfits. Worried about not looking pretty enough, or showing too much skin, or if Huang Chen wouldn't like her style, her beautiful eyebrows were almost knitted together. In the end, she chose the simplest and safest outfit, a white shirt, blue jeans, white sneakers, and a beige long coat. After admiring herself in the mirror, making sure there were no flaws from any angle, and feeling beautiful as ever, she finally relaxed, waiting by the window. Before long, the eye-catching blue Maserati arrived. Getting into the car, Gong Xiaoxiao adjusted the seat uncomfortably, fidgeted for a while, and finally found a comfortable position. Why does the previous girl have such short legs? Gong Xiaoxiao said a bit coquettishly. Just had a vinegar jar smashed, why do I smell sour? Huang Chen chuckled, but had to admit that Gong Xiaoxiao did have long legs. But wait, who was the last person to sit in this car? Huang Chen couldn't quite remember. Men, Gong Xiaoxiao muttered. Although she had anticipated this, she still felt a bit uncomfortable in her heart. Where are we going? As the car was about to enter the highway, Gong Xiaoxiao couldn't help but ask. She thought Huang Chen would just take her to any place in Tianhai City to have fun. Afraid I'll sell you off? Huang Chen joked as he drove. If you're willing, then I'll accept it. Gong Xiaoxiao half closed her eyes, looking resigned, and shifted her body slightly. You're right about that, I really can't bear to part with you. Watching her graceful figure, Huang Chen felt a bit parched in the throat. Gong Xiaoxiao guessed wrong. Although Huang Chen was driving on the highway, he hadn't left Tianhai, he was just avoiding the evening rush hour. This was Huang Chen's sudden idea because Gong Xiaoxiao lived in the northern suburbs, close to the northern highway station, while Huang Chen's destination was in the southwest of Tianhai City, near the southern highway station. Calculating this way, it seemed much faster than going through the city. After all, Huang Chen didn't want to drive a supercar for long distances. As mentioned before, it was too uncomfortable for him. Once on the highway, the MC-20 Cielo's performance finally came into play, speeding all the way, with the cars behind often unable to even see its taillights. Is this the Sky Peak restaurant? Gong Xiaoxiao, getting out of the car, pointed to the logo not far away. Looking around, the courtyard gate was embraced by the leaning lover's tree, with a grassy area behind the white walls and fence. On the second-floor platform, the view towards the sea was broad, especially at night when the starry sky was faintly visible, complementing the lights on the sea. This scene captivated Gong Xiaoxiao, who had a bit of a literary vibe, her big eyes becoming watery. This place had been highly recommended by Huang Chen's dorm mate, who dropped out of school and pursued poetry in distant places, with the only downside being its expensiveness. Of course, this was not a concern for Huang Chen. Moreover, to ensure Gong Xiaoxiao had an unforgettable night, he even booked the entire restaurant. Hence, what used to be a lively restaurant, known for occasional marriage proposals, was now empty. Wow, Huang Chen, look at the beautiful starry sky, Gong Xiaoxiao exclaimed like a young girl, her smile pure and radiant. While Gong Xiaoxiao admired the scenery, Huang Chen was admiring her. With a gentle breeze blowing at night, lifting Gong Xiaoxiao's bangs off her forehead, revealing her beautiful face, swan-like neck, enticing collarbones, and a well-proportioned figure beneath her modest attire, especially in her jeans, showcasing her perky and shapely rear and the legs that Huang Chen couldn't get enough of. Truly a heavenly beauty. Such a woman, if not besieged by admirers in real life, would be a rare sight. Hey, why is it so empty tonight? Gong Xiaoxiao finally sat down after enjoying the view, took a sip of water, and asked in surprise. Madam, Mr. Huang has booked the entire place tonight. We are here only to serve you both, the waiter said respectfully, offering a small compliment. After all, booking the entire place was uncommon, and even though the boss had quoted a sky-high price of 200,000, the man in front of them had agreed without hesitation. This was what they called spending a fortune to see a smile. Oh, this doesn't seem cost-effective, Gong Xiaoxiao, though unaware of the exact amount spent, could imagine it was a significant figure. Considering she was currently an unemployed wanderer with no income, having a dinner tonight that might cost her several months' salary was quite a thrill. As long as you're happy, Huang Chen said gently. They ordered some dishes casually, knowing the taste wouldn't matter much in a place like this. How's the job search going for you? Huang Chen asked while eating his steak. Oh, don't even mention it, Gong Xiaoxiao sipped her wine, her cheeks flushed, and grumbled, these employers nowadays are heartless. Huang Chen remained silent, waiting for more. There's a company looking for a clerk, with a 6-day workweek, and they even require the candidate to drive, drink, and sing, offering a salary of 2,800. Then there's another company hiring an assistant, who, upon meeting me, said an assistant must not refuse any request from the boss. Any request? You know, just like that, they only paid me 6,000 after a month. There's an even more ridiculous one, saying not to care about the salary when working, but to consider the prospects. I don't work for the salary, what for? For the sake of dedication. Finally, I found a relatively decent company. I made it to the third round of interviews, but the one conducting the interview was the boss's wife. She passed me at first sight, saying I was too pretty and might seduce her husband. Damn, what kind of nonsense is this? Gong Xiaoxiao rarely cursed. Ha, do you regret resigning now? Huang Chen laughed, as he had never applied for a job and truly had no idea about the many absurd things in society. A little bit, yes, I regretted a little bit. Gong Xiaoxiao cutely gestured with her pinky finger, but just a little bit. Huang Chen nodded. Encountering such a situation was indeed frustrating. Although it wasn't about right or wrong, it was impossible to return to the previous relationship afterward, so it was better to part ways. What are your plans? Do you want me to introduce you to a job? Huang Chen spoke up. Forget it. I don't want to work for you. Gong Xiaoxiao shook her head decisively and took another sip of red wine. I've thought about it. If I can't find a job, I'll just ask my dad for some money and open a small shop myself. Gong Xiaoxiao covered her mouth with her hand, let out a small burp. What kind of shop do you think I should open? You haven't even thought about what kind of shop to open, and you're already planning to open one? Huang Chen was speechless at her words. How did this woman's mind work? Was she born with all her points allocated to her looks and figure, leaving nothing for her brain? Following this theory, Huang Chen probably had his total points slashed at birth, explaining why everything about him was so ordinary. The two chatted over wine, finishing a bottle of red wine, with most of it ending up in Gong Xiaoxiao's belly. You came all this way, made me drink. Are you planning something naughty tonight? Gong Xiaoxiao's head drooped on his shoulder, looking like she had seen through his intentions long ago. Haven't you heard a saying? If a woman doesn't get drunk, a man won't have a chance. Huang Chen's hand was already around her soft waist, lightly smelling her hair. Haven't you heard another saying? A woman can hold her liquor 1,000 times, or get drunk with just one drink. It all depends on who she's drinking with. Gong Xiaoxiao raised her head, looking at Huang Chen with playful eyes. So, is tonight's company right? Huang Chen leaned in, his lips carrying a hint of alcohol, and kissed her tempting cherry lips. Gong Xiaoxiao closed her eyes, her hands around his neck, returning the passionate kiss. Tonight, Huang Chen not only booked this restaurant but also the villa on the mountainside behind. Lying on the huge soft round bed, watching the alluring and affectionate Gong Xiaoxiao in front of him making a beckoning gesture with her finger, Huang Chen couldn't resist anymore. He pulled her into his arms, then turned her over, pressing her down. Tonight, under the sparkling stars, Huang Chen valiantly and heroically conquered Gong Xiaoxiao, leaving her with no defenses, smoothly achieving first blood. Gong Xiaoxiao, unwilling to accept defeat, struggled hard but was no match, unfortunately falling after a double kill and then a triple kill. After the intense battle, the battlefield was in chaos, and both of them collapsed in exhaustion. Only a red stain on the bed witnessed the fierce battle. You really took advantage of me. The next day, feeling unwell, Gong Xiaoxiao had to lean against the headboard, looking at the man in front of her with a smirk, and pouted, hee hee. Huang Chen naturally wouldn't take advantage and act coy. He gently stroked her hair, chuckling softly. Never mind, instead of giving benefits to just anyone, it's better to spoil you, at least you're pleasing to the eye. Despite being adored by men since she was young, Gong Xiaoxiao had to admit that the man in front of her was the most outstanding. Of course, she wasn't referring to his appearance. Although Huang Chen could now be considered handsome, he wasn't handsome enough for Gong Xiaoxiao to chase after. But with his handsome looks, extraordinary temperament, decisive style, and unmatched wealth, when these qualities were combined in a young man of similar age, it was different. What are your plans for the future? If you're thinking of opening a shop, I can help you, Huang Chen asked softly. Now that Gong Xiaoxiao had become his woman, she naturally deserved to be pampered. Fulfilling her wish to open a shop was only right. You owe me, Gong Xiaoxiao hummed twice. Seeing Huang Chen's puzzled expression, she quickly explained, fearing he might misunderstand her. Last time when I met your cousin and his wife, I painfully bought a set of Estee Lauder skincare products, which cost me a month's salary. I usually can't bear to use them myself. Gong Xiaoxiao sounded quite aggrieved. She did it at the time to save face for Huang Chen. If she had given a too cheap gift, it would have embarrassed him. Huang Chen almost thought she was asking for compensation because they had slept together. If that were the case, he wouldn't hesitate to oblige, but in the future, well, heh. So, what kind of compensation do you want? Huang Chen relaxed, knowing he had chosen the right person, feeling quite pleased. I want to go shopping at the mall. Gong Xiaoxiao linked her arm with his, smiling smugly. I've planned it out. When I find a boyfriend, the first thing I'll do is make him accompany me to shop till we drop. Let me tell you, my boyfriend must be rich, must pamper me, and must spoil me, Gong Xiaoxiao said proudly. I'll take care of being beautiful, and you handle the rest. Huang Chen affectionately touched her delicate nose. It was an easy matter. It was just about spending money, and for Huang Chen, any problem that money could solve was not a problem. Although he had less than 10 million in his account now, it didn't matter. The bar street would renew before the new year, bringing in a substantial income. And when the Crescent Moon Island Resort opened after the new year, there would be another stable income. Adding it up, the annual rent from Juntianqingzi was 1 million, the shop on Academy Road was 2. For a million, the pure profit from the Yunhai Seaside Resort was around 20 million, and the bar street brought in about 18 million a year. That was over 40 million. The Yunhai Crescent Moon Island Resort should make at least 15 million a year in profit, or else the investment of nearly $500 million wouldn't be justified. So, all in all, next year, his income would be close to 60 million, and his net worth would exceed 10 billion. Although it wasn't top-notch in Tianhai, a second-tier city, it was definitely not bad. With this financial strength, buying whatever his woman wanted was no big deal. Alright, leave the rest to me, you just focus on being as beautiful as a flower. Huang Chen didn't mention earning money to support the family, as he was quite cautious in this regard and didn't want to give any woman the wrong idea. The two of them cuddled in bed for a while, enjoying the romantic scenery. Since Gong Xiaoxiao seemed even more fragile than Guan Xiaoya, being a new bride and not accustomed to intimacy, they decided to stay here for 2 more days until she could walk again before checking out. Luckily, one didn't have a job, and the other didn't need one, so they could stay as long as they wanted without any worries. During this time, Gong Xiaoxiao received 2 calls from Lu Shui. For some unknown reason, she didn't tell the truth but instead said she was going back to her hometown. Her hometown was Yanqing in the Lu prefecture, over 1,000 kilometers away from Tianhai, so this trip back home would take quite a while. Why didn't you tell Xiaoxue the truth? Huang Chen curiously asked in the car. Where are we going to hang out? Gong Xiaoxiao evaded the question. There's nothing much to see in the malls in Tianhai, let's go to another city, it can be a little vacation. Huang Chen rubbed his sore back and suggested. Huang Chen also wanted to go out for a walk. Great! Gong Xiaoxiao smiled happily. At this moment, the two of them were in a sweet moment. Being able to travel together made her naturally happy. Huang Chen made a call, asked for Gong Xiaoxiao's ID number, and by the time they arrived at the airport, the tickets were already bought. Island City? Gong Xiaoxiao looked at the destination with a puzzled look. If they were going to the mall, even if not to the capital or the Magic City, they should at least go to places like Chentang, Jinling, or Xincheng. You said you were going back to your hometown. The island city is not far from your home. You can visit your home after we finish sightseeing. That was indeed his true thought. Moreover, the island city was now also a new first-tier city. Although it ranked at the bottom of the new first-tier cities, it was still incomparable to Tianhai. The island city was known as the Victoria Harbor of the East, and also the famous beer capital of Huaguo, with beautiful surroundings, pleasant climate, and various large-scale events throughout the year, such as beer festivals, music festivals, fashion weeks, and ocean festivals. Huang Chen was quite interested in this city, so it was a good opportunity to have some fun. However, this statement deeply moved Gong Xiaoxiao. She didn't say anything, just held onto Huang Chen's arm tightly, her beautiful eyes filled with tenderness. Naturally, Zhu Hong had booked a first-class cabin. Speaking of which, Zhu Hong, the general manager, was also quite pitiful, with many tasks at hand and always having to deal with such miscellaneous matters for the boss. A resort general manager, still having to do assistant's work. Although he never complained, Huang Chen himself felt that this situation might not be sustainable, and he even had the idea of finding an assistant. But finding the right candidate was not easy. A personal assistant needed to have the ability, but more importantly, integrity. After all, he had quite a few private matters. Xu Hong could first check if there were suitable candidates. Are you looking for an assistant? When Xu Hong received the call, his first reaction was, what kind of game is the boss playing now? Office Temptation? Workplace OL? Or role-playing? Yes. Mainly to help me with some daily chores, of course, I'm looking for a male. Huang Chen dodged Gong Xiaoxiao's childish actions and hinted at Zhu Hong with some helplessness. These subordinates, what were they thinking day by day? He was hiring an assistant, a legitimate person to help him with his work, not looking for a mistress. Xu Hong had almost asked about height and measurements just now. Damn. I don't need to emphasize your work abilities, but there's no guarantee on working hours. You need to make it clear in advance. My assistant needs to be on call at all times, ready to travel with me at any time, attentive, trustworthy, and most importantly, with guaranteed integrity. In terms of compensation, how much do you make in a year now? Huang Chen scratched his head. He seemed to have forgotten about this. Boss, my basic annual salary is 600,000. With performance bonuses, I can get over 1 million. Xu Hong replied somewhat speechlessly. In fact, he had reported this to Huang Chen when he first took over the resort, and he even proposed a pay cut at that time. 1 million, then you can help me recruit based on the standard of 1 million annual salary. Huang Chen thought for a moment and said, you have a lot on your plate right now, and it seems like you're being underpaid. How about this, starting next year, your base salary will be adjusted to 1 million, and you'll still receive performance bonuses. This. Xu Hong was taken aback for a moment. Boss, you're really going above and beyond, but I love it. A promotion and a raise are always a pleasant surprise no matter when they happen. Alright, boss, Xu Hong replied promptly. It's not that he was afraid Huang Chen would change his mind, he had seen this boss's straightforward and generous nature before. He now had a better understanding of Huang Chen's temperament, very direct and decisive, emphasizing execution. As for rewards, just look at his own situation. It had only been a short while since he started working for the boss, and his salary had increased by 400,000. He now also managed an additional resort. In the future, his performance would naturally be evaluated based on the revenue of the two resorts. Doing the math, if the business at Bend Moon Island Resort picked up, his income next year would probably double. Thinking about this, Xu Huang felt elated. First-class service truly made one feel happy. The flight attendant with the bright smile made one experience what gentleness, thoughtfulness, and warmth meant. It's no wonder, based on unscientific statistics, that first-class flight attendants are among the most likely to marry into wealth. If it weren't for Gong Xiaoxiao guarding her food since boarding the plane, Huang Chen might have slipped a few more notes to the flight attendants. This made Huang Chen slightly regretful. Flight attendants, is there such a thing as uniform temptation? Upon exiting the terminal, a Rolls-Royce Phantom, known as the Tycoon's car, was already parked at the entrance. Mr. Huang, Hanbai Tower sincerely welcomes you. A driver wearing white gloves came over respectfully to open the door, with a genuine smile on his face. This was the treatment that a VIP staying in the 180,000 per night presidential suite should receive. Why are we riding in such a nice car? Gong Xiaoxiao, looking at the distinctive front face of the Rolls-Royce and the little golden figurine, asked in a hushed tone, shocked. It's the hotel's courtesy car, get in. Huang Chen appeared calm on the surface, but he was actually quite envious of the big Rolls. They arrived at the Hanbai Tower Hotel, with three sides facing the sea and one side against the mountain, offering a direct view of the sea, with a private stretch of beach. As a cultural and creative hotel, it was famous for its Confucian cultural heritage, adopting a minimalist and Zen architectural style, blending naturally into the surroundings. The hotel had a total of 160 rooms and suites, with the smallest room measuring 100 square meters, each equipped with panoramic floor-to-ceiling windows, allowing guests to easily enjoy a 180-degree unbeatable sea view. Gong Xiaoxiao looked around in amazement, while Huang Chen silently compared his own resort with this one. The car stopped at the hotel entrance, where a butler dressed in professional attire was already waiting. Accompanied by the butler, they took a private elevator to the top floor, arriving at the spacious 300-square-meter presidential suite. The suite featured two luxurious sea view suites, a large living room, an exclusive dining room, and excellent views, allowing guests to enjoy the full sea view while seated. The luxurious and thoughtful interior details truly lived up to the hotel's reputation as a super five-star establishment. It feels like a dream, Gong Xiaoxiao said, holding her face in her hands, leaning against the window and gazing at the distant beauty. Jason, please arrange a car. Later, Xiaoxiao and I will go to the Xinu Square. Huang Chen instructed the butler. Despite being a pure-blooded Huagua person, he insisted on using a foreign-sounding name. Yes, sir. Will you be taking the same car as before, or would you like a different model? Butler Jason asked respectfully. The same car as before will do, Huang Chen replied, not being picky. After all, it was a Rolls-Royce. Let's go, Xiaoxiao, didn't we agree to go shopping? Huang Chen called out to Gong Xiaoxiao. Coming. Gong Xiaoxiao's eyes sparkled with joy as she rushed into Huang Chen's embrace. Xian Plaza should be the most luxurious shopping plaza in the island city, with an annual sales volume close to 7 billion, forcing Wanshan Plaza, also a luxury goods mall, to take a more light luxury route, which shows its strength. Huang Chen has been to this kind of top-notch shopping mall many times. Haixin is nothing more than larger in scale, and with a few more brands, there is not much of a difference. But Gong Xiaoxiao is different. After entering the mall, her eyes were slightly distracted, and she subconsciously glanced at her own attire. On ordinary days, you might feel that your shoes are shining white, but when you enter this kind of mall, you might subconsciously feel that your shoes are a bit dirty. This is a hidden humble mentality. Huang Chen can empathize with this kind of mentality very well. So, looking at Gong Xiaoxiao's eyes, Huang Chen was particularly gentle at this moment. He held Gong Xiaoxiao's slightly cool hand and gave her a confident smile, as if telling her, I'm here for you. Buy whatever you like. Huang Chen's words were short but powerful. Gong Xiaoxiao chuckled, glanced at him with a hint of blame, and the slight uneasiness in her heart instantly dissipated. Huang Chen's words gave her enough confidence. So the usually optimistic, slightly self-absorbed Gong Xiaoxiao was revived. Let's go, today I'm going to shop till I drop. Gong Xiaoxiao raised her small fist joyfully. That energetic look, that bright smile, that deep love in her eyes, made Huang Chen feel great. Just for this scene, Huang Chen felt that even if he spent all the remaining 10 million in his account today, it would be worth it. Money, you can't take it with you when you die, so why not spend it when you have it? Ding, the host has realized the true essence of being a big landlord. As a big landlord, one should be a master of wealth, not a miser. Temporary task announcement. Spend a fortune for love. Task description. Please leave a memorable shopping experience for Gong Xiaoxiao, who is fond of the host. Task reward. Double cashback on all expenses today. The spending limit is the current balance in the host's card. Note, the system will give additional rewards based on the degree of emotional impact on the host's beloved. So, most of those big landlords from before were probably scumbags. Anyway, Huang Qin believed that he became a scumbag because of the system. If he were still a poor student struggling to make ends meet, finding a partner would be a blessing, and being a scumbag would mean being extra careful not to lose his partner to another scumbag. Huang Qin took out his phone, checked his savings balance. After deducting what he spent these days, there was still over 9 million left, enough to splurge here. Meanwhile, Gong Xiaoxiao had eagerly walked into the Burberry store. Darling, do I look good in this outfit? Gong Xiaoxiao tried on several different styles of clothes in one go, then asked Huang Chen for his opinion. Huang Chen's eyes flashed with admiration. Gong Xiaoxiao's body proportions were just too good, like a natural clothes hanger. Even the most ordinary styles worn on her could bring out a different charm. Especially with Gong Xiaoxiao's good taste, the style she chose could perfectly highlight her delicate waistline and perfect long legs. Beauty, you look absolutely gorgeous in these clothes. Although the saleswoman was also young and pretty, compared to Gong Xiaoxiao, the difference was quite obvious. At this moment, watching Gong Xiaoxiao try on several outfits, all of which made her look stunning, even she, as a woman, couldn't help but feel a bit envious. They all look great. Huang Chen looked at Gong Xiaoxiao, who had put on a long black trench coat over a white knitted dress, revealing her slender legs, paired with knee-high boots, making her look stunning. Then I'll go with this set? Gong Xiaoxiao had actually checked the prices while trying on the clothes. This outfit alone would cost over 100,000, which made her secretly gasp. Actually, she quite liked the previous sets as well, but considering the price, she decided against it. Huang Chen shook his head slowly, seeing Gong Xiaoxiao's puzzled expression. He smiled and said to the salesperson beside him, "She wants all the sets she tried on just now." What? Gong Xiaoxiao and the young female salesperson exclaimed in surprise simultaneously. Since all the sets she tried on were nice, why not buy them all? It's not like they are very expensive things, Huang Chen said indulgently as he ruffled her hair. The set you're wearing now looks good too, just stick with this one, don't change, he added. The female salesperson respectfully took Huang Chen's card with envy in her eyes as she looked at Gong Xiaoxiao. Being beautiful is not enough for a woman, she also needs to have the eye for the right person. Thinking back to encountering young couples like this before, many people would take forever to decide on buying a piece of clothing. But then you look at the man they are with, and he is so generous. At this moment, including some women in the store who were also picking out clothes, all looked at Gong Xiaoxiao with envy in their eyes. This made Gong Xiaoxiao feel ecstatic instantly. It felt like a scene from a melodramatic TV show where the domineering CEO tells Cinderella to swipe his card as she pleases. This dreamlike scene was actually happening in reality, happening to her. The two walked out of Burberry hand in hand, carrying a few bags, just like a couple deeply in love. The man was tall, handsome, and the woman was beautiful and charming, exuding a strong couple vibe. Shall we go to this store? Huang Chen pointed at the Gucci logo and asked Gong Xiaoxiao, who subconsciously shook her head, only to see Huang Chen smiling foolishly at her, looking infatuated. Huang Chen sighed. This woman was probably feeling guilty for spending too much just now. Whenever they passed by a store, she would shake her head. Silly girl, she had only spent around 300,000 just now, it was nothing. Besides, spending money on you is actually helping your man make money. So Huang Chen didn't plan to ask for her opinion anymore, he directly took her into the Hermes boutique. Because Huang Chen remembered how she had nagged several times about the Hermes bag he had given to Lu Shui. Since they were buying, might as well buy enough in one go. Huang Chen scanned the shelves and then started pointing with his fingers, this one, that one, and those two, bring them all for her to try on. Alright, sir, the female salesperson, seeing this extraordinary couple, was very enthusiastic and promptly brought out the bags as requested by Huang Chen. Try them all, Huang Chen said to the stunned Gong Xiaoxiao. Looking at these luxurious bags in front of her, Gong Xiaoxiao swallowed nervously. Not many women could resist the temptation of Hermes bags, especially someone like Gong Xiaoxiao, who had a bit of a refined taste. Isn't this a bit too expensive? Gong Xiaoxiao reluctantly moved her gaze away and weakly said to Huang Chen. For me, the question of expensive or not doesn't exist, it's all about whether you like it or not, Huang Chen said flatly, inadvertently showing off his wealth. Seeing Gong Xiaoxiao not wanting to let go of the bags after trying them on, Huang Chen shrugged and casually said to the female salesperson, wrap up all of these. So after leaving Hermes, Huang Chen had a few more bags in his hands. The familiar shopping assistants appeared again, this time 3 of them, warmly and respectfully helping Huang Chen carry the bags, following behind the couple. This time, Gong Xiaoxiao truly felt like a socialite. As they entered a store, immediately 3 to 4 salespeople came up to serve her. Clothes, pants, bags, shoes, scarves, cosmetics, they swept through everything. In the end, there were so many bags that even the 3 shopping assistants couldn't carry them all, so the store had to send 2 more people over. In this way, Huang Chen and Gong Xiaoxiao walked ahead, followed by 5 shopping assistants in matching uniforms carrying bags of all sizes, creating a grand scene. Many customers were speculating about which wealthy young man had brought his girlfriend to the luxury goods store for a shopping spree. After browsing for over 4 hours, Huang Chen ended up spending 300,000, buying Gong Xiaoxiao a Brigade watch from the Naples Queen series, finally concluding this crazy afternoon. The salespeople carried the items out, and when they saw the Rolls-Royce Phantom parked at the entrance, their expressions became even more respectful, showing reverence for wealth. Salespeople in these top-tier stores are quite sensitive to cars and license plates, and with just one glance, they recognized that this Phantom was the exclusive car of the presidential suite at the Hanbai Tower Hotel. The presidential suite reportedly costs over 100,000 for one night, equivalent to a white-collar worker's annual income of tens of thousands. So, the world is vast, but the differences between people are even greater. As they got into the car, Gong Xiaoxiao, unable to contain her excitement, initiated a passionate kiss to release her pent-up emotions. Their lips stayed locked until her face turned pink, then they separated, but she still clung to Huang Chen. This afternoon alone, Huang Chen had spent over 2 million. Goodness, Gong Xiaoxiao could hardly believe it even now. She thought spending tens of thousands on a bag after a day of shopping was already extravagant, but she never expected this outcome. Although her family was not poor, they were just an average middle-class family. When she added up their house, car, and savings, it seemed like they didn't amount to this figure, and now she had spent it all in just a few hours? Darling, have I spent too much of your money? Gong Xiaoxiao buried her head in his chest. This amount is nothing. Huang Chen chuckled. He had spent over 5 million on Guan Xiaoya at Tianhai before. Where are we going? Gong Xiaoxiao asked, a bit puzzled. Since we're here, let's buy you a car as well. Huang Chen pinched her nose, sniffed the faint fragrance on her, and couldn't help but feel moved. Buy a car here? Gong Xiaoxiao was a bit confused. Huang Chen didn't explain either, as he couldn't quite explain why they didn't buy a Tianhai but came here instead. How to drive it back would be a problem. But since the system had issued the task at this time, if they didn't buy a house or a car, they wouldn't be able to spend the over 9 million, and they wouldn't be able to complete the task of spending all for love. Of course, he had another surprise prepared, waiting for a response from the other side. Porsche? Porsche? Gong Xiaoxiao covered her mouth, unable to believe it as she saw the large logo approaching. Mr. Huang, welcome to Island City Porsche, a young female salesperson greeted warmly. Huang Chen had already contacted them by phone before. Do you have the 911 in stock? Huang Chen asked. Yes, please come this way. The female salesperson was naturally beautiful, with delicate features, a sweet smile, and a slender figure. No wonder Porsche's salespeople were singled out for teasing by netizens. For her. Huang Chen pointed at Gong Xiaoxiao, emphasizing. Today, Gong Xiaoxiao was the star. Darling, if I were to buy one, I'd like a Panamera. Gong Xiaoxiao bit her lip and spoke up. Oh? Huang Chen thought for a moment, then smiled. You want to drive the same model as me? Yes. Gong Xiaoxiao nodded, not feeling shy about being called out on her true intentions. That was exactly what she wanted. Alright, let's go with the Panamera. Huang Chen didn't mind, as long as Gong Xiaoxiao liked it. Any car would do since they were all in the $1 million range. This model was a very popular one, so most 4S stores had it in stock. If no modifications were needed, they could even arrange for same-day delivery. Gong Xiaoxiao chose a blue one, and after rounding off the price, it came to 1.6 million. They arranged to pick it up in 2 days and returned to the hotel, where the butler Jason had already set up a candlelit dinner in the exclusive restaurant of the presidential suite. After dinner, Jason left very tactfully, leaving the young couple in front of the huge French windows, admiring the moonlight by the sea while enjoying a romantic dinner. Brother Liang, do you know, today I feel like Cinderella who boarded a crystal carriage. Everything is so dreamy that I can't believe it's real. Gong Xiaoxiao held up her wineglass, her cheeks blushing under the candlelight, looking as if she was already intoxicated before taking a sip, her eyes filled with a dreamy haze. Silly girl, is this dreamy enough? Huang Chen took out his phone, opened a picture, and handed it to Gong Xiaoxiao. Take a look at this. It was a bright red booklet, a photo taken with it spread out on the table. Oriental Sky Residence, Building 3, Unit 1601, 160. 1 square meters, property owner. Gong Xiaoxiao? Gong Xiaoxiao read curiously, her eyes widening suddenly, her voice rising several decibels. This is? Gong Xiaoxiao stammered, her eyes instantly misting over. You said you wanted to stay in Tianhai, right? Huang Qin gently wiped away the glistening tears at the corner of her eyes. So I bought you a house. Luckily, I managed to complete the procedures today, or else this surprise wouldn't have happened. Ah, Liang, I love you so much. Gong Xiaoxiao heard Huang Chen's reply, her heart pounding wildly, feeling as if an electric current surged through her body. She put down her wineglass, grabbed Huang Chen and fell onto the nearby sofa. She pressed against Huang Chen, unbuttoned his shirt, and showered him with kisses like raindrops. I want you, my dear, have me. Faced with such a request, how could Huang Chen refuse? So, this romantic dinner went from the table to the sofa, the floor, the bathtub, and finally to the bed. Although Huang Chen was young and strong, he couldn't resist Gong Xiaoxiao's enthusiasm, passion, and energy, seeming tireless as she continuously introduced new positions to challenge him. Faced with such a formidable opponent, after several rounds, Huang Chen could only reluctantly call it a draw. As the saying goes, there are no bad fields, only tired oxen. The ancients were not deceiving me. The next morning, Huang Chen woke up leisurely at 9:30. Beside him lay the beauty who had slept like a spring breeze, still seemingly dreaming with a sweet smile on her lips. TSK, Huang Chen felt aches and pains in his back. Despite his youth and vigor, he couldn't withstand Gong Xiaoxiao's insatiable appetite. It must be said that Gong Xiaoxiao's flexibility from years of dancing was excellent, and her unrestrained performance last night, combined with her rich theoretical knowledge, led to those unimaginable movements that left Huang Chen feeling drained and sighing. System, if this continues, your host might need some help. I need to exercise and see if the system store has anything to boost my health after it opens. Can't be shedding tears in the future. My dear brother Liang. Huang Chen was lost in thought when a sweet voice suddenly sounded in his ear. Xiao, you're awake. Huang Chen turned his head to see a sight of beauty, and couldn't help but swallow nervously. He. Gong Xiaoxiao leaned in, not minding the exposure, and lightly kissed him on the lips. This is a reward for your hard work last night. Is that all? Huang Chen felt a bit disdainful. If it weren't for feeling a bit inadequate, he would have shown you what a passionate man Huang is. While Huang Chen was still asleep in the morning, the system had already reminded him that the mission was completed. Yesterday's total expenditure was 9.1 million, so he received a double cashback of 18.2 million. In addition, because Gong Xiaoxiao's level of excitement and surprise was off the charts, Huang Chen also received an additional reward, which made him exclaim in amazement. He cashed in on the reward immediately and then waited to take over when the time came. The two of them aimlessly wandered around the island city for 2 days without any plans, until Gong Xiaoxiao mentioned getting a new car, prompting them to set off for Gong Xiaoxiao's hometown, Yancheng. Along the way, the novice female driver Gong Xiaoxiao was extremely nervous, driving straight and focused with all her attention. She had obtained her driver's license with Lu Shui before graduation, but hadn't touched a car since then, making her a complete novice. Should I drive instead? Huang Chen couldn't bear watching anymore. On such a spacious road with hardly any other cars, the brand new Pamela was moving at a snail's pace, making Huang Chen, sitting in the passenger seat, a bit anxious. Phew, okay. Gong Xiaoxiao breathed a sigh of relief, removing her sweaty hands from the steering wheel. In truth, she was also quite flustered. After we get back, I'll find an experienced driver to teach you for a while. Huang Chen took over the driver's seat, adjusted the seat, and spoke up. Gong Xiaoxiao nodded a bit embarrassedly, realizing that despite boasting about learning to drive before, it was no wonder the driving instructor at the school used to take deep breaths while teaching. With Huang Chen behind the wheel, the speed instantly picked up, and once they hit the highway, they raced all the way. The distance between the island city and Yancheng was only 200 kilometers, and they arrived in just over an hour. Are you going straight home, or? Huang Chen parked the car on the side, rolled down the window, lit a cigarette, and asked. It's already afternoon, so maybe we should stay outside for the night and head back tomorrow. Gong Xiaoxiao thought for a moment and said. Huang Chen had no objections, so he navigated towards the Marriott Hotel. When Huang Chen was broke in the past, he would save on food, transportation, and entertainment, but when it came to accommodation, he would choose slightly better places to ensure a more comfortable sleep. Now that he had money, he couldn't afford to skimp on himself. After checking in, they parked the car in the hotel parking lot, and Gong Xiaoxiao enthusiastically took Huang Chen to find food. Being a local, she had fewer chances to come back after going to university in Tianhai, so she had a strong nostalgia for the local cuisine. After wandering through twists and turns, they finally arrived at a slightly rundown alley where the place was small but crowded, with small square tables set up at the entrance. This is a place only locals know about. Don't be fooled by its appearance. The food here is delicious. Gong Xiaoxiao's beautiful eyes sparkled with excitement, almost drooling at the corner of her mouth. It seemed like she was worried that Huang Chen wouldn't be used to this kind of roadside eatery. It turned out she was a foodie. Huang Chen found it amusing. Her explanation was completely unnecessary since he had grown up eating at roadside eateries. Leaving Huang Chen at an empty table, Gong Xiaoxiao went inside the hall to order food. Xiao Xiao. Gong Xiaoxiao, who was ordering in dialect with the landlady, suddenly heard someone calling her name. Surprised, she turned around to see 4 or 5 young people of similar age, with the girl calling her name being her high school classmate, Ji Ning. Ha, I knew a beauty like you would pop up. It's really you. Ji Ning, who had a decent relationship with her during their school days, was quite enthusiastic after not seeing each other for a few years. Although Ji Ning couldn't match Gong Xiaoxiao's fair skin, beauty, and long legs, overall, she was also a very outstanding beauty. Especially with her decent makeup skills and sense of fashion, she appeared youthful and beautiful. Xiaoying, long time no see, Gong Xiaoxiao also smiled. It was she who had introduced her to those embarrassing novels back then. It had been a few years, and that girl with short hair had now become a woman with a captivating and graceful demeanor. Time really flies. Let me introduce you, this is my boyfriend Kong Zhong, currently the branch manager at XX Bank. These are his friends. Ji Ning pulled over a tall and thin young man next to her, introducing him proudly. Kong, this is the school flower from our high school that I used to talk to you about, Gong Xiaoxiao. Ji Ning still had her lively and cheerful personality from before. Hello, I'm Kong Zhong. There was a hint of amazement in the man's eyes, but his tone was quite steady. He used to hear Ji Ning talk about a classmate from high school who was known as the school flower, very beautiful indeed, but he didn't think much of it back then. How beautiful could someone be? Nowadays, class flowers and school flowers are a dime a dozen. With a bit of foundation and makeup, they all look decent. But today, upon seeing her, he was truly impressed. Even with just light makeup on, she was like a lotus flower, exquisite and charming, especially with her well-proportioned figure and long legs, truly captivating. He keenly noticed that the breathing of his companions had become heavier, especially the one standing at the front. Wu Xiao, a big shot he had managed to connect with not so easily, was now blatantly staring at those long legs with a look that all men understood. Xiaoying, since we're friends, why don't we all go together? Kong Zhong timely suggested. Yes, Xiao, it's rare to meet, let's have a meal together. Ji Ning didn't think much about it, and upon hearing her boyfriend's suggestion, she agreed. Well, I didn't come alone. Gong Xiaoxiao was a bit hesitant. It wouldn't matter usually, but today she was with Huang Chen. Eating with a bunch of strangers out of the blue would make Huang Chen uncomfortable. Could it be that you're dating someone? Ji Ning joked as she saw Gong Xiaoxiao's expression. When she shyly nodded, Ji Ning was surprised. Who in the class didn't know that Gong Xiaoxiao had high standards? Although they hadn't met much in recent years, there was still some contact. Not long ago, several well-off boys had sighed that Gong, the school flower, had never dated anyone, wondering who would eventually win her over. There was a sense of hope that the goddess might still be available. And now, she's dating? Well, I have to go and see who this mysterious person is who managed to win over our Gong school flower. Ji Ning took her hand, looking like a curious baby. Kong Zhong glanced at Wu Xiao's expression, and suddenly had a plan in mind, but he smiled openly. Let's go together, after all, we've booked a private room, it'll be livelier with more people. Besides, it's autumn now, it's quite chilly to eat outdoors, we wouldn't want to catch a cold accidentally. In his words, he was considering their well-being. Upon hearing this, Gong Xiaoxiao hesitated. After checking into the hotel, they came out. It was indeed quite chilly in Smoke City at night, much colder than Tianhai. They wouldn't want Huang Chen to catch a cold. I'll go ask. Thinking about it, Gong Xiaoxiao decided to go and ask Huang Chen's opinion. If Huang Chen didn't want to, she would naturally listen to her man. Let's go together, let's go together, Ji Ning said cheerfully. The young man known as Wu Xiao casually glanced at Kong Zhong, who had been paying attention to him, raised his eyebrows. Kong Zhong understood, and followed the two women out. Outside the main gate, Huang Chen was bored playing with his phone. Like those young people who like to drool over their screens, he enjoyed watching those hot and beautiful women on Douyin. Under the halo of beauty filters like beauty mode, skin smoothing, face slimming, whitening, and stretching, each one in the videos had a slender figure and delicate features. Although he knew many of them were just for show, it was still entertaining to watch on his phone. Liang Gu. Gong Xiaoxiao twisted her waist as she walked over. Meeting an acquaintance? Huang Chen reluctantly closed a screen of a female anchor dancing, then looked up to see Gong Xiaoxiao accompanied by two people. Yes, this is my high school classmate Jin Ing, and this is her boyfriend Dong Zhong, Gong Xiaoxiao briefly introduced. Bro, it's been a while since I saw Xiaoying in the beautiful Gong. I didn't expect to meet here in this small shop. It must be fate. Let's have a meal together, Dong Zhong warmly invited. Then let's go. Huang Chen didn't mind much, especially since it was quite cold sitting outside. Yancheng was not like Tianhai. That day at the mountaintop restaurant, although it was also open air, the breeze carried more of a romantic atmosphere. But in this alley, the draft blowing through was genuinely chilling. Holding hands, guided by Jin Ing and her companion, they turned a few corners before reaching a room that could accommodate about 8 people. It was called a private room, but it was actually a bedroom converted from an old alley, not very spacious, and the environment was not particularly great. However, this restaurant had a good reputation and was bustling with customers. It wasn't easy for ordinary people to book this shabby private room. Upon entering the room, they saw a man already seated at the main seat opposite the door, with 4 people on the left side. Among the 3 empty seats on the right side, aside from the one next to it, the other 2 seats had clothes and a lady's bag hanging on them, obviously reserved for Jin Ing and her boyfriend. So, looking at the only 2 empty seats left at the table, one was next to the main seat man, and the other was facing away from the door where dishes were served. Beauty, you can sit next to Mr. Wu, a man at the lower end said to Gong Xiaoxiao, completely ignoring Huang Chen beside her. How about we move to another place? Jining felt something was off about this seat and instinctively suggested. In such a small place, what's there to move? One of the young men sneered. Exactly, who knows how many women want to sit next to Mr. Wu but don't have the chance. Another young man chimed in. Xiaodong, since you're hosting today, do you think we should move this seat? The slightly older middle-aged man sitting on the left side of the young man at the main seat spoke slowly. Meanwhile, the young man known as Mr. Wu remained silent, leisurely sipping his tea. Jining finally realized something was wrong and subconsciously looked at her boyfriend. Under his girlfriend's gaze, Dong Zhong felt a bit awkward, but eventually, he reluctantly spoke under the gaze of the slightly older man. It's just a meal. Since the seats are already taken, it's troublesome to move. Let's just leave it like this. I don't think Huang Chen would be so petty. Oh, what's the implication here? Huang Chen raised an eyebrow, looking meaningfully at the young man at the main seat. Interesting. Exactly, last time that internet celebrity accompanied Mr. Wu for drinks, pleased him, and then received a Hermes worth 100,000. That's why Mr. Wu is so generous. It's well known in our Yancheng. Hee, last time Mr. Wu even found the shopping malls in our Yancheng low-grade, specifically went to Wudo Island City's Wanshan Plaza for a stroll, spending tens of thousands in an afternoon. Such extravagance. That's why our Mr. Wu cherishes beauties, he's truly generous. Last time, he even gave the campus belle a Mercedes C200. Watching the continuous flattery in Dong Zhong's slightly embarrassed expression, and seeing the light fading in Jin Ying's eyes, Huang Chen finally understood what was going on. Liang Ge, let's go. Gong Xiaoxiao was not foolish. Even if she didn't understand at first, she gradually sensed something and felt unhappy in her heart. I thought it was just a simple meal with old classmates, but I didn't expect these few unknown people to show up out of nowhere. Not only did they not regard Huang Chen highly, but they also seemed to see themselves as the kind of women who loosen their belts at the sight of money. Even in the past, I wouldn't have looked favorably upon such people with no flesh on their faces, lifeless eyes, and an air of debauchery. Moreover, now that I have Huang Chen, a top-notch man, pampering me, I look down even more on this Wu Xiao. Leaving? Do you think this is a market? You come and go as you please? The slightly older man sneered. What? Do you dare to stop us? Gong Xiaoxiao chuckled, grabbed Huang Chen's hand, and prepared to leave. Huang Chen remained calm, pulled out a chair, sat down, lit a cigarette, and said to the man in charge, You're Wu Xiao, right? Do you have a mine at home? Or are you worth billions? Huang Chen said casually, Are you interested in my woman? Do you have enough money for that? My woman knows how to spend money. Young man, you don't need to worry about that, the only middle-aged man present said disdainfully. Do you know Daiyue Shopping Mall? That's Wu Xiao's family business. Daiyue Shopping Mall? Judging by your tone, I thought it was Haixin Square, or at worst, Wanxiang Square, Huang Chen chuckled, teasingly. He knew quite a bit about high-end shopping malls, especially since he had decided to take Gong Xiaoxiao back to Smoke City and had specifically researched the local information. Of course, Daiyue Shopping Mall was not as bad as Huang Chen made it out to be. After all, it was one of the well-known shopping malls in Smoke City, and considering the cost of land and construction, it was estimated to be worth at least $1 billion. However, such local shopping malls naturally had more than one shareholder, and as for Wu Xiao's family, even if they were major shareholders, they were worth only a few billion. For ordinary people, having a few billion in assets in an ordinary city and owning a fairly well-known commercial plaza was indeed remarkable, which explained why Dong Zhong, the branch manager, was so eager to please him. But for Huang Chen, a few billion was nothing. In just over a month since he had obtained the system, his assets had already exceeded 10 billion. All he lacked now was time and accumulation. With such a big attitude, where do you stand, brother? Wu Xiaohua, who was being praised as Wu Xiao, finally put down his teacup and drawled. Those who knew him well knew that this was a sign that Wu Xiao was about to lose his temper. The reason he didn't immediately fly off the handle was that he realized he had overlooked something. Based on what Jining had told him earlier, he knew that Gong Xiaoxiao was a local, and since they were dining at a restaurant known only to locals, he subconsciously assumed that Huang Chen was also from Smoke City. With Wu Xiaohua's power and network in Smoke City, there was hardly anything he couldn't handle. But what if Huang Chen wasn't from Smoke City? Wu Xiaohua's family rule was never to provoke someone they couldn't afford to offend, and he had always followed this rule. That was why he had been able to live so comfortably over the years, basking in the flattery and adulation of his followers. Realizing his mistake, he decided to dig deeper. If he found out that Huang Chen was just an ordinary person, or even just a small-time figure with a bit of money, Smoke City's Wu Xiao would naturally show him why the flowers were so red. Don't worry, I'm not from a big city or a big family. Huang Chen understood his implication and smiled. I'm just a regular student at Tianhai University. A regular student? Wu Xiaohua chewed on those words, carefully scrutinizing Huang Chen. His appearance, demeanor, and carefree attitude made him hesitate to treat the other party as an ordinary person. Especially upon closer inspection of the other party's attire, it became apparent that despite not being able to discern the brand, the fabric, design, and how well it fit the wearer all possessed the characteristics of high-end custom-made clothing. Could it be that he had underestimated the situation? Wu Xiaohua looked at Huang Chen, his expression constantly changing. The people beside him, including the middle-aged man, had obviously noticed Wu Xiaohua's hint of apprehension at the moment, so no one dared to speak up. Don't be so nervous, please have a seat. Huang Chen, at this moment, was welcoming everyone like a host. Even though he was seated at the head of the table, he still remained the most eye-catching presence in the room. When Wu Xiaohua saw the Jaeger-LeCoultre duometer wristwatch with an 18K rose gold case revealed on Huang Chen's wrist, he finally realized that he had bumped into a tough opponent. Someone who could afford a watch worth nearly 2 million, was definitely not on the same level as himself. Brother, don't joke around, I'm also good friends with Fang Qiming, the young master from the island city. Maybe we all know each other. Wu Xiaohua swept away his previously gloomy expression, revealing a brilliant smile as he warmly approached while speaking. A man should know when to yield, that was the most important thing his father had taught him since he was young. What, planning to use someone else to pressure me? I really don't know this young master Fang. Huang Chen leaned back in his wooden chair, crossing his legs. You can rest assured, I really am just an ordinary student. Ah, Huang, you're too modest. My old man has been eyeing this watch of yours for a long time but hasn't been able to make a move. It seems you have some real strength. Since he had decided to yield, Wu Xiaohua naturally followed through, smiling and joking. There was no trace of his previous arrogance. TSK, to be honest, you don't believe me. Huang Chen shook his head disinterestedly. It seemed that there weren't many people nowadays who were both arrogant and foolish. I really don't know this Fang Qiming you mentioned, but I do know Fang Qidong, and I've even done business with him. Fang Qidong? The young master Fang? Upon hearing this name, Wu Xiaohua was shocked and pale. The Dongming Group founded by the Fang family was the most powerful developer in the island city, and the Hai Xian Plaza was developed and owned by the Fang family. The entire Fang family's power was prominent even in the Lu Mansion. Among the two Fang brothers, Fang Qidong had taken over the Dongming Group, valued at several billion, while Fang Qiming was just a playboy living a lavish lifestyle. Wu Xiaohua had previously claimed to be good friends with Fang Qiming, but it was all boasting. At most he was just an outsider in their circle. As for the young master Fang, he was an unreachable figure for them. And Huang Chen, this guy who claimed to be an ordinary student, could actually do business with the young master Fang? What was his identity? What was his background? The more Wu Xiaohua thought about it, the more frightened and worried he became, and his smile became increasingly humble. As for the truth of his words, any person with normal intelligence would not spread a lie that could easily be verified as true or false. Huang, I always knew that only someone like you could be worthy of Miss Gong, such a stunning beauty. Wu Xiaohua half-squatted, aligning his gaze with Huang Chen's, speaking sincerely. Let's all sit down, what's with the squatting? Didn't someone say earlier that meeting is fate? Huang Chen waved his hand. By this time, the dishes had been served, smelling quite fragrant, so Huang Chen picked up his chopsticks and started eating. Gong Xiaoxiao had seen this kind of scene of arrogance and humility around Huang Chen more than once, so she wasn't surprised, just sitting beside him and enthusiastically introducing the local delicacies. Huang is right, he's right. Wu Xiaohua's feet were almost numb from squatting, but as soon as he heard Huang Chen's words, he immediately followed suit, inviting everyone to sit down, and then he sat down on Huang Chen's other side. Some people, even sitting in the lowest position, can still turn it into the main seat. I inexplicably remembered the lyrics of that song. At 18 that year, at the school dance, standing like a follower. Huang Chen had experienced countless scenes of being ignored and overlooked, and had secretly vowed not to let others look down on him in the future. But as he grew older, he realized how difficult it was to achieve this. Many people are not content with being ordinary throughout their lives, but ultimately end up being just that, becoming an inconspicuous figure among the masses. Now, with the help of the system, Huang Chen finally had the opportunity to change his fate. So at this moment, Huang Chen's mood was quite complex, tinged with a bit of regret, mixed with some emotion, but mostly a sense of relief. It was a kind of emotional elevation. Although a bit mystical, no one could deny its existence. So when he looked at Wu Xiaohua again, Huang Chen no longer felt as resentful as before. In the end, it was a matter of insufficient strength. The atmosphere at the dining table seemed lively, but upon closer inspection, besides Huang Chen and Gong Xiaoxiao leisurely dining, the smiling faces of the others seemed somewhat forced. Finally, when Huang Chen finished eating, wiped his mouth leisurely with a napkin, everyone put down their chopsticks. Even the most delicious food tasted like wax to them in this mood. Huanggu, are you here in Smoke City for sightseeing? Wu Xiaohua asked indirectly, bringing Xiaoxiao home to play, and also doing some business. Huang Chen picked his teeth, raised an eyebrow. Why, is Wu Xiaohua interested in the deal between me and Fang Daxiao? Hey, how dare I call myself Wu Xiaohua in front of you? Huanggu, you can call me Xiaowu, Xiaohua is fine. Wu Xiaohua quickly waved his hand. The deals you and Fang Daxiao make are big deals, not something a small fry like me can get involved in. Facing Huang Chen's ambiguous smile, he chuckled, I was just thinking, after all, my family has some connections in Smoke City, maybe you could use them. I can't help with big matters, but I can definitely handle some small matters. Wu Xiaohua patted his chest. This was not untrue. The Wu family had been rooted in Smoke City for many years, and being able to invest and build a sizable shopping center locally, their network and influence were not to be underestimated. Ha, Xiaohua, you're being too modest. Huang Chen smiled. Since Wu Xiaohua had indirectly shown submission, he didn't want to be disrespectful. It's good to have one less enemy, even if not one more friend. It's not as exaggerated as you think. Do you know about Ola Dream World? Huang Chen thought for a moment and then spoke. Is it the Ola Dream World that's called the Disneyland of Smoke City? Gong Xiaoxiao interjected. Yes. Huang Chen looked indulgently at Gong Xiaoxiao. Dongming Group previously had a 40% stake in it, which they transferred to me. Wow. Wu Xiaohua gasped, looking at Huang Chen's calm demeanor, feeling bitter yet somewhat relieved. Fortunately, he had backed down early. Dad's teachings were indeed right. There were too many people in this world you couldn't afford to offend. Just by casually having a meal, he had encountered such a person. That was Ola Dream World, a large amusement park with a total investment exceeding 2 billion, covering nearly 2,000 acres, and receiving 1.2 million visitors annually. Initially, Dongming Group relied on the reputation of the largest local developer and paid a hefty price to secure a 40% share. In recent years, it was said to have an annual dividend of nearly 100 million, making it a highly rewarding investment. And just like that, a golden egg project was handed over to the young man before him. Was it because of an offer that Dongming Group couldn't refuse, or was there a reason that made it impossible for the other party to refuse? Regardless of the reason, it proved that Huang Chen was definitely not someone to offend on his own. Thank you, Dad. So, can I skip the lines when I go to the fantasy world in the future? Gong Xiaoxiao couldn't contain her joy. Remembering scenes where popular projects had 1 to 2 hours of waiting time, she had many complaints in her heart. I'll get you a Supreme card later. You can play whatever you want without waiting in line forever, how about that? Huang Chen smiled. Yay, you're so good, husband, Gong Xiaoxiao beamed with joy. Seeing that beautiful and charming smile, and those long legs next to his thigh, Huang Chen's heart fluttered. We should go see your parents tomorrow, let's head back early. Huang Chen restrained his impulses, deliberately raised his wrist to check the time, and said, politely declining several offers from Wu Xiaohua to see them off. The two held hands and walked towards the hotel. Brother Liang, why did you suddenly think of investing in Smoke City? Gong Xiaoxiao curiously asked on the way back. Although she knew that Huang Chen was in business and had many industries under his name, all of them were concentrated in Tianhai City. So why did he suddenly buy a stake in an amusement park in Smoke City, thousands of miles away? Smoke City is a good place, Huang Chen sighed. Of course, he couldn't tell her that when they completed all the wealth for a beauty task last time, because Gong Xiaoxiao's surprise level was off the charts, the system gave him an additional reward. While strolling around the island city, Huang Chen had already redeemed this reward, and then a person named Fang Qidong called him. In the call, Fang Qidong was very enthusiastic and praised Huang Chen. Huang Chen also wanted to get to know more of these top-notch young masters, so he naturally didn't put on any airs. With mutual interest, the two quickly became familiar with each other. At the end of the call, apart from arranging to meet when Huang Chen returned to the island city, Fang Qidong also specially greeted Huang Chen, indicating that he had many friends in the Lu mansion. No matter what happened, mentioning his name would give some face. This was also the reason why Huang Chen was so calm at the restaurant earlier. However, seeing Wu Xiaohua's reaction, Huang Chen knew he had underestimated the influence of the young master Fang in the Lu mansion. After seeing off the two of them, Wu Xiaohua and the others returned to the private room. Everyone was silent, and the atmosphere suddenly became heavy. Wu Xiaohua furrowed his brows tightly, made a few calls, but his brows furrowed even tighter. Jining, Gong Xiaoxiao is your good friend, right? Wu Xiaohua lit a cigarette and said to Jining. Jining's heart was in turmoil at the moment. The experiences of this night had a huge impact on her. She thought she was just accompanying her boyfriend to entertain an important guest, but so many things happened unexpectedly. Especially Dong Zhong's behavior earlier was very disappointing. She never thought that the man she thought was very responsible and capable would have such an unbearable side. Although they were all adults and knew that there were many helplessness and injustices in society, as a young girl who had just graduated, she still had some fantasies and romanticism. She dared not imagine what would happen if Gong Xiaoxiao's boyfriend was just an ordinary person. How would tonight end? What would be Gong Xiaoxiao's fate? And how should she, the one who brought Gong Xiaoxiao here, face this former classmate and good friend in the future? Xiaoying, Wu Xiao is talking to you. Dong Zhong, who was beside her, saw his girlfriend still in a daze and hurriedly nudged her. Yes, Jining looked at Dong Zhong with a complex expression, suddenly feeling that the man she thought she knew very well now seemed so unfamiliar. Do you know where she lives? Wu Xiaohua asked again. What do her parents do? What's this? Wu Xiao, do you have thoughts about my classmate? Jinning's tone carried a hint of mockery. Whether it was mocking Wan Xiaohua, Dong Zhong, or herself was unclear. In the past, towards Dong Zhong, the rich second generation who had been repeatedly reminded not to be neglected, she might not bow and scrape, but at least her attitude would be very enthusiastic. But now, she had a difficult to express emotion in her heart, whether it was disappointment, confusion, helplessness, anger, or mockery, unwillingness, grievances, she couldn't distinguish it herself. Huang Xiao's woman, I dare not have any thoughts. Guan Xiaohua didn't find Jin Ying's cold attitude disrespectful at all. He chuckled self-deprecatingly. He knew he had messed up before, so wasn't he trying to make amends now? The call just now was made to a close friend in the circle in Fudu Island City, who very precisely informed him that Dongming Group had indeed acquired their shares in the Ulam Dream World at a premium of 1 billion. It was said that Fang Daxiao referred to the buyer as Huang Xiao, with a very enthusiastic attitude, even starting to prepare a welcome banquet in a few days for Huang Xiao's visit to the island city. Those invited were well-known second generations in the Lu Mansion, while Guan Xiaohua and his circle of friends were not on the guest list. The reason was simple. Their family assets were not at that level yet. This news made Wu Xiaohua a bit uneasy, so after hanging up the phone, he gritted his teeth and called his old man who was on a business trip. After earnestly explaining the situation, Wu Hongjun, who had built a huge business from scratch, contemplated for a moment and solemnly instructed him, do everything you can to serve this Huang Xiao well. It was precisely because of this sentence that Wu Xiaohua understood what to do next. Dong Zhong, I won't beat around the bush with you. If you want to move up a position, that's fine, I agree. But I have a condition. Although Wu Xiaohua was speaking to Dong Zhong, his gaze was on Jining. This Wu Xiao dares not have thoughts about Gong Xiaoxiao. Could it be that he has thoughts about Xiaoying again? Dong Zhong's heart skipped a beat. He really liked Jining, and their relationship of several years was indeed heading towards marriage. However, moving up a step was no small matter. For Dong Zhong, it was a major hurdle in his career. Despite becoming a branch manager at the age of 26 or 27, many people sat in this position for several years or even decades. Many people reached the peak at this position. And whether in terms of seniority or relationship ability, it was not his turn. His purpose in coming today was actually just to switch to a better branch. He had never dared to hope to move up. So Wu Xiaohua's words were too tempting for him. Wu Xiao, whatever the condition is, I agree. So after hesitating for a moment, Dong Zhong gritted his teeth and spoke. As he said this, he had already let go of Jin Ying's hand, deliberately creating distance between them, even ignoring the gaze Jin Ying cast his way. Jin Ying and he had been together for several years, they had done everything except for the final step, and they were very familiar with each other. Wu Xiaohua liked beauty, Dong Zhong had told himself that. He brought her here because Dong Zhong had repeatedly said that he and Wu Xiaohua were barely friends, and Wu Xiaohua wouldn't have designs on her. So Jin Ying naturally understood the implications of Dong Zhong's words, and upon hearing them, her heart felt as if it had turned to ashes, but she inexplicably thought of the man from before. If the man just now had been her boyfriend, she wouldn't have encountered such a situation, right? Gong Xiaoxiao, I used to envy your good looks and figure, but now I realize your greatest strength lies in choosing men. Wu Xiao, shall we go to Hilton or Marriott? Jin Ying smirked again, this time mocking herself. It's my first time, so I prefer a nicer environment. Jin Ying, forced to smile uglier than crying, adjusted her hair. Of course, if you prefer in the car or on the roadside, I'm fine with that too. I just hope that after this time, you can let me go, stop looking for me, can you? You promised Dong Zhong something, I hope you can handle it well, consider it the last thing I do for him. It must be said, Jin Ying is indeed a beauty, especially with that look of wanting to cry, it unconsciously evokes pity. However, Wu Xiaohua is a bit puzzled at the moment. Hey, what kind of act are you two playing? Wu Xiaohua was a bit impatient, what's going on here? I just want Jin Ying to help me understand Miss Gong's family situation. Huang Xiao said he's visiting her parents tomorrow, as his little brother, I naturally want to see if I can help. What? Jin Ying widened her eyes, is this the condition you started with, Wu Xiao? What else? Wu Xiaohua sighed, don't tell me you think I'm interested in you. Wu Xiaohua looked Jin Ying up and down, shook his head, honestly, you're not bad looking, if it were a different time and place, and you were this proactive, I wouldn't mind playing with you. But, I'm really not in the mood right now. Wu Xiaohua still needed Jin Ying's help at the moment, so he spoke politely. Although he could find someone to investigate these matters, it wasn't as convenient and quick as Jin Ying. I only know a rough idea of Xiao Xiao's family situation. Jin Ying finally relaxed, feeling a hint of disgust towards Dong Zhong, who was standing there like a statue. Let's talk somewhere else, I feel a bit disgusted here. Jin Ying spoke up. Wu Xiaohua understood, looking at Dong Zhong with a hint of pity, he had intended to help him, considering his girlfriend and Huang Xiao's woman were longtime friends and classmates. But this guy misunderstood and made a mess, he could only blame his own lack of firm stance. It couldn't be because I, Wu Xiaohua, usually have a bad reputation and ambiguous words. With Jin Ying's help, Wu Xiaohua quickly understood Gong Xiaoxiao's family situation. Of course, this was also related to their simple family composition. Gong Xiaoxiao's father, Gong Qian, ran a clothing store called Qian Qian on a pedestrian street in Smoke City, mainly dealing with purchasing and branding goods from Guangfu. Business was decent in earlier years, with a good income, but in recent years, due to the rise of online shopping, they faced significant challenges. Gong Xiaoxiao's mother, Shuya, was a dance teacher at a local high school. They lived in an old residential area not far from the Marriott Hotel, in a two-story duplex they bought years ago, with nearly 180 square meters. Their relatives were ordinary working-class people, unlike Gong Xiaoxiao, who grew up exceptionally bright and attracted a lot of attention. This night, everyone's circumstances were different. Huang Chen and Gong Xiaoxiao fought closely in the hotel until they were exhausted, then embraced and slept. Jin Ying, returning home alone, felt a bit melancholic. Without explaining anything to her puzzled parents, she decisively blocked all contact with Dong Zhong. After Wu Xiaohua understood the situation, he began directing his group of henchmen to run around purchasing gifts, hoping to perform well the next day. Meanwhile, Dong Zhong, although promised a promotion, couldn't feel happy and was unsure if this choice was right or wrong. Darling, where are you? The next morning, Huang Chen was awakened by a phone call from Guan Xiaoya. I'm handling some matters in Yancheng. Huang Chen, worried about waking up Gong Xiaoxiao, spoke in a low voice and purposely went to the living room of the suite to answer the call. When will you be back? Guan Xiaoya was quite understanding and didn't inquire about his business out of town. The weather seems colder over there, remember to wear more clothes. Huang Chen lit a cigarette, sat on the sofa, and said with a smile, I'll probably be back in 2 days, you wait for me obediently at Tianhai. After exchanging pleasantries, he hung up the phone. Shortly after, the phone rang again, this time it was Zhu Hong reporting that 3 assistant candidates had been selected, their information had been sent, and inquiring about the interview time. Huang Chen thought for a moment, even if he returned to the island city today, he had also agreed to a dinner with Feng Qidong, which would probably take up another evening, so it was more appropriate to postpone the time for 2 more days. After all, he was the boss, and everyone had to arrange their schedules according to his time. Next was Hong Wei, reporting on the renovation and upgrade of the Bend Moon Island Resort, including the advertising agency's proposal, which also needed his approval. Then there was Huang Shan, the renewal of the bar street couldn't be delayed any longer. The owners of those establishments were all anxious now, despite Huang Shan's efforts to reassure them. However, until the contracts were signed, they wouldn't be able to relax, and how to renew the contracts would also have to be decided by Huang Chen. Lastly, Ling Ling called to report on the progress of the renovation of his apartment. Honestly, Huang Chen was also looking forward to how this 20 million renovation would turn out. The phone call heated up, and when he checked the time, he had been talking for over an hour. At this moment, Gong Xiaoxiao finally woke up, and after freshening up, she looked radiant and beautiful. Oh, the beauty is finally awake. Huang Chen looked at her natural beauty and elegance. It's all your fault for always teasing me. Thinking of the absurdity of last night, Gong Xiaoxiao buried her head in his chest and coquettishly said, I wonder who was so proactive last night. Huang Chen laughed heartily. It had to be said that Gong Xiaoxiao, who had been dancing for years, had a flexibility that Guan Xiaoya couldn't compare to. For example, doing a split with those long legs, tsk, it made Huang Chen's blood boil, almost turning into a wolf on the spot. After teasing each other for a while, Huang Chen asked, have you told your parents? I did. My mom happened to have no classes today, and my dad even closed the shop, waiting for us at home. Gong Xiaoxiao mischievously scratched Huang Chen's nose with the tip of her hair and said with a giggle, it's so formal. Huang Chen's heart skipped a beat, feeling like he was being welcomed as a future son-in-law. Oh, don't worry, I just said I'm bringing a friend home for dinner. Gong Xiaoxiao linked her arm with his, softly saying, after dinner, we'll head back to the island city in the afternoon. Huang Chen thought for a moment and realized that the girl was open-minded, so he had nothing to worry about. Nowadays, dating was just dating, no one said dating had to lead to marriage. Besides, he didn't know Gong Xiaoxiao anything. After having breakfast at the hotel, considering Gong Xiaoxiao's poor driving skills, Huang Chen still drove this time. The brand new Palomila had just left the hotel when it was blocked by 3 large G-cars at the entrance. Huang Chen was muttering to himself, wondering if he should bypass them when a young man got off a car in the middle and ran towards him. Upon closer look, it was Wu Xiaohua. Huang Xiaohua, are you heading to Miss Gong's house? Wu Xiaohua's words carried a hint of knowingness, but Huang Chen still nodded and casually asked, what are you up to, Wu Xiaohua? Hey, I wouldn't dare call myself Xiaohua in front of you, Wu Xiaohua grinned, I heard you mention it yesterday. I was thinking, since you're visiting, you must need some gifts. Being unfamiliar with Yanqing, if someone tries to pass off inferior goods as good ones, it could cause trouble for you. So, last night, I arranged for a few of them to buy some cigarettes, alcohol, and gifts, all genuine. Feel free to take whatever you find suitable. As he spoke, he gestured for someone to open the car door. Huang Chen got off the car and saw that Wu Xiaohua's so-called small gifts were quite substantial. The first car was filled with boxes of high-end liquor like Maotai and Wulianye in the back seat and trunk. The second car was packed with premium cigarettes like 1916 and Hetianxia, as well as supplements like Bird's Nest and Cordyceps. The most surprising was the third car, containing a set of exquisite ancient-style dance costumes. These are dance costumes used by Mr. Mei. I heard that Miss Gong's mother is a big fan of Mr. Mei, so, hee. Huang Chen glanced deeply at Wu Xiaohua, silently impressed by this rich second generation who acted meticulously despite his flashy demeanor. He had intended to buy some gifts, as it wouldn't be appropriate to visit empty-handed for the first time. However, he had only thought of buying some cigarettes, alcohol, and supplements, never considering tailoring the gifts to the recipient's preferences. One had to admit, this guy was truly considerate. Seeing that Huang Chen didn't seem to blame him, Wu Xiaohua relaxed. He was afraid of overdoing the flattery and causing trouble for himself. With a smile on his face, he handed a file bag to Huang Chen. I heard that Miss Gong's father has been wanting to open a store in a mall but couldn't find a suitable place. Coincidentally, the lease for a shop in my family's mall just expired, and I thought the location was good, so I took the liberty to keep it. I wonder if Miss Gong's father would be interested in our mall. Of course, these were all excuses, and Huang Chen understood that immediately. Getting into a mall was no small feat, especially a well-known one like Daiyue Mall, which catered to the middle and lower class, making it perfect for Gong Qian's self-created brand. Alright, I'll take the items. Just let me know the amount, and I'll transfer it to you. Since Wu Xiaohua had taken care of everything, Huang Chen didn't want to make a fuss and appreciated the convenience. Hey, asking for money is like slapping me in the face, bro. Thank you for not blaming me for my oversight yesterday. I'm truly grateful, Wu Xiaohua chuckled, looking like a loyal follower. Huang Chen couldn't help but smile at this point. This guy was indeed quite interesting. In this day and age, those who can adapt and compromise have a promising future. With that in mind, Huang Chen adjusted his clothes, then suddenly asked before getting into the car, "Tomorrow in Daocheng, Feng Qidong invited me for a meal. If you're free, join us." Sure, I'm free. I'll definitely make time. Thank you, Huang Ji. You're like a brother to me. Upon hearing this, Wu Xiaohua's eyes lit up, and he couldn't contain his excitement. Despite their initial conflict, Wu Xiaohua quickly backed down, and as they interacted more, Huang Chen realized that although he was a bit arrogant, he had his limits and was quite savvy. Taking in a little brother like this, having him do some chicken fighting and dog walking, should be quite handy. Of course, the key point is that although Gong Xiaoxiao is planning to stay in Tianhai in the future, most of her parents and relatives are still in Yancheng. With Wu Xiaohua, a local big shot, looking after them in the future, it should save them a lot of trouble. There's too much stuff, why don't I follow behind your car? Then we can help carry some things when the time comes. Wu Xiaohua, although a carefree second-generation rich kid, has learned quite a bit about human relationships and social etiquette over the years. Sensing that Huang Chen wasn't holding a grudge about yesterday's incident and even seemed willing to accept him, Wu Xiaohua immediately seized the opportunity and suggested, "That won't be necessary. It's just a casual visit, no need to make a big fuss." Huang Chen thought for a moment and ultimately shook his head. He took the box of Maodai, 2 cigarettes, and then handed the dance costume and contract to Gong Xiaoxiao. Gong Xiaoxiao listened attentively throughout and understood that these 2 gifts were meant for her parents. Since Huang Chen had decided to accept them, she naturally wouldn't foolishly refuse. No matter how outstanding a woman is, she must always know how to save face for her man in public. This is a lesson she had learned long ago. She was not like those foolish women who would do anything just because their man liked it, disregarding the situation and trampling on their man's dignity, then complaining that men like manipulative women. Little did they know, in the eyes of many men, those were not manipulative women, but understanding and considerate ones. The more successful a man is, the less scarce beauty becomes, and emotional value is what truly matters. Watching Huang Chen's car drive away, Wu Xiaohua leaned against the car door and lit a cigarette. "Wu Xiaohua, isn't Huang Chen a bit rude?" One of his henchmen, driving the car, said, half indignant and half trying to please. "Leaving aside everything else, just that dance costume alone cost you 300,000. Yet he didn't even ask about the price, just took it and left." "You know nothing," Wu Xiaohua snapped at him, patting his head impatiently. "That's called being considerate. Do you think I care about that little money? Or do you think Huang Chen, who can spend $1 billion to acquire 40% of Dream World, cares about it?" The henchman, after being scolded, just chuckled foolishly. Wu Xiaohua understood that they were just trying to entertain him and make him laugh when he was in a good mood. If these henchmen who had been with him for years didn't understand such a simple principle, he would have kicked them out long ago. After finishing his cigarette, Wu Xiaohua checked the time and said, "Let's go." "Wu Xiaohua, where are we going now?" the henchman asked, puzzled. "Of course, we're going to Miss Gong's parents' house. Don't you all know the way?" Wu Xiaohua said as a matter of fact. But didn't Huang Chen just say? The henchman was truly confused this time. Huang Chen is a low-key person. "I figured it out last night," Wu Xiaohua said comfortably, crossing his legs. "He'll probably take just 1 or 2 of those things. Why did I have you buy so much then, if not to show a gesture?" A hint of shrewdness flashed in Wu Xiaohua's eyes, a stark contrast to his previous silly grin. "Similarly, by waiting near Miss Gong's house, it's also a gesture." Wu Xiaohua sighed with his eyes closed, understanding that being a henchman meant playing the part. Just like Fang Daxiao in the island city, countless rich second-generation kids like him wanted to be someone's henchman, but they were all looked down upon. Now, having coincidentally met Huang Chen, whose wealth and influence were no less than Fang Daxiao's, he had to latch onto this opportunity tightly, as such chances were rare. Of course, for someone like Huang Chen, surrounded by many women, the key was whether they were favored or not. But in Wu Xiaohua's eyes, just the fact that Huang Chen was willing to accompany Gong Xiaoxiao to eat at a roadside stall and meet the girl's parents meant that even if she didn't become a queen in the future, she would at least be a favored concubine. So, to leverage the advantage of being the local boss, win over her family, and use a roundabout way to get close to Huang Xiao, this was the method Wu Xiaohua's father, Wu Hongjun, told him last night. Even the dance costumes, also personally arranged by Wu Hongjun, could only be obtained in such a short time. Of course, these things didn't need to be mentioned to the younger brothers. "The one on the far left is my house, on the 1st and 2nd floors." Back in the familiar neighborhood, Gong Xiaoxiao was obviously in a good mood, pointing out the location in the car. Looking at the mottled wall paint, this neighborhood seemed to have some history, but the internal environment was quite good, with lush trees, clean grounds, ample distance between buildings, and not a high floor area ratio. Since there were no elevators back then, All the buildings here were staircases below 7 floors. Gong Xiaoxiao's home was a duplex on the first and second floors on the east side of the neighborhood, with a small courtyard of about 40 square meters at the entrance, where there was a stone table, a few round stools, and some flowers and plants. "Oh, that's my uncle's car." Before getting out of the car, Gong Xiaoxiao noticed a familiar car parked in front of their house. Huang Chen got out of the car and saw an old model Audi A6 that seemed to have been around for a while. Why did my uncle come over today? Gong Xiaoxiao was a bit puzzled. Their uncle, Gong Jin, worked at the Cultural and Tourism Bureau in Smoke City, considered a somewhat important figure, often busy with social engagements and rarely attending family gatherings, so why did he have time to come over today? "Let's go." Huang Chen had a guess in his mind, but he didn't dwell on it, holding a bottle of wine in his left hand and 2 cigarettes in his right. "Dad, Mom, I'm back." After knocking on the door, Gong Xiaoxiao cheerfully announced upon seeing her uncle and cousin sitting on the sofa, then feeling a bit embarrassed, she stuck out her tongue. "Uncle, cousin, are you here to visit today?" Feeling a bit bitter inside, she finally realized that this was no coincidence. Her parents had clearly invited them over. Not only was Uncle Gong Jin here, but even Uncle Gongshin, who did business in Island City, had also come. Among the 3 Gong brothers, it was the youngest, Gong Qian, who was doing the worst. "Mom, Dad, this is my friend Huang Chen." Gong Xiaoxiao quickly turned to reveal Huang Chen behind her, then proceeded to introduce him to everyone present. "Uncle, cousin, aunt, hello, nice to meet you, sorry for the intrusion." Huang Chen placed the items he was carrying on the ground, greeted politely. Gong Qian responded with a nonchalant feeling uncomfortable seeing his delicate little white cabbage being so intimate with someone else. On the other hand, Gong's mother, Shuya, was quite warm and welcoming, offering him a cup of tea and leading him to sit on the single sofa. The 3 Gong brothers sat on the long sofa opposite him. Before Gong Xiaoxiao could say anything, her mother, Shuya, took her away, claiming she needed help in the kitchen. However, Huang Chen knew that this girl couldn't even cook noodles, so what help could she possibly offer in the kitchen? After the 2 women left, the atmosphere in the living room suddenly became a bit awkward. It felt like a somewhat formal family meeting. "Young man, do you smoke?" Gong Jin took out a pack of Taishan cigarettes, handed 2 to his younger brother, saw Huang Chen nod, and then tossed one to Huang Chen. "These cigarettes from uncle are quite good." Huang Chen lit one, took a puff, indeed sensing a faint tea fragrance. Hee, a friend gave them to me, just smoking them casually." That's what he said, but there was a hint of pride in his demeanor. These cigarettes were indeed not cheap, considered very high-end in the local area. If it weren't to help the youngest brother save face, he wouldn't usually smoke these. Even if someone occasionally gave him a couple, he would exchange them for cheaper ones at the downstairs store. "Xiao Huang, how old are you?" Second Uncle Gong Sheng asked. "What do you do now?" After all, he was a businessman in the capital, with sharp eyesight. Although he couldn't tell the brand of the other party's clothes, the quality and style were extraordinary. Coupled with his appearance and demeanor, he did have a bit of a successful person's vibe. "Second uncle, I just turned 20 not long ago, and now I'm studying at Tianhai University," Huang Chen replied earnestly. "Still studying? You're only 20, so you're 2 years younger than Xiao Xiao," Gong Sheng said in surprise. Seeing Huang Chen's calm demeanor, he thought the other person just looked younger than his age, not realizing he was actually that young. "What do your parents do?" Gong Chen finally couldn't help but ask. "My dad recently resigned, and my mom sold her small shop not long ago. Now my parents are at home, preparing to start a business," Huang Chen answered seriously. These words were all true, but he didn't mention the details like investing nearly $1 million to help his parents start their businesses. Hearing this, the brows of the 3 Gong brothers furrowed. They were indeed brothers, as their frowning and smoking looked quite similar. "Xiao Huang, young people like you dating, our older generation naturally shouldn't say much about it. However, in this day and age, if you want to end up together, love alone is not enough. For example, houses, cars, children's education after marriage, and elderly healthcare and retirement, these are all very practical issues. Do you understand what I mean?" Gong Qian carefully chose his words. Previously, seeing Huang Chen bring Matai in 1916 as gifts when he entered, they thought his family background was decent. Coupled with his overall tall and handsome appearance, he seemed quite compatible with their daughter. Although they hadn't thought about marrying their daughter into a wealthy family, with Xiao Xiao's exceptional looks and figure, they wanted her to marry into a well-off family. No one wanted their daughter to suffer after marriage. "After dinner, take these things back with you. Your parents work hard for their money," Gong Qian sighed. Xiao Xiao's dad is actually quite nice." Huang Chen chuckled inwardly, feeling he might have been too low-key, but he couldn't blame himself. After all, it was his first time, lacking experience. "Well, it's not his problem anyway. Actually, I also bought a house in Tianhai. Huang Chen decided to say something after thinking for a moment. It's currently under renovation. I also have a car. Huang Chen smiled shyly. The three Gong brothers instinctively thought these were prepared by Huang Chen's parents, a mortgaged house and a car, to help him settle down in Tianhai, showing considerable effort. Poor parents in the world. Gong Qian felt a bit emotional. If conditions allowed, he also wanted to buy a house and a car for Xiaoxiao in Tianhai. Asterisk ding ding ding. Asterisk at that moment, Huang Chen's phone suddenly rang. Sorry, I need to take this call. Huang Chen saw it was a local number from Yanqing, hesitated for a moment, and gave an apologetic smile to the three Gong brothers. Hello. Since he couldn't get up to take the call, Huang Chen sat on the sofa and answered directly. Is this Mr. Huang Chen? A man's magnetic voice came from the phone. Yes, hearing the title, Huang Chen instinctively straightened up. Hello, Mr. Huang, I'm Sun Qian from the Yanqing Tourism Bureau. You can call me Lao Sun, the man said warmly. On behalf of Yanqing, we welcome you to invest here. I wonder if you have any specific instructions regarding the operation of the fantasy world? Sun Qian's tone was very polite, which was unavoidable. Fantasy World is the flagship project of Yanqing Tourism. Initially, when it was invested and constructed, Yanqing contributed land for a 20% stake, Dongming Group covered 40% of the construction costs, and the remaining 40% was funded by different companies for equipment procurement and operational expenses. Therefore, theoretically, Dongming Group is the largest shareholder, but their focus is on Fudu Island City. They have completely entrusted the operation here to a third party, and the cooperation has been pleasant in recent years. However, with Huang Chen taking over, the operational model to be adopted is now an unknown variable. If shareholders have differing opinions, a decrease in local financial revenue is a minor issue. The real concern is the impact on the normal operation of Fantasy World, which is crucial for the entire tourism industry in Yanqing. I only care about long-term returns on my investment. Currently, the operation and profitability of Fantasy World seem to be quite good, so I have no plans to adjust the operational strategy or personnel for now, Huang Chen said calmly. Just dealing with the Bent Moon Island Resort was already a big deal, and Huang Chen knew he wasn't a business genius. It was better to let professionals handle it and enjoy stable rental dividends. After chatting for a while, Sun Qian, assured that Huang Chen was not just giving casual responses, became even more enthusiastic and eagerly invited him to dinner. Huang Chen had to explain that he had plans to meet Feng Qidong in the island city for dinner, so Sun Qian relented. After hanging up the phone, Huang Chen apologized. Sorry, it was a work call. He noticed the Gong brothers staring at him in astonishment. Mr. Huang, was it Director Sun from our Culture and Tourism Bureau who called you? Gong Jin asked cautiously, sitting up straight. Huang Chen's voice was quite loud on the phone, and they were sitting relatively close, so they overheard some of the conversation. Director Sun Qian from the Culture and Tourism Bureau. I'm not sure about his specific position, Huang Chen casually replied, as indeed the other party hadn't introduced himself. Gong Jin inwardly lamented. This was his immediate superior's immediate superior personally calling the other party, and with such a warm attitude. Had his own attitude just been too casual? Mr. Huang, did Feng Qidong invite you to dinner tonight? Gongshan asked eagerly, restraining his excitement as he leaned in. Does second uncle know Feng Daxiao? Oh, I forgot you're also doing business in the island city, Huang Chen said nonchalantly, patting his head. He had invited me a few times before, but since he's coming to Yanqing, I declined. But when he found out I was flying to the island city tomorrow morning, he insisted on dinner tonight. I thought I'd bring Xiaoxiao to make some friends, so I agreed to come. If second uncle wants to go, we can go together. Anyway, I had promised to take Wu Xiaohua with me tonight. Huang Chen didn't see any issue with bringing a few more people along. With that 10 billion deal, wouldn't Feng Qidong give him face? Wu Xiaohua? This time it was Gong Qian, Xiaoxiao's father, who spoke. He hesitated before asking, is he the son of Wu, the general manager of Daiyue Mall? Previously, in order to enter the mall, he had negotiated with the investment department of Daiyue Mall many times, but they never took his small brand seriously. However, he did know that the eldest son of Wu, the major shareholder of Daiyue Mall, was called Wu Xiaohua. That's the guy. He bought the cigarettes and alcohol today. He said he was afraid I'd buy fake goods being unfamiliar with the place. Huang Chen chuckled. Since he had mentioned it, he didn't mind saying a bit more. Mr. Huang, did you buy Fantasy World? Gong Jin couldn't help but ask again, thinking of what he had heard earlier. No. Huang Chen shook his head. Seeing the Gong brothers seemingly relieved, he continued, I just bought a stake in the Feng family. Not much, only 40%. Not much? This is considered not much? So, you are Mr. Huang. Gong Jin muttered to himself, not recognizing the real person in front of him. The mysterious and wealthy Mr. Huang discussed in the office turned out to be the man brought back by their niece. Thanks to the third brother for asking him to oversee, but what oversight does he have? Haven't they seen their immediate boss invite someone for dinner and not be respected? Having a beautiful daughter is indeed great. The third brother's family is going to prosper. When Gong Xiaoxiao came over to invite a few people for dinner, she saw her uncles surrounding her man, speaking eagerly, while her father sat aside with a forced smile. Liang Gu, what are you all talking about? Gong Xiaoxiao walked over, leaning on Huang Chen's shoulder, and asked casually. Back at home, Gong Xiaoxiao seemed even more outgoing and lively. Hey, Xiaoxiao, you should pay attention to your image. What kind of posture is that for a girl? Uncle Gong Jin raised his authority as an elder, saying seriously. Exactly, Xiaoxiao, girls should be gentle and understanding. With Huang Xiao's status and position, there are many things you can't casually inquire about or talk about, understand? Second Uncle Gong Shen added. Although Gong Qian didn't say anything, he obviously agreed with his two elder brothers' views. This is the young master who invested 10 billion at a go, and the statement Huang Chen made about his parents being idle at home was interpreted by them as him being too modest, not liking to boast about his parents' achievements. Such a young master is too modest and humble, plus he looks so handsome. He and our Xiaoxiao are a perfect match. Gong Xiaoxiao looked at Huang Chen with a puzzled expression, asking him silently what was going on. Huang Chen shrugged helplessly. He had intended to keep a low profile, but things got messed up because of that phone call. It wasn't entirely his fault. As everyone entered the living room, Huang Chen naturally moved to sit next to Gong Xiaoxiao, but before he could take a seat, Gong Jin pulled him back. Young Master Huang should sit in the main seat. Ah, uncles, today there's no young Master Huang or Mr. Huang, I just came with Xiaoxiao to have a meal. Huang Chen, seeing Gong Xiaoxiao's helpless expression, chuckled. You can still call me Xiao Wang, just like before, it's fine. That won't do. If others find out, they might think our Gong family lacks manners. Gong Jin insisted firmly. This was his first time visiting the girl's family, and taking the main seat so casually was what lacked manners. After declining several times, Huang Chen finally sat next to Gong Xiaoxiao, feeling relieved as he did so. It's just a meal, but it's so troublesome. Liang Gu, outside. At this moment, Gong Xiaoxiao, who was helping with the dishes, leaned over to Huang Chen and whispered. Huang Chen raised an eyebrow, walked to the living room balcony, and saw the 3 rows of black G-wagons parked outside, quite conspicuous. This kid is quite something. Huang Chen shook his head. Since he knew they were waiting at the door, he couldn't just ignore it. Invite him in for a meal. Huang Chen told Gong Xiaoxiao. As a guest, he couldn't go out and call someone in. Gong Xiaoxiao nodded and went out. Walking over to the middle G-wagon, Wu Xiaohua was boredly scrolling through his phone. When he saw Gong Xiaoxiao approaching, he suddenly perked up. Hello, sister-in-law, does Huang Gu have any instructions for me? Wu Xiaohua immediately spoke up. He doesn't have any instructions, he just saw you here and asked you to come to my house for a meal. Gong Xiaoxiao pursed her lips. Calling each other Huang Gu and sister-in-law, one would think you're very close. I see, it won't disturb Huang Ji's business, right? Wu Xiaohua hesitated for a moment before asking, is everything okay? Gong Xiaoxiao shook her head. It's fine. Everything is chaotic inside anyway. When my mom heard that Huang Chen bought a car for me, she almost flipped the whole kitchen. Soon after, Gong Xiaoxiao entered with a young man who had a big smile on his face, carrying 2 bottles of Wolianya liquor and 2 cigarettes. Who is this? Gong Qian, who was feeling uneasy in the main seat, saw Gong Xiaoxiao entering with a stranger and asked, Hello, uncle. I'm Wu Xiaohua. Wu Xiaohua had seen photos of the Gong family the night before, so he recognized everyone when he entered. Wu Xiaohua, are you the son of Mr. Wu, the manager of Daiyue Shopping Mall? Gong Qian was a bit surprised. They had just mentioned him, and now he was at their house. Hey, don't call me young master. Just call me Xiaowu or Xiaohua. I can't live up to the title of young master. I'm just Huan's little brother. Wu Xiaohua quickly replied with a smile, bowing. This was Gong Xiaoxiao's biological father. Ahem. Gong Qian couldn't help but cough twice upon hearing this. If Gong Qian still had a bit of seniority towards Huang Chen, he couldn't maintain that attitude towards the powerful Wu family member. As a native of Yancheng, everyone knew about the Wu family's influence in the area. But who would have thought that even this direct descendant of the Wu family would show such respect to his future son-in-law? When the future son-in-law came to the banquet, he waited at the door secretly. This was quite a show of power. Let's eat. Gong Xiaoxiao couldn't help but interject. Yes, let's eat. Let's have our meal. Gong Qian, who had seen many social situations, managed to conceal his excitement and started arranging things. Wu Xiaohua sat at the lowest position very naturally, silencing Gong Qian, who was about to offer him a higher seat. The meal felt a bit tasteless. Everyone at the table seemed a bit restrained, including Gong Xiaoxiao, who didn't dare to feed him like she did last night in front of her parents. Shuya's cooking skills were average, but Huang Chen wasn't picky and ate until he was about 70 to 80% full. Without drinking, the meal ended in less than an hour. Mom, Dad, uncles, we'll take our leave. After drinking tea for a while, Gong Xiaoxiao helped clean up the table and then spoke. Go ahead. With Huang Chen taking care of you, I can rest assured. Shuya affectionately patted her daughter's head and said, don't be capricious in your daily life. Don't always cause trouble for Huang Chen, okay? Even if I cause trouble, he's willing to bear with it. Gong Xiaoxiao said a bit coquettishly. Uncle and aunt, rest assured, I will take good care of Xiaoxiao. Huang Chen spoke up. He would definitely pamper and take care of his woman, ensuring she was healthy and happy. After Huang Chen and the others bid farewell, the Gong family breathed a sigh of relief. Oh, Huang Xiaohua drives a Palamila? I thought he had a Wuling Hongguan when he mentioned having a car before. Gongshan watched as Huang Chen and Gong Xiaoxiao got into the car and casually remarked, what Huang Xiaohua? I told you to call him Xiao Huang. Gong Qian couldn't help but complain. Tisk, old third, stop acting all high and mighty after getting an advantage. Xiao Huang, you can call yourself that, but do you dare to call him that? Gongshan retorted. Although he did business in the island city, he was just a small boss earning a few $100,000 a year, far removed from the circle of billionaires like Fang Daxiao. That car isn't Huang Chen's, it's Xiaoxiao's. Shuya couldn't help but interject. What? Gong Jin's hand holding the teacup trembled. Huang Xiaohua gave it to Xiaoxiao? Yes, it's not just the car. I heard that Huang Chengwang spent 1 to 2 million on clothes, bags, and other things for Xiaoxiao. Oh, and he also bought a 160 square meter fully decorated house in Tianhai for Xiaoxiao, registered under her name. While in the kitchen, Shuya overheard quite a bit of gossip and was feeling a bit smug at the moment. I have to say, Huang Chen is really good to Xiaoxiao. More than good, he spent hundreds of thousands on cars and houses even before getting married. Where can you find a man like this? Lao San, you have to remind Xiaoxiao well. Huang is a man of great things. Don't let her be like those women online, always guessing and causing trouble, Gong Jin said seriously. Now, the future of the Gong family depends on Xiaoxiao. It's not a big deal for their generation, but the key is that they and Lao Er's family have children, and their future is still long. When he goes back, he has to talk to his family and make sure to visit Lao San's family more often in the future. In the evening, at the Hanbai building in the island city, they stayed in the same presidential suite as before. Knowing that Huang Chen was staying at the Hanbai building, Fang Daxiao arranged this evening's banquet at a nearby top-tier club. This is a purely membership-based private club, with an annual fee of tens of thousands, not including other expenses. Just having a meal here costs tens of thousands, not to mention drinks and service charges. Huang, I've heard so much about you. Today, I finally get to meet you in person. Fang Qidong, dressed to the nines, came over and gave Huang Chen a warm hug. Despite being called Fang Daxiao, he was not young. He was already 40 years old this year. Despite focusing on fitness and health in his daily life and maintaining a good physique without gaining weight, traces of time could still be seen on his face. In contrast, Huang Chen was truly in his prime, so after meeting him, Fang Qidong felt a bit emotional. At Huang Chen's age, he should still be spending his days flirting and playing with cars, only starting to get involved in the family business after turning 30. Yet Huang Chen already had a huge industry under his name. Just from his investigation, the Yunhai Seaside Resort, Yunhai Wanyu Island Resort, and Bar Street added up to over 10 billion, and this time he also acquired a significant stake in the Dongming Group in the dream world. The financial strength behind this was extraordinary. This was also why he was actively hosting this dinner now. As the helmsman of a 100 billion group, he understood the power of wealth too well. Although the dinner was high-end, there weren't many people. Fang Qidong only brought 2 friends, both heirs of large families, one running a chain of supermarkets and the other running a chain of hotels, both in large physical industries. On Huang Chen's side, besides Gong Xiaoxiao, he also brought a Wu Xiaohua. With 6 people, they shared 2 bottles of fine red wine. Being accustomed to alcohol, there were naturally no issues. The conversation at the table was light, mainly getting to know each other and making friends, creating a relaxed and comfortable atmosphere. After the event, Fang Qidong put his arm around Huang Chen's shoulder and waved with the other hand. A middle-aged man hurried over and handed over a bag. Brother, to be honest, I made quite a bit from this cooperation, Fang Qidong said sincerely, this is a little token of my appreciation for our first meeting. You can't refuse it. Huang Chen took the bag, opened it, and saw a stack of car documents and 2 square car keys with prominent double R logos. It was a Rolls-Royce Cullinan worth 8 million, all in order and registered under Huang Chen's name. Brother Fong, this is quite a generous gift. Although Huang Chen knew that Dongming Group had made a lot of money this time, he had to acknowledge the favor when Fong Qidong could take out a large sum of money to buy a car for himself. After all, business was business, and favors were favors. They should not be mixed up. Wu Xiaohua beside them felt a pang of jealousy. He thought he had been generous enough by giving gifts worth tens of thousands before, but now, looking at Fong Daxiao, who casually spent millions on a luxury car, he realized the huge gap in status. Hey, what grand gesture can compare to you, my brother? Fong Qidong shook his head with a smile. I don't mean anything else by it. I know you don't lack a car, but if I don't give you something, I feel guilty, my brother. I ordered this car half a year ago, and it just arrived recently, so it's perfect as a gift for my brother, Fong Qidong explained. Then, thank you, brother Fong, Huang Chen accepted graciously. It was a Rolls-Royce, and when he rode in a Phantom at the hotel before, he had already planned to buy one in the future. It was quite a coincidence. Besides, Fong Qidong was not at a loss. With a 10 billion acquisition, they had a floating profit of 2 billion on the books, not to mention the padding in the previous 8 billion investment and the dividends they received from the Dream World project over the years. Moreover, paying in full at once, compared to the common installment payments or stock plus cash models in large acquisitions, was even more advantageous. So, for Fong Qidong, a car worth a few million was really nothing. I'll have the car shipped to Tianhai for you. It's not appropriate for you to drive it back yourself. Fong Qidong was meticulous in his arrangements. Then, please take care of it, brother Fong. Also, please have my girlfriend's Pamela towed back as well, Huang Chen added casually. Fong Daxiao, Huang Xiaowu, let me take care of this small matter for you, the transparent Wu Xiaohua interjected timely to assert his presence. Fong Qidong glanced at Huang Chen for approval, and seeing no objection, he said with a smile, then, I'll leave it to Xiaohua. No trouble at all. It's my honor to help both of you, Wu Xiaohua eagerly replied. Brother, I was thinking of arranging something for you later, but seeing you with a beautiful lady, I think I'll pass, Fong Qidong whispered with a wink. Next time you come to me, whether it's a celebrity or an internet sensation, I'll make sure to arrange everything for you. Then, I'll thank you in advance, brother, Huang Chen replied with a glance, and the two burst into laughter. They spent a wonderful evening at the hotel, and the next morning, they flew back to Tianhai. Although their trip wasn't long, Huang Chen still felt like a prodigal son returning home when they arrived in Tianhai. It had to be said that Tianhai being named one of the top 10 livable cities in Huaguo was reasonable. Although the island city was also on the list, such feelings were very subjective. After all, Huang Chen studied in Tianhai, not in the island city. Upon landing, a car was waiting outside, and the silent driver was still Zhu Tao. Where are you going? Huang Chen asked Gong Xiaoxiao. Home, of course. I've been out for a few days, so I'll go back, tidy up, and start looking for a job again, Gong Xiaoxiao replied a bit dejectedly. But that's life, things can't always go as planned. Don't rush into finding a job. When you have time, go check out your new house, Huang Chen suggested. You mentioned wanting to open a store before, so think about it, and I'll help you set up a shop later. Really? Aren't you afraid I'll lose all your investment? Gong Xiaoxiao teased with a mischievous smile. It doesn't matter if you lose it all, you can just give yourself to me, Huang Chen joked, hugging her slender waist and playfully tweaking her nose. I've already given myself to you. What more do you want? Gong Xiaoxiao nestled in his arms, feeling the warmth of his embrace. Then, Huang Chen whispered a few words in her ear. Oh, you're so naughty, always picking on me. Gong Xiaoxiao pouted and lightly pinched his arm. Huang Chen's laughter echoed in the car. Back in Tianhai City, Huang Chen immediately got busy. The first thing to settle was the assistant's matter. This couldn't be taken lightly, after all, the assistant would be one of the closest people by his side in the future. Carefully reviewing the candidate profiles brought by Zhu Hong, preliminary impressions of each person slowly formed in his mind. It had to be said that just from the resumes of these few people, if they weren't falsified, they were all very outstanding talents, even a bit of a waste to have them as assistants. Huang Chen didn't bother thinking too much and instructed Zhu Hong to arrange interviews. These few people had arrived early in Tianhai. After all, the resort not only reimbursed round-trip airfare, provided meals and accommodation, but also promised a 10,000 yuan compensation for missed work per person. If the interview was delayed, an additional 1,000 yuan per day would be given, highlighting a lack of financial constraints. Moreover, if the interview was successful, they would be arranged to start immediately and receive a one-time settlement fee of 500,000 yuan. So even if it was for the money, these few people wouldn't neglect it. Soon, under Zhu Hong's guidance, Huang Chen met the 4 candidates. The first one was named Zhang Wei. Although it was a common name, the person was not ordinary. In his early 30s, unmarried, and specifically stated he was against marriage. After graduating from a prestigious university's School of Economics and Management, he had been working in a well-known foreign company, with his last job as the secretary of the board of directors of a listed company, a genuine senior management talent. The second one was Yi Feng, a local, 35 years old, married with a child, graduated from a top domestic institution with a postgraduate degree, and his last job was as an assistant to the president of a private company in Guangfu. The third one was Qin Feng, 43 years old, divorced, with the child under the custody of the ex-wife. His education was relatively ordinary, but he had worked in sales, marketing, logistics, human resources, administration, and other positions for many years, with his last job as an administrative supervisor in a well-known domestic enterprise. The fourth one was Tao Tian, 38 years old, unmarried, a model of rising from an ordinary vocational college to a doctoral degree from a prestigious domestic university, majoring in psychology, very good at interpersonal communication, which was also an important reason why Zhu Hong included him in the selection range after contacting him. The first one Huang Chen passed on was Tao Tian. Not only did he have no work experience, but Huang Chen also didn't like having someone who studied psychology following him around every day. The second one he passed on was Qin Feng, simply because he was too old, and after a brief conversation, it was clear that he had a rather old-fashioned mindset. Between Zhang Wei and Yi Feng, Huang Chen hesitated for a while. Zhang's abilities were stronger than Yi Feng's, that was certain, but as for whether he could do well as a personal assistant, Huang Chen had doubts. Judging from his pattern of changing jobs every 2 years or so, he was someone who was not content with the status quo and restless. Although he said he resigned because he couldn't stand the company's atmosphere during the interview, Huang Chen always believed that there must be more to it. The secretary of a listed company, in terms of social status and upward mobility, should be much better than his own position as a private assistant, a young unknown. Just for the money? Don't joke around. Even if the secretary couldn't make hundreds of thousands in a year, it wouldn't be much less. So after much hesitation, Huang Chen finally pointed at Yi Feng's resume with his hand and said to Zhu Hong, who was standing by, "Ask him to come in, I'll talk to him again. The others can be sent back." "Okay, General Huang," Zhu Hong nodded. In no time, Yi Feng, dressed in a suit, returned to the meeting room. "General Huang," Yi Feng politely greeted. "Please sit." Huang Chen lit a cigarette, then pushed the pack over. "Care for a smoke?" "I have a few occasionally, but not addicted," Yi Feng replied casually, taking one from the pack, pulling out a lighter from his pocket, and lighting it up. "Do you know why I called you in?" Huang Chen blew a smoke ring, looking at the well-dressed man in front of him. Although not as handsome as Huang Chen, he was undeniably good-looking. A graduate from a prestigious school, being able to work as an assistant to the CEO showed his competence. "I know. Is there anything else you'd like to know, Mr. Huang?" Yi Feng's response was steady. "I have a few questions. If your answers satisfy me, the job is yours." Huang Chen looked at him seriously. "Please ask." Yi Feng sat up straight, carefully extinguishing his cigarette. "Why did you resign?" "I want the truth." Huang Chen raised a finger, speaking slowly and deliberately. "I can't hide it from you, Mr. Huang." Yi Feng forced a bitter smile, hesitated for a while, then said, "But the real reason involves my former boss's privacy, so please forgive me, I can't say." After saying this, he sighed, looking somewhat desolate, because he knew that revealing this might cost him the job. But he couldn't betray his former boss's privacy. Huang Chen carefully observed the changes in his expression and nodded silently. "Second question, you may need to travel frequently, sometimes at a moment's notice. How do you balance work and your family?" Huang Chen's question was sharp. This was indeed a concern, as such a high salary wasn't easy to come by. Sacrificing personal time was something many could do, but once you had a family, many things were no longer just about oneself. "That's not a problem," Yi Feng said confidently. "My parents have retired early. They are very healthy and can help take care of my child. Although my wife has a job, she's not very busy. She's a very sensible woman who has always been very supportive of my work." As he spoke, a hint of tenderness appeared in his eyes, clearly thinking of his wife. "To be honest, my last job was very demanding. I was away all year round, didn't even have dinner at home on New Year's Eve. Yet, my wife remained understanding and supportive. I believe that even if you are busy here, it won't be to that extent. That's why I chose to return to work at Tianhai. After all, from what I know, your main business is still centered there." Huang Chen nodded without comment. Third question, how do you view your boss's personal life? This was to see if the candidate had moral standards. Yi Feng's lips curled up at this question. Mr. Huang, honestly, if I had your looks and wealth, I would definitely indulge more than you do. Since you're not married, there are no legal issues for you, and from what I know, you are a very generous man. So, I think this isn't really a problem. As for my opinion, I can only tell you that I never judge others by my own standards. Huang Chen was amused by this response. Yi Feng was indeed a clever one. Congratulations, the job is yours. After finishing his cigarette, Huang Chen stood up and extended his hand to Yi Feng. Alright boss, I won't let you down. Yi Feng felt relieved, maintaining a calm demeanor but gripping the other's hand firmly. Is there anything about the compensation that concerns you? Huang Chen asked finally. As I said earlier, you are a very generous person. Yi Feng smiled, the compensation is already very good. I will work hard to deserve the salary you're offering. Huang Chen smiled again. This was a person who knew when to advance and when to retreat, had bottom lines, handled matters with flexibility and adaptability. He should be a good choice. Of course, whether it was truly suitable remained to be tested by time. Early this morning, Huang Chen took Yi Feng to experience the newly added public transit line at the Crescent Moon Island Resort. With the public transit line, it was much more convenient to get to the pier. Huang Chen roughly calculated that starting from the city center, there was an average of one public transit line to the pier every 20 minutes, taking about 40 minutes one way to the pier. This was within the acceptable time range for ordinary tourists. At the pier, 5 ferries with the Crescent Moon Island logo were already docked, and 3 speedboats had also been purchased, with further purchases to be considered based on the number of tourists. Once on the island, it was a scene of bustling activity. The substantial investment from Huang Chen was visibly transforming Crescent Moon Island. Although it had only been a short time, under the strategy of overwhelming numbers, work had been divided into several sections that were progressing quickly. Boss. On Crescent Moon Island, Hong Wei wore a safety helmet, covered in dust but exuding a strong spirit. Beside her was her brother, Hong Wei, looking exhausted, indicating that he had been through a lot during this period. In the future, you can coordinate with Yi Feng for anything. Huang Chen pointed to Yi Feng, who was standing a half step behind him. There won't be any problem reopening after the new year, right? Hong Wei nodded towards Yi Feng, indicating that she had already heard about him being hired as an assistant from Zhu Hong. No problem. Hong Wei replied decisively, based on the current progress, we can complete all renovation tasks before the new year. If we follow the suggestion of the planning company to reopen on Valentine's Day, we have also set aside half a month for adjustments. Reopen on Valentine's Day? Huang Chen pondered this timing for a moment, nodding slightly. If done well, it could be a good gimmick. However, he needed to review the planning company's proposal first. Seeing the workers sweating profusely in the autumn weather, Huang Chen felt inexplicably content, reminiscent of the satisfaction a landlord might feel in ancient times when seeing his laborers working hard. After taking a stroll around the construction site, Huang Chen took a boat back to the pier as he had arranged to receive a report from the planning company. At the pier, Zhu Tao was waiting in his S300. He had come to experience their own public transit line, but he was not willing to take a public bus back. Thinking back, Huang Chen would have been delighted to find a seat on a public bus in the past. Now, alas, it was easy to go from frugality to luxury, but difficult to go from luxury to frugality. After finalizing the selection of his assistant, he had also called Zhu Tao over to be his full-time driver. However, the white Coleos would only arrive tonight, so they would have to use this car temporarily. Huang Chen was also planning to get another business vehicle. The Lexus LM he had previously ridden in was quite good, and not too expensive, so he had already asked Zhu Hong to order one. Returning to the resort by car, representatives from the 4 advertising planning companies were already waiting there. Huang Chen naturally sat in the main seat facing the big screen, waving his hand to invite everyone to sit down. Let's begin. Huang Chen picked up a newly opened cigarette from the table and lit it. He couldn't help but feel moved inwardly. Zhu Hong had really understood his preferences, even preparing the cigarettes in advance. Mr. Huang, regarding the promotion of the Crescent Moon Island Resort, we have initially set it into 4 stages. First is the preliminary warm-up phase. This phase will last from now until the Spring Festival. In addition to the usual promotional methods, we also hope to enhance the visibility of Crescent Moon Island through internet celebrities' influence. We have preliminarily selected 20 internet celebrities, all with millions of followers, positive images, no negative news, and they generate their own trending topics. Grand opening. We are planning to have a free island tour for couples on Valentine's Day, February 14th, and select the most romantic couple through online live streaming. The initial plan is to award the first prize winner with 100,000 yuan in cash to attract attention with the prize. In the following stages, on one hand, we are planning to contact several well-known domestic variety shows to film 1 or 2 episodes on our Crescent Island. On the other hand, we will reach out to domestic blockbuster films and idol dramas currently in production to sponsor them as filming locations. Additionally, we can also find a well-known celebrity to be the spokesperson for our resort, but this might incur higher costs, so we are still considering it. Huang Chen nodded slightly, finding these ideas quite good. For the internet celebrity promotion, let's add 2 more people. Huang Chen thought of the 2 girls, Lang and Muan, who looked like twins and felt a stir in his heart. All right. A man with small braids nodded. He was Shang Lu, the leader of this joint planning. Also, since we are organizing a Valentine's Day event, let's not be too modest about it. Huang Chen pointed at the words 100,000 yuan cash prize on the screen with a laser pointer. For a grand opening, we need to make a bigger impact. Let's select the top 10 couples. For the first prize, a fully furnished house worth 2 million yuan in Tianhai City will be awarded. For the second prize, a car worth around 500,000 yuan, with the brand and style of choice. For the third prize, a 4- and 7-day trip for 2 worth 200,000 yuan. For the 4th to 10th places, starting from 100,000 yuan, cash rewards will be given. Upon hearing this, everyone's expressions changed drastically, with many people stunned on the spot. Mr. Huang's generosity was truly astounding. By this calculation, this event alone would cost 3 to 4 million yuan. I have a 50 million yuan publicity budget. Do you all intend to just use some posters, advertisements, and scrolling subtitles to deceive me? Looking at everyone's hesitant expressions, Huang Chen felt a bit displeased. What about the promotional video for Crescent Island? Who will shoot it, how many, and what will be the content? How will the video be distributed? What are the costs, and how will the effectiveness be evaluated? Regarding the spokesperson, who are we planning to invite, and what will be the approximate cost? If we invite a variety show team to conduct activities, what will be the budget? What are the expected ratings? Don't just give me empty talk, I want to see concrete things, data analysis with reasons. Although I am not short of money, I won't just throw it away like that. Director Shang, if the 4 companies' collaboration results in this level of work, then I might have to consider whether to invite people from Beijing or Shanghai to handle this project. I believe that a 50 million yuan project, even in a first-tier city, is not a small amount, right? Mr. Huang, rest assured, this is just a preliminary idea. Once you confirm the feasible direction, we will immediately start contacting and present specific plans as soon as possible to ensure the best results. Shang Lu wiped the sweat off his forehead. Mr. Huang might be young, but he was very clear about the intricacies of this publicity planning. Then I will wait and see. Huang Chen stood up expressionlessly. First, prepare for the preheating and Valentine's Day activities. I want to see results. This was also a way for him to push the other party. As the first party, even if the requests were unreasonable, the second party had to do everything possible to fulfill them, or there wouldn't be so many second parties being pushed to their limits, crying out for the first party. Moreover, Huang Chen's demands were all quite reasonable and on point. Lang Lang, originally named Lang Jia, was bored in the dormitory, scrolling through her phone. She opened a profile, looking at the long chat history where most of the messages were sent by herself, including photos, texts, and voice messages, while the replies from the other party were few and far between. Even occasional responses were just a few words, or even just an emoji. Taking another look at the boys in WeChat who are so attentive and caring towards themselves, she let out a faint sigh and chuckled self-deprecatingly. Girls like herself are really not in short supply around others. She hesitated several times about deleting the contact, but memories of that night at the bar, where she was the center of attention, always made her heart race. Is this Miss Lang Jia? Lost in thought, a stranger's call came through, and Lang Lang casually answered. Yes, this is she, Lang Lang replied. She and Miss Nuan Nuan are small internet celebrities with 100,000 followers, occasionally receiving some business opportunities. We are from Tianhai Letian Advertising Company, inviting you and Miss Chiu Nuan to join us for an upcoming promotional event at a resort. The person on the other end remained very enthusiastic. Jokingly, this was a request explicitly made by the client, so they dare not neglect it. Thank you for the invitation, but we have final exams coming up soon, so we won't be able to attend, sorry. Lang Lang, while playing with her nails, decisively declined. Of course, this was just an excuse. Being a student at a third-tier college, exams were not a big deal for her. The main reason was her lack of interest in such events. Local promotions like this one required a lot of effort for little pay, so she would rather do more live streams instead. Miss Lang, the scale of our event this time is very high. Some big internet celebrities with over 1 million followers on Douyin have already confirmed their attendance. The person seemed prepared and quickly listed a few names. The organizer of this event is very influential. The Cloud Sea Resort, Bar Street, and the Cloud Sea Crescent Island Resort being promoted are all part of his business. This time, the CEO himself, Mr. Huang, personally invited you and Miss Nuan Nuan to participate. The collaboration fee for you and Miss Nuan Nuan is 100,000 per video, with a minimum of 3 videos during the event. If you are not satisfied with this fee, we can discuss it further. Lung Lang was particularly sensitive to the surname Huang now and interjected, "You mean Mr. Huang? Our CEO, Mr. Huang Chen, is a very young and promising entrepreneur. So, you're saying Mr. Huang personally invited me and Miss Nuan Nuan?" Long Lang inquired. "Yes," came the affirmative response from the other end of the line. "Alright, we will definitely be there on time. Please send me the details of the event." Long Lang was ecstatic and readily agreed. She had just mentioned preparing for exams. The world changes so quickly. Despite this thought, she had at least completed the task assigned by the director. "Nuan Nuan, Nuan Nuan, come over here." After hanging up the phone, Lang Lang set aside her recent bad mood and urgently messaged Nuan Nuan. Seeing no response to her messages, she decided to run over to Nuan Nuan's dorm in her pajamas. Knocking on the door for a while, she finally managed to open it. "Lang Long, what's up?" Nuan Nuan's roommate, one of the few diligent students who actually attended classes on time, opened the door. They attended Tianhai Media Arts School, which was essentially no different from a mediocre university where money could buy admission. Apart from the expensive tuition, small campus, poor environment, irresponsible teachers, and classmates who hardly studied, everything else was quite decent. At least they had dorm rooms for 4 with private bathrooms, which was better than most undergraduate schools at Tianhai. "Hey, why didn't you go to class today, Sasha?" Lung Lang asked curiously. "Don't even mention it, our teacher took a personal day to go on a trip," Sasa said helplessly. "Well, it's not surprising that anything happens at our school." Cold and a bit speechless. Although students commonly skip classes, as a teacher, one should at least have some professional ethics. Taking leave to travel, what kind of operation is this? Is Nuanyuan still sleeping? Cold, who often visited Nuanyuan's dormitory, was naturally familiar. Among the 4 people, 2 girls had moved out to rent a house since their freshman year. So it was just Nuanyuan and this well-behaved girl left. This situation was slightly better than Cold's dormitory, where the remaining 3 rarely met throughout the year. "Here," Sasa pouted, only to see Nuanyuan sleeping soundly while hugging a doll over a meter long. The scene of Nuanyuan sleeping like a begonia in spring, if seen by the chubby boy Sujia, would probably make his nose bleed 3 liters. Cold unceremoniously slipped her icy hands under the blanket, and the next moment, a cry was heard. "Cold, what are you doing?" Nuanyuan, still half asleep, rubbed her eyes and grumbled. She was a bit grumpy. "What time is it already, and you're still sleeping?" Cold pulled her up. "Hurry up and freshen up, I have something to tell you." "It's good news," Cold added. Seeing Nuanyuan still dragging her feet, Cold pinched her waist and whispered in her ear, "Your brother Huang is here to see us." "Ah?" Nuanyuan startled, reproachfully, "Why didn't you say so earlier?" Then they heard the sound of clinking in the bathroom. About half an hour later, Nuanyuan, now dressed in a sporty outfit exuding innocence, walked out of the bathroom, even with light makeup on. "Where's brother Huang?" Nuanyuan looked around, then puzzled. "Cold, why haven't you changed your clothes yet?" "Hee, I said brother Huang is here to see us, not that he's coming to the school." Cold teased, "Is the little girl impatient because she's in love?" "You, Cold, are you teasing me on purpose?" Nuanyuan, annoyed, reached out to scratch her. The 2 girls playfully teased each other. Sasa shook her head helplessly, picked up 2 books, and headed to the library. Even though it was this rundown school, one couldn't just give up like that. Besides, she knew she was not as pretty as Cold and Nuanyuan, and her family background was average. She had to plan ahead for the future. "Come on, you woke me up early in the morning, what's the matter?" After playing around for a while, Nuanyuan finally let go of Cold's hand, her chest heaving unevenly. Cold then recounted the phone call she received earlier and showed her the event invitation they had just received. "I never thought brother Huang had such a big industry." Cold's eyes sparkled with admiration. "He really didn't deceive us." Nuanyuan's focus was different. Thinking of the absurd scene that night, her face blushed involuntarily. "Mr. Huang, Miss Cold, and Miss Chiu have agreed to participate in this promotional event," Shanglu reported to Huang Chen over the phone. "Good," Huang Chen responded, which was expected. Didn't Cold send various enticing photos on WeChat every day, and Nguyen also inquired about him from time to time? If he hadn't been so busy recently, Huang Chen might not have been able to resist such temptations. Thank you, Brother Huang, for giving us the opportunity to earn some pocket money. As expected, Cold's message arrived shortly, with a kissing emoji added at the end. Thank you, Brother Huang, we will do our best in the promotion. This was sent by Nguyen, whose character was more reserved and introverted compared to Cold. Huang Chen thought for a moment, double happiness was good, but it was a bit taxing. He had been too high-spirited with Gong Xiaoxiao recently and hadn't fully recovered yet, so it was better not to meet for the time being. After all, Huang Chen doubted his self-control in this regard, and both Langwan seemed to be very proactive types, which he found a bit overwhelming. System, when will the store be open? How about giving me some good stuff to replenish my body? Huang Chen complained to the system in his mind. No wonder the emperors in ancient times died early, with 3 palaces and 6 courtyards draining their essence and marrow, unable to withstand the ironclad body under the nightly revelry. This system is a landlord system, not a wish system. The mechanical voice of the system sounded, and Huang Chen seemed to hear the system's speechless tone. Huang Chen chuckled inwardly but was actually considering that he needed to pay attention to exercising to stay fit. He didn't want to be weak in the future and regret it. Liang Ge, let's get together tonight. Just as he was lost in his thoughts, Huang Chen suddenly received a message from Xiao Jian. What's up? Huang Chen typed back quickly. This guy could spend a whole summer holed up in the dorm without going out, so it was abnormal for him to suggest going out for dinner. Hee, bro is talking about a girlfriend, bringing her out for you to meet. Xiao Jian's reply came promptly, exuding a teasing tone from the text. A big question mark popped up in Huang Chen's mind. Didn't they just go on a blind date not long ago? Oh right, what was that girl's name again? Huang Chen only remembered her petite figure but broad-mindedness. Do you want me to introduce a girl to you, or else you'll be eating dog food alone, hee. No need, send me the time and place, I'll see you then. Huang Chen replied curtly. Damn, if it weren't to avoid provoking you, I could go a whole year without seeing you again. Soon, he received a reply from Xiao Jian. 6 o'clock in the evening, at a newly opened restaurant near the school. Putting down his phone, Huang Chen pondered on who to bring along tonight. Currently, the only ones who could be considered his girlfriends were Guan Xiaoya and Gong Xiaoxiao. Taking either of them out would be effortless, ensuring he wouldn't lose face. However, Huang Chen didn't want to get too close to them. If they were together all the time, how could he pursue his ambitions to become the Sea King? Besides, if the woman he brought out was too outstanding, overshadowing Xiao Jian's girlfriend, it wouldn't be appropriate either. Speaking of which, Huang Chen wasn't particularly curious about Xiao Jian's new girlfriend because, based on past experiences, she was likely a gold digger. After flipping through his contacts, Huang Chen finally chose Lu Shui, the girl who blushed easily. Firstly, she wasn't exceptionally beautiful but rather cute and harmless. Secondly, a girl who blushed at the drop of a hat couldn't be too bad. As for the third reason, Huang Chen actually had a bit of a crush on this girl. Lu Shui was the first person to witness his rise. Huang Chen still vividly remembered the mix of anxiety and excitement when he first acquired the luxurious property from Jun Tin Qingzi until Lu Shui appeared with the bright red property deed in hand. Her slightly immature face and lovely smile eased his unease. From acquiring his first property, indulging in luxury shopping, taking over his first store, buying his first car, to gifting a girl a handbag for the first time, she was always there. Huang Chen thought something might happen between them, but fate had other plans, and he ended up with her friend, Gong Xiaoxiao. Acting on impulse, Huang Chen dialed his phone directly. Mr. Huang. Lu Shui's voice was soft and slightly surprised. Xiaoxue, are you free tonight? Let's have dinner together. Huang Chen said. Tonight? Lu Shui hesitated. According to her initial thoughts, when Gong Xiaoxiao returned, she would definitely go out with her for a meal. But this was Mr. Huang. Do you have plans for tonight? Seeing her hesitation, Huang Chen felt a slight unease for some reason. Could it be that she was also in a relationship? No. Xiaoxiao just returned from her hometown, and I was thinking of having dinner with her. Lu Shui explained cautiously. Huang Chen suddenly breathed a sigh of relief. As long as she wasn't in a relationship, then accompany me for dinner tonight. My brother has a date, and he invited me to meet his partner. It would be embarrassing to go alone. Huang Chen rarely explained. Oh, I see. All right then. Lu Shui seemed to be seriously considering why it would be embarrassing to go alone, couldn't figure it out for a while, but subconsciously agreed. Wait for me at the company after work, I'll come to pick you up. Huang Chen decisively confirmed this with an unquestionable tone. Xiao, I have a client appointment tonight, so I can't have dinner with you. Let's have a big meal tomorrow. After hanging up the phone, Lu Shui thought for a moment and sent a message to Gong Xiaoxiao. Gong Xiaoxiao was currently in her new house, where all the furniture and appliances were set up, and she was watching the cleaning crew at work. Upon receiving Lu Shui's message, Gong Xiaoxiao pouted, blinked, and then messaged Huang Chen. Darling, shall we have dinner together tonight? The new house is all set up. Attached was a photo with the new house in the background, showcasing her profile and slender figure. I have something tonight, I'll come see you after I'm done. Huang Chen admired Gong Xiaoxiao's beautiful photo and replied. Okay, I won't disturb you then. Gong Xiaoxiao obediently replied, without asking what he was busy with. Some women, after falling in love with a man, would want to control him tightly, asking questions like where are you going? What are you doing? Who are you with? Are there any opposite-sex individuals? They would want the man to report everything to them. In reality, such actions often backfire. In relationships, it's important to maintain a certain level of privacy and personal space. At 6 o'clock in the evening, Huang Chen brought Lu Shui to the agreed restaurant. By then, Jin Jian had already arrived with his true love. Brother Liang, over here. Seeing Huang Chen enter, Jin Jian waved and called out to him. This is my girlfriend, Bai Jie. As Huang Chen sat down, Jin Jian eagerly introduced, looking quite pleased with himself. Jie, this is my best buddy, Huang Chen. Lu Shui quietly released the hand Huang Chen had held earlier, her face blushing like an apple, making people want to take a bite. Brother Liang, hello. The girl called Bai Jie smiled and greeted him. Huang Chen smiled and nodded. No wonder Jin Jian was so proud. Objectively speaking, this girl did look good. She seemed to be in her early 20s, with a small oval face, delicate features, a ponytail, and a simple outfit of a white t-shirt and jeans, giving off a pure vibe. Upon closer inspection, she did resemble Lu Shui a bit. But there was something off. Huang Chen didn't dwell on it, watching the affectionate interaction between the two opposite him, feeling happy for his brother. As they chatted over dinner, when they were almost done eating, Huang Chen's large hand quietly found its way onto Lu Shui's small hand again. Lu Shui flinched but didn't pull away, so she could only continue eating in small bites, pretending nothing was happening. Brother Liang, want to step out for a smoke? Seeing Huang Chen put down his chopsticks, Jin Jian couldn't help but ask. This guy was quite the chain smoker. During the weekdays when playing games, cigarettes were lit one after another without stopping. Huang Chen nodded. He had the habit of smoking a cigarette after meals, and he sensed that Xiao Jian seemed to have something to say to him. As they walked to the store entrance, Jin Jian handed him a red double happiness cigarette, then lit one for himself. In the Cantonese mansion, no matter how wealthy one was, almost everyone smoked red double happiness, which was quite peculiar. Liang Gu, are you financially comfortable? Huang Chen almost choked on his cigarette upon hearing Xiao Jian's words after taking a puff. If you are, lend me some money. What's wrong? Are you short on cash? Huang Chen asked in surprise. It shouldn't be the case. As mentioned earlier, Xiao Jian's monthly living expenses were at least several thousand or even tens of thousands, and he was a complete homebody who hardly spent any money. Even when he was in a relationship before, buying gifts for his girlfriend, he would only spend his own living expenses and never ask his parents for money, let alone borrow from others. Based on this, Huang Chen always thought that Xiao Jian was quite clear-headed. You spent quite a bit of money on her, right? Huang Chen subconsciously thought it was the same old story. Hey, you guessed wrong this time, it's really not that. Xiao Jian chuckled and scratched his head. After being in a relationship, this guy seemed to have become a bit cleaner, at least his hair wasn't as greasy. I bought some gifts for Jie before, like lipstick and makeup, but she refused to accept them. Xiao Jian exhaled a puff of smoke, feeling sentimental. I had to persuade her a lot before she finally accepted them, and she kept telling me not to buy gifts anymore. Then, proudly, he took out a matte Zippo lighter from his pocket and flicked it a couple of times. Look, she bought this for me, saying that every time I light a cigarette, I can think of her. She even advised me to smoke less. How did you two meet? Huang Chen was a bit curious. Thinking about it, this girl seemed quite nice. When my old man came to see me some time ago, we were having dinner outside, and I accidentally bumped into her outside the restaurant. Xiao Jian's eyes revealed a nostalgic look. Isn't it so coincidental? Maybe it's fate's arrangement. The subsequent plot didn't need Jin Jian to explain, Huang Chen could guess it. Yeah, it's so coincidental. Huang Chen's tone also carried a hint of strangeness. If he remembered correctly, when Jin Jian's old man came to the school, he drove luxury cars worth millions. It was just that Xiao Jian was usually low-key and stayed indoors, so apart from a few roommates, not many people knew how wealthy his family was. Well, this was getting interesting. So, are you serious this time? Huang Chen pressed on his speculation and continued to ask. Of course, my old man is urging me to go on blind dates, how can I not be anxious? Xiao Jian took out another cigarette, put it in his mouth, and lit it directly with the burning end of the previous one, taking a couple of puffs to keep it going. I've planned it out. In a while, I'll take her back to my hometown, introduce her to my old man and old lady, and then we'll get engaged when we come back. Xiao Jian's face beamed with happiness. Then why do you need to borrow money? Huang Chen furrowed his brows inwardly but maintained a calm expression as he continued to inquire. I just want to get Jia Jia a new phone. Jin Jian shrugged. She's been using the same phone for 2 years now, and it's not working well anymore. A few times when I tried to video call her at night, she couldn't pick up, only answering calls. I suggested getting her a new one, but she refused. Jin Jian chuckled foolishly. She said we're both students and shouldn't spend extravagantly, our parents work hard for the money. I thought, her birthday is coming up soon, so I should give her a better gift to make her have a romantic night. Liang Guo, why didn't I meet such a good girl before? They were all pushing me to buy things every day, and if something went wrong, they would give me a hard time. This time I've never been so generous with money before. Jia Jia probably thought I was from an ordinary family too. She even mentioned saving up for a down payment to buy a house in Tianhai last time we talked. Hee hee. You guys haven't done that yet? Huang Chen raised his eyebrows, interjecting. Hee hee, just a little more to go. Jia Jia isn't that kind of casual girl, Jin Jian gestured. She always says she wants to wait until the day of marriage. TSK, could it be that Jin Jian really hit the jackpot and met such a good girl? Huang Chen had some guesses in his mind, but seeing Jin Jian's happy expression, he actually hoped his guesses were wrong. Here, I've transferred the money to you. Tossing the cigarette butt, Huang Chen directly transferred 100,000 yuan to Xiao Jian using his phone. Brother Liang, there's no need for so much for a phone. Jin Jian looked a bit surprised at the amount. Isn't spending money part of being in a relationship? Don't you still have to celebrate someone's birthday? Huang Chen waved it off, nonchalantly saying, this amount of money really wasn't much. Maybe someone has set their sights on your family's wealth, you little fool. While Xiao Jian went to the front desk to pay, Huang Chen called Yifeng. Help me look up someone's information, the more detailed the better, especially in terms of relationships, as soon as possible. After hanging up, he sent by Jia's school, name, and photo. The photo was taken sneakily through the window when he transferred money with his phone earlier. Although the angle wasn't great, the restaurant's glass was so clean that her face was captured clearly. If this information was accurate, it shouldn't be difficult to find out about a student. When the two returned to the table, Bai Jia and Lu Shui were chatting quietly. What are you talking about? Huang Chen asked with a smile. Nothing, just girl stuff. Lu Shui slightly blushed, twisting her waist a bit. It was because Huang Chen, this guy, had his arm around her waist not behaving. Bai gave Huang Chen a reproachful look, her face turning even redder as she met his handsome face and deep eyes. Brother Liang, sister-in-law, will take off first. Jin Jian smirked at Huang Chen, speaking up. He was already thinking about what gift to buy. Previously, he was worried because he didn't have money on hand. Otherwise, with his generous habits, how could he only think of buying a phone? Huang Chen could tell that Xiao Jian was really into this girl named Bai Jia. Honestly, if it were the old Huang Chen, encountering a girl with good looks, a good figure, gentle and considerate, not wanting you to spend money and always thinking for you, he would also want to give his best to someone else. Of course, this was also a paradox. Even if there were such a girl, why would she be interested in a man who had nothing special to offer, no outstanding qualities, and was just plain average? Taking Jin Jian as an example, aside from his enviable family background, he was essentially like a child who never grew up, spending his time playing games and drinking soda. Although not socially awkward, he was far from being smooth-talking or charming. Hoping that he could attract high-quality girls based on looks, temperament, substance, or clever tactics, the probability was probably lower than Huang Chen being favored by the system. On the other side, Yifeng, who received Huang Chen's call, was currently on the bar street. Huang Chen didn't have many serious matters to attend to at the moment, especially when he was with a girl. He didn't like having a third wheel around, whether that person was his driver or assistant. So Yifeng had been familiarizing himself with the situation in Huang Chen's various industries recently. Assistant Yi, any instructions from the boss? Huang Shan added hot tea to the small teacup in front of Yifeng, curiously asking. For Yifeng, Huang Shan was deliberately approached. After all, he was the personal assistant chosen by the boss, which was much closer than the relationship between himself and the boss. It was definitely necessary to build a good relationship. Yifeng was also willing to get along with Huang Shan, the property manager with considerable power. With mutual intentions, their relationship quickly became closer. The boss asked me to look up information on someone, Yifeng replied simply, his mind quickly spinning, considering where to start. It seemed to be just an ordinary college girl. The quickest way to find out more information was to ask her school counselor and her classmates and friends. However, there was a problem with this approach. It would easily lead to misunderstandings if a man in his 30s went to a school for no apparent reason to inquire about a girl's situation. On the other hand, if he used other channels, although he could still find out, the corresponding speed would be much slower, which would not meet the boss's requirement for as soon as possible. This was the difficulty of being a subordinate. The boss was only responsible for assigning tasks and setting standards. How you completed the task and what difficulties you encountered were all problems you needed to solve on your own. If you couldn't complete the task, it was either due to a lack of ability, a problem with your attitude, or a combination of both. In any case, it would never be the boss's fault. Sean Good, do you know anyone from Tianhai Art Academy? Yifeng thought for a moment and decided to ask Huangshan. In his opinion, Huangshan had been mingling in this chaotic bar street for a few years, interacting with people from all walks of life, so his network of contacts was definitely stronger than his own as someone who had just returned to his hometown. After all, the boss only cared about the results, not how they were obtained. Besides, Huangshan was also the boss's person, so Yifeng was not worried about any secrets being leaked. Of course, I do. Huangshan slapped his thigh and smiled. I have a buddy who was a lecturer at the art academy. There was one thing he didn't mention, that was his own sister-in-law, who was actually studying at this school. Then ask him to find out. Yifeng sent the photo to Huangshan and whispered a few words. Huangshan raised an eyebrow in surprise as he looked at the girl in the photo, who seemed like a pure student. He also remembered Yifeng mentioning that Huang Chen specifically instructed to investigate the other party's romantic history. Could it be that their boss had suddenly taken a liking to this type again? He had previously met Gong Xiaoxiao and Guan Xiaoya separately, both of whom were indeed very beautiful, but they seemed to have been working and were a bit older than the boss. He had thought that the boss preferred slightly more mature women. If he really liked younger girls, then his own sister-in-law, in terms of looks, figure, and temperament, was much better than the girl in the photo. Shangu, the boss is still waiting for news. Seeing Huangshan staring at the photo, Yifeng couldn't help but remind him. Oh, sorry, just remembered something. Huangshan apologized with a smile and took out his phone to make a call. As he dialed the number, Huangshan hesitated for a moment, but in the end, he directly called his own sister-in-law, using the speakerphone. Hey, brother-in-law, a sweet voice came from the phone. It was Huangshan's college student wife's sister, Lu Qingying. Even though he had heard it countless times, every time he heard it, Huangshan's body would still feel tingly and numb. Qingying, I have something to ask you. Is there a student named by Jia at your school? Huangshan asked, controlling his emotions. Yes, Lu Qingying replied, flipping her hair and walking to the balcony of the dormitory, her cherry lips slightly parted as she asked, brother-in-law, why do you want to know about her? You're not having any inappropriate thoughts, are you? Be careful, I'll tell my sister. My little ancestor, please don't be mischievous. Huangshan was startled and quickly said, what caught your eye this time? Just tell your brother-in-law, and he'll give you the money to buy it yourself. Every time this sister-in-law complained to his wife to blackmail him into buying things, but who let his little wife fall for her tricks? It must be noted that there was a 10-year age gap between the two sisters, and Lu Mingyue practically raised her younger sister like a daughter. Moreover, Lu Qingying had a killer move, which was a teary-eyed, pitiful, hesitant expression. Regardless of right or wrong, as long as she put on that expression, no one could bear to get angry with such a girl. This time it's something serious. Huangshan carefully organized his words. I have a friend who might have feelings for this girl and wants to inquire about her situation, especially in terms of emotions. Do you know her well? Huangshan gestured to Yifeng to calm down and blurted out. We're not that close, but I do know a little about her situation. Lu Qingying's voice had a hint of suspicion. But, your so-called friend isn't actually you, is it? How could he doubt himself so much? Huangshan was at his wit's end. Although he managed the bar street, surrounded by revelry every day, he was just playing along, never getting serious. After all, his little wife was at a ripe age. He remembered what his wife had said when they got married, if you can't satisfy me at home and feed me, don't blame me for going out to find food myself. Thinking about that scene sent shivers down his spine. Alright, I'll believe you this time. Lu Qingying admired her slender fingers in the sunlight. She had a particular fondness for ancient style, and played the guzheng very well. You better advise your friend not to have any ideas about Bai Jia. She's not someone just anyone can conquer. Lu Qingying's words came through the receiver, causing both Yifeng and Huangshan to furrow their brows, looking quite serious. Although she dresses simply and looks cute and innocent, many of us girls know she's actually a schemer. She's attentive to guys, caring and considerate, gentle and thoughtful, reluctant to let you spend money on her, and she's not bad looking either. How many guys can resist that? But she's not like that with everyone. I heard that in recent years, she's only dated rich second-generation guys, and some of them were snatched from others. Despite saying she doesn't want men to spend money on her, the more she says it, the more she spends. Last time, a guy she dumped caused a scene at school. We found out that he had spent hundreds of thousands on her, and she was dating several others at the same time. She used to have a boyfriend back in her hometown. They dated in high school. He dropped out to work to support her education. Her family background seems quite poor. That's all I know, brother-in-law. What else do you want to know? Lu Qingying propped her chin, stifled a yawn with her hand. I'm going to sleep now. Beauty sleep is essential, or my skin won't be good. Alright, go to sleep, Huangshan sighed. This girl had some theory she heard somewhere, and without fail, she napped for about 30 minutes after lunch every day. Back in high school, to fight for the right to come home and take this beauty nap every day, Lu Qingying even cried once, a scene that made Huangshan almost feel like he had committed some unforgivable sin. It could only be said that some enchantresses were beyond the reach of ordinary people. So, for the average person, being with such a woman was definitely a disaster. What about this matter? How should we proceed? Although Huangshan learned some information from Lu Qingying, he knew that reporting this to the boss was definitely not a wise choice. Ask your buddy, Yifeng suggested after some thought. Huangshan pursed his lips, considered it, and dialed his buddy Li Hua's phone. As a lecturer at the college, Li Hua knew a bit more than Lu Qingying. Well, from what I know, that girl indeed has a bit more rich emotional experiences compared to the average student, Li Hua said cautiously. Don't beat around the bush, be straightforward. Huangshan couldn't hold back and said, next time you come over, I'll give you a bottle of Black Ace of Spades, deal? Oh, when did Manager Huang become so generous? Don't you need to report to your wife at home? Li Hua teased. Their group of friends all knew how low Huangshan's status was in his family. Although his salary was not low and he had some extra income, most of the money was controlled by his wife. Even when friends came out to gather, he had to report in advance, but Huangshan seemed to enjoy it. This was something these happy bachelors couldn't understand. Ahem, let's get back to business. Huangshan's face turned slightly red. Alright, to put it bluntly, this girl is quite cunning in relationships. In young people's terms, she could be considered a green TB*TCH, Li Hua suggested. If your friend doesn't have a backup plan, it's best not to get too involved. After exchanging pleasantries, Huangshan hung up the phone. That's probably the situation. Huangshan looked at Yifeng. Yifeng nodded thoughtfully and stood up, saying, looks like I need to visit the art academy. Do you need any help? Huangshan also stood up and asked. Help me get a luxury car, Yifeng smiled. I'll go change my outfit while I'm at it. An hour later, outside the female dormitory of Tianhai Art Academy, a side door. By this time of night, the school gate was already filled with various types of cars, including the rumored ones with drinks on the roof. At this moment, a Porsche 911 Turbos worth nearly 3 million yuan slowly stopped at the entrance, with a sharply dressed, handsome man sitting in the car, the passenger window half rolled down. This was naturally Yifeng, and the car was borrowed with the help of Huangshan. Hey handsome, can you give me a ride along the way? Shortly after the car stopped, a tall and slender young lady approached, bending down and asking. It was unclear where she learned to wear a long trench coat outside, revealing shorts and long legs inside. Due to the bend, a deep cleavage was revealed. Are you a student at the art academy? Yifeng admired the spring scenery revealed by the other party for a moment, asking in a low voice. Of course, do you want to see my student ID? The girl flashed a sweet smile, took out a small book from her pocket, and waved it. Get in, Yifeng unlocked the car door and nodded. The car started, and Yifeng drove casually without asking where the girl was going. The girl seemed to have forgotten about it too, finding ways to chat with Yifeng along the way. They stopped at the Starbucks entrance on the ground floor of a mall. Yifeng ordered 2 cups of coffee, then found a corner seat by the window. Feel free to take photos if you want. The girl, holding a coffee in one hand, took several photos with the luxury car in the background before sitting down somewhat embarrassed. Hey handsome, are you going to treat me to coffee? The girl licked the cream on her lips, her gaze shifting to the brightly lit mall nearby. Want to buy something? No problem. Yifeng smiled and took out a small envelope. Opening it, there were neatly stacked red bills inside, with the white cash straps still intact. 5 stacks in total, which is 50,000. Yifeng saw the other party clearly salivating, and he smiled faintly. As long as you can answer a few questions for me, all of this is yours. What questions? The girl was obviously intrigued, a bit impatient to ask. Yifeng handed over his phone, pointing to the photo on it. Do you know her? Although it was a question, Yifeng was quite certain. Although the art academy was not large, it still had thousands of students, so it was naturally impossible for everyone to know each other, let alone randomly know by Jia. But Yifeng knew one thing, that people tend to associate with their own kind, and a girl like the one in front of him who could chat comfortably with a luxury car owner was likely of the same ilk as Bai Jia, making it quite possible that they knew each other. Bai Jia? The girl looked at the photo, sounding surprised, and her gaze towards Yifeng inexplicably became subtle. Are you also looking for Bai Jia? The girl's tone was off, showing a hint of mockery. Yifeng was pleased, knowing her made things easier. He keenly noticed that the girl had just used the word also, indicating that someone else had asked her about Bai Jia before. Are you close? Are you friends? Yifeng asked calmly. Friends? Who am I, Lin Chu, to have the ability to make such good friends? There was resentment in her words. If you're trying to get close to her through me, I'm sorry to say you've got the wrong person. The girl who called herself Lin Chu stood up, about to leave. I'm not interested in her. It was only after she took a few steps that Yifeng slowly spoke, causing her figure to freeze in place. Sit. Yifeng gestured with his hand, then pushed the bag of money towards her. But I'm more interested in the story between you two now. What are you up to? Chu carefully looked at the man in his 30s in front of her and couldn't help but ask. I just want to know some information about her. Yifeng said calmly, family, relationship experiences, the more detailed, the better. Does it count if she stole my boyfriend? Chu put down her coffee, pursing her lips. Yifeng gestured for her to continue. Then Yifeng heard quite a drama. He had no idea that female college students nowadays were so complicated. A 4-person dormitory could have 8 groups, with plastic sisterhood, backstabbing, secret slander, competing for attention, and comparison becoming the norm. The excitement was comparable to palace intrigue, making Yifeng, who was used to the ugly side of the workplace, couldn't help but exclaim in amazement. It was unclear whether Yifeng was lucky or not, as he randomly found a girl who, although not Bai Jia's roommate, turned out to be a classmate of the same grade, and even someone they had a relatively close relationship with before. She had a boyfriend in high school, a boy with poor grades who dropped out to work to support her tuition and living expenses. But she, upon entering university, got involved with an older student and was also involved with several other guys at the same time. Are those men stupid or what? We all know she's a gold digger, yet they all seem to be under her spell, one by one. That woman's favorite act is to pretend to be innocent, pitiful, considerate, and gentle, clearly loving money more than anyone else, yet she constantly puts on a facade of not caring about money, only wanting true love. It's disgusting. Lin Chu rambled on, full of resentment and a hint of jealousy. Is that enough? Lin Chu finished speaking, took a sip of coffee, then eagerly looked at the man across from her. Yifeng thought for a moment, took out 2 bundles from the bag, and pushed them over. Lin Chu's eyes lit up, she quickly took them, looked around, saw no one was paying attention to her, and deftly stuffed the money into her purse. After finishing all this, she glanced at the bag on the table again, obviously having some ideas about the remaining 3 stacks inside. What else do you want to know? Lin Chu asked. These are just your words. Do you have any substantial evidence, like photos, videos, chat records, or something like that? What do you mean by just words? Many girls in our school know about it, okay? Lin Chu grumbled a little unwillingly. Seeing Yifeng frown, she immediately realized that the person in front of her was a big spender who casually threw tens of thousands of dollars, not comparable to the usual flatterers around her. Bai Jia usually pays attention to avoiding attention in this regard. We wouldn't deliberately take such things, so we really don't have the evidence you want. Lin Chu thought carefully, then shook her head somewhat helplessly. This is also why many men don't believe Bai Jia is a scheming woman. After all, many love-struck guys won't believe what others say unless they see it with their own eyes. Even if caught red-handed, they can still come up with excuses to save face. She's not that kind of person. She doesn't want this either. It must be that guy forcing her. She must have some compelling reason. I will definitely use my sincerity to win her back. Yifeng pushed his glasses, finding this a bit tricky. Based on the information collected from various sources, the girl called Bai Jia is definitely not a pure and innocent girl. Reporting this to the boss is an option, but it wouldn't showcase his abilities. Having reached this position and earning such a high income, Yifeng still wanted to prove himself. Compared to routine work, temporary tasks like this can better demonstrate a person's ability to adapt and handle situations on the spot. Can you find that dropout boyfriend who worked to pay her tuition? Yifeng asked. She dumped that guy a long time ago, Lin Chu said disdainfully. Speaking of which, that guy was quite good-looking and deeply in love with her, but it's a pity. Back then, when he came to the school to see Bai Jia, he saw her coming out of a hotel with another man. The guy collapsed, knelt down to beg her to stay. That's how we found out about this. Lin Chu recalled. However, recently Bai Jia seems to have changed completely, cutting ties with the previous men. One of them, named Lu Maoji, came to the school to cause a scene, saying he would post something online. I don't know what Bai Jie did, but the matter was resolved quietly. Cuckold? Yi Feng almost sprayed his coffee, wondering how the parents came up with that name. It's Xuanku Lu, with Lu from appearance and Maoji from elegance. Because the name is quite unique, I remembered it. A glint flashed in Yi Feng's eyes. The only thing to fear is not knowing where to start. Now that he had a name, the rest would be easier. Yi Feng pushed the bag towards her, stood up, and said, "Take this money, remember to keep your mouth shut, don't talk nonsense, understand?" Yes, don't worry, I won't say anything." Lin Chu hugged the bag, smiling happily. Making 50,000 yuan by just asking a few questions, she hoped for more of these good opportunities. All thanks to Bai Jie. For the first time in years, Lin Chu felt a sense of gratitude towards Bai Jie, even if it was just a tiny bit. Yi Feng got into the car and started making phone calls. As a local in Tianhai, he still had some connections, and soon found the contact information of this cuckold guy. A phone call was made, and somehow Yi Feng managed to get a stack of photos, intimate pictures of Bai Jie with different men, showing holding hands, embracing, kissing passionately, and even entering and leaving hotels. It was clear that Hat Guy had put a lot of effort into collecting these things. Hat Guy's request was simple, to have her repay the money he had spent on her before, or else he would send these photos to her school. Unexpectedly, within a few days, Bai Jie actually gave him 300,000, so he stopped there, not releasing the photos, but also not deleting them until Yi Feng contacted him. "Boss, I've sorted out the matter as you instructed." Yi Feng returned the car and then called Huang Chen. "I got it, send me the photos." After listening to Yi Feng's report, Huang Chen calmly said. After hanging up the phone, Huang Chen opened the photos one by one, pursed his lips. Indeed, he had guessed right. Now the worry was how to tell Xiao Jian. This guy clearly had developed real feelings. In the past, he had dated a few, but he had never seen him so serious. Although Huang Chen had confidence in Jinjian's father, he always remembered the first time he saw that seemingly simple and honest landlord with a sharp gaze that seemed to pierce one's heart, which made Huang Chen, this little kid, feel a chill. He was very sure that Bai Jie, this little demon, could not escape the sharp eyes of this old man with rich life experience, but he was afraid that if it came to using the grandson to control the lords, it would be troublesome. Moreover, judging by Bai Jie's every encounter is a first-time attitude, whoever the grandson was would remain a question mark. Huang Chen looked at the time, it was not even 10 o'clock yet. He estimated that those two were still being affectionate together. Based on the information he had gathered before, Huang Chen speculated that Bai Jie would definitely not easily let Xiao Jian succeed, but would occasionally give him some sweetness to keep him hanging, slowly binding this guy, and then seizing the opportunity to achieve something good. And this process would definitely make Xiao Jian experience infinite tenderness and beauty, making him unable to doubt the other party, and even disregarding opposition at home to be with the other person. This should be Bai Jie's ultimate goal. Why did Huang Chen think so? Because he always hesitated to speculate about others with the worst intentions. Putting himself in their shoes, if Huang Chen were a woman and accidentally discovered someone like Jinjian, whose family background was beyond luxurious, it wouldn't be a choice between a short-term gain or a lifetime gain. It was fortunate that the few people Jinjian had dated before didn't know the true situation of his family. They just thought his family background was decent, and Xiao Jian was quite tight-lipped in this regard, not someone who liked to boast around, otherwise, he wouldn't have ended up being dumped. Bored, he scrolled through various girls on the Dole platform for a while, and around 11 o'clock, Huang Chen opened WeChat and started messaging Xiao Jian. "Are you there?" Followed by a green helmet emoji. "Yes, what's up, Liang Ji?" Xiao Jian replied quickly. "Xiao Jian, I need your opinion on something," accompanied by a green helmet emoji. "I have a good friend who really likes his current girlfriend, but I found out that his girlfriend is cheating on him." Adding another green helmet emoji. "How should I tell him?" Plus one green helmet emoji. "Such a sad thing?" Xiao Jian took a drag of his cigarette, typing on his phone with both hands, seemingly with a hint of schadenfreude, and finally added an eating melon emoji. Since he really likes his girlfriend, you definitely can't tell him directly, otherwise, he might not be able to handle it emotionally. So, it's best to hint at it, subtly tell him. Xiao Jian leisurely exhaled a smoke ring. "Do I know your friend? Who's the unlucky guy that can't even keep a girl in check? I was hinting at it, so every time I send a message, I added a green helmet emoji at the end, just don't know if he can understand it." Huang Chen typed somewhat nostalgically. There was an urge to laugh for no reason. Not only do you know this person well, but you're also very close, buddy. Damn, Liang Gu, you're being too subtle. If it were me. Xiao Jian, who was excitedly eating melon, looked at the row of messages Huang Chen sent in the chat box, along with the green helmet emojis following each one, and his typing hand inexplicably stopped. With the cigarette in his mouth opened, and the half-smoked cigarette suddenly fell out, the burning end touching his hand before dropping to the ground. The sudden burning sensation made him shudder. Liang Ge, are you joking? Shin Jian trembled, deleting the unfinished sentence and typing out this one. I wish it was a joke too, but unfortunately, this time it's not. Huang Chen sighed, no longer in the mood for emojis, instead sending over the received pictures all at once. After waiting for a while with no reply, Huang Chen tossed his phone aside, sighing deeply once more. There's a saying about cutting losses. While Xiao Jian is not deeply trapped yet, telling him about this might cause him temporary pain, but it's definitely better than him finding out the truth on his own later. In situations like this, others can't offer much help, one has to find their own way out. But thinking about Xiao Jian's carefree and optimistic demeanor, he probably won't shut himself off completely. At most, he'll return to his previous desolate state. Besides, he no longer lives in the dormitory, so he doesn't have to endure the indescribable strange smell in there anymore. Thinking about the upcoming internet celebrity promotion event tomorrow, Huang Chen couldn't help but feel a bit excited, especially since two of the female anchors with over 1 million followers that he follows on Douyu will be there. As for those who say Huang Chen has never seen a woman, well, as a plain university student just 2 months ago, he really hasn't had the chance to interact with so many high-quality beauties. Of course, he's not that desperate. Although it's not necessary for the spiritual and physical to be united, at least they should be pleasing to the eye. It can only be said that Guan Xiaoya and Gong Xiaoxiao have broadened his horizons. Although indulging in meat occasionally makes one crave some vegetables, not all vegetarian dishes are palatable. Boss, sorry to disturb you so late. Huang Chen was about to go to bed when the phone suddenly rang, and it was Huang Shan, the property manager of the bar street, on the line. As soon as the call connected, he immediately apologized. Normally, no one would choose to call the boss late at night, but he couldn't handle the situation himself, so he had to report it to the boss. What's the matter? Huang Chen wasn't that angry, asking in a calm tone. After interacting for a while, he knew that Huang Shan was a versatile person, otherwise, he wouldn't have been in that position for years. You see, the bar street is a place where all sorts of things happen every day. If there are no disturbances or oddities, that would be rare. In such a place, Huang Shan can keep things stable and handle big issues as well as minor ones, showing that his skills are commendable. If he's calling so late, it must be a serious matter. Boss, the young master of Tianan Group, Ing Cheng Tian, was just hit with a bottle of wine here. Huang Shan's tone was very anxious. In terms of overall strength, Tianan Group is one of the top 3 large private enterprises in Tianhai, having been established for several decades and still very influential locally. Huang Chen, studying locally, naturally had heard of Tianan Group. Even many seniors from his school had entered this company after graduation. So when he heard what Huang Shan said, his gaze suddenly sharpened, asking, "Is anyone hurt?" "No one is hurt, just some bloodshed." Huang Shan's voice was slightly muffled, covering his phone with his hand as he continued. A young man started a fight. He saw someone hugging his girlfriend and went straight to confront him. So what? As long as no one is hurt, Huang Chen breathed a sigh of relief but also felt somewhat displeased. These jealousy-fueled dramas happen on the bar street all the time. Deal with it as it comes, why bother calling me? But that young man said he is your nephew. Huang Shan hesitated. That was the reason he made the call. Otherwise, if it was just a scuffle, they could have let it go, send the injured to the hospital if needed, report to the security team if necessary, and not bother about the bar street. But when that young man said, "This whole bar street belongs to my brother-in-law," Huang Shan couldn't sit still. Not only did he not sit still, he quickly directed the security guards to protect the young man. If the boss's nephew was beaten up right under his nose, regardless of who was right or wrong, he wouldn't have a good time. Huang Chen almost spat out his drink. Nephew? Wait, where did I get a nephew from? Both Gui Xiaoya and Gong Xiaoxiao are only children. As for Lang Lang and Nuan Nuan, that's even more impossible. With this in mind, Huang Chen's confidence surged. Impossible, Huang Chen said firmly, it must be a scam. Handle it yourself. But, Huang Shan hesitated for a moment, gritted his teeth. I looked closely, he seems to be Manager Hong's brother. Which Manager Hong? Huang Chen didn't react for a moment, thought for a while, then uncertainly asked, Hong Wei? Yes, it's Hong Wei, Manager Hong. I met her brother once when we had a meeting at the resort last time, I shouldn't be mistaken. Huang Shan explained cautiously. He secretly cursed in his heart. He had noticed last time that the boss's gaze towards Hong Wei was not quite right, so who knows what developments or changes might have occurred since then. Anyway, Huang Shan had very little trust in his boss's integrity in this regard, which was why he instinctively believed the claim of being the boss's nephew. Damn, it turns out to be that guy Hong Wei. A fire ignited in Huang Chen's heart, this guy really knows how to cause trouble, and most importantly, damn it, when did I become your brother-in-law? Although Hongwei's thick lips, reminiscent of Angelina Jolie, were indeed tempting, although her appearance and figure were indeed in line with his aesthetics, although he did not rule out the possibility of something happening between them in the future, at least until now, he hadn't done anything. Isn't this tarnishing my innocence? Call Hongwei and let her handle it herself. Huang Chen shook his head, dismissing those strange thoughts. As a boss, he had no obligation to clean up the mess for his subordinate's brother, especially when the person in question was the heir of a well-known local enterprise. Getting involved with such a person would be insane. Huang Chen had forgotten that Hongwei was also his employee. Okay, Huang Shan, after hearing the boss's instructions, felt more at ease. After hanging up the phone, Huang Shan also felt uncomfortable. Judging by the boss's tone, it seemed that he and manager Hong had no personal relationship, so he must have been fooled by this guy. Damn it! Manager Hong, such a capable and efficient woman, how could she have such an unreliable brother? Before long, Huang Chen's phone rang again. Without even looking at the caller ID, he could tell it was Hongwei calling. Boss, it's Hongwei. I need your help with something. Hongwei's voice was hesitant and tinged with a hint of tears over the phone. Huang Chen, feeling a bit impatient, cut her off directly. If it's about your brother, you don't need to mention it. He brought this upon himself, let him deal with it. As for the incident where he used my name, I'll let it slide for now considering your recent hard work. I won't hold it against him. Huang Chen's voice was firm, devoid of any emotion. He actually considered stepping in to help. Am I indebted to you or what? If it weren't for Hongwei's decent work performance and the recent influx of 2 billion in development funds she brought in, solely based on this matter, he could have fired both siblings. Meanwhile, in a self-built house on the outskirts of Tianhai City to the south, a middle-aged woman was anxiously watching her daughter. What did he say? What did he say? Did he agree? This middle-aged woman was none other than Hongwei's mother, John Lan. He's my boss, not my husband. How could he possibly agree to such a thing? Hongwei felt like pulling her hair out in frustration. Just when her work was making progress, her brother had to stir up trouble again. She could have predicted the outcome before making the call, but under her mother's constant urging, perhaps she held on to a glimmer of hope, which led her to finally dial the number. However, Huang Chen's cold voice over the phone was like a bucket of cold water poured over her head, sending shivers down her spine. But who could she blame? It was all her brother's fault. Not only did he start the fight, but he also dared to boast outside that he was the boss's nephew. Inexplicably, Hongwei thought back to when her mother had pressured her to go on blind dates some time ago. She had been so busy with the upgrade and renovation of the Ben Moon Island resort that she had earnestly fabricated a story about having a boyfriend to evade the topic. In her brother's eyes, apart from the workers she interacted with, the only eligible candidate seemed to be her boss, Huang Chen. So her brother thought she was dating the boss? At this thought, the usually refined and capable Hongwei almost burst out swearing. No wonder her brother had been saying strange things like wanting to rise to power soon and eager to become an uncle these days. No wonder her mother had been urging her to buy more feminine clothes and dress more elegantly. Hearing Hongwei's complaints, Zhang Lan remained unfazed, her tone somewhat displeased. Didn't Xiaowei say your boss was smitten with you and wouldn't marry anyone else? Now he's backing out at the first sign of trouble? Such a man is no good. In my opinion, it's just a minor clash between young people. A little scratch and bloodshed. Back in my youth, I once cut my hand deeply and still carried on working. Your generation is just too pampered. Can people be compared like that? When Huang Shan called her, he mentioned that the other party was the young master of Tianan Group, a conglomerate worth 2 to 300 billion. If he got a scratch, he'd probably need to consult top experts to feel at ease, not to mention being publicly hit on the head with a bottle. Regardless of the extent of the injury, the loss of face was undeniable. Such matters were not easily resolved. Hongwei sighed, shook her head, and grabbed her coat hanging nearby. I'll go over now and see how to handle this. Ah, I'll go with you, Zhang Lan said, hands on her hips. You'd better stay at home. Hongwei was taken aback and hurriedly stopped her. If my mom had come, things would probably have gotten even more out of hand. At this moment, outside the Platinum Palace Business Club on the Bar Street, a crowd had already gathered. In the center stood a young man in casual attire, a cigarette dangling from his mouth, allowing his glamorous female companion to gently wipe the blood from his forehead with a towel. Surrounding him were 4 or 5 elegantly dressed companions, all local rich second-generation kids from Tianhai, who usually hung around with Cheng Tian. Apart from these rich second-generation kids, there were also several female companions, dressed in a flashy manner, with attractive figures and looks that drew the attention of many. Manager Huang, don't lose face. Be polite and call you Manager Huang. If you're not, what are you? An impatient Ing Chengtian pushed away the woman beside him, his once handsome face now twisted and somewhat fierce. I rarely come out to play, and I end up getting into trouble in Tianhai. Ha, this is Tianhai, not Beijing or Shanghai. In my territory, if this gets out, I, Ing Chengtian, will lose all face. I didn't cause trouble for your property, so you better watch your attitude. What, you want to protect this person? Do you think you can? Tisk tsk, looks like you're quite loyal to your boss, always throwing bones to lick, right? Today, I want to see what kind of big shot your boss is, even his nephew dares to lay a hand on me. Fortunately, Huangshan had long mastered the art of remaining calm in the face of insults. Despite being verbally abused, he showed no signs of anger. Young Master Ing, you've misunderstood. He really isn't my boss's nephew. After Ing Chengtian vented his frustrations, Huangshan calmly explained. Oh, Ing Chengtian raised an eyebrow, sneering disdainfully, weren't you just fiercely defending him earlier? And now you're not? In Ing Chengtian's opinion, the so-called boss probably backed down once he knew Ing Chengtian's identity. Although this was a wise move, leaving his own nephew to deal with the consequences was something Ing Chengtian looked down upon. Hey, I was also fooled by this kid at first. I even called the boss just now to confirm. Huangshan continued patiently explaining. If this matter wasn't clarified, it would only cause trouble for the boss for no reason. As a competent subordinate, such actions were definitely not acceptable. Young Master Ing, how do you suggest we handle this? After explaining to Hong Wei, Huangshan nervously asked. How do you think we should handle it? Ing Chengtian was no fool, he wouldn't give any leverage in words and promptly shifted the problem back. After all, the initiative was in his hands. If he didn't reclaim his dignity in this matter, he wouldn't have a face to show in Tianhai in the future, with so many followers watching. Regardless, he struck first, so it's definitely his fault. Huangshan maintained a humble posture but left room for negotiation. Ing Chengtian snorted coldly, possibly hitting a sore spot as he sucked in a sharp breath, then turned to his henchman and said, bring that person over here. Soon, a finely dressed short-haired girl was brought over, not stunningly beautiful but still attractive among the crowd. Young Master Ing, are you okay? The girl's face showed concern as she hurried over, wanting to hold his arm. Are you Xiao Shui or Xiao Sui? Ing Chengtian pushed her hand away with disgust and asked, tell Manager Huang, what's your relationship with that person? I am just friends with Hong Wei. He has been pursuing me, but I have never agreed. The girl looked aggrieved, tears swirling in her eyes. I never expected that he would not only follow me but also be so violent, even resorting to hurting Ing Xiao. Oh, alright, stop crying. I'm not dead. Ing Chengtian waved his hand to have his men drag the girl away, lit a cigarette, and said calmly, although it's unnecessary to explain, I still want to say that I, Ing Chengtian, do not lack women, nor do I need to poach someone else's territory. You're talking nonsense. Hong Wei, standing nearby, heard this and turned red with anger, his neck bulging as he said, Shui clearly told me before that she wasn't feeling well today and wanted to go back early to rest. Who I am with is my freedom. We have no relationship, so why do you have the right to control me? The girl with short hair said, her thin lips slightly parted. Shui, I always thought you had feelings for me. Hong Wei looked at the short-haired girl who turned her head away, his eyes pleading. Didn't you agree to be with me? I said I would consider it, not agree. The girl glanced at him disdainfully, quickly clarifying, now it seems there's no need for consideration. Huangshan furrowed his brow, wondering what a mess this was. Hong Wei, this fool, wanted to find a beautiful woman to play with, there were plenty on the bar street, he could easily arrange a dozen for him. But now, for this cold woman, he had offended Tianhai's top young master, Xiao Wei. From afar, a woman rushed over with an anxious expression on her face. Are you okay? The newcomer was Hong Wei. Seeing that Hong Wei was fine except for his pale face, she breathed a sigh of relief, then awkwardly smiled and nodded at Huangshan beside him. Young master, hello, I am Xiao Wei's sister, Hong Wei. Hong Wei looked at the young man still bleeding from his head, full of apologies, bowed and said, my younger brother is ignorant, I hope you, as an adult, can overlook his mistakes, please be generous and don't lower yourself to his level. Oh, you're his sister? Ing Chengtian looked Hong Wei up and down, showing a smile, indeed, quite charming, no wonder your brother is so confident. However, the next moment, the smile disappeared, and he said coldly, but do you think a casual apology can make this matter go away? You either think too highly of yourself or too little of me, Ing Chengtian. Of course not, I know my brother was at fault first in this matter. Whatever you ask for, as long as we can do it, we will not refuse, Hong Wei said with a bitter smile, continuing to bow. Ha, you're quite interesting, more so than your brother. Ing Chengtian tilted his head, looking at Hong Wei's graceful figure, his eyes lingering on her enticing lips for a moment, but you can't make decisions in this matter. Call your man, isn't he the owner of the bar street? How can he not show up when something like this happens? Young master, you're joking. My brother's words earlier were just nonsense. There is no romantic relationship between me and the boss. Hong Wei said with a hint of self-mockery, her gaze gradually firm. This matter has nothing to do with the boss. Since it was my brother's mistake, it should be us, the Hongs, who bear the consequences. Quite bold of you, Ying Chengtian clapped lightly, amused. I never make things difficult for women, especially beautiful ones. Here's the deal, in consideration of your beauty, I'll give you a chance to make amends. With that, Ying Chengtian instructed his men nearby. The man nodded repeatedly, then returned shortly with 2 bottles of 700 milliliters Snow Tree vodka. In this way, you drink these 2 bottles of liquor, hold the empty bottles in front of your younger brother, do it the way I showed you, and this matter will be considered settled, understood? As Ying Chengtian's words came out, the expressions of everyone present changed. Although compared to other white liquors, Shueshu vodka's alcohol content was not very high, only 40 degrees, but with a full 700 milliliters per bottle, and 2 bottles at that, who could drink it all in one go? Even if you finish drinking, you still have to follow suit and open a bottle for Hong Wei, only then will this matter be considered settled. But no one could find fault with Ying Chengtian, after all, who let Hong Wei act without using his brain. In this society, if you make a mistake, you have to admit it. Regardless of the consequences, you have to take responsibility. Hong Wei's chest slightly rose and fell. Obviously her mood at this moment was also very unsettled. She knew her own limits. Although she could handle some alcohol, at most she could only handle 3 or 4 liang of white liquor. These 2 bottles were definitely too much for her. But if she didn't drink, what else could she do? Did she have any other choice? Don't want to? Ying Chengtian seemed to sense the other party's struggle and hesitation. A hint of an ambiguous smile appeared on his lips. It seems Miss Hong just now said she would not refuse. It was just lip service. If it's about money, I'm not short of small change. The amount that can move me, I doubt you can afford it. So, what do you suggest? Ying Chengtian said leisurely, like a cat teasing a mouse. Hong Wei looked up at Ying Chengtian, waiting quietly for the next words. It's simple, just let this girl accompany young Master Ring for a night, take good care of young Master Ring, and that will be the end of it. Brothers, what do you think of my idea? A rich second generation with an earring beside him leaned in, with a smirk, interjected. Young Master Ring, this idea is not bad, but since you're getting a good deal, you should let your little brother hit you a few times, so you don't lose out. Ha, then we'll truly become family. Of course, it's only fair to give in to your brother-in-law, let the little brother-in-law have a turn too. The younger brothers on the side started to cheer, followed by loud laughter. Hearing these unpleasant words, Hong Wei trembled with anger, a hint of fury flashed in her eyes. But she restrained herself, because she knew, not to mention her brother was at fault first, even if it was the other party's fault, it was not something ordinary people like them could afford to provoke. Even though she was considered a glamorous manager outside, overseeing about 100 people, in the end, she was just a slightly higher-level worker. Nonsense, Hong Wei suddenly became anxious. Although he didn't say it out loud, he truly admired his sister from the bottom of his heart. Sister, don't mind him, let's go. Hong Wei stepped forward and grabbed Hong Wei's arm. At most, I'll be charged with fighting. It's not a big deal. Fighting is indeed not a big deal. The man with the earring who had just spoken sneered. If you want to leave, we certainly won't stop you. However, you should think about the consequences. What? Are you threatening me? Do you want my life? Do you really think that having money gives you the right to do as you please? Hong Wei shouted, out of breath. Hey, don't go on about life and death so easily, this is the era of the rule of law. The man with the earring said coldly, with a hint of implication. However, as you know, in today's world, it's inevitable to encounter some bumps when you're out and about. Maybe one day you'll encounter a brake failure, or get into a fight after drinking too much, and then you'll be missing an arm or a leg. I hope you can still be as tough as you are today. What you're doing is illegal. Hong Wei, with a flushed face, grabbed Hong Wei and said seriously, what does that have to do with us? The man with the earring shrugged, his eyes cold, with a mocking tone, don't label us, we are all law-abiding citizens, we won't do anything illegal. But as they say online, no one knows whether tomorrow or an accident will come first, is that the truth? Hong Wei shivered all over, feeling a sense of powerlessness from head to toe. Ying Xiao, are your words just now still valid? Hong Wei gritted her teeth, ignoring the earring-wearing man who had interrupted, and walked directly to Ying Chengtian, who was watching the show on the side. The words I speak naturally hold weight. Ying Chengtian said calmly, showing a hint of interest in this woman. All right, Hong Wei agreed through clenched teeth. No, I disagree. Hong Wei regretted deeply at this moment, pushing her sister aside and rushing to Ying Chengtian. I did it, I will drink this wine. You drink? Who do you think you are? Before Ing Cheng Tian could speak, the earring-wearing man's voice interjected, if it weren't for Ing Xiao's mercy, you would already be in the public security team. Fine, I'll drink. Hong Wei's voice suddenly calmed down. She looked seriously at her seemingly forever immature younger brother, seeing his fiercely opposing appearance. Disappointment, discomfort, and pain flashed in Hong Wei's eyes, mixed with a hint of relief. The complexity of emotions is not something outsiders should know. Just as Hong Wei raised the wine glass to drink, a black Rolls-Royce slowly approached, and the onlookers who had gathered to watch the scene instinctively made way. Then the car stopped in front of Hong Wei. The door opened, and a slender figure appeared before everyone. I didn't know you could hold your liquor this well. A familiar voice sounded, and the person who arrived was Huang Chen. He walked leisurely to Hong Wei, meeting her bewildered and helpless eyes with a sigh in his heart. Let me introduce myself. I'm Huang Chen, and this is my territory. Huang Chen took the wine from her hand, pulled her aside, then looked at Ing Cheng Tian standing with his arms crossed and the group behind him. The scene rewound 20 minutes. After hanging up on Hong Wei's call, Huang Chen, feeling depressed, had intended to go to bed, but he couldn't fall asleep no matter how much he tossed and turned. Already troubled by Xiao Jian's misfortune and the commotion caused by Hong Wei, his level of annoyance was evident. He lit a cigarette, walked to the balcony to catch some cool air, but his emotions did not calm down. Xu Tao, bring the Cullinan to pick me up. After smoking 2 cigarettes in a row, Huang Chen couldn't resist any longer and called Xu Tao. Once in the car, he instructed Yifeng to gather information on Tianan Group, especially on Ing Cheng Tian, and told Huang Shan to stay alert, ensuring the safety of Hong Wei and the others. After hanging up the phone, Huang Chen couldn't help but curse himself for being weak. Although he knew this matter was very tricky and he had no advantage or leverage over Tianan Group, he still chose to go. Whether it was out of cherishing Hong Wei's talent and wanting to help her as much as possible, or because of the 200 million development fund she brought, or because of those tempting lips, Huang Chen himself couldn't say for sure. But having lived a lifetime, and with the mysterious system he had obtained, if he still hesitated even with the system by his side, unable to even protect his subordinates, then what use would his future immense wealth be? With the system's tasks, he had accumulated a vast fortune in such a short time. As mentioned before, as long as he gave himself time, what would Tianan Group mean in front of him in the future? In that case, why not confront Tianan Group? At least, his industry, his word is final. With a market value of over 20 billion, Tianan Group, although the Ying family is a major shareholder, still faces many constraints from other shareholders. Moreover, Ing Cheng Tian is just a second-generation young master. After making this decision, Huang Chen seemed to have a lot of thoughts. Just then, the system suddenly sounded. Congratulations to the host for realizing one of the true meanings of the landlord, protecting one's own interests. Now initiating the first main task, making a name in Tianhai. This main task is part of a series, with rewards given in stages. Task 1, handle the conflict involving Hong Wei properly. Note, as a landlord, backing down should never be your choice. Huang Chen opened his eyes, lost in thought. So the real protagonist has arrived. Ing Cheng Tian walked over, facing Huang Chen directly. It must be mentioned that Huang Chen's appearance carried some weight, evident by the luxurious Cullinan he arrived in, indicating his extraordinary wealth. Looking at the other party, not very old but dressed in custom-made clothes, exuding a calm demeanor, he had the aura of a business tycoon, a successful man, displaying a deep-rooted confidence and composure. This feeling, he had experienced in the older generation of entrepreneurs, in his own elder brother who was now the executive vice president of Tianan Group, Ing Chengye. Now, he was feeling it in a man of similar age, perhaps even younger than himself. Who is this young master? With the surname Huang, is he from the Huang family in Southeast Asia, or from the new internet elite in the Magic City, or perhaps from the household appliances retail family? Huang is a prominent surname, and there are many wealthy Huangs in the country, so even though Ing Chengtian's mind was racing, he couldn't find anyone who could match up to Huang Chen. Young Master Ing, I've heard of your reputation. I didn't expect our first meeting to be in such circumstances. Huang Chen gestured towards Hong Wei and her brother beside him, smiling as he said, these two are my subordinates. They were disrespectful, offending you. Allow me to apologize on their behalf. As for how to proceed, you bring a charter, and I'll take it from there. Who do you think you are? You say you'll take it? The man with the earring walked over looking displeased, saying, bring a charter? My brother just said, either make this girl drink these 2 bottles of wine and then crack that kid's head open. Or, let her accompany young Master Ing for a night, otherwise this won't be over. Young Master Ing, what do you say? Huang Chen couldn't be bothered to even look at the man, just smiling as he gazed at the contemplative Ing Chengtian. Mr. Huang, what do you mean? Feeling directly ignored by Huang Chen, the man with the earring felt his face lose some dignity, a hint of ruthlessness flashing in his eyes as he clenched his fist and strode towards Huang Chen. Before he could get close, Xu Tao, who had been quietly standing by, stepped in front of him. Xu Tao didn't care about whether he could afford to provoke these big shots or not, he only knew that his generous salary was given by his boss, and his family's current good life was all thanks to his boss's favor, so he had to protect his boss's safety. If you eat from someone's bowl, you must obey them, you must serve them. You must not eat from their bowl and then insult them, or you'll get a beating. This was what his grandmother used to tell him when he was young. Though the words were rough, they made sense. Huang Chen patted Xu Tao's shoulder and shook his head gently. Seeing this, Xu Tao stepped aside. I'm the only one in my family, so who am I deferring to? Huang Chen almost couldn't resist saying this joke. He adjusted his clothes, casually brushed off some non-existent dust from his sleeve, his voice gradually turning cold. But you, why are you so eager to cause trouble? Are you representing young Master Ing, or just looking to stir things up here? The man with the earring suddenly choked. The hat was a bit too big for him to handle. Especially seeing Ing Qingtian's stern expression, he felt a bit flustered. Despite usually being cheerful and seemingly close to young Master Ing, he felt a bit uneasy. But in his heart, he was clear that there was no substantial difference between himself and the little brothers playing beside him, as their family's businesses all relied on the Tianan group. Ing Chengtian furrowed his brow slightly, clearly hesitating. At that moment, a little brother hurried over, glanced at Huang Chen, and whispered a few words in his ear. After listening to the little brother, Ing Chengtian sighed and looked at Huang Chen with a hint of disdain in his eyes. What Xiaofei just said is what I mean. Ing Chengtian took a deep drag of his cigarette and said lightly, Huang, I can't take the blame for nothing. The man with the earring's full name was Zhuang Fei, whose family was in the earthwork business. Although the Tianan Group was a comprehensive conglomerate, it originally made its fortune in real estate development. No room for negotiation? Huang Chen's smile faded slowly. Ing, you wouldn't deny me any face, would you? The somewhat noisy environment gradually quieted down. All eyes were fixed on the two men standing in the middle. Hong Wei clasped her hands tightly in front of her chest, feeling her heart beating fiercely. She was filled with deep worry, yet inexplicably, a sense of security arose within her. Huang Chen had said he would handle it before, but now, when she felt most helpless, he appeared before her again and took on this huge trouble. What woman could resist such a romantic hero saving the damsel in distress? Otherwise, why would so many people throughout history still be captivated by such cliched scenes? Regardless of what would happen next, from the moment Huang Chen appeared, Hong Wei understood that she could no longer simply regard him as her boss as she had before. You give me face, but what about my face? Ing Chengtian pointed to the wound on his forehead that had stopped bleeding, then gestured towards Hong Wei not far away. Huang, is it worth fighting me over something so trivial? When it comes to women, at our level, there's no type of woman we can't get. Ing Chengtian's tone softened, as if chatting with an old friend, and he smiled. How about I set up a situation later, and we become friends? Whatever type of woman you want, whether it's a celebrity, internet sensation, or campus beauty, just name it, and I'll arrange it perfectly for you. Let's not worry about this today. Although according to the information the little brother had just gathered, Huang Chen only owned 2 resorts and a bar street, he couldn't be considered a wealthy tycoon. But at their level, unless there was no other choice, he didn't want to confront someone with such a background. Including what he had just said, there was actually some sincerity in it. In a different setting, he would indeed be willing to befriend Huang Chen and bring him into their circle. I appreciate your kindness, Ing. Huang Chen sighed inwardly. Rich second-generation individuals valued face more than anything else. Hong Wei's actions were like giving him a slap in the face, no different from a direct confrontation. But I'll say it again, apologies and compensation are fine, but my people are off limits. The crowd was in an uproar. This was a direct challenge. Such bold words. I'm curious to see how you'll protect your people. Ing Qingtian's smile vanished completely. No wonder Hong Wei was so audacious. It turned out she had such a stubborn boss backing her up. He had misunderstood, though. Huang Chen didn't have a habit of resorting to violence at the drop of a hat. As for the incident with the slap earlier, well, that was a different story. In terms of money, you can't beat me. In terms of numbers, you can't beat me. In terms of influence and power in Tianhai, you definitely can't beat me. Ing Qingtian stared at Huang Chen, emphasizing each word. Huang Chen, what do you have to compete with me? I admit, the Tianan Group is wealthy and influential, but this money and power are not yours. Huang Chen's face remained calm. Even if you want to make a move, how much can you really use? Will the shareholders agree? Will your brother, Ing Qingyan, agree? But I am different. Huang Chen paused for a moment, shaking his finger. The tens of billions worth of industries I own are completely under my control. Even if I squander them all, no one will dare to say a word against me. I can invest billions and still find people to work for me. No matter what tricks you play, I can still do it, and I will repay it twofold. Ing Xiao, if you don't believe me, you are welcome to try. Huang Chen showed a fierce expression for the first time. Let's see who gives in first. Ing Qingtian's face looked extremely unpleasant because Huang Chen's words hit him right where it hurt. Indeed, Tianing Group had money and power, but that wasn't his. It belonged to his father, Ing Weiwen, now, and in the future, it would belong to his brother, Ing Qingye. Chengye and Cheng Tian, the name given by the patriarch implied a lot. So, the family's perception of him had always been to quietly live as a second-generation rich, fulfill his duty of continuing the family line, and avoid causing trouble for the family. The strained relationship between Ing Qingye and Ing Cheng Tian was information that Jifeng had gathered. The reason was simple because Ing Cheng Tian was not a complete fool. On the contrary, he did well in his studies, was ambitious, and wanted to start his own business, but no one in the family supported him. Just as some joked, second-generation rich can do anything, except start a business. His father refused to give him money, and his brother was wary of him taking over, not even allowing him a position in the company. So, although Ing Cheng Tian could live extravagantly, drive luxury cars, and reside in mansions, he had limited funds at his disposal. Despite trying to start a publicity planning company a few years ago, without resources from the family, he couldn't make much progress and could only barely sustain it now. Huang Chen's confidence and strength in his words made Ing Cheng Tian feel inadequate in comparison. Seeing Ing Cheng Tian's uncertain expression, Huang Chen smiled. Ing Xiao, I'm actually more interested in doing business with you than causing trouble. Seeing Ing Cheng Tian's puzzled look, Huang Chen took a few steps closer, handed him a cigarette, and said with a smile, my Crescent Moon Island resort is currently undergoing upgrades, so I'm planning a series of promotions with a budget of 50 million. If your company is interested in leading this project, I can even increase the budget. Ing Cheng Tian was about to refuse, but upon hearing this, he looked up in surprise at Huang Chen, finally accepting the cigarette, and the atmosphere immediately eased. Is Mr. Huang serious about this? Ing Cheng Tian lit Huang Chen's cigarette with a lighter, then lit his own, took a puff, and asked eagerly. Of course, I'm serious. Huang Chen blew a smoke ring, smiling. To be honest, the job isn't difficult, anyone can do it, but it's better to have you, my brother, do it. Huang Chen glanced around with a smile. If Ing Xiao finds it suitable, let's find a place to talk in detail, so we don't entertain outsiders here. Ing Cheng Tian looked at Huang Chen quietly for a while, then suddenly burst into a more genuine smile than before. This is your territory, Huang Xiao, so I'll follow your arrangements. Ing Cheng Tian laughed heartily. Huang Chen also laughed and then waved to Huang Shan standing on the sidelines. Boss, do you have any orders? Seeing both of them laughing, Huang Shan was certain that things were about to take a turn. Just a while ago, he was ready with a group of security guards to rescue the boss at any moment, his palms sweating with nervousness. Find a quieter place, and I'll have a few drinks with Ing Xiao. I'll have this snow tree vodka. Huang Chen pointed to the 2 bottles of wine still sitting beside him, and winked at Ing Cheng Tian. Ha, Huang, you really hold a grudge. Ing Cheng Tian couldn't help but burst into laughter. Alright, Xiaofei, you guys accompany me for a drink with Huang, the rest can leave. Since Ing Cheng Tian had made a decision, he was not one to drag things out, so he waved his hand and dismissed the remaining people. Although the onlookers didn't know what Huang Chen and Ing Cheng Tian had just discussed, seeing the friendly exchange between the two, they figured that the previous matter had been settled and wouldn't be pursued further. With no more excitement to watch, the onlookers gradually dispersed. Meanwhile, the siblings Hongwei and Hongwei were still a bit puzzled. Weren't things tense and on edge just a moment ago? How come, in no time, they were making plans to go for drinks like good buddies? Hongwei, come over here, I might need you later, Huang Chen called out. Seeing the look Huang Chen gave him, Hongwei suddenly felt a chill down his spine. He couldn't explain why, but in the past, he might have been a little afraid of Huang Chen, more like the fear an employee has of getting caught slacking off by the boss, but he still had the confidence to say, I'd rather quit. Now, he felt a few more shivers of fear towards Huang Chen, even a hint of admiration, even though this guy wasn't that old. Even just a moment ago, he had made the worst assumption, with the bottom line being not to involve his sister. As for himself, it was still the same as before. Everyone is an adult and must understand a rule, that any recklessness and impulsiveness come with a price. If you keep being reckless without paying any price, it only means that someone is quietly handling the aftermath for you. These people are happy, but to some extent, they are like flowers in a greenhouse, sheltered from the harsh realities of society. If the family background is strong, with enough wealth to support them, and they have been taught some boundaries since childhood, and the family has enough power to solve problems, then it's somewhat better. What's to be feared is someone like Hong Wei, clearly an ordinary person, but who has been overly protected since childhood, ignorant of the world's ways, and more likely to cause irreparable trouble. Fortunately, Hong Wei wasn't beyond redemption in his foolishness and ignorance. At least he knew how to protect his loved ones, and after this incident, he seemed to have gained some understanding. At this moment, in a large private room at a nearby business club, everyone sat around Huang Chen and Ing Cheng Tian. Today's matter, Hong Wei was at fault first. So before we discuss business, I'll punish myself with 3 cups and apologize to Ing Xiao. Huang Chen raised his glass and spoke. The world of Jianghu isn't just about fighting, society values relationships. With this statement, at least the attitude was shown, the way out was given, and the face was saved. So Ing Qingtian's last bit of resentment disappeared. When Huang Chen raised his glass, he also raised his, putting his arm around Huang Chen. Although things started off a bit disappointing today, having the chance to meet Huang is also a blessing. So Huang, please don't mention apologizing again, let's have a drink together. The men with earrings quickly raised their glasses, and Huang Shan, Hong Wei, and others on Huang Chen's side followed suit. With a gulp, the atmosphere immediately became lively, and everyone relaxed a bit, no longer feeling as tense as before. Ing, let me formally introduce you. After a few drinks, Huang Chen's face started to flush, and he pulled Hong Wei over. Hong Wei, manager of the Crescent Moon Island Resort, in charge of all affairs there. Xiao Wei, please introduce the basic situation of our resort to Mr. Ing and the others. Focusing on our promotional plans, Hong Wei nodded and began to explain concisely. With an excellent memory and familiarity with the details, she presented the information fluently and confidently. This performance surprised Ing Chengtian, who seemed to understand why Huang Chen was willing to stand up for this woman. She was definitely not just a pretty face. As this was a serious matter, Ing Chengtian listened attentively, occasionally interrupting Hong Wei to ask questions of his own. The rest of the group understood the situation well, speaking in hushed tones and paying close attention. After over half an hour of discussion, Ing Chengtian finally grasped the general idea. Huang, I must say, you are something else, Ing Chengtian complimented with a thumbs up, raising his glass to him. Honestly, I had some knowledge about Crescent Moon Island before. The investment may not be huge, but acquiring it is no easy task. Ing Chengtian sighed, reflecting, the influence of the clans there is significant. Without their cooperation, even with all the money in the world, obtaining the exclusive operating rights for the island would be impossible. After acquiring it, you immediately invested 200 million in upgrades. Impressive, Huang, Ing Chengtian remarked with a hint of envy. Despite being born with a silver spoon, having never lacked money, the total sum of his funds, including what he spent, had never exceeded 1 billion in his entire life. Comparing himself to someone in their 20s who casually spent billions highlighted the stark contrast. At that moment, Ing Chengtian realized his previous judgment of Huang Chen was off. Initially, he had heard reports that Huang Chen only owned 2 resorts and a bar street, estimating his wealth to be around 10 billion. While this amount would be considered wealthy for most people, it was not much in Ing Chengtian's eyes. However, learning that Huang Chen invested 2 billion immediately upon taking over made him realize that Huang Chen's wealth might be far greater than he had imagined. He had no idea where this guy came from. By the way, Huang, you're driving the latest Kalinin today, right? What's the price? Ing Chengtian was clearly interested in the car. Although he owned several cars, they were all under the group's name, and buying a luxury car was a standard for big shots. Around 8 million, not sure about the specifics, it was a gift from a friend, Huang Chen replied with a smile. Wow, Ing Chengtian was astonished, taking a sharp breath, your friend is quite generous. Do you know the Dongming group from the Lu Mansion? Seeing Ing Chengtian nod, Huang Chen continued, it was a gift from Fang Qidong. So, Huang, you know Fang Qidong too, Ing Chengtian marveled once again, losing count of the surprises that evening. We did some business together, so I know him, Huang Chen replied briefly. This was also a way to demonstrate his strength. Without substantial power, it would be impossible to impress someone like Ing Chengtian, born into a 100 billion group with a strong family background developed over decades, far beyond the reach of ordinary rich second-generation individuals like Wu Xiaohua. Ing Chengtian silently made a note to investigate further. Although he didn't know Fang Qidong, he was friends with Fang Qiming, and they would meet whenever he visited the Lu Mansion over the years. Huang Chen could see that Ing Chengtian was very interested in this collaboration, which was the solution he had envisioned after receiving information from Yi Feng. It was a win-win situation that would solve the problem, meet his own needs, and allow the other party to make money. After all, as Huang Chen said before, this job isn't difficult, and the required connections happen to be within Ing Chengtian's reach. So, it's almost like money falling into his lap. Moreover, judging by Huang Chen's attitude, there will probably be plenty of opportunities for future cooperation. If he can hitch a ride on his success, there might be a chance to break away from the Tianan group and make a name for himself. After a while of drinking and having a good time, everyone exchanged contact information and left one by one, no one daring to bring up past matters. Coming out of the club, they bid farewell to Ing Cheng Tian and Hong Wei, who were exchanging meaningful glances. It wasn't noticed before, but Ing Cheng Tian turned out to be quite interesting. Of course, he wouldn't show this side in front of ordinary people. Walking along the roadside, after a while, Hong Wei spoke up. "Boss, I really appreciate what you did today." Her face was flushed, whether from drinking or something else was unclear. "How do you plan to thank me?" Huang Chen, lost in his thoughts, casually asked upon hearing her words. Hearing this, Hong Wei hesitated for a moment, silently cursing the boss for not following the usual script. She gritted her teeth, encouraged herself, then suddenly turned around, wrapped her arms around Huang Chen's waist, and planted a firm kiss on his lips. Before Huang Chen could react, she hurriedly ran off on her own. "Damn it! This girl even made my teeth ache. Boss." After Hong Wei ran off, Huang Shan, who had been following from a distance, finally approached. "It's okay, let's go back." Huang Chen yawned, checked the time, it was almost 2 o'clock. Taking a car back to the villa, Huang Chen fell asleep as soon as his head touched the pillow. He slept soundly until past 8 in the morning when a phone call woke him up. Who the hell is calling so early? People who didn't sleep well usually woke up grumpy, and Huang Chen was no exception. However, seeing the caller ID, his anger subsided a bit. The call was from Ing Cheng Tian, who had just parted ways in the early morning. "Huang, it's Cheng Tian." Ing Cheng Tian's voice over the phone sounded energetic, unlike Huang Chen's tired tone. "Cheng, you seem to have a lot of energy." Huang Chen muttered, unable to stifle a yawn. "Didn't I disturb your morning exercise?" Ing Cheng Tian chuckled mischievously. "Cut it out, I'm not like you." Huang Chen remembered that when he left last night, Ing Cheng Tian had a lady with him. He probably had a wild night after returning, so how come he was so lively now? The only explanation was that Ing Cheng Tian couldn't keep up, unlike Huang Chen. Huang Chen let his thoughts wander as he splashed his face with cold water. "Don't worry, I won't forget what I promised you yesterday." Huang Chen put the phone on speaker, preparing for the day while speaking. "Alright, come to Yunhai Resort at 10. I'll also call those planning companies, and we'll sign the contract again later." "Hee, Huang, you're efficient. I'll gather the team and see you later." Ing Cheng Tian was in a great mood. On one hand, it was because of the upcoming collaboration, the biggest deal his company had received in the years since its establishment. Previously, most of the deals he got were due to the Tianan Group's reputation, with the largest amount being just over $1 million. Although the industry was profitable, the annual turnover was only around a few million. After deducting salaries and daily expenses, the profits were meager. But the more important reason was that last night, after returning home, he figured that Fong Qiming, the night owl, was probably still awake, so he called directly. Although he disturbed the person's exercise and had to apologize for a while, he at least got accurate information. He now knew that Huang Chen had bought all the shares of Dongming Group in the dream world in one go, spending a whopping 10 billion. And it was because of this that Fong Qidong generously gifted Huang Chen a curry nan. 10 billion in cash, damn. Despite Tianan Group's market value of over 200 billion and his father's wealth of nearly $1 billion, coming up with 10 billion in cash was still a significant strain. Therefore, the level of attention Fong Qidong paid to Huang Chen had risen by more than one level. 10 o'clock, Yunhai Resort, main conference room. At this moment, apart from the 4 advertising planning companies from before, Fong Qidong, dressed in formal attire, had arrived with his subordinates. Meanwhile, Hong Wei, in a professional suit, stood at the door to greet him. "Please, have a seat, everyone." Huang Chen sat in the main seat, nodded and smiled at Fong Qidong, who sat in the first seat on his left, then addressed the group. "Let me introduce you all, this is Fong Qidong, the young master of Tianan Group. After the last meeting, I felt that your companies were lacking in social resources, making it difficult to achieve the effects you proposed in your plans. So, I warmly invited Fong Qidong's Xingtian Media to join our promotional campaign." As soon as Huang Chen spoke, the expressions of the people from the 4 advertising planning companies, led by Shang Lu with his small braids, changed. Everyone knew that the promotion of Ben Moon Island was a huge cake, and precisely because this cake was too big, none of the 4 companies could handle it alone, leading to the formation of this joint planning group. Now, with Huang Chen joining a new company, it meant that his company's share had decreased accordingly, and this was real money. But they had no choice. After all, Huang Chen was the first party, and the initial contract did not restrict this matter. In plain terms, it was because the wealthy father of the first party was too dominant. If he got upset, he could even kick all of them out, at most compensating a small breach of contract fee. With Huang Chen's wealthy and imposing manner, he might not even care about that small fee. It seems like everyone has no objections. That's good. Huang Chen nodded in satisfaction. The reactions of the 4 advertising planning companies were within his expectations, as he personally reviewed the terms of the initial contract and was well aware of the rights of the first party. For this joint planning, Shangtian Media will take the lead, and Shang Lu, your team, will fully cooperate. Huang Chen continued, if you have any objections, speak up now. Otherwise, don't bring this up to me in the future. If I find anyone slacking off later, don't blame me for kicking your company out. Furthermore, I will hold you accountable legally. Of course, as you know, I aim for the best results in this promotion, so I won't skimp on investment. If necessary, I can further increase the initial 50 million promotional fund. Moreover, if we achieve the expected results, I will have additional rewards for all of you present here. Trust me, that reward will not disappoint you. Nowadays, Huang Chen was a master at wielding both the stick and the carrot. Seeing the sudden brightness in Shang Lu's eyes, Huang Chen was quite satisfied. This involved the reward for the second phase of his main task. How could he not be concerned? After being awakened by Feng Qidong's call this morning, he realized that the system had already notified him of completing the first phase of the task. Congratulations, host, on completing the first phase of the task. Task rewards: 1. Usage rights for THC 1013 plot in Tianhai City. 2. Host's reputation level in Tianhai City +1. Host's current reputation in Tianhai City has reached somewhat famous. Note, reputation levels are divided into unknown, heard of, somewhat famous, renowned, and famous. The second phase of the mission is now open. Mission objective: successfully complete the opening ceremony of Curved Moon Island, with online and offline attention exceeding 1 million people on the opening day. Huang Chen opened his eyes, lost in thought. According to the system's previous description, to successfully complete the main task of famous in Tianhai, one's reputation in Tianhai City must reach the level of renowned. With his current wealth of just over 2 billion, coupled with the completion of the first phase of the task and showcasing his strength in front of Ying Chengtian, the top young master of Tianhai, he had barely reached the level of somewhat famous. It seemed that there was still a long way to go to truly complete this main task. However, just completing the first phase and being rewarded with a piece of land was indeed a generous reward from the system. This filled him with anticipation for the rewards of the upcoming tasks. So, he had been planning early on how to complete this second phase of the mission. And now, it seemed that his decision to invite Ying Qingtian's company to break the deadlock yesterday had inadvertently made a good move. Not to mention the influence of Tianan Group around Tianhai City. From the information he found yesterday, he discovered that Ying Chengtian had connections in the entertainment industry. Besides handling publicity planning, his Chengtian Media had previously invested in 2 web dramas and a low-budget movie. Although the results were not outstanding, at least there were no losses, and he had also accumulated some resources in the entertainment industry. Of course, whether this was done with the help of Tianan Group was unknown. As for his second phase task, it was essentially about popularity, and the best way to attract attention was through the entertainment industry. The most romantic couple event was originally set to be live-streamed online. Besides creating hype through internet celebrities in the early stages, should he invite a few celebrity couples through Ying Chengtian to participate in this event? He wasn't sure if this would be beneficial or harmful. If something went wrong during the celebrity event, it would be troublesome. After all, celebrities often have public personas, and it's hard to know their true selves. Seeing Huang Chen suddenly look serious, silent, and deep in thought, the attendees were a bit puzzled. Weren't things going well just now? Everyone was quite enthusiastic. What had upset this wealthy man now? Ahem, Huang, what do you think we should do next? Seeing everyone looking at him, Ying Chengtian touched his nose, leaned over, and asked softly. Huang Chen snapped out of his contemplation and naturally didn't need to explain what he was thinking. He spoke in a deep voice, the opening and most romantic couple event on Curved Moon Island. My requirement is for the total online and offline audience to exceed 1.2 million, and it must be real numbers. Don't try to fool me with fake figures. Based on this goal, you all need to further refine the plan. People for people, money for money. I have only one requirement: this goal must be achieved. Any questions? Huang Chen looked around and asked. Huang, rest assured, we will do our best. When it came to business matters, even Ying Chengtian stopped being playful. Since it was decided that his company would take the lead, he was the first to stand up and show his support. Despite Ying Chengtian's usual carefree appearance, he was very clear about what was important when it came to serious matters. That's it, meeting adjourned. Huang Chen was quite satisfied with Ying Chengtian's attitude, nodded, got up, and left. In the tea room nearby, Ing Chengtian, who had been confident before, now had a downcast expression. Taking the red tea that Jifeng had prepared in advance, Huang Chen took a sip, moistened his lips, then placed the cup on the tea table and looked at Ing Chengtian with a smile. "What's with that expression? Just now, didn't you seem confident?" "Huang Xiao, Huang Go, that was just a show for others." Ing Chengtian shrugged, thanked Jifeng, and then gulped down the tea in his cup. "You chose Valentine's Day for this event. Young people are busy with their own affairs, fireworks, and sweating profusely. They don't have time to pay attention to your activities. With 1.2 million people, you can't expect them all to be single and interested, right?" Ing Chengtian grumbled, "Even single people probably don't like this kind of event." Indeed, money is hard to earn, and crap is hard to swallow, Ing Chengtian thought to himself. "I've invested tens of millions in this, and we can't even create a decent scene?" Huang Chen calmly sipped his tea. Despite his words, Huang Chen also felt a bit uncertain. After all, it was a main task that had been released with great difficulty. If it wasn't completed, who knows if there will be similar tasks in the future. If you only care about numbers and appearances, that's a minor issue, Ing Chengtian sighed. Having been in the entertainment industry, he was quite familiar with some of the tricks involved. Don't be fooled by online activities that generate millions of views. The actual numbers, even after discounting, may not be as high. A few hundred people can generate millions of views easily. Don't talk nonsense. Huang Chen furrowed his brows slightly. He was well aware of these things. "I need real attention numbers. How you achieve that is up to you, I don't care. Online popularity is like the ocean, full of water. It's like finding bits of beef and beef noodle soup after removing all the noodles and broth. If the expenses exceed the budget, don't blame me." Ing Chengtian was waiting for this, and quickly added, "Hey, you were waiting for me here." Huang Chen chuckled, "With your family's wealth, don't act like you've never seen money before." "Tisk, Huang Xiao, as you said, that money belongs to my family, not me," Ing Chengtian retorted, "otherwise, I wouldn't have to bother myself with all this." "All right." Huang Chen pursed his lips. "Every family has its own difficulties, especially wealthy ones. By the way, do you have any plans later?" Huang Chen thought of the system reward for that piece of land and felt excited. Ing Chengtian shook his head in response, contentedly sipping his tea. As the boss, he was responsible for giving orders, while the specifics were handled by his subordinates. Otherwise, why pay so many people salaries? "Then come with me to check out a piece of land," Huang Chen said as he browsed the information about the land. "Check a delivery?" Ing Chengtian hesitated for a moment, subconsciously thinking, isn't delivery about picking up or dropping off items? Then he realized Huang Chen meant to inspect a piece of land. Damn it! Huang Xiao actually acquired a piece of land? As mentioned earlier, Tianan Group made its fortune in real estate, so he was more sensitive to land matters than most people. He knew that acquiring a piece of land was not just about money. He wondered about the location and nature of the land Huang Chen mentioned. Was it industrial land? Residential land? Or perhaps the more expensive commercial land? Huang Chen had already found information about the land THC 1013 plot, located on the north side of Zhongshan Road, west of the Welcome Avenue in Tianhai City, designated for commercial use, B1, with an area of 108 acres. Sitting in the car, Huang Chen, accompanied by Ing Chengtian and Yi Feng, headed towards the location. Huang Xiao, is this the place you were talking about? Are you sure this is the land you acquired? Seeing this familiar place as they got off the car, Ing Chengtian was so excited that he couldn't speak smoothly. In front of him was a piece of land that had long been prepared for development, surrounded by towering buildings and bustling crowds. Looking around, not far away were Zhongshan Road and the city square. Just based on its geographical location, this piece of land could be considered very advantageous. There was a mature commercial area nearby, plenty of residential communities, and well-developed supporting facilities. It could be said that this was a very mature piece of land, ready for development at any time, with a very promising future. The reason why such good land had not been developed until now was that it had been taken by businessmen from Hong Kong Island years ago and had been left idle ever since. Over the years, countless people had considered developing this land, but they all ended up empty-handed. The other party was a wealthy tycoon from Hong Kong Island who had made significant investments in the country, and basically, no one could force him to do something he didn't want to do. Yes, I acquired it not long ago, said Huang Chen with a hint of regret. He himself had not expected that the land rewarded by the system would be located here. It could only be said that the system never disappointed its host. 3 years ago, when Huang Chen had just arrived at Tianhai to study, he and his classmates got off at Zhongshan Road to visit Qin Island. Passing by this place, he had wondered why such a well-located piece of land had not been developed. Little did he know that after all this time, this piece of land would become his own. Huang, this is just. Cheng Tian didn't know how to describe it in words. This piece of land had actually been taken by someone. This piece of land had actually been taken by Huang Chen. This was not a problem that money could solve. How strong must one's connections be to persuade that unyielding wealthy merchant? Seeing the admiring look in Cheng Tian's eyes, Huang Chen smiled calmly. It was all thanks to the system. He didn't even know who the previous owner of the property was. However, this smile seemed somewhat mysterious to Cheng Tian. He was glad he hadn't confronted Huang head-on, and that he had wisely chosen to cooperate with him. This Huang was probably even more influential than he had imagined. Cheng Tian was now extremely grateful that his choice from last night seemed incredibly wise. So, Huang, what are your plans for this piece of land? Cheng Tian asked, unconsciously using a more respectful tone. Cheng Tian, if this land were yours, what would you do with it? Huang Chen didn't answer directly but instead asked back. If it were mine, I would definitely develop it myself, Cheng Tian said without hesitation. This land has already been prepared for development, saving a lot of effort, and the construction process would be very fast. Construction could start while simultaneously initiating investment attraction. If that seems troublesome, we could directly introduce a commercial square, or simply build office buildings and then lease them out as a whole. In any case, there would be no loss in developing it. Cheng Tian went on, showing that he had indeed thought about it thoroughly, otherwise, he wouldn't have been so detailed. Huang, you haven't shared your thoughts yet, Cheng Tian said in a long-winded manner before coming back to his senses and smiling awkwardly. If I were to invest the land, do you think we could find someone to cooperate in its development? Huang Chen asked slowly, taking a drag of his cigarette. Of course, we could, Cheng Tian replied, then looked at Huang Chen with an incredulous expression. Wait, Huang, are you willing to share the profits with someone else? Cheng Tian had never even considered the issue of Huang Chen not having enough money for development. Joking aside, the person who had managed to acquire this land, would they not have the funds for development? Even if Huang Chen truly had no money at the moment, he could easily mortgage the land at a bank for a loan. This was an absolute prime asset. That was why Cheng Tian was extremely puzzled as to why Huang Chen would have such an idea. If it were Cheng Tian himself, who would be willing to share profits with someone else in a deal where they could make 100% profit? Who would think they were making too much money? If I let you handle this, would you be willing? Huang Chen continued to ask. Me handle it? Cheng Tian's heart pounded wildly. He took a deep breath, trying to calm down his excitement. Huang, what do you mean? Cheng Tian asked with some disbelief. You can spread the word about this matter, see who's interested. Huang Chen patted his shoulder, his smile carrying some deep meaning. This decision of Huang Chen's was not made lightly. He was not someone who saw money as dirt, nor did he think he earned too much. Selling this piece of land would be the easiest way, but it would be a shame to sell such well-located land. And if he developed it himself, not to mention his lack of knowledge in construction, even dealing with subsequent investment and leasing would be troublesome. Most importantly, Huang Chen didn't have the money for it now. Instead of that, it would be better to generously find someone to expand the cake together, waiting to reap the benefits and rent in leisure. Of course, deep down, Huang Chen had another consideration, which was the main task this time. Since the main task required him to make a name in Tianhai, he naturally had to find ways to increase his reputation and influence in Tianhai City. What could be better than building a landmark building to make a name for himself? Yes, since Huang Chen was ready to share the cake, he wouldn't just casually build a commercial center or office building. If he were to build, it had to be of high standards, something that Tianhai currently didn't have. He had a vague idea at this moment, but whether it could be realized depended on the feedback after Cheng Tian spread the news. After parting ways with Huang Chen, Cheng Tian drove his Porsche 911 back to his villa by the seaside. Cheng Tian, who usually enjoyed socializing, was now sitting quietly alone in the living room, lighting a cigarette, taking a puff, watching it burn slowly into ashes, completely still. His mind was a bit confused at the moment, so he needed to calm his emotions first. His father had taught him not to make promises when happiest, and especially not to make decisions when angry. This advice was always in his heart. It had to be said that although Cheng Tian seemed to be idle all day long, he still had a methodical way of doing things. He went through today's experiences in his mind, carefully recalling every word and expression of Huang Chen, trying to figure out if there was any hidden meaning. After much thought, he was still puzzled by Huang Chen's decision. But at the same time, his admiration for Huang Chen deepened. If someone could do what he couldn't, then that person naturally had qualities worth learning and acknowledging. To succeed, one must first understand oneself, acknowledge others' strengths and virtues openly, and not always blame one's failures on bad luck or missed opportunities, nor constantly think, if I were in his place, I could succeed too. At least in this aspect, Cheng Tian had achieved it. He also remembered another saying from his father, which was associate with the right people, with influential people, and don't care about temporary gains or losses. Objectively speaking, his cooperation with Huang Chen was advantageous for him. After all, compared to the 4 companies in the joint group before, his small company had no advantage in terms of strength, reputation, or influence. Being able to take the lead, he felt it was a bit of compensation for the incident that hurt him last night. So, if he truly wanted to be friends with Huang Chen, or even have a closer relationship in the future, he couldn't take advantage of this. Since he had agreed now, and with Huang Chen's evident importance, he had to handle this matter beautifully. If it is said that even a pig can fly when standing at the wind's edge, then to prosper, one must have the support of a benefactor. Although Cheng Tian did not possess the same discerning eye honed by his father's years of experience, he still had confidence in his own judgment. In his view, Huang Chen, who was wealthy, principled, had boundaries in his dealings, and was willing to share profits with others, was the benefactor he had been waiting for. No matter how powerful Tianan Group was, as long as his old man didn't split the family, he would only receive a yearly dividend and not even have any shares, let alone cash out. But which man doesn't have ambitions to create something of his own, to have everyone move at his command, to stand at a high place and give directions, and to be admired wherever he goes? Since his family didn't trust him and didn't give him opportunities, he could only strike out on his own. He was even willing to curry favor with others. Cheng Tian stubbed out his cigarette in the crystal ashtray, which was originally clean but now filled with cigarette butts, and took out his phone. On the other side, after arranging things, Huang Chen drove to the school and got out of the car at the side entrance. He couldn't help but worry about Xiao Jian, so after much thought, he decided to come back and check on him. Walking to the dormitory, seeing the familiar 3-year-old corridor, door plates, hearing the noisy sounds from nearby dormitories, and even catching a whiff of strange smells like sweaty socks and instant noodles. These scenes were once very familiar, but now they felt like they belonged to another world. Rumors had spread within the college that Huang Chen was a hidden second-generation rich kid who had only been low-key in the past few years to conceal his identity and experience life, even working hard to support himself. Now that he was in his final year and about to enter society, he decided to stop pretending and come clean. He thought that few people would believe such a novel-like plot, but the credibility increased when the news came from a well-known student who drove an S7 and added a lot of credibility. Subsequently, a photo of him and the campus belle Wang Xinqi driving away together circulated. Their intimate and affectionate appearance not only broke many boys' hearts but also served as the perfect confirmation of the rumors. So, even though Huang Chen hadn't been around much at school recently, his reputation had grown significantly. Upon arriving at the dormitory, he saw Xiao Jian sitting pale-faced, with bloodshot eyes, on the floor smoking. There were 4 or 5 empty cigarette boxes and cigarette butts scattered on the ground. The dorm was filled with smoke, and the strong smell almost overwhelmed Huang Chen. "Damn, bro, are you feeling hopeless?" Huang Chen complained, quickly opening the balcony windows and door, then started cleaning up the mess on the floor. "Lianggu, why am I so stupid?" Xiao Jian stared blankly at Huang Chen bustling around, trying hard to force a smile, but it looked more pitiful than cheerful. This guy seemed to be genuinely emotional. In the past, after a breakup, he would just go through a period of decadence, not bothering to go online or play games, and after a couple of months at most, he would return to normal. In plain terms, Xiao Jian had such a carefree personality that there was nothing he couldn't overcome. This was also why Huang Chen felt comfortable sharing the information he had found with him. But what was happening now? This wasn't some kind of performance art. Wouldn't smoking so much in one night make him sick? Didn't sleep all night? After finally cleaning up the floor, Huang Chen took a few breaths of fresh air, then sat down next to Xiao Jian, imitating his posture. "How could I sleep?" Xiao Jian scratched his head vigorously. "Looking at those photos, I feel like a fool. Why did I believe so easily?" Xiao Jian cried with a mournful face. "My old man told me before to get to know her better, but it was obvious he didn't believe it. I just couldn't bring myself to believe him." Huang Chen silently praised the landlord for collecting rent in his heart. He truly was a shrewd person. Just by listening to Xiao Jian's description, he knew it was unreliable. "Have you confronted her about it?" Huang Chen asked. "Among the thousands of words in the world, only the word love hurts the most. At first, I asked her, and she denied it vehemently. Later, I sent her a photo, and she started explaining again. She said a lot, but I knew they were all lies, so I blocked her." Xiao Jian's voice was hoarse as he spoke slowly. "But I still feel uncomfortable. Why did she treat me like this? Clearly, she doesn't like me, so why pretend so convincingly? Doesn't she feel disgusted with herself? Who hasn't encountered a few scumbags or two-faced people in their lifetime? Huang Chen patted his shoulder, comforting him. Liang Go, have you experienced it too? Xiao Jian's attention was diverted, and he asked curiously. I did think so, but unfortunately, it was a two-faced person who took a liking to me before, and now I don't want to drink tea anymore. Huang Chen's tone carried a hint of inexplicable emotion. Let's go, I'll take you out to see a good show. By then, you'll realize that Baijia is nothing. Huang Chen stood up and then pulled Xiao Jian up. But before going out to have fun, he had to tidy up this guy first. Otherwise, looking at this guy's desolate appearance, he would itch to take action again.